Chapter 1509 Speak of Duty. Ryu didn't quite know how to respond to this. He had just learned about the title steel, and it wasn't a prominent deity-like treasure in his mind like it was for everyone else just yet. So he hadn't even put two and two together until the little woman spoke. Even so, she said it like it was common knowledge, but Ryu highly doubted that this was the case. If anything, it was likely that only a small number of people were aware, while the rest just assumed the title steel was brought out by the Nine Powers whenever they so fancied. The idea, though, that there were still some powers outside the control of those 9 clans and sects made Ryu's heart palpitate. He didn't think that there was a huge shift in power like there was in Sacrum. Tao God should truly be the limit of cultivation. However, that didn't mean that there weren't worlds more powerful than this one. Their heavens had a limit of 999 founding Taos. What if there was a world with higher limiters than that? Or maybe, what if all heavens had the same exact limiters, but the difference was that they actually filled their quota while they very much did not? There were only a handful of founding Taos in existence in the true martial world, nowhere near the limit. It would be interesting to see what a world packed to the brim with such existences would look like. He wondered, could it be that the actions of these powerful clans were making their universe weaker than it should be? And if they knew that there were other worlds, why would they do something as stupid as limiting their strengths like this? The way those 9 powers acted, one would think that they already stood at the top of everything and now they were just maintaining their power. But if they weren't, then weren't they too stupid? The thoughts swirled around in Ryu's head until he realized that there was a convenient person to ask right here. Are they stupid? These were the only words Ryu could come up with. He had so many questions, but in the end, they all distilled down into that single thought. The little woman was stunned before she suddenly sputtered with laughter. She laughed so hard that Ryu thought that he might end up hurting himself. Now that he thought about it, this was most definitely the first time he had heard this woman laugh, at least in such an earnest manner. It was quite beautiful in its quirkiness. Though, the longer she laughed, the more Ryu wondered if it was because of the way her laughter sounded that she had made a concerted effort not to toot his own horn, but he was quite a witty person. He didn't believe for a second that he had said nothing amusing in the last several decades. But this was what brought her over the edge. The little woman's laughter sounded like the cross between a silver bell, a fairy's whistle, mixed in with the honk of an elephant's trunk. It was shocking how something could simultaneously be so beautiful and yet so jarring at the same time. The longer she laughed, the more certain Ryu was that she had just been holding back. It was like decades of pent-up humor had rushed out all at once, drowning her in a pleasure that made her grab at her belly. It wasn't until several minutes later that she managed to calm down, gasping for breath. She slowly came to realize what she had done, and her face blushed with shame. Ryu grinned. Don't let me ruin your fun. Please, do continue. Shut up, the little woman snapped. If you wanted me to call you a little elephant instead, you should have just told me. Stop it. Okay, little Dumbo Dash. Ryu. The little woman was so exasperated that tears began forming out of the corner of her eyes. Ryu was speechless, but he still raised his hands up in mock defeat. Clearly, if it hadn't bothered her so much, she wouldn't have hidden it from him for so long. All right, I give. His gaze flickered with an amused light. But if you want to avoid the name, don't you think you should tell me your own already? The little woman fell into silence. Ryu could only be speechless again. First the laugh and now her name? Why was this woman so insistent on hiding silly things from him? I'm not hiding stuff, she snapped. It's just purely coincidence. I didn't say anything. Ryu smiled mysteriously. You dash. The little woman knew that she had exposed herself just by mentioning it before Ryu could. She tried to be shameless, but it just wasn't in her personality. In the end, she really was that adorable little woman Ryu painted her out to be. It doesn't matter. Either way, I'm not hiding my name from you. It's just that even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to pronounce it. Ryu, who was a master of linguistics, was skeptical almost immediately. He wondered if she had an equally embarrassing name as she did a laugh. Maybe a name that would be more fit for a puppy or maybe a stripper. He would definitely get a kick out of that. But if he made the joke before she told him, then she would never say it. Just tell me and we'll see. Ryu finally said. Fine, my name is Dash. Ryu listened to the name, and then his eyes went wide, the universe itself beginning to reflect in his pupils. It had nothing to do with the name. The little woman was right. He truly couldn't pronounce it, but the reason he couldn't pronounce it was what was shocking. This name. Why did it sound so similar to the name of the White Flame? The White Flame had a name that Ryu also could not pronounce, one that Ailsa had told him. Instead of a name, it felt far more like a conveyed feeling, one of beginning, one of creation. The little woman's name conveyed a feeling as well, one of hope and anticipation. Ryu remained silent for a long while, not sure of what to do with this information. All right, I'll call you Little Hope then. The little woman was startled. She hadn't expected Ryu to catch the subtle meanings of her name. That wasn't something most of this world were capable of doing. But then she was angry. Can't you drop the little? What's so little about me? I'm a grown woman. Ryu vanished and entered the Golden Moon world, a hand on his chin. Definitely little, Ryu nodded. Hope was on the more petite size. Most of Ryu's wives were over 6 feet tall, but she was the height of a more normal woman. She also didn't have Ailsa's towering breasts or Eska's wide-birthing hips. Of course, she was still a 1 in a million beauty. Her proportions were perfect. Her face was delicate even when she was pouting, and those eyes that seemed to hold the depth of the cosmos themselves were mesmerizing. Her eyes were truly fascinating. The more powerful she grew, the more shocking Ryu found them. She had no whites at all, neither did she have pupils. Her irises took up her entire eyeball, and they swirled like the colors of a deep purple nebula, accented by twinkling stars. Even now, she was wearing pink. She couldn't have been more of a little woman even if she tried. What are you doing here? Hope frowned. Ryu chuckled. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Originally you said you would only stay in the Golden Moon world until you returned to your full power. Well, now you've not only returned to that strength, but you've taken a step beyond to become an omniscient sky god. So you tell me, why are you still here? Hope's eyes widened, her heart skipping a beat. She immediately looked away from Ryu's eyes, not wanting to meet them. What's it to you? It's not like you need this place that much. Why are you being so mean? The little woman looked like she might burst into tears again, leaving Ryu without the words to say. If you were going to be on the verge of becoming a Tao Lord, couldn't you at least act like it? I was merely checking up on you, making sure you didn't have anything more important to do. Wouldn't want you wasting away your time following me around. Right? Hope sniffled. I have nothing better to do, she finally mumbled. Ryu smiled and didn't resist the urge to pat her head. He was practically 2 heads taller than this slight woman. How could he stop himself? Hope was startled, but eventually didn't resist. Ryu shook his head. He really had no idea how this slight woman had survived for so long on her own. He almost wanted to make sure she would stay so that he was the only single that could take advantage of her. Speaking of duty, Ryu grinned. When are you going to have my baby? Hope turned as red as a tomato and seemed to lose all speaking function. Was this the same woman that had demanded he be her Tao companion the initial moment they met? What changed? After Ryu got his fill of teasing the slight woman, he set his sights on the true martial world again. Namely, Elizarin. He had a promise to uphold and his initial kill as a sky god to claim. Chapter 15:10 open. The 5th heaven felt weak. Standing high in the skies, this was the only thought Ryu could have. He didn't even feel the usual restraint of the heavenly laws pressing him down, and he wasn't even using his sword god aura to fly either. Though he was using a hint of his cosmos fog to bend the laws to his will, allowing him to fly as though it was the 1st heaven. He remembered the first time he stepped foot into this land. Even the 1st heaven was such a heavy burden on him. Anyone else would have said that they didn't expect this, or that everything had happened too fast. But Ryu only grinned. This was what his sweat and blood had earned him. He wouldn't diminish his accomplishments with the fake humility of polite society. Elizarin! His voice boomed, the sect below quaking. The land was quite beautiful. It radiated the sharp aura of the glaive, Even the waterfalls of gold in the far-off distance that started from nothing and disappearing into nothingness just as quickly radiated that same sharp aura. However, what did its beauty have to do with Ryu? The booming echo of his voice caused the clan to shake and quake. At the same time, several powerful auras locked onto his position, their killing intent practically palpable. Ryu could feel their thoughts oh so clearly. The feeling of having his eyes back was so intoxicating, far more intoxicating than his Tao alone had ever been, at least in the past. Now that his eyes were unsealed and the gateway to his soul was free and clear, Ryu could finally feel the true strength of his founding Tao. It was only now he realized just how much his sealed eyes had held him back. Sensing the aura of the true sky god Alizarin down below, he wasn't fazed for even a moment. A sky god 2 realms above his own? Who cares? Alizarin was shocked by what he was seeing. He remembered Ryu's words. How could he not? But since then, so many things had happened. The Dream Azuras had vanished, and the Radiant Star sect, which they had once seen as a middling sect, had suddenly risen to the 7th heaven. Some speculated that maybe they had already been wiped out. It wasn't like the 7th heaven would take kindly to the appearance of a new sect, and they didn't have a pipeline of information from above either. However, the fact that Ryu was here and being so bold at that, how could they still believe that? Alizarin hesitated. The problem he was facing wasn't Ryu. If Ryu thought he could cross 2 cultivation realms to battle him, he was sorely mistaken. Even the difference between the lower fragmented realm and the middle fragmented realm was as large as an entire cultivation realm had been in the non-god realms. How could Ryu jump across 8 entire subrealms? That was asinine. However, he couldn't just battle Ryu out in the open like this. What if the Radiant Star sect found out he slaughtered Ryu? Just one of their elders would be enough to wipe their sect off the map, let alone Ica or the entire sect's wrath. The Radiant Star sect had just elevated up and they were lacking in faith. Due to this, they were among the most vulnerable of the 7th heaven sects and clans. In this moment of crisis, they wouldn't permit anyone to easily step on their prestige, or else they would be all but finished. They most definitely wouldn't permit a 5th heaven sect to do so. Alizarin's expression became green. What was he going to do? Are all those of the Sky Clan cowards? I know exactly where you are. Why haven't you appeared before me yet? The conceit in Ryu's voice was palpable. Vi, who was the start of all of this, was completely shaken. He had made it into the complete heavenly path, and he was even a half-step into the sky god realm as well. But he had already returned from the 7th heaven. The gap between himself and those true geniuses was far too wide, and he sensed himself to be far too arrogant in the past. Now Ryu had somehow stepped into the sky god realm ahead of him. At that moment, a voice echoed in Alizarin's ears. They couldn't permit their own prestige to take too much of a hit either, or else where would they put their faces? Gritting his teeth, Alizarin used a flying vessel to enter the air. He couldn't even stand within it on his own. With a stern face he met Ryu's gaze. I will not harm you during this battle. I hope you'll remember my kindness and not attempt to use the might of your sect to pressure my Sky Clan. We will let bygones be bygones after this battle. Ryu looked into Alizarin's eyes as though he was looking at a fool. You overestimate yourself. In this world, there is no one that can harm even a hair on my woman's head without signing their own death warrant. You dash. At that moment, a billowing cosmos fog came off from Ryu's body. It looked like a normal gray cloud at first, but then it began to spark with light, and within tiny micro-tears, it was possible to catch a glance of the cosmos within. Ryu's eyes flashed. Earth gate. Open. You. Alizarin's eyes widened when he understood what he was seeing. A panic taking hold of his heart. Heavenly. Heavenly. Ryu drew 2 fingers across the air as the glow in his eyes slowly faded. Those of the Sky Clan watched with rapt attention, but they didn't expect that the fog would slowly dissipate just moments later. Ryu stood to one side, Alizarin to the other. Just when they considered that Ryu's bluster was all for show, Alizarin's body trembled and then slowly fell from the skies, in 2 pieces. Chapter 1511 Stalker. Ryu sent an indifferent gaze toward the people below. his gaze landing on Vi for only a moment before he waved a hand. A strong power enveloped Alizarin's body and his godhood was ripped out of him. No one could say a word as Ryu turned to leave. He could feel the fury of the other sky gods of the sect, but what could they do but watch? They probably assumed that Ryu had used a treasure of some sort that could kill a true sky god instantly, and even if it was a one-use item, could they even kill him now? All they could do was swallow their rage. Vi gripped his fists hard, watching Ryu leave slowly and leisurely, as though he hadn't just humiliated their entire clan. The feeling of defeat was etched deep within his heart. You! Hope didn't know what to say. All the while, she had been telling Ryu how foolish he was. He couldn't just stroll into a sect like that just because he had become a fragmented sky god. His strength wasn't enough to deal with a true sky god at all. The distance between sky gods was so fierce that even the current Ryu was no match for a true sky god of the second heaven, of which there were only a handful to begin with. The gap between sky god realms couldn't just be made up with by talent. In fact, perhaps only the very best geniuses of the eighth heaven could barely manage to battle equally with an incredibly weak true sky god. And yet Ryu had killed him with a single swipe of his fingers. Mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. Ow. You! Hope didn't know what to say or what to do with herself. She felt flustered, excited, exasperated, and without words all at once. Her body was even threatening to shut down completely. The number 1 ranked heavenly pupils. No, on the true martial world it had fallen to number 3 behind the world pupils and the time pupils, but this wasn't because it was weak at all. Setting aside the fact that even the lowest rated pupils were incredibly powerful, the only reason the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils was no longer number 1 was purely because it had been countless generations since it had last appeared in the true martial world. Due to this, the world pupils and the time pupils had managed to surpass it in terms of faith accumulated, and as such had moved up the rankings. These two number 1 and number 2 ranked heavenly pupils, respectively, had likewise surpassed the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils in terms of heavenly bestowed power. But even so, the number 3 ranked pupils, number 3, when she was in her prime, the only no heavenly pupils above number 10 appeared below the 9th heaven. Even further than that, heavenly pupils couldn't seem to be birthed beneath the 8th heaven either. You can close your mouth now, you're drooling a little bit, Ryu chuckled. Aren't you afraid I'm going to take your heavenly pupils? Are you? Ryu asked. Usually, he'd probably snap even at an obvious probing question like this one. But now he just found it amusing. Maybe, she mumbled. I really don't believe that anyone below Tao Lord can chase me down right now if I don't want them to. You're too arrogant. Have you just met me? Ryu laughed uproariously. I can't believe you have the number 3 ranked heavenly pupils. Ryu froze. What do you mean number 3? You don't know? Your heavenly pupils haven't appeared in too long. They've fallen. In fact, the number 3 ranks might be too high. After all, I'm basing it on my life. Last I checked, the black hole eyes, rank 4, had been nipping at your heels. You might have declined again. Ryu ignored the little woman and directly peered into fate itself. What he saw left him speechless. Let alone number 4, he had declined to number 6. The world pupils, time pupils, black hole pupils, emperor pupils, and war god pupils were all ahead of him. In fact, right now he was tied with the truth pupils, and it could be said they practically shared that 6th spot. That made him sense particularly annoyed, because he remembered Serial claiming she would make her heavenly pupils better than his own back then. Now she was actually close to doing it. Who the hell decided this nonsense? The heavens dash. Don't answer seriously when I'm unhappy. Didn't you want to be my Tao companion? You have to learn how to coddle your man's feelings. Who wants to be your Tao companion? Ryu ignored the little woman that had suddenly turned Sundra. He also threw this annoyance to the back of his head too. He didn't have the time to care about that right now. Soon enough, his heavenly pupils would be back where they deserved. First place. His Earth Gate right now was interesting. In the past, after he used Heaven or Earth Gate, there would be a substantial distance between the moment and when he could use it again. In the worst situations, it might even be decades. Right now, though, he felt that he could turn it on and off as he pleased, and there was no cooldown other than the karmic chi of his eyes alone. Obviously, though, and quite unfortunately, he couldn't just casually use it as he pleased. It was an annoyance, but he couldn't rely on that old man to protect him. Any use of his eyes had to be covert, and the only reason he dared to use them at all was because of the evolution of his bone structure and his void spiritual sense. Earth Gate was anything but covert, considering the huge phenomena that would appear behind him whenever he used it. That was fine, though. Just slay whoever saw it, simply enough. He tossed Alizarin's godhood in his hands. It seemed that he could finally start hunting godhoods now to speed up his realm heart's growth. He looked up, his eyes narrowing when he saw a familiar beauty up ahead. This woman, wasn't she that person they called Fairy in the Heavenly Dew Pavilion? What was she doing here? Was she stalking him? Chapter 15:12 Miss Stalker. Fairy Claire stood in the distance, somewhat hesitantly. She had already spotted Ryu flying through the air, and was a bit surprised by that. But more than that, she was a bit embarrassed because she could feel Ryu's gaze on her as well. He had actually spotted her long ago. This wasn't part of the plan. "Hello, Miss Stalker. Why are you following me around?" Claire froze, and her expression was practically flushed red after she heard these words. The people of the Heavenly Dew Pavilion would never believe what they were seeing even if they were present. This wasn't the Claire they knew at all. Was she a stalker? By the strictest definition, probably. The only reason she was here was that she had done a lot of research about Ryu, and she found out about his oath. If he was anything like that man, which she thought he had to be if they were related in some way, then he would definitely keep his promise. She hadn't actually been waiting for a long while, only a few weeks. Originally, she had thought that she should wait a few more years, but she was too anxious about it and ended up coming here anyway. Luckily, she had. Who knew that someone could actually progress to the Sky God realm so fast? She thought that she might have looked insane standing around here, waiting for Ryu for decades. Maybe he would never come at all. It wasn't like becoming a Sky God was an easy task. In fact, it was harder the more talented you were. But now she was kind of regretting her actions. She was already labeled as a stalker, and she felt like Ryu could see right through her. She could even react as he landed just 5 or so meters from her. A curious look in his eyes. Ryu found all of this to be quite amusing. His first meeting with this woman was when she practically kidnapped him, and since then they hadn't had any other interactions. But he had sensed her gaze on him several times, none more fervent than the moment before he entered the complete heavenly path. And now she was here. He could make a few guesses as to how and why. It wasn't too difficult to comprehend how. After all, back then, there had been many witnesses to his oath, whether by the older or younger generation. Plus, even if only the old had heard it, Claire was a Sky God herself, so these were the people she rubbed elbows with to begin with. However, the why was more curious. Looking at her nervous and flustered appearance, he shook his head. "No, it can't be. My charm isn't that great." The thought made Ryu burst into a fit of laughter. Claire seemed to finally snap out of her daze under this laughter. She grit her teeth. She was an esteemed Sky God, one of exceptionally high rank. Why was she fearing this fragmented brat's thoughts? "Titus Tatsuya? Do you know him?" Ryu's laughter froze, and he was rendered speechless. This time, it was Hope's laughter that rang through his ears. She laughed so hard that she grabbed at her belly, rolling around in the grass like she wasn't an omniscient Sky God. Ryu really didn't have the words. All of this was for his father? Well, this woman was truly dedicated. That old man's not even as handsome as me. How ridiculous. Titus was a handsome man, of course, but Ryu was simply on another level. When you took the genes of his parents and then mapped it onto the perfect balance of the ice jade crystal body, this was the inevitable result. Of course, since then, his bone structure had changed, but that didn't suddenly disrupt or shift his looks at all. Plus, by then, his overwhelming talent had begun to do much of the heavy lifting. Overall, the more powerful you were, and the more talented you were, the more pleasing to the eye you tended to be. It was the way of the world. Seeing that Ryu wasn't answering, Claire was already nervously fidgeting. Could it really be that she was wrong all this time? Did they just happen to share the same last name? "Titus Tatsuya is my father," Ryu finally replied. Claire's eyes widened before her expression turned downcast. She had expected that it would be something like this, but she had really been hoping that this wasn't the case. In the true martial world, having children as early as Titus had, especially when he was so talented, almost never happened. It was possible, then, that Ryu was just an illegitimate child, but she knew Ryu's personality well after stalking him for so long. If his relationship with Titus was so poor, he would have never called him father. Well, good luck. Ryu patted her shoulder and flashed into the distance. Wait, Claire called out. What do you mean, good luck? Ryu didn't turn back and shrugged. If my mother found out you were chasing after her man, she'd cut you into 1,000 pieces. Ryu's giggles echoed through the skies, and in an instant, he had vanished over the horizon, leaving Fairy Claire in a stunned silence. A brief sigh came from her lips. She could do all of this, but she never had the courage to stay on the 7th heaven by that man's side. Hadn't she returned to the 6th heaven, content to spend her days being called fairy by everyone she came across? Maybe if she had stayed to fight, she would have positioned a better chance. But a woman like her wasn't the kind Titus was looking for. This made it easier, though. She just wanted to know a little bit more about him. This was enough. The sobs fell down Fairy Claire's cheeks as she began to slowly walk away. By the time she returned to the Heavenly Dew Pavilion, her sobs had dried, and the thoughts of romance had been thrown to the back of her head. To her surprise, there was an odd atmosphere, one not usual for the pavilion. Adlil had returned. Chapter 15:13 Luck. Ryu returned to the 7th heaven, a feat that wasn't actually all that difficult for him now. All he really had to do was take some time to draw out a large-scale formation. He didn't have the resources necessary to do it, but the black hole within him was all he needed. Really, it was still an impossible task to control those treasures within him. In fact, now that they had all banded together, they were even more unruly and difficult. Before, he could just barely manage to use the infinity mist at a great cost to himself. But now, just budging things made him feel like his body might explode. It took him entering Breath of Heaven and focusing for about half a day before he could manage to take out a sliver of the force hidden within his black hole natural treasure. Luckily, that sliver was more than enough to power his formation and send him right back into the 7th heaven. He took a breath and exhaled, feeling that the air was truly just a little bit sweeter up here. But this only lasted for a moment before he broke out into a sprint, blinking in and out of the void. God damn it! Ryu took deep heaving breaths, barely managing to calm his beating heart. He made a mental note to himself to not randomly teleport into these higher heavens anymore if he still wanted his life. On the lower heavens, from the 1st to the 6th, humans still managed to control a large bulk of the land. Even if Ryu spent years adventuring, the odds he'd run into a god beast were incredibly low. On the 7th heaven beyond, though, nature began to fight back, and quite frankly, it was winning. The vast majority of the 7th, 8th and 9th heavens were wild lands filled with danger. Only a small portion actually managed to house civilization, and they were all built around the powerhouses of a sect or clan. Just now, Ryu had randomly teleported into the 7th heaven, and unsurprisingly landed in a god beast's territory. Luckily, it was just a true god beast. However, beasts were still much more powerful than sky gods of the same level. So even if this beast had been from the 5th heaven, it would have still been far more dangerous than Elizarin, let alone the fact it was strong enough to have a territory in the 7th heaven. It was truly on a completely different level. Ryu contemplated about using his heavenly pupils, but he eventually decided against it. For one, he wasn't entirely confident in killing this beast without using Heaven Gate, and he didn't know if the lack of cooldown for Earth Gate would transfer over to Heaven Gate as well. He wouldn't want to utilize it against a beast he was confident in running away from. Second, god beasts were just as intelligent as humans. If he used his heavenly pupils and they survived, it would be as good as exposing his heavenly pupils to the world. God beasts couldn't utilize the heavenly pupils of humanoids. At least that was Ryu's understanding from Sacrum. He wasn't entirely sure if it changed here or not, but this information would be worth an arm and a leg to the right buyer. A god beast wasn't above trading with humans if it benefited them. Most of them roared and didn't bother to communicate, not because they were uncivilized or incapable of speech, but rather because they couldn't be bothered to. If it came down to it, they could most definitely take that step. Finally, Ryu managed to appear at the edges of another beast's territory, causing the original god beast to give up. Smart. I was gonna see if I could pit you against each other, but I guess you're at the stage where you're too intelligent for that. Ryu shrouded himself in void spiritual sense and ventured into the void. Now that no auras had locked onto him, it was a simple matter to escape detection. He should be safe now. In the past, entering the void of the seventh heaven would be hugely taxing to him, but now it was as simple as breathing. What do you think about Little Silk? Ryu asked Hope. The small guy had ventured into another cocoon for a while now. Ryu had asked his mother about it, but she had insisted on continuing to be mysterious. What Ryu did know, though, was that the current Little Silk had undergone quite a massive number of changes, and his mother had been far more forceful with her methods this time, as though she was confident that Little Silk could take some more punishment. Hope had always been quite bored in these years, and had thus taken to taking care of Little Silk. Although she said that she was still busy and that's why she was staying by his side, Ryu knew that was all ridiculous. The real reason Hope stayed by his side was likely because she was curious about where he would go. Her fate was tied to his own due to the method of reincarnation that he had used, so when he had his near-death experience, she should have felt it as well. Interestingly enough, she hadn't mentioned that matter a single time. This was a far cry from the Hope that almost collapsed when she learned that Ryu's fate was chained. She'll wake up soon, and definitely be more powerful than a hooligan like you. Ryu laughed. He found that he didn't mind this small woman's company all that much. It took several weeks, but Ryu eventually made his way out of the wilderness and ventured into civilization. Well, at the very least, the outer edges of it. But sensing the chi in the air, he shook his head and sighed. His luck really wasn't all that good. Considering the density of Lightning Qi, this was definitely the Azure Lightning Sect's territory. If they found out he was here, how many experts would they send to chase after him? Chapter 15-14 Troublesome. Ryu moved with lightning-like swiftness. Though he was in Azure Lightning territory, the truth was that he didn't feel much pressure at all. The number of spatial experts were far too few, and even those that were likely had weaker affinity than himself. Unless someone locked onto his aura before he entered the void, was actively scanning the void, or he chose to expose himself, the danger he was in was relatively lesser. Plus, he had just spent the last several chasing down treasures the likes of which even Tao gods might drool over. If he lost his life so casually now, wouldn't it be too ridiculous? However, Ryu was still in a bit of a predicament. He wasn't sure where the Radiant Star sect was. In the past, Aika had been quite arrogant, stamping down the sect right in the middle of the heaven she ascended to. But Ryu highly doubted that she could continue to be so arrogant after coming back to the seventh heaven. Granted, it would likely be less due to Aika herself, and mostly due to the external pressure from the elders and grand elders that had returned from the sixth heaven as well. Ryu wasn't too worried, though. Finding out about the first sect to rise up to the seventh heaven in several generations was an easy task. He was sure that there would be some wars that had broken out, and in a territory like this one, controlled by one of the sect's competitors, it would be even easier to find information. Ryu hesitated for a moment and chose to step out of the void. He slipped a mask onto his face and tied his flowing white hair up. He didn't very much like to tie his hair up like this, but the minor details would likely go a long way in a situation like this one. The town he approached was known as Thunder Brace City. Seeing the guards all wearing brass braces embedded with azure-colored gems, one could easily decipher where the place got its name from. Ryu didn't bother to try and sneak into the city. This was only a small, relatively speaking city in the periphery of the Azure Lightning Sect's territory, and yet it had a large-scale arrangement protecting it that even transcendent sky gods couldn't get through. Large-scale formations of that level made it impossible for Ryu to slip in by shrinking the earth or even teleporting. Entering the vacuum was likewise impossible, likely even from within the city. It was a nice wake-up call that he wouldn't be high and free now that he was on the seventh heaven, and the affairs of the eighth heaven were likely even more exaggerated than that, so he had to be cautious. The guards didn't say anything about Ryu's mask, but he had to pay double the fee of everyone else to get in due to it. Ryu didn't complain and just did as he was told. He would have backtracked, honestly, but that would have only made him look more suspicious. The wealth of the Frost clan is really not worth much up here. Also doesn't help that I gave most of those resources to my mother. If I enter a few more cities, I'll be a pauper. Ryu thought about selling his pill-making services. He didn't even consider using Hope for the matter because, for one, she was his personal alchemist. Who would dare ask her for pills aside from himself? As far as he was concerned, she was half his woman already. As for the more serious reason, displaying pills beyond his level would look too ridiculous and get him targeted. Of course, the fact he could concoct 100% pure pills was already enough to raise eyebrows and bring in the hounds. But if they were on that level and useful to extremely high-level sky gods, many would directly declare war on the Radiant Star sect without a doubt. Ryu entered the large city, and it was almost as though a city of the mortal plane of Sacrum had been taken and expanded by 100 times. The buildings were enormous, the paths were often 100 meters or more wide, and there was a constant stream of masters coming in and out. Seeing a fragmented sky god on the streets was like running into a dust bunny in a tavern. It was common to the point it could make a person sick. Ryu smiled to himself. He missed having his eyes. Now he could freely scan everyone he came across, and they would truly be none the wiser. And then there's my handler, Ryu thought with a chuckle. On a building in the distance, the moment he had stepped into the city, someone was tasked with following him. They were quite covert, and this person was in the perfect sky god realm, but they couldn't escape Ryu's eyes at all. The middle-aged man didn't seem to have malicious intentions. It was more likely that whenever someone stepped into the town with a mask, they were assigned someone to watch over them. Security is actually so tight. Is this because of the potential war that's likely still ongoing? Or has it always been this way? Ryu asked the little woman since he wasn't sure. This is fairly common on the 9th heaven, but this is definitely new to me for this heaven. Then again, it's been a very long time since I returned here. I didn't even know your heavenly pupils had actually fallen so far until recently. Ryu nodded to himself. Indeed, he probably shouldn't rely on Hope for information. I can't afford to eat as much as I want either. How troublesome. Ryu's body was exceptionally powerful right now, enough to barely rival a weaker false sky god. One could imagine, then, the kind of gaps there were between sky god realms if he was only able to fight a single level above with his body. Chapter 15:15 Battle of Faith. Ryu had undergone the equivalent of dozens of life destructions. One would think it would give him more than just that. Regardless, in return, he gained a wild appetite and even greater difficulty in appeasing it. And now that he was a pauper, his current funds could probably only fill him up halfway, and that was if he was willing to dump it all into these meals. He probably should be focused on returning to the Radiant Star sect and getting Aika to feed him, but he hadn't eaten in decades. It was no longer as easy to ignore his rumbling stomach. In fact, he felt that his body still had more room to grow so long as it was finally properly satiated. Forget it. Return to the Radiant Star sect first, then get pampered by Senior Aika. Much better plan than wasting time here. Ryu began to do as he usually did, listening to conversations as he walked toward an information center. To his surprise, he heard nothing about the Radiant Star sect, which didn't make sense unless censorship? That'll make things a little bit more troublesome. Fine, we'll see how far I can push this. Ryu strolled into an information center, a small building squished between two skyscrapers. It could have been easily mistaken as some sort of garbage dump. Hello, I would like a map. The old man at the counter looked up. A pipe hung from his lips, and his gaze seemed quite dull. However, Ryu didn't miss the hidden sharpness within it. A map of what? A detailed map of this region, and a lesser map of the whole 7th heaven. A map of the whole 7th heaven? Do you know what you're asking for right now? Ryu laughed. You sound like I'm trying to rob you. I don't need a detailed map, just general locations of where the powers are and where the danger zones are. Kid, let me give you some advice. Don't stroll into a territory, masked, and then go around asking for maps. That's an easy way to get yourself killed. Ryu's smile didn't fade, but his thoughts were in a bit of a tailspin. Just how paranoid were these people? It was wrong even to ask for a general map. Now, let me give you some advice, old man. Don't open a business and be unwilling to meet your customers' orders. Ryu's light tone made the dull eyes of the old man narrow. Did this brat really not know what was good for him? How ridiculous! Ryu shook his head. Asked to pay double the fees for something as common as wearing a mask, and now even asking for a general map is a sin. I got lost while adventuring and I want to return home. I don't need the lecture, old man. The old man frowned. Ryu's words echoed quite reasonably, and indeed they would have been 5 years ago. Was he truly out of the loop? Then again, what was 5 years to a sky god? It looked like this kid just broke through, so he truly might have been in seclusion all this time. You just exited seclusion? The old man asked. Ryu glanced startled, but then he nodded slowly, causing the old man to chuckle. Fine, fine. A new, wet behind-the-ears sky god appears and suddenly thinks he has the right to lecture an old man like me. I might have been stuck at the fragmented sky god realm, kid, but I'm experienced. You should listen to your elders. Stop beating around the bush, old man. What's happening that's got everyone acting like this? This isn't a charity, brat. Pay up. All that nonsense about being my elder and having advice for me, and now you want me to pay? Since you talk about it like it's such common knowledge, what are you being so stingy for? The old man pursed his lips, and Ryu eventually spun his eyes and transmitted over a fragmented god crystal. Do I look like a beggar to you? I'm not paying more than that for information you think is common enough to look down on me for not having. Fine, fine. The old man put up his hands, smiling triumphantly. What he didn't know was that Ryu was also smiling triumphantly. The world's been in turmoil ever since the Radiant Star sect returned. The Radiant Star sect? Oh, you're a young brat, right? You don't know. In the past, there was the dual Radiant Star sect. They fell from the 8th heaven in disgrace, and it was likely due to their internal struggle because they separated into the Fading and Radiant Star sect soon afterward and became the ruling powers of the 7th heaven. However, the Fading Star sect ganged up with, well, let's just say the Fading Star sect caused the Radiant Star sect to collapse, murdering the Grand Elder and Patriarch at the time. Those two men were the fathers of Sovereign Aika and Lord Wan respectively. Now, those two have come back, and Sovereign Aika has entered the Tao sovereign realm. Ryu's gaze flickered. Now that he understood Aika was definitely a Tao sovereign, didn't that mean she could sense him when he appeared as well? If she was paying attention, that is. It was hard to tell. But considering they were at the center of the conflict, even if she did sense him, would she have the time to come and get him in the first place? They've come back with a vengeance and have sought to reclaim their old lands. The trouble is that that land has been split between the Azure Lightning sect and the Raging Inferno sect. The Raging Inferno sect. Wasn't that JoJo's sect? Not the Fading Star sect? Ryu questioned curiously, although he already understood why. The old man only smiled and moved on as though he didn't ask the question. This was a clear and obvious ploy by the Fading Star sect. Now, the Fading Star sect could easily force other sects into the conflict. Sovereign Aika single-handedly repelled the first wave of attacks, causing the tension to increase. The problem is that the Radiant Star sect has a deficient foundation. Their junior generation is weak aside from Fairy Selhira, but the fairy was well known before the sect, and her growth can't be accredited to them. Realizing this flaw, the Raging Inferno and Azure Lightning sect have chosen to make this a battle of faith. If the Radiant Star sect doesn't hurry and bolster their faith well will collapse, and the sects won't have to do anything but sit back and watch them crumble. Ryu's eyes narrowed. What was a battle of faith? Chapter 15-16 Good enough. Ryu left the old man's information shack moments later, not asking about the battle of faith. He had a keen understanding of which questions he could get an answer to, versus which ones he very much could not ask without raising suspicion. The question of battles of faith was most definitely one of the latter. This was the reality, and he had to be cognizant of that. But it wasn't as though this was the end of the world. After all, he still had the little woman, and not long after he left, he asked her the burning question. In Sacrum, faith was crucial as well, but it was more illusory. However, he remembered long ago that he had learned from Serial that in the true martial world, faith took physical shape in the form of a wellspring of sorts. In order to truly destroy a sect or clan, This wellspring had to be destroyed first, and if this wasn't done thoroughly enough, there would always be a chance for a comeback. Although Ryu knew this, faith still felt more illusory to him than not, more like something that could cause the sky to rumble for an instant than anything else. But even when you spoke someone's name and the heavens reacted, it would usually be up to the person themselves if they wanted to smite you, not the heavens. Essentially, there was probably no one in existence who you could just die from the mere mention of, and he felt that it was likely the same for sects and clans as well. For example, he mentioned the martial gods all the time. He even cursed them, swearing to destroy them on top of that. But wasn't he still standing here just fine? He imagined that, with the ways and methods of the martial gods, there were countless individuals who were cursing them every second on the second. Maybe it was because he was a native of Sacrum, a country bumpkin, so to speak, but he really found it hard to wrap his head around these matters. A battle of faith is exactly what it sounds like, but on a deeper level, it's similar to two powers changing the states of their wells of faith and using them as a grinding edge against one another. Under usual circumstances, this would only be done if there's a huge power imbalance, or if it was a last resort. Honestly, even if there was a huge power imbalance, it would be better to just send a few experts to destroy them directly. This sort of battle truly only happens in exceptional circumstances like this one. Aika is an incredible genius, and has become a Tao sovereign to boot. She's most definitely at an 8th heaven standards. These sects and clans don't stand a chance against her, and can only use hit and run tactics while relying on their large-scale formations and resources to keep her at bay. At the same time, the Radiant Star sect is in a far weaker position. They lack disciples that can stand at the peak of the 7th heaven aside from Selhira, but the worst part is that Selhira has a huge faith of her own as she became famous long before joining the sect, which makes it hard for her feats to map onto the sects. In truth, this sort of unique circumstance where there is a sect of weak faith that can't be properly handled by its enemies is practically the only one you'll see a battle of faith in. What are the details? Ryu pressed, feeling that Hope's descriptions were far too lax and overly broad. The first phase of a battle of faith is letting everyone know you're having a battle of faith. That way, when everyone's minds are focused on it, and public opinion can sway wildly one way or another, the battle can be ended in the shortest period of time possible. Once there's a large accumulation of faith and the public is heavily engaged in what's going on, then it's possible to truly crush the spirit of the target sect or clan. When the Radiant Star sect's well of faith dries up or is on the verge of collapse, everything else will happen either naturally or by force. Meaning, it's not like Aika will suddenly disappear. If it happens naturally, the Radiant Star sect name will be unable to be used without the reestablishment of the Well of Faith, something that is notoriously difficult to do as you can't just create a new one, you would have to resurrect the old one. Second, all of the Radiant Star sect's Tao techniques, related Daos and core techniques, would all become mute and unusable. This is the most crucial point. Aika's strength would plummet to an abyss if this were to happen. She might be able to still fight if she can manage to hold off her own Tao, but if her Tao is built too heavily on the concepts of the Radiant Star sect, she might very well become a cripple. This will have obvious, cascading effects, and there will be little anyone can do to stop their enemies from crushing them at that point. Ryu's gaze sharpened. For all of their core techniques to suddenly lose strength? But then what about the taboo powers? Why did their techniques still work? Or could it be that the taboo techniques he was using now were far weaker than they had once been in the past? It was a shuddering thought because it revealed one very crucial thing. The taboo techniques had lost their well of faith to support them, but the techniques of the 9 powers definitely did not, and they should be no less powerful if not more powerful than the taboo techniques had been at their peak. Just what level were the geniuses of the 9th heaven on, then? Well then, that's quite the problem. Now isn't it? Ryu chuckled and strolled right out of the city. The old man hadn't given him a map, but it told him enough. So, the Radiant Star sect was somewhere between the Inferno sect and this Lightning sect. Good enough. Chapter 15-17 Suffocating Encirclement. Who was that? A shadow appeared behind the old man who was still rolling Ryu's fragmented crystal between his fingers. Some young whippersnapper. The old man chuckled. I don't think if that was the case you would have talked to him for so long. There's the scent of stars on him. He's from the Fading Star sect? If he was, would he be here and so out of the loop? But wouldn't he know what was going on if he was from the Radiant Star sect as well? I don't think any disciple from that sect, especially not such a weak one, would dare to appear out in the open like this so flippantly. Does he not want his life? Maybe, unless he wasn't playing the fool. If he knew all of that, I reverse your question onto you, why would he come here? The shadow fell silent before finally speaking again. So you know who he is? I have a guess. The shadow's eyes narrowed. This old man only dared to have a guess when he was more than 90% likely to be correct. Who is he? Well, there's not much a point in talking about it. We'll see if it matters in the next day or two. You mean he's... Well, he thinks himself to be a clever little runt, so he likely knows where the Radiant Star sect is located right now. What he doesn't know is that there's a blockade spanning for thousands of miles, isolating them from the world. And because they're all juniors, Aika hasn't taken it upon herself to wipe them out yet. So you tell me, will he be interesting enough to discuss, or not? What do you want to do? The shadow asked. Money, of course. The old man laughed heartily. That little bastard actually made this old man speak for so long for nothing more than a fragmented crystal. Does he take my words as being so cheap? I'm going to make so much money off his back that his eyes will go red. You want to open a betting ring? That's daring even for you. Those sects will not be happy. Aha, the first rule of business is indeed to keep the customer happy. But what people fail to understand is that happiness is all relative. If everyone's happy all the time, then are they really happy? Or are they just feeling neutral? It's the same way here. If your business is better than everyone else's, happiness is relative. You can be haughty and they'll still come back because there's no one better than yourself. And if you make everyone angry and they all hate you, is it really hatred? Or are they just all neutral? The shadow suddenly felt a headache coming on. What kind of sick, twisted logic was this? Ryu didn't know about the intentions of the old man to make wealth off of him, but even if he had, he didn't have the luxury to care too much about it. Not to mention the fact he didn't usually care enough to get angry about the same things any longer. It took him over a week, without rest, to make it near the edge of Azure Lightning sect territory, using the cities dotted along the way to find information of whether or not he was headed in the right direction. If he wasn't traveling through the void, and even using his spectral wings, that journey would have taken him at least half a year, without a doubt. The seventh heaven was almost depressingly massive, and it wasn't the kind of place even a fragmented sky god could travel through with ease. The good news, though, was that he wasn't tired. His stamina was simply off the charts, even with an empty belly. Ryu felt that it was in one part due to his body, and another part due to his new status as a sky god, not to mention his breakthrough in forming his own unique constitution. The world around him didn't just match his movements, it was eager to do so, rushing and even pushing the other energies around it out of the way so that they could be first in line. He had restrained himself while in the old man's city, but now that he needed speed, gorgeous silver runes danced around him and fueled his body with every step. He could even feel his cultivation enhancing by incredibly small increments. And then he met the first line of defense. Sensing all the exceptionally powerful sky gods around him, Ryu was quite speechless for a moment. They were being more shameless than he thought they were. This was completely brazen. The instant he had heard about the Battle of Faith, he knew immediately that the Azure Lightning sect and the Raging Inferno sect would do what they could to suppress them, including encirclements if they had to. But usually this would be done more covertly. Where's the shame? Ryu couldn't help but chuckle to himself as he shot past them. Get into an all-out battle with these perfect sky gods? That would be the pinnacle of foolishness. That old man had no idea that Ryu could casually enter the void even while in only the first sky god realm, so he had no idea that things would be this easy for him. This would cause the old man to lose a bit of the wealth he was planning on making off of Ryu. But who inquired him to be such a busybody to begin with? Ryu continued to move, and he was finding himself to be more and more without words. The encirclement was practically endless and stretched as far as the eye could see. It took him 3 more days of traveling just to see the density of sky gods finally whittle down a little bit. But by the end of it, he was entirely stunned. So these were the suffocating methods of these powerful sects. How noble of them. Ryu, whose personality had mellowed out quite a bit in recent years, suddenly found his gaze turning cold again. He didn't rely much on the Radiant Star sect, if at all. But he owed Aika quite a large debt of gratitude, and his impression of Selhira wasn't bad either. These people were truly pissing him off. Ryu stepped out of the void when he sensed the final encirclement and spotted the Radiant Star sect in the distance, his unfamiliar aura suddenly becoming akin to a blazing torch in the night. Chapter 15:18 Ranks. The region was filled with laughs and cheer. All around the Radiant Star sect, encampments of juniors that had practically turned into miniature night scene cities had popped up everywhere. As many sky god elites as there were just as many servants, dancers, and chefs. It was as though while they were busy oppressing the Radiant Star sect, they couldn't forget to enjoy themselves, and at the same time, dampen the mood of the sect. If Aika could have just directly destroyed these people, she would have. Unfortunately, she could not. For one, the hit to her reputation for casually committing a mass genocide against so many juniors would be astronomical. Even when the likes of the martial gods acted against Ryu, they did so covertly, not wanting anyone to know about their dirty deeds. Of course, Serial had already informed Ryu that faith worked differently in the true martial world. Being bad didn't necessarily mean you would have unfortunate faith. That said, being bad, when your faith wasn't conform with bad, could ruin you. The Radiant Star sect was ultimately a sect on the side of good. It wasn't a demonic or devil sect, so they didn't gain standing by being dreadful people. Plus, there was Aika's own individual feelings on the matter to consider as well. Even if they were a dark-aligned sect, she wouldn't have it in her. As such, she could only brood in disgust and unwillingness every day. Ryu, though, could tell that these nightlife miniature cities weren't there just for show. It looked like they were all just casually enjoying themselves, but he could easily see that there was structure to them. Each one had about 100 fragmented sky gods, 6 false sky gods, and at least one true sky god. They were perfectly distributed into legions of their own, and probably designed to look unorganized when in reality they were ready for battle at any moment. If Ryu wanted, he felt that he probably had a pretty good chance of just immediately assassinating entire camps worth of the legions before they even realized that something was wrong. But he couldn't do that. At least not yet. Killing so many secretly would give their enemies something to grab onto, something to take advantage of. Who knows how they might spin that story? They might even use it as a chance to impugn upon Aika's reputation. If he wanted to kill covertly, he had to first establish that he had the ability to do so and the means. Only then would it be obvious who killed them and leave no room for judgment. But first, he needed to make a statement. The Raging Inferno sect and the Azure Lightning sect both had disciple structures that Ryu was intimately familiar with, as these structures seemed to be universal. Working, outer, inner, core, inheritor, and throne still existed in this world, although Serial had also warned him that it didn't come with the same sort of blanket protection due to the matters of faith wells. Then there were ranks of elders as well, and this was slightly different from what he was used to. Outer, inner, and core elders, then there were grand elders, one supreme elder, and then there was the patriarch. Usually, on the seventh heaven, a patriarch should be on the younger side and be about the equivalent strength of the core elders. If they were exceptionally talented, they would share strength with the grand elders. This was another reason why the prestige of the Radiant Star sect had taken such a hit as well. Aika was part of the older generation, there was no doubting that. Technically, her position should be that of Supreme Elder. But the problem was that she took on the quasi-role of matriarch as there was a huge gap between the younger and older generations. Inheritor disciples were the first line of defense when it came to gauging a sect or clan's future, but the next and more important line was their patriarch or matriarch. The fact that the Radiant Star sect's upper management was in such shambles went volumes toward describing public perception of them currently. For the seventh heaven, working disciples had to at least be in the Tao pedestal realm, though some talented individuals would be let in as squires of sorts ahead of time. Outer disciples had to be in the World Sea realm, and inner disciples, unless they were exceptionally talented, had to be in the fragmented Sky God realm. Core disciples were false sky gods, and inheritor disciples had to become true sky gods before the age of 1,000 years old. There were usually age gates at every step, or else one would fall to become elders. Outer, inner, and core elders were all one level above the expected sky god realm, meaning core elders were at least true sky gods. Grand elders were perfect sky gods, though some would be a level above at transcendent and omniscient as well, leaving their patriarchs at around the lower levels of that. Of course, one would not even dare to name a supreme elder unless they were at least a Tao lord on the seventh heaven. This was what made them all true seven-star sects. Whether it was the Raging Inferno, Azure Lightning, or Stalwart Sun sect, they were all true seven-star sects. Then how could they match up to Ica, whose sole existence made the Radiant Star sect an 8-star sect? The reason was, of course, the Fading Star sect, who was also an 8-star sect. So each of these legions has at least one core elder, followed up by a bunch of inner and core disciples, huh? Ryu chose one at random, not caring much as his aura flared up. In the atmosphere of joy and laughter, silence fell. As expected, these people looked casual, but they were all completely ready to throw everything away for the sake of battle. Several spiritual senses swept over immediately, but when they saw a masked young man wearing robes of white and sky blue, they couldn't help but frown. Why did a fragmented sky god dare to appear here? Chapter 15:19 Scum. Ryu strolled slowly. The land beneath his feet wasn't dry, nor could it be considered lush. It carried a brittle sort of consistency to it that gave way to softness the more weight you pressed down. The trees in the region had been cleared, and the ambience of nature was suppressed by the brazenness of these encampments. Walking forward so boldly as just a single person inevitably brought many eyes on him, even more so when his palms turned over and a twin pair of daggers appeared in them. He balanced the tip of one blade on a finger, spinning the other one on his palm. His steps never paused, but his silver runes began to appear around him with every time he took. The air seemed to grow stiller and stiller, the rustling of the leaves of the few sparse trees that did remain falling into silence as well. "It's been a long time," Ryu said softly. He didn't project his voice with chi, but the heavens seemed to resonate with him, carrying his vibrating tones ahead, as though it insisted that the world must hear him. The core elder in charge of this encampment narrowed his eyes. He could feel immediately that Ryu wasn't a normal fragmented sky god. But did it matter? He could be the greatest genius and still not be a match for a true sky god like him. But when he looked around, he found that more than half of his outer disciples were frozen, their momentum entirely crushed as though they had forgotten what kind of backing they had. The subtle hints of Ryu's Tao fused into the heavens themselves, bearing down on their psyches and ripping at their heartstrings. Every step he took felt like it echoed right through their chests, their blood flow slowing and their faces paling. Core Elder Briza was ranked 20,083rd amongst core elders. This middling rank was one that he was very proud of, and he wore that pride on his sleeve. Watching these disciples under him react in this way made his teeth itch with rage, but he forced himself to calm down. Reprimanding them would be a hit to morale, and he also couldn't attack Ryu directly or else Ica would have an excuse to make a move. A fragmented sky god dared to appear in their midst, and yet, despite having over 50 of the same rank on their side, they hardly dared to move? What kind of nonsense was this? Humph! Core Elder Briza stomped a foot that shook the earth. The boundaries of Ryu's Tao were rebuffed. This sort of subtle action wasn't enough to elicit the rage of higher-ups, and it was subtle enough that it couldn't be used to attack him. Kill him. Chapter 15:20 Living Hell. By this point, Ryu's arrival had caused quite a bit of commotion. Battles were actually quite frequent given the circumstances, but even then, a battle like Ryu's, where one person came to seek revenge, was completely unheard of. Several figures appeared on the sect walls of the Radiant Star sect, but their faces were colored in confusion. Because Ryu was wearing a mask, they didn't recognize him. Also, the Ryu they knew used great sword staffs, not daggers. In addition, those gorgeous silvery runes floating around him seemed to be a constitution of some sort, and this wasn't something Ryu had either. It didn't help that this person was in the Sky God realm either. Last time they had seen Ryu, he was in the lower World Sea realm. Even Selhira had spent more than a decade in the peak World Sea realm before breaking through, and Jojo had still yet to break through herself, though there was news that she would do so soon. The only thing that reminded them of Ryu was the arrogance and the white hair. But there were plenty of arrogant geniuses that overestimated themselves, and white hair was quite common when a sample size of the countless trillions was taken into account. Even Selhira had white hair, for example. Ika, Old Juan and the others appeared as well, but they were hidden within the clouds, frowns on their faces. Soon, however, Ika's eyes lit up. She had been under a lot of pressure recently. Technically, this entire matter was her fault. She thought that with her strength alone, she could change everything and turn the tides. If she had listened to Old Juan instead, and bided their time on the first heaven, slowly moving through the ranks over many years, they wouldn't be on such a back foot right now. But she was too eager. She wanted revenge. She wanted those that had killed her family and oppressed her for so many years to pay. And now, here they were, suffering because of her. The youths on the tower walls frowned, still not recognizing who was below. Their own prestige had taken quite a hit as well. They had come from all corners of the sixth heaven and they had quite some reputation themselves. But their losses after the complete heavenly path were heavy. The three strongest of them had almost died at the hands of Adlil. Bryanus, Rabion and Bruiser frowned. They had all broken into the fragmented sky god realm by now, and they were all on the sect walls, so everyone also knew that it couldn't be any one of them down there. So who was this person? And weren't they being too reckless? Even so, they were rendered speechless moments later. Ryu glided through the battlefield, his steps light. He seemed to be both using and not using absolute domain at the same time, although as though he had taken the skeleton of the technique and condensed it down to a simple handful of steps. Everywhere he passed, blood streamed down in a fine rain, and yet, not a single ounce of it touched him. The fury of Core Elder Briza was billowing forth. He was especially furious that his suppression wasn't working in the slightest. If this continued, all of their fragmented sky gods would inevitably fall. He looked toward the core disciples by his side and his gaze flashed with a dense light. Foreman, Zolda, you both go. Kill him swiftly and with impunity. Don't give him a second to even regret his decision. We don't need to make him bleed, we need to make him die. The male-female pair frowned when they heard these orders. They couldn't afford to offend a core elder, but they also didn't want to take the reputational hit that would come with attacking someone an entire realm below them. They were both false sky gods. What would they look like attacking a fragmented sky god who also seemed to be of the younger generation? It was only worse that Core Elder Briza was clearly asking them to attack together. However, when they felt Core Elder Briza's oppressive might, a cold sweat streamed down their backs and their gazes turned fierce. They didn't care about Ryu's life, they just cared about their reputations. Since there was no escaping, they just had to make it as savage and brutal a beating as possible so that no one could find fault with them. It was Ryu's fault for being stupid enough to attack an encampment with so many elites in it. Without a word, the two became a blur. A violent gust of wind was left in their wake. The air suddenly became superheated, their powerful streams of power creating a flash bang in the air. Ryu smiled. With his third perspective, honestly speaking, there was no such thing as moving faster than his eyes could see, even if his eyes weren't doing the seeing. The question was whether or not his body could keep up with his senses. Unfortunately for these two, they could. Ryu's aura changed and the oppressive might of a knife god descended. It felt bloody, violent, almost bestial in its construction. It was the aura of a man who would do whatever he needed to do to get the kill, even if he had to rip his target's throat out with nothing more than his teeth. Bang! Bang! Ryu blocked Foreman and Zolda, each with a single hand. With the latter being a master of palms, and the former one of fists, had they not had god treasures protecting their arms, they would have been sliced to pieces in that instant. Even so, the lingering blade lights around Ryu cut into their exposed skin, across their arms, their faces, and their legs. The silver runes around him grew agitated and seemed to call forth all the blade chi in the world, forming a quasi-domain that wanted to shred any foreign objects to pieces. In that single clash, the ground was littered with blade scars and blood began to leak from multiple wounds that appeared spontaneously across Foreman and Zelda's body. The eyes of the two false sky gods widened. A fragmented sky god had blocked their blow. Ryu shifted, sparkling lights of star chi manifesting around him. A mountain appeared to his back and a violently vibrating chi took shape. At the same time, The stars of absolute domain manifested, and the two were surrounded by both a gravity field and a domain that made them feel as though there was nowhere to run. They both roared, flames billowing from their body as they indiscriminately revealed their strength. So long as they burned everything within several dozen meters, how could Ryu possibly survive? The inferno rose like a spiraling tornado into the air, and the eyes of many widened. It all happened too fast. First Ryu had revealed himself to be a disciple of the Radiant Star sect, and then just died? Core Elder Briza sneered. It was less than perfect because Ryu had managed to block 2 strikes, but this was still the second best thing. He had a feeling that it would take 2 false sky gods to deal with Ryu. That was why he hadn't just sent one. That said, he was also trying to confirm something else, and that was whether Aika would use this as an excuse to take action. Luckily, it seemed that that answer was no. That made things much easier on him. At that moment, the flames dissipated and Briza's eyes practically popped out of his sockets. Ryu stood there, perfectly fine. There was a tiny flickering flame caught on the edge of his white and sky blue robes, but he kicked at it and it dissipated as well. The worst part, though, was that 2 headless corpses stood, their bodies about ready collapse. The raging Inferno sect members are rather weak, don't you think? Those flames couldn't even though make me sweat. Are you going to send more false sky gods at me? Or are you going to take action? Ryu asked with a smile. When the youths on the wall heard this voice, their eyes widened. How could they not recognize Ryu's voice? Briza's face turned completely red. This was the worst possible outcome. Oh, since you're not coming, I am. Ryu vanished, and when he appeared again, he was barely 10 meters from Core Elder Briza. This time, he no longer bothered to hide his space-time soul nature, directly stepping through space itself and appearing suddenly and majestically. His boldness made Briza's blood boil, but he couldn't even react in time as one of his disciples found their heads spinning in the air. Come on, you're too slow, old man. Try to keep up. Another false sky god's head spun into the air. Why are all these disciples so pathetic? I just broke through and I thought I could have a nice fight. Instead, it feels like I'm mowing weeds. Laughter began to ring out in the Radiant Star sect even as Briza roared with a billowing fury. Ryu chuckled and vanished merely when Briza lost his patience. He appeared high in the skies, sitting on a sword with his feet dangling as though he was just trying to enjoy the scenery. Tell you what, if you can make it up here without using a flying treasure, I'll hand my head to you on a silver platter. Briza had never been so enraged in his life. He was a core elder, he was revered, he was respected. When had a junior ever spoken to him like this before? He took a breath and forced him to calm down. A coward who hides his face and his name isn't worthy of my rage. You will die in due time. The words had been a bit shameless, but they were the only things he could say. Suddenly, Ryu's mask arrived flying at him. Fast. It carried an oppressive aura of a sword god, and it appeared before Briza in an instant. Briza snorted. What kind of joke was this? Was this supposed to scare him? He put a hand up to capture it casually, but then his expression changed. He clamped his fingers down merely a moment too late and it rolled up his palm, rebounding and slamming against his face. He took a step, then another step back, his eyes spitting fire as he glanced at the handsome man in the skies above. Ryu grinned, his charming smile akin to a second sun in the skies. At that moment, it was hard to think of him as anything but absolutely radiant. My name is Ryu Tatsuya, inheritor disciple of the Radiant Star sect. Remember my name well. Whether it's the Raging Inferno sect or the Azure Lightning sect, or any enemies that might come later, I'll be sure to make your lives a living hell. Chapter 1521 Wear and Glares. The aura of a fragmented sky god had never felt so oppressive before. Briza felt blood rushing to his head, but he froze when he caught sight of what was around him. Dead. They were all dead. His entire encampment of elite geniuses, they were all lying in a pool of their own blood. As though to add insult to injury, Ryu waved a hand and a mysterious power gripped them. They were torn to shreds as their godhoods were pulled out from their bodies. They quickly soared out of Core Elder Briza's reach before he could do anything. He wanted to take out a flying treasure, but he froze due to Ryu's previous words. The embarrassment stalled his attempt and his feet were practically rooted in place. Ryu smiled, waving a hand as he turned toward the Radiant Star sect. "Oh right, I almost forgot. I challenge every single fragmented sky god of the Raging Inferno sect. I will fight one battle every hour on the hour. Make sure to send your best. My hands are itchy. If you don't dare to, well, that's fine as well. I'll just kill them all from the shadows instead." Ryu's uproarious laughter seemed to finally unveil some of the shadows that shrouded the Radiant Star sect until this point. They felt like some of their frustration had finally been vented to a certain degree. "Senior Aika, I'm hungry," Ryu complained. Aika looked at Ryu, somewhat incredulously. The last time she had seen Ryu, he had already undergone his change. But back then, he learned about Ailsa and Yana soon afterward, not to mention entered the heavenly path and then disappeared, so she hadn't really had time to take note of it. But the Ryu of the past would have never asked her for anything, let alone said it in such a joking manner. That said, she vanished in a blink. Before Ryu could even properly react, she returned with a beast as large as a small hill. In fact, it exuded the aura of a transcended beast, leaving Ryu a bit speechless. "I was joking, you know?" "Well, I'm not," Aika harumphed. "Old Juan, get to cooking." This time it was Old Juan that was left without words. He was a dignified Tao Lord? When had he become this brat's personal chef? Even so, he too had no choice but to comply. "Where's Eska?" Ryu asked after a while. This question earned Ryu quite the glare, causing him to hold his hands up in mock surrender. He didn't expect that asking for his own concubine would lead to such a thing. "Don't you mean, where is Selhira?" No." Ryu experienced that Aika was really too amusing. Why would he ask about Selhira over his own woman? The last time he had spoken to Selhira, he had to put her in her place. He had allowed Selhira to take liberties with him for a while, and that wasn't because of her beauty, but rather because of how gentle and caring she was toward him. He had plenty of beauties around him, and he wouldn't blink an eye at needing to kill a few, let alone letting beauty alone sway his opinions. Well, in terms of being caring, all she had really done was lead him to restaurants, pay for him, and let him eat his fill. But that was enough to get into his good books. That said, being in his good books didn't mean that you could be as willful as you wanted. She ultimately wasn't his woman, and she also wasn't like May, who had risked her life for his sake on multiple occasions. In fact, he could tell at a glance that Selhira was hiding quite a bit from him. Yet, despite hiding so much from him, she anticipated too much. The way she acted, it was as though she could do nothing and he would eventually fall into her lap one way or another. He might be a man, but he wasn't so cheap. Aika's glare solidified, and a chuckle came from a nearby bush. Aika immediately picked up a rock and threw it hard. "Samson, you little shit." "Ah!" A scream came from the bush and Samson came rolling out, in a sorrier state than usual. Ryu laughed heartily, causing the three fellow sect brothers and sister to look at him as though they were observing a zoo animal. "Is that still Ryu?" Samson asked, his ass hanging over his head in an awkward position. "I'm still trying to figure it out," Old One muttered. "I think we should check if someone stole his body just in case." Aika followed. Ryu shielded his chest. "Senior Aika, please, some propriety. We should at least wait until our wedding night." Samson and Old Juan were stunned speechless until they started laughing so hard Old Juan fell out of his chair and Samson rolled over 3 more times. The earth shook and the mountains quaked beneath their laughter. They just couldn't believe it. Finally, someone could make fun of Aika and survive. Unfortunately, they would soon find out that laughing was a crime as well. Aika rushed forward as Old Juan was trying to stand and RKO'd his head into the ground. She rushed after Samson and picked him up by his ankle, flinging him into the distant mountain and leaving a human-shaped hole. Keep laughing, I dare you." But he still Old Juan tried to bring Ryu into this. But Aika silenced him again with a kick. Ryu chuckled, finding all of this amusing, but none more amusing than Aika's blushing face. Clearly, she recalled as well that she was technically promised to Ryu at this point, not that either of them took this seriously. Soon, Old Juan recovered, and the meal was completed. But as the three watched Ryu eat, Samson still stuck in the mountain kilometers away, they were stunned. They had thought that Aika's actions were overkill, as usual. But the more Ryu ate, the more they realized he actually had no intention of stopping anytime soon. This wasn't a normal transcended god-beast, it was a god-beast of the seventh heaven. The amount of energy concentrated within its body was tenfold that of a similarly leveled beast of the sixth heaven, and that might not be exaggerated enough. Simply put, there was a reason there was more wilderness than civilization on the seventh heaven. God-beasts were on a completely other level here. Aika vanished and fetched another transcended god-beast. She had to be somewhat careful with which ones she picked out since beasts were so strong on this heaven. If she was honest, these transcended god-beasts were on the weaker end of the spectrum. And yet, Ryu showed no signs of stopping. It wasn't until Ryu ate what must have been a dozen god-beasts that he finally displayed some sign of slowing down. Or so it seemed until Aika fetched forward an omniscient god-beast and he ate the whole thing as well. Ryu let out a satisfied sigh and smiled. He could finally feel his cells thrumming with energy. If before his body was equivalent to a lower false sky god, it was now equivalent to a peak false sky god. He realized he had to be more mindful in the future about his food, or else he would be weakening himself. Luckily, he had Aika with him to help him out with this. "So, Eska?" Ryu asked. "She waited for you for a while before she decided to go off on her own adventures. Unfortunately, she's also too powerful to take in as a disciple. She offered to help with our plight, but I informed her that it was best she do her own thing." Ryu nodded. This made sense somewhat. Eska and Icemine were transcendent sky gods. This was a bit too high for a new disciple. But couldn't they just pretend like she was hidden along with the rest? Ryu gazed toward Aika and understood. It seemed that this was a decision Aika had made on her own. She didn't want to put Ryu's life in danger, especially without his consent. He smiled lightly. "She'll come back, right?" "She should." Aika nodded. "Then she'll fight with us. You don't need to worry about how I feel about it. So long as she agrees, it'll all be fine." Aika's eyes brightened before they began to glare again. Eventually, Ryu gave in. "Where is Selhira?" "Selhira is also doing her best. From time to time I send her out of the encirclement, and she'll complete some feats on her own. None of the other disciples are strong enough to protect themselves the way she and you can. The fact you made it here speaks volumes. She will be back soon as well. For now, we are trying to hold on." Ryu smiled. "I'm not a fan of just holding on. I prefer to bite back." He stood to his feet, stretching. "It's about time we see how many fragmented sky gods they'll send." Chapter 1522 Angry. Ryu stepped out from the depths of the Radiant Star sect and took a seat on the edge of their tall walls. Looking down, he observed the situation, but the more he saw, the more amused he became. There was nothing going on. Send their fragmented geniuses after Ryu? Why? They were content to just sit by and wait. Would this make them look like cowards, maybe? But what would happen if they actually followed Ryu's orders? Wouldn't it make it look as though they were following the word of a mere fragmented sky god? Plus, their true geniuses weren't wasting their time in these encampments. Their cultivation momentum was precious. So most of the disciples below were just men and women who basically had no chance at reaching the pinnacle of the seventh heaven. Of course, that wasn't to say that they were useless. If they were, they would have never been allowed into the sect to begin with. In order to differentiate, the concept of cultivation momentum had to be explored. This was basically referring to how swiftly one could move through levels, how many bottlenecks they might face along the path, or if their energy accumulation would slow or speed up with time. When Ryu first entered the true martial world, he was much older than he should be given his cultivation realm, even by the first heaven standards. Now, he had firmly caught up, at least with the standards of the seventh heaven. He had yet to come across any bottlenecks either. However, the youths below were already mostly slowing down. Although it wasn't exaggerated, and most of them below would still become true sky gods at worst, it would take them many years to accomplish this feat. This was unlike the geniuses with momentum to likely become perfect sky gods or even transcendent sky gods. And definitely not like the youths with a small chance to become omniscient sky gods. As one could see, There was no percentage chance placed on becoming a Tao Lord because it was nigh impossible to predict. Many were hesitant even to claim that one would certainly become an omniscient sky god too. Only the greatest of geniuses on the level of Jojo and Selhira could be given such a label. But given the fact that Jojo had lagged behind in her breakthrough, one could see the trouble that being supremely talented brought you. Jojo wasn't like Selhira. She didn't have some secret lineage that was pressing her forward. She just occurred to have excellent comprehension abilities, and as such she was suffering the blow of her talent much more than Selhira was. This was all to say that the Raging Inferno sect had no inclination in calling back their true geniuses, and with those that remained here, they were even less likely to put themselves forth to be slaughtered by Ryu. Instead, Ryu noticed that their encampments, while they hadn't changed locations, seemed to have a larger flow of traffic to and from each other. At the same time, there were some encampments in the back that had suddenly gained an additional true sky god, whereas before each encampment only had one. Ryu grinned. This was exactly what he expected to happen, and it was also the game he wanted to play the most. Ryu's Tao, namely the dividing chaos half of it, was greatly suited to political warfare. The first time Ryu awakened it, he had had thoughts that he no longer even needed to hone his battle prowess. Just the existence of his Tao alone would be able to manipulate people on his own puppet strings. Of course, that wasn't in his personality, so he instead focused its intentions on reading and reacting to the flow of battle instead. But now he wasn't so inflexible. This sort of battle of faith, wasn't it precisely what dividing chaos was most suited to? He was going to have some fun. Ryu jumped off of the city walls. There were countless individuals observing him, and each was on high alert. Unfortunately for them, Ryu had already disappeared into the void. Because the highest cultivation present was of the true sky god realm, they couldn't even track him either. It was like he had truly vanished into thin air. Nothing seemed to happen for several hours. But then, the traffic between encampments seemed to slow and their core elders began to take some notice. They frowned and swept their spiritual senses around, not finding anything with any sort of immediacy. But then their eyes widened. Their numbers? Why were they so low all of a sudden? They stood to their feet, looking around, and yet still not sensing anything. Half a day later, Ryu appeared on the city walls again, sitting there as though nothing had happened, the same shit-eating grin on his face. I gave you all an opportunity, but it seemed you didn't cherish it. In that case, I'll make it quite simple for you all. For every quarter of an hour my challenge isn't accepted, I'll massacre another encampment. The core elders frowned for a moment and then scoffed. Did he think that? I knew you all might not believe me, so I seized it upon myself to buff up my resume a little bit. Ryu snapped his fingers, and at that moment, a dozen encampments suddenly went up in flames. The core elders in charge of them suddenly rushed out, looking haggard and beaten. Behind them, only a handful of core disciples managed to make it out, but in most of the dozen few, the core elder was the only one to survive. The expressions of the core elders were frighteningly ugly. Not only had their encampments been wiped out, but Ryu had even picked to use flames to do it. It was a complete and utter humiliation. You all look very angry, Ryu uttered in an understanding tone. Don't worry. So long as you comply, we can stop all of this from happening. Chapter 1523. Go to them. The core elders ignored Ryu, but they directly started to move their encampments, scanning the regions for more triggers. It was only when they couldn't find anything that they begrudgingly took the step, but seeing Ryu's smile, their level of discomfort was growing. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed, but the encampments had long since moved. They wanted to see if Ryu would still dare to be so. Boom! Another dozen encampments went up in flames. 2 explosions. 2 dozen encampments. Over 1,000 disciples were wiped out just like that. Ah, my mistake, Ryu said with an apologetic smile. I meant to only take out 1, but your movement ruined my formation triggers. I think you can only blame yourselves at this point. Many of the Radiant Star sect disciples had come to watch the show. After the first explosion, how could they not want to see what Ryu was up to? But now they just felt awe. What was happening? Well, time is ticking. Another quarter of an hour will pass quite quickly. I would suggest not moving, though. You might make it worse next time. How could the core elders listen to Ryu? They immediately moved the encampments again. This time, they even directly destroyed all of the core infrastructure. In their minds, Ryu had somehow tagged their encampments with the runes of his formation. If they purposely left behind some of the core structures, then Ryu's formation would be disrupted. Another quarter of an hour passed by. Another snap of his fingers. Another explosion. This time, 36 encampments directly went up in smoke. Ryu shrugged his shoulders. I tried to warn you. No one seems to want to listen to me when I tell the truth. Core Elder Briza was seeing the world in shades of red at this point. The Radiant Star Sect is truly shameless. What are you supposed to be? A mascot? Do you think anyone believes that a fragmented sky god can do as you've done? Ryu's smile didn't fade. His hand reached forward, and in that instant, a formation of twirling lights appeared around the Core Elder in the blink of an eye. Ryu snapped his fingers. Boom! Core Elder Briza shot out from the pillar of flames. His gaze even hotter than before, and his clothing charred black in a few locations. I'm disappointed. That's the second time I've been accused of something so ridiculous. I think that warrants punishment. Ryu snapped his fingers again, and this time 6 encampments went up in flames. You're such a bad person. Hope's laughter reached Ryu's ears again. She tried to restrain the honk portion of it, but it seemed that she was entirely unable to. No, I'm a very good person. Didn't I give them a chance? Ryu was using an offensive formation of the unbalanced art sect, Dozen Starblaze. In truth, it was easier to destroy these encampments in groups of a dozen than it was to destroy one at a time. The reason it didn't matter what they did was because Dozen Starblaze was a tracking formation that could be hidden within the void. And the reason Ryu had disappeared for half a day was because he had already set up the formation and attached it to every one of the encampments in the closest ring of encirclements. Honestly, only a fool would accuse the Ryu of relying on someone else. When the explosions happened, they clearly had his aura attached to them. But even so, he had to be cautious about letting narratives run wild. Ultimately, this wasn't just a war of who was right and wrong, it was also a war of public perception. And right now the Radiant Star Sect was mostly trapped and likely didn't have the information networks of their enemies. As such, whatever they did had to be perfect and without blemish, or else it could easily be twisted. Honestly speaking, Ryu didn't care about them suddenly bringing their geniuses for him to crush. The impact it would have on the general situation was limited for a few reasons. First, the battle would happen here if it happened at all, which meant that too few would actually witness it themselves. Of course, Ryu could use a method like recording and disseminating the information, which could work. Second, Ryu was just a fragmented sky god. Ultimately, it was hard for him to have a huge impact on the overall situation even if he crushed every fragmented sky god the Raging Inferno sect had. Ryu felt that the perfect realm for this battle was probably the perfect sky god realm. If he was at that level, he felt that just 3 months would be enough to crush their faith and leave them with nothing. Unfortunately, he was a long way from that and had to take a different route. This was nothing more than a precursor. Another quarter of an time passed, and he snapped his fingers again. Another portion passed, and he snapped them once again. The encampments were vanishing one after another, and Ryu played them like puppets on a string. Even when the core elders promised that they were contacting their geniuses, Ryu still snapped his fingers a third time, then a fourth, then a fifth. Eventually, the core elders could only look on in despair. The entire first encirclement had been wiped out. Tens of thousands of disciples, each with potential of their own, crushed before they could even rise. Ryu shook head. It seems the Raging Inferno sect and the Azure Lightning sect are formed of cowards. I'm very disappointed. We stated they were coming. Core Elder Briza roared. Do you think it's easy to travel across the 7th heaven? Ryu chuckled. I stated every portion hour, so it'll be every quarter hour. Do you desire to make me out to be a liar? Briza wanted to tear Ryu to shreds, but he barely had a hint of rationality left. If he stormed the walls, it wouldn't be an encirclement anymore, but an act of war. At that point, any one of the sect's experts could cut him down. Anyway, since your prodigies refuse to come to me, I'll go to them. Don't worry. I'll make sure to package up their corpses in a nice coffin and ship them right to your door. Ryu vanished again. This time, he would appear in the Radiant Star sect again for several weeks. But the news that came with his coming storm would make the likes of Briza shed tears of blood. Chapter 1524 What to Do? Ryu zipped through the void, his speed on another level than what he had displayed previously. As he did, he looked through his spatial devices and shook his head. He had been very good on the spatial ring front for quite a long time, but he suddenly felt that he wouldn't have that luxury for a while, not until he was able to rob some richer people than the disciples he had just killed. The Golden Moon world wasn't exactly that large to begin with, and its greatest strength could be said to be the fact it could house living things. However, in terms of size, it would be hard-pressed to be called a small ring in the seventh heaven. In addition, to make this matter worse, due to the suppression of the seventh heaven, the size of the world had actually shrunk considerably. Due to this, although Aika had slaughtered a lot of beasts for him to take on the road, the actual number he could keep was quite limited, and that was also taking into account leaving some space for the little woman. The good news was that the spatial device could at least survive. If it was any weaker, it might have collapsed entirely when he first stepped on the eighth heaven. But now he was in a bit of a bind. There were his eyes, of course, but how could he expose his heavenly pupils so easily? Of course, there was another problem he was facing too. Without Old Juan, how was he even supposed to be able to cook this meat? Felt like the world wanted him to starve. Let's go watch the situation. Ryu's figure continued to flash forward until he entered the range of the Raging Inferno sect. His eyes narrowed almost immediately. There was a veil around this region, and he had only just stepped through the outer ring. He wasn't found or anything, but he could feel that he was being monitored. He had a feeling if he traveled far enough into their territory, he might end up being branded and then surrounded from all sides. Ryu didn't believe that this was a formation the sect usually had activated. The sheer amount of god crystals it was likely taking to keep it active would be enough to make even a sect of this level hurt. That meant that they probably only put it up due to the ongoing war. In truth, Ryu didn't think that he could just stroll into a sect of this level even if he could enter the void. It wasn't like he was the only expert with this ability, and there was no way sects of this level who had enemies everywhere wouldn't have contingencies against it. Still, he had wanted to get a lay of the land and even make some plans for the future by understanding his enemies just a little bit better, but reality slapped him in the face. This will be more difficult than I thought. Do I have a way to counter this? Ryu went through the unbalanced art formations again and landed on one. But eventually he shook his head. The formation was called the Shadowless Trace Formation, and it was the only true hiding type formation among them. Well, the Sightless Eyes formation could also somewhat fall into this category, but its applications were a hint weirder, while Shadowless Trace was a pure concealment type. The problem with Shadowless Trace, though, was that much like the other unbalanced formations, it had weird requirements to trigger. Sightless Eyes required hyper-chi volatility. The more raging chi there was, the better it was at functioning. The Dozen Star Blaze formation required 12 highly specific and almost nebula points that would take a normal Ruin Master months to figure out, and it could only display its greatest power when unleashed in sets of 12. As for this Shadowless Trace formation, its requirement was less weird at first, but then became more weird the more you thought about it. Shadowless Trace's requirement was quite odd. Essentially, the larger the area the formation was placed around, the better the hiding would be. For one, this was completely backward. Any formation master knew that it was best to keep your hiding formations to as small an area as possible, as this was the best way to prevent flaws. The larger the area you were trying to conceal, the more chances there would be a defect because there was a larger area to cover. In addition, just logically, a hiding formation wasn't a defensive formation. Usually, most could just stroll right in unbeknownst to themselves. Obviously, then, the larger the area, the more likely someone would be to accidentally stumble into the area you were trying to conceal. Then, at that point, what would be the point? But the introduction to the formation was quite clear. Larger equaled better. There was no mincing words about it. Thus, the problem Ryu was facing was obvious. He obviously only needed the formation to cover himself, but if he used it on such a small scale, it wouldn't be strong enough to counter the Raging Inferno sect's detection formation. If he took a step back and threw out all forms of propriety, making a much larger formation than he needed, How would he sneak around to get a lay of the land? According to his calculations, he would need to make the formation at least 100 meters wide just to counter this outer ring of the formation. Assuming the formation got stronger the deeper you went, he might have to form one of several kilometers wide just to conceal himself. At that point, even if the shadowless trace formation was a defensive formation as well, he'd be screwed. Once the first person accidentally bumped into the barrier, he would be in an all-out struggle to keep his life. Ryu's figure vanished, and he stepped outside of the bounds of the sect's outer ring, his eyes narrowing. What to do? It seemed that he might have to just leave this place and try to find other methods. Chapter 1525 Shameless. Ryu sat in silence for a long while, his mind spinning with many thoughts. It seemed that he was unwilling to give up just yet, but all signs pointed toward this matter being impossible to deal with. Don't risk your life on something so stupid. Ryu's gaze suddenly flashed with a blinding light. He completely tuned out what the little woman was saying, his mind entering a slight state of enlightenment. Of course, this wasn't serendipity, but rather because he finally had his eyes back. He could slip into states of meditation whenever he wanted now, and his already insane comprehension abilities were touching upon an entirely new level. Yes, that can work. Ryu's fingers spasmed, and a soft cloud of cosmos fog took shape. He began to manipulate the clouds into the shape of an oddly twisted formation. Usually, formations were perfectly symmetrical and perfectly polygonal, meaning they tended to be shapes that were equal on all sides. Unbalanced formations were exactly that, unbalanced. This shadowless trace formation looked like someone had taken a cylinder, fixed the top and bottom, and then randomized all the points in between, turning it into an almost twisted tree of some sort. Ryu observed the formation for a while and then began to pour spatial chi into it. He seemed to be testing something. The longer his experiment went on, the brighter his gaze became. Perfect, I was correct. Ryu had suddenly had a flash of inspiration. One of the many skills of his bone structure was the ability to create his own personal warp on time. He hadn't used this ability much recently, mostly because he was constantly on alert toward a black hole trying to shred him to pieces, but it wasn't one he forgot. The capacity to distort time for yourself personally, and yet not suffer any loss in comprehension of the Tao, was absolutely huge. If Ryu wasn't the only one capable of this, he was probably among a very, very, very small elite few. Normally, when time was adjusted around cultivators, the laws around them would distort, making it impossible to meditate on the Tao without entering cultivation deviation. However, not only did Ryu not have this problem, he had his own personal system within his body, and because his meridians were connected to the entire chaos plane, there technically wasn't any limit placed on him aside from focus chi. This was an amazing ability, so amazing that Ryu completely forgot that his bone structure had been granted to him by the heavens not just due to a sudden comprehension of space, but also one of time as well. He had been so enamored with what his bone structure could do in the aspects of time that he completely neglected to check what it might be able to do with space. If he could create his own personal timeline where time was substantially quicker than the world around him, then why couldn't he create his own personal space, where space was much larger than the world around him? When he had this thought, he immediately created a formation out of his cosmos fog, and much like he did when he quickened time within himself or slowed it depending on one's perspective, he could change the space in and around himself to his own unique perspective as well. In addition, he wouldn't have to change his side at all to accomplish this. Ryu squeezed his fists and grinned. Then, his skin began to shine lightly as his bone structure took action. Within him, the space the formation took up became larger and larger. Ryu took a breath and exhaled. He had already come to understand that the reason this formation was better the larger the area was because it took strength from its size. It was likely anchored in the void and used aspects of space and time to fuel it. In addition, the more folds of complexity and reality that it had to take advantage of, the harder it was to see through it. Due to this odd coincidence, Ryu didn't have to apply any more energy than the cosmos fog he used up to give it substance and life. Chapter 1526 Inner Ring. Ryu tore through raging Inferno sect territory at an unprecedented speed. As a fragmented sky god, limited to such a speed, it would have taken him days to travel from one end of the sect to another. However, as a perfect sky god, It only took him a couple of minutes to leave the outer ring and enter the inner ring. This was a bit of a wake-up call for Ryu, not because he hadn't known the level of strength that acted as a gap between Sky God realms, but instead because it reminded him that even if this was a large distance to him, that didn't mean it was a large distance to others. If he was not careful enough, getting trapped in the core of this sect would be enough to end him. But wasn't that part of the fun? Ryu felt the formation shift again when he entered the inner core, as he had expected. It became more robust, more thorough. If he had stepped into this region as casually as he had stepped into the outer ring, he would have been found immediately and likely besieged from all sides. Thankfully, he was prepared this time. Now that he had entered the inner region of the sect, a bit of its character began to manifest. The earth was a red-hot crimson color that made it feel like you were stepping onto another planet. This color theme was well matched even by the leaves of the trees and the foliage of the vegetation below them, only slightly accented by muted colors like browns and blacks. He still couldn't see any sect walls, but he could sense that the elevation was actually descending, an interesting phenomena because sects and clans preferred elevation. Even the Radiant Star sect of the First Heaven had their core sect up in the clouds, and no one had batted an eye. Whether it was strategically or otherwise, it was odd to place your sect in a situation where it could be besieged by outside forces at such a disadvantage. Most sky gods couldn't fly, and that was especially on the seventh heaven. Even if you factored in flying treasures, most would choose to fight on the ground. How could a flying treasure allow you to display your fullest might? As a result, most of the benefits and disadvantages that mortal armies worried about, in terms of terrain advantages and anything of the like, were the same for sky gods as well, just on a much larger scale. Leonidas didn't believe that such a powerful sect would be so stupid, so he continued moving forward, slowly coming into contact with more and more people. As he did so, he was starting to understand, and he also felt he had begun to grasp why there were no walls either. The entire Raging Inferno sect was like a superheated sauna. The closer you got to the center, the more outrageous the temperatures became. Ryu could sense that if a person tried to use chi to stave off this heat and damage, it would take up a substantial amount. As much as half of your chi might be occupied by this fight alone before you even began your battle. Of course, those with strong fire inheritances like Ryu were relatively better off, but combating these fires and this heat in specific seemed to require a special sort of technique. How bold! Ryu thought to himself. Were they that confident in their technique that it was the only barrier between themselves and a full-out ground invasion? Well, other than their own military might, that is. Ryu had only just started to see members of the Raging Inferno sect. There were likely some members in the outer circle as well, but they had been too scattered for him to have a reasonable chance of coming across them. This was to say that this inner ring was where most disciples resided, even the working disciples. Yet they were able to thrive in this environment. Ryu stood for a moment, and then his silver runes adjusted. At that moment, the oppressive heat around him vanished and became part of his strength. Even so, he was still intrigued. For this heat domain to take the action of such a powerful talent of his to counter was absolutely astounding. For context, Ryu's current fire inheritance had improved along with his Dao. Thanks to the 8-trigram diagram, the improvement of his Daos and inheritances were always linked now. His fire inheritance wasn't by any stretch of the imagination normal either. It carried nature from the phoenixes and dragons, not to mention the odd white flame and even the origin flame that he had corralled now. Even if his internal matrix was disregarded, his fire inheritance should be untouchable to these working and outer disciples. He was confident in crushing even core disciples, let alone them. So how could they walk around while he couldn't? Soon Ryu found the answer. It wasn't a technique at all, or more accurately, it wasn't solely a technique. It was a token badge each of them wore. He pondered about stealing it, but Hope's voice immediately stopped him. It's not going to work, Dash. That's what you stated last time. And aren't I here now? Hope rolled her eyes. It's not the same. Those tokens are designed to self-destruct when anyone other than their owners touch them, let alone analyze them. No crafted treasure is infallible. That's true, but they don't have to be. The formation around them does. Ryu's eyes lit up with understanding. It seemed that these badges were just superfluous to the larger formation he was already inside. If he wanted to suppress their function, he'd have to suppress the entire large-scale formation. He continued to move, trying to see what else he could understand. Senior Sister Jojo is struggling with her breakthrough. That's what I heard. Lower your voice. Are you trying to die? We're in the outer sect. Who's listening? Ryu's steps came to a pause. Chapter 15:27 Childish. After hearing the conversation, Ryu got the gist of it, even though these working disciples had almost no details whatsoever. Everyone else of their generation had managed to break through, but Jojo hadn't. Whether it was Selhira, Ryikian, or Lightyear, three of the former so-called for immortal deities, they had taken that step already. In fact, after taking note of some other conversations, he learned that the four immortal deities title remained. It was just that Jojo had been replaced by Starlight, who had also recently broken through to the fragmented Sky God realm. The fact that even working disciples were aware of what was going on likely meant that Jojo was under quite some level of pressure. The immortal deity title was just something that those of similar stature had come up with when they were bored, and Faith didn't really fight back against it because those four were truly the most talented of their generation and several generations around them, especially Jojo and Selhira, Lightyear and Ryikian less so. Now, of course, Starlight was seen as having potential that could maybe even surpass Jojo and Selhira, ever since it was revealed that he had chaotic silk meridians. Ryu chuckled when he heard this. In the past, he might have been pissed off. But now that he knew the tiers of differentiation that came with having chaotic silk meridians, he was certain that even if Starlight had the backing of a Tao sovereign, the likelihood that his meridians were on the same level as his own was slim to none. Plus, he had been able to deduce something else. Transplanting talents was never easy. You would almost certainly lose some aspects of its efficacy. Although some would be skillful enough to mitigate these losses and turn them to zero in some cases, for something as complex as meridians that spanned every nook and cranny of your body, such a perfect method simply didn't exist. Whether it was because his vessel was lacking in comparison to Ryu's, or because the transplant wasn't 100% perfect, Starlight would be inferior to him in both aspects. Still, Ryu was a bit envious. Because Starlight had the backing of the Tao Sovereign of the Fading Star Sect and was also now the true disciple of the Chaotic Space Tao Sovereign, an elite of the Eighth Heaven, he could boldly proclaim the existence of his chaotic silk meridians, and only the most insane would blink their eyes with greed. Of course, he had a second layer of protection as well. Anyone who was knowledgeable enough to know how to steal meridians wouldn't believe that Starlight had only just chosen to reveal his meridians. They would likely deduce that he had had them transplanted. Transplanting a talent once was hard enough. Doing it twice after it had already been stolen once was impossible. Ironically, because of his theft, Starlight was mostly safe from greedy eyes. Ryu chuckled, shaking his head. Unfortunately, eyes were much easier to transplant. Some sects even kept heavenly pupils for several generations, passing them from inheritor-disciple to inheritor-disciple. Ryu had only just learned of this through hope, and it really made him at a loss for words. These greater powers of the true martial world were truly as shameless as they came. The land beneath Ryu changed and the sloping land became more obvious. From time to time, pools of lava would form. If they were replaced with normal water ponds, the region would look like quite a beautiful Zen garden. But now, it had an exotic and even somewhat sinister edge to it. Ryu sensed the formation around him transformation again, and it became deeper and more resounding. The formation scanned over his region 3 times, seemingly sensing some sort of anomaly. But after finding nothing, it relaxed again. It's actually so sharp. Ryu nodded to himself, took note of this, and continued moving. Finally, he was beginning to see more substantial buildings. They seemed carved out of obsidian, but the cuts in them were absolutely perfect. They didn't have the jagged and somewhat janky character of obsidian constructions at all, and were rather examples of gorgeous architecture, reflecting the red golds of the lava pools around them. Ryu sensed something interesting and flashed forward. One of these constructs was much bigger than the others, but it was also the bleakest. Jojo, you need to stop being so stubborn. This is the last time I will advise you. I've already explained. Jojo replied with a firm tone. It's been too long, Jojo. The tone of the man was beginning to become exasperated. It was clear that he was only a few seconds away from losing his temper completely. It's only been 3 years since I returned from the complete heavenly path. What is that kind of time worth? So what if it's harder for me to break through than others? That just means my path is more worth walking. The more you all harass me like this, the harder it is for me to calm my mind and break through. Then you want to complain about me not doing so fast enough. Do you not find that ironic? Watch your tone, young lady. The voice boomed and the pressure of an omniscient sky god nearly flattened Ryu. But he managed to stabilize himself. This was trouble. If this person scanned the region, he couldn't guarantee that he could escape detection. Fooling such a large formation was one thing. Fooling the eyes of such a high-level sky god was a completely separate matter entirely. I have been watching my tone. I've been watching my tone for too long. You all have never wanted me to be the face of the raging Inferno sect. You've always wanted me to fall head over heels for that useless twerp with the face of a woman dash. That's your senior brother you're talking about. Oh, now he's my senior brother? I could have sworn he was my husband by the way all of you talk about him. That's enough. The man had truly had it up to here. If not for how much he appreciated JoJo's talent, he would never allow a mere World Sea Realm expert to talk to him in this way. You have 3 days. In 3 days, I want to see that you have abandoned that sword god aura and that you've broken into the fragmented sky god realm. If not, I will ignore all of your wishes and marry you to Ragash and allow him to benefit from your primordial een and constitution. We are in the middle of a battle of faith. Every day you don't break through is another hit on us, especially since news that the inheritor disciple of the Radiant Star sect has returned and he is exceptionally powerful among those of his level. So you want to ruin my future just to get some bonus points from people who don't matter. JoJo, you are not a child anymore. Following the path to sword godhood would be something that you would have to abandon eventually regardless. We let you indulge in your fantasies only because it didn't matter much at the time, but now we can't allow it anymore. It's your choice. Either you can become a legend on your own and find a husband worthy of you in the 8th heaven, or I will slap a piece of cow dung on your flower and use you to elevate Ragash instead. Chapter 1528. Interesting. Ryu stood in complete silence, not moving an inch as the omniscient sky god disappeared into the distance. If he was just a little bit more careless, or the omniscient sky god was just a little less enraged, he knew that he could have easily been discovered. He hadn't expected to run into such a powerful being so far from the true core of the sect, but he had never been known for his good luck anyway. Luckily, he had managed to stay safe from detection or else he would really be screwed. He was under no illusions that a formation that he could set up as a fragmented sky god could fool the eyes of someone just a step away from Tao lordship. After staying silent for a while, though, and pulling away some of his mental faculties from his fight or flight senses, Ryu's gaze flickered. This was an opportunity. Of course, he wasn't thinking about something as simple as bringing JoJo over to his side. With him and Selhira, the sect had more than enough powerful fragmented sky gods. Plus, even if JoJo broke through and managed to keep her sword godhood, he didn't believe for a second that she could last even a single round against him. Of course, that was a bit arrogant. JoJo's understanding of sword god aura had always been exceptional, and he had learned quite a bit just from his short battle with her. There was no doubt that she knew and understood many more things that she hadn't shown, and likely also had other hidden talents that he hadn't taken into account. For the sake of being reasonable, if he didn't use his heavenly pupils, he gave her maybe a 40% chance of beating him. If he was in a circumstance where he could, though, she simply wouldn't stand a chance. Even so, he didn't give a damn about JoJo's individual power. What was important here was the symbolism, namely what she meant to the raging Inferno sect. From the short conversation, Ryu could tell that JoJo was an important piece that they put quite a bit of importance on. Even in this outer sect, she was treated like a queen, and they had even sent an omniscient sky god to speak to her personally. In Ryu's opinion, although the sect had no way to guarantee that JoJo would ever become an omniscient sky god, let alone a Tao Lord among their current younger generation, they had likely decided that she definitely had the best chance. Unfortunately, JoJo was stubborn and was unwilling to give up her sword god aura. The sword was one of the, if not the most popular weapons of choice. The amount of fate and karmic strings pulling on this Tao were astronomical. Even for Ryu, back when he was trying to dual-wield spears, glaives, and halberds, it felt like he was swimming against the tide of the world, let alone Jojo, who didn't have the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. Of course, Jojo's job was also easier than his. Ryu had been trying to use those polearm weapons in a fashion they had never been used before, while Jojo was just trying to carve out a path that slightly deviated and could be considered her own. These were two matters of strikingly different levels of difficulty, but that didn't take away from how tall the hill before Jojo was. If she gave up her sword god aura now, she would still be an excellent swordmaster, and she would be able to enter the sky god realm as one of the most powerful juniors on the seventh heaven. However, to her it wasn't enough. She felt she deserved to be on a higher world stage. She wasn't even satisfied with the eighth heaven. Her sword was one that deserved to be pierced through the highest hill there was. Long after the omniscient sky god had left, she sat there, clenching her fists. The fire in her eyes hadn't disappeared at all and only seemed to be burning brighter and brighter, almost as though it was being sharpened, grinding along a whetstone again and again. Chapter 1529 In-Name Master. Ryu had learned several bits of important information. Firstly, Ragash was a true sky god. This was a bit troublesome, but it also made sense. They wouldn't be sacrificing someone as talented as Jojo at the altar of politics if he wasn't at least this good. Ragash was among the older guard of geniuses in the seventh heaven. If not for the matters of the convergence and the fact he was born too early, he would be among the so-called immortal deities as well. There were many geniuses just like Ragash, and it reminded Ryu that he was just at the bottom of the sky god barrel right now. The world was much deeper than a mere Lightyear or Reikian. Even Adlil wasn't enough to represent all that was truly out there. Unfortunately, this made his initial plan difficult. He knew how much Lightyear loved Jojo. If he found out that Jojo was getting married to someone else right from under his nose, he might be impulsive enough, especially under Ryu's goading, to lay down a gauntlet even given the current circumstances. But Lightyear wasn't Ryu. He couldn't just challenge someone 2 god realms above him. In fact, Lightyear would already be considered to be at the absolute pinnacle of geniuses if he, as a lower fragmented sky god, could battle evenly with a middle fragmented sky god. This unfortunate reality made this plan useless. It would have been nice to pit these two sects at each other, though, especially since they were the two surrounding the Radiant Star sect currently. Even so, that didn't mean that Ryu was helpless. The second thing Ryu learned was that Jojo was actually an orphan. The omniscient sky god wasn't her family member but was rather her in-name master. An in-name master was a novel concept to Ryu as he hadn't heard of it before. Usually, he heard of in-name disciples, but this reversed the situation. Still, it seemed to be common on the higher heavens. Essentially, Jojo was marked as someone with great talent, but a Tao Lord wouldn't take in just anyone as a disciple. Wouldn't it be a waste of time if they raised a child up from the awakening realm and then they were unable to step into godhood? Due to this, Tao Lords would usually set up an in-name master for youths they felt had good potential. In fact, the fact that Jojo's in-name master was already an omniscient sky god before she even became a sky god just went to show the value they placed on her. Then, once Jojo showed the same level of potential in the sky god realm and managed to become a true sky god within a certain frame of time, she would be accepted as an in-name disciple to the Tao Lord. If she managed to continue showing this potential and became a perfect sky god within a properly sufficient time frame, then she would finally become a direct disciple and receive the full guidance of a Tao Lord. After some bad news, this was actually good news for Ryu. The trouble if Jojo had family in the sect was that she would be likely to feel warmth even when all she received was cold in return. There would have been many times in her life that she was reminded that she was an orphan, even if a true blood-bonded child would have been treated the same way. This situation was the perfect example. Even if Jojo had been the daughter of the Tao Lord, she might have been treated the same way anyway. After all, this battle of faith was far too important. The eyes of the Raging Inferno sect weren't just on the trouble the Radiant Star sect could bring, but also their allies. The world of cultivation worked on benefits. Only a naive person would believe that the Raging Inferno sect would be shielded by their allies if their faith suddenly took a huge hit. It was more likely that the Azure Lightning sect, the Stalwart Sun sect, and the Fading Star sect would divide them up between themselves instead. This is why it was so important to the Raging Inferno sect that Jojo get her act together. Everyone else of the immortal deities had already broken through, and Starlight had even though somewhat replaced her in the public eye. If she lagged behind any further, people would take notice. In usual times, this could be ignored for a while. After all, cultivation was a marathon, not a sprint. But in a battle of faith, every little change could dictate millennia or even more worth of consequences. That's what made this all the more perfect. The plan was almost solid in Ryu's mind, but he yet needed to make sure he had covered all his bases. So he changed direction and began to make his way toward the Azure Lightning sect as he slowly recovered his stamina. He couldn't use Lightyear in the manner he originally hoped, but that didn't mean that he was entirely useless. In fact, the fact he was so weak just may be an asset. Days later, Ryu entered the Azure Lightning sect and began to look around. He slowly gathered his information, though it was a bit harder. Jojo had yet been near the outskirts of the sect, but because Lightyear had broken through in grand fashion, his status had only been elevated. One would have thought he was a core disciple, but Ryu yet managed well. At the very least, there were no random omniscient sky gods running around here. Perfect, he thought to himself. As Ryu was yet within the Azure Lightning sect, the final bits of patience the Raging Inferno sect had with Jojo seemed to have run out. While Ryu was gone, she had indeed attempted to make an escape, but it was handily thwarted. Not only was the security around her unceremoniously tightened, but news of an announcement of marriage came down soon after. Chapter 1530 Annoying. Hours later, Ryu pulled away from the Azure Lightning sect. His gaze flickered. It wasn't with seriousness. It was instead with an amused light. This was more fun than he had ever given it credit for, and thinking about what he was going to do made him want to keel over with laughter already. What he learned from the sect was about what he expected. Lightyear was still in the lower fragmented sky god realm, so there weren't any sudden great boons that would make him a match for Ragash, but Ryu had already known this. It was also impossible to expect Ragash to lower his cultivation to battle Lightyear. The difference in Tao wouldn't disappear, and that would have an impact on battle sense and experience that Lightyear would know he couldn't overcome. Simply put, it was foolish to try to put them head to head, at least physically. Ryu slipped back into the Raging Inferno sect. At the same time, he had the little woman concoct him a few more focus pills. These pills had been a great savior to Ryu in these past few years, and it seemed like they would have to come in handy again. When Ryu made it back to Jojo's living quarters, he shook his head. This woman is truly annoying. The security had been tightened considerably. The only silver lining was that since Jojo was only in the world's sea realm, the guards they had left to monitor her were only in the fragmented sky god realm, so slipping by them was easy enough. The main problem was who else might be watching. Even though they weren't present, that didn't mean they were there. There hadn't been anyone monitoring Jojo so closely before her first attempt at escape. But hadn't it failed anyway? That meant that there was likely someone much more powerful who would sweep their spiritual sense by this region from time to time. That would make things more difficult on Ryu, but he had already made his choice. First, he waited. Ryu was patient, the tranquility in his eyes not fading even as the minutes ticked by. Then it came. A sweep of spiritual sense passed by the region. Ryu, who was a distance away, just barely managed to snag a corner of it. Okay, at least it wasn't the omniscient sky god, I think. Ryu wasn't entirely familiar with the sky god realms yet. According to the strength of that spiritual sense, it came from a true sky god, but for all he knew there was an omniscient sky god out there with such a weak soul. Of course, he knew this was ridiculous, but he made a mental note to investigate this more in the future as he shot forward, slipping past the fragmented sky gods and appearing in Jojo's living quarters. He shook his head. The woman still seemed calmed, so he could only praise her mental state. The problem was that she was also chained. Well, one of her ankles was chained, and the length of the chain gave her the free rein to move hundreds of meters in any given direction. On top of that, it was quite thin and light, but Ryu knew better than to underestimate it just because of that. "Stupid woman," he mumbled under his breath. "Had you waited a little bit, this would have been far easier." Jojo couldn't hear Ryu at all, but she still frowned, looking around. "How sharp," Ryu chuckled. He could hide from this large-scale formation, but this woman was actually sensitive enough to feel that something was off. Ryu refocused his attention on the chain, analyzing it for a long while. It wasn't too powerful, just a false god treasure. After all, they wouldn't need to spend anything more on someone who had even entered the fragmented realm. However, for Ryu it was still difficult to deal with. Treasures were obviously far more durable than living beings. Ryu was as strong as a peak false sky god in body, at least to 7th heaven standards, but he would have to be at a true sky god level to be strong enough to shatter a treasure at that level. Plus, if he wanted to break this chain without also causing a commotion, he would probably have to be comparable to a middle or even higher true sky god. That's the only way he could do it with enough ease that it would be clean and quick. Seems I can only use Earth Gate again, Ryu mumbled to himself. Having practically no limits on using this ability was truly convenient. But first he had to accomplish something else. After knowing JoJo's exact situation, he slipped away again, moving around the sect. As expected, he didn't hear talks of marriage even a single time. It seemed that the sect hadn't released the information just yet. Ryu smiled. What a shame. Why don't I help out with that? So that was what he did. He set off and spread the news. It wasn't that the Raging Inferno sect was planning to keep this a secret. After all, the less sudden this matter was, the better chance they'd have at it not impacting their fate. If a sect suddenly forced one of their most promising disciples into a marriage, wouldn't it be a blow to their reputation? Ryu was just helping them along. After he was done, Ryu departed the sect again and came back to the Azure Lightning sect, then began to distribute the news. By this point, the news had the Raging Inferno sect in an uproar, and even the elders were confused as to how this matter had distributed so quickly. But they allowed it. After all, this was only helping them out. The news spread far enough that it entered the hearing of various data networks even before Ryu came back to the Azure Lightning sect and began spreading it again. However, Ryu still felt that this wasn't enough, so he departed the range of both sects and even went to Stalwart Sun sect and the Fading Star sect. Chapter 1531, The Fire of Youth. Ryu ended up not entering the Fading Star sect. The risk-to-reward ratio wasn't worth it, and he felt a great sense of danger just standing in its outskirts. But his excursion to the Stalwart Sun sect went just as well as the previous two. By the time he was ready to return, over a month had passed, and the news had well and truly spread across the 7th heaven. Lightyear sat with a dark expression on his face. His mood had been particularly volatile in the last several weeks. Everyone knew why, so no one dared to ask. Flashes of lightning sparked in his azure hair and eyes. He crushed the glass in his hands, sweat beating down his body. At the moment, he was more than half naked, having just ended a training session that lasted an entire 3 days. His body was only a few more rounds from giving out completely, so he had tried to take a seat and relax. But the moment his body came down from the brink, he was infuriated again. Again, he growled. If he was already a Tao Lord, who the hell would dare to touch his woman? Who didn't know that he had been in love with JoJo since they were children? Even though they were the scions of two different sects, it wasn't like the Raging Inferno and Azure Lightning sects were in disharmony. They hadn't warred in generations, and there was still a good chance that he could take her as a wife. It might even be a good thing bringing the two sects closer together. He didn't realize until now that those elders that always smiled to his face were likely laughing behind his back at his childish naivete. Those same elders that had encouraged him to pursue her were also the same elders who didn't even accept his meetings now. They all understood what he would ask, and they didn't even want to entertain it. Who would antagonize another sect now for no reason? In fact, although it wasn't as blatant as with JoJo, he was under house arrest as well. Unlike JoJo, he had broken into the fragmented Sky God realm, and his fame had soared. He was already a large part of the face of the Azure Lightning sect before, but now he was completely on another level. The humiliation he suffered at Ryu's hands had been a huge driving force for him, and he managed to advance with his Tao only falling a small realm. As a sky god with a middle hegemonic Tao, his importance was too great. They knew how he felt, and all his attempts to inquire for an audience only further proved that. Even though he couldn't see it, he knew he was being monitored, and it only infuriated him more. "Fuck!" he roared. He returned to the Sea of Lightning, throwing the shards of broken glass in his hands so hard that they exploded before the rock surface and dug out a huge trench in them. He began to throw fists and punches. I swear on my life, true God Ragash, one day I'll show you the fury of the heavens. His fists became faster and faster. His body cracked beneath the pressure of the lightning, but he didn't seem to have noticed at all. Fury, rage, determination, it fueled his lightning like an inferno. Bang, 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 bang. Ryu grinned to himself, rotating a bulb in his palm. Most of Lightyear's anger was his own, but that only made it easier for Ryu to push some buttons. He seems on the verge of a breakthrough, though, Ryu chuckled. I guess he's not too bad. Though Ryu could ruin the breakthrough, he didn't bother to. In fact, the more powerful Lightyear was, even though he would still be no match for Ragash, it would still make things easier on him. Ryu had helped Ica advance in her Tao back on the first heaven. He had also caused the Tao of others to collapse several times before, including Adlal's brother. Lightyear should be thankful, even though Ryu was going to make him even more furious very soon. As for the orb in Ryu's hands, it had recorded Lightyear's words of fury. It had taken Ryu 3 days before he finally got something decent, but the wait was worth it. Ryu turned and left with swift steps. When he was just a moment away from leaving the Azure Lightning sect completely, he sensed it. He looked back and grinned. Lightyear had actually accomplished something quite rare. His Tao had improved after entering the Sky God realm. That sort of commotion would definitely be experienced by the Sky Gods of the sect, and the importance they placed on Lightyear would rise again. Who knew, maybe they might entertain his requests now. Ryu didn't absolutely need it, but if they did, it would make him laugh like a madman. Ryu covertly passed the recording off to an information network. There were very few who would dare to take this sort of hot potato on, but he picked well. How could he have not done his research? Soon, information about Lightyear's fury spread, and yet instead of reprimanding their disciple, the patriarch of the Azure Lightning sect only chuckled and voiced it was just the fire of youth. Even if Lightyear hadn't broken through, this would have likely been the response. But after he had, forming a peak hegemonic Tao, something only the current patriarch and supreme elder of the Azure Lightning sect had, he was even more important. The sect wouldn't allow anyone to tarnish him. In fact, they started to promote Lightyear's breakthrough. While in the middle of a battle of faith, this would be an enormous boon for them. It was when this commotion was reaching a true fever pitch that Ryu snuck back into the raging Inferno sect, slipping into JoJo's abode once again. After sifting through her things, he found several examples of her handwriting. With swift movements of his wrist, he copied every stroke perfectly, even mimicking her sword god aura. Then, he slipped this to a random working disciple and appeared before JoJo. Earth Gate, open. Chapter 1532 Guilty Pleasure. When JoJo saw Ryu suddenly appear before her, she was at a loss for words. In truth, she didn't think about this man too often in the last several years, but that was mostly because she was dealing with her own difficult issues clearly. However, that wasn't to say that she didn't think about him at all. At the very least, she recognized him immediately, and that only made her all the more stunned. Ryu grinned, clutching the chains that held her down. What are you, Dash? Ryu grunted and the chain bowed and flexed. With Earth Gate, he could choose one aspect of himself to progress a great deal. In the past, this used to be done by a measurement of years. For example, back in Sacrum, he could force a progression of 100 years or so when he first unlocked this ability. But as he progressed, he gained the ability to instantly improve thousands of years, or trillions during his final battle with the martial gods. However, now it was no longer like that. After his mutation, it wasn't a matter of years, but he seemed to be able to take an entire step up in realm. As such, though his current strength was at the peak of the false sky god realm at a 7th heaven standard, if he used Earthgate to increase his pure physical strength, he could reach the true sky god realm. Bang! The chains finally couldn't handle it any longer and snapped under his pressure, causing JoJo's eyes to widen like saucers. What the hell had she just seen? She had to be seeing things. None of this was real. That was right. She was still dreaming. Somehow, even though it had been months since the last time she slept, it just didn't make any sense for Ryu to be so strong. He had no business being able to display that kind of... She was hauled over his shoulder. All right, be obedient. JoJo was stunned. When had she ever been treated like this? You put me down. Ryu patted her but so hard that her thick armor cracked. Spout any more foolishness and I'll expose that flat chest of yours. Jojo froze. Ryu erupted into a fit of laughter. I mean, seriously, what were you thinking? If you really got married one day and your husband noticed what you've been hiding all this time, he'd return to sender. Jojo's surprise immediately turned to rage. How dare you say that to me? She beat at his back with her fists, hoping to at least draw blood. But what chance did a World Sea Realm expert have of harming Ryu's body? In fact, he felt it was a subpar massage because it couldn't get deep enough. Even so, he only laughed harder. Okay. I apologize, my little flat-chested princess. Let me be your knight in shining armor and take you out here. Suddenly, Ryu changed her position in his arms and picked her up like a true princess. Then he shot through the roof. Jojo's eyes bulged again. She thought that Ryu had a method of escape, that he was ready and prepared to help her out of here. And though she hated him, she was hoping that this was true as well. But was he just trying to get her killed? All of the disciples in the surroundings looked over, only to find their goddess being swept off her feet by another man. Jojo's face was slightly red from all the rage and yelling she had just been doing, and now her expression was completely stunned. Unfortunately, without the context, she just looked like a young maiden in love. Since when could the likes of the Raging Inferno sect or Lightyear steal my Ryu Tatsuya's woman? Ryu's laughter echoed with a boom as Jojo's home collapsed. What no one seemed to notice until it was too late was that the home fell with such perfection that it looked like it had been detonated. And right then, beneath this oddly perfect detonation, a hidden formation sparkled to life. Several powerful auras swept forward all at once. Looks like I've overstayed my welcome, Ryu chuckled to himself. In these last several weeks, he had visited Jojo many times. The problem of escape had always remained as such, a problem. He needed a method to get out of here swiftly, far enough that it was impossible for them to lock onto him in a short time. It seemed like a simple case of throwing Jojo into the Golden Moon world and making out like a bandit, but how could things be that easy? Even at his fastest speed, it would take him hours to make it out of the sect's territory. In that time, the elders of the sect could choose to do a great many things. For one, they could exchange more chi stones or god crystals rather to raise the formation of the outer ring to the same level as the core regions. If that happened, it would take even more stamina for Ryu to remain hidden and he might be exposed before he left. Once even a transcendent sky god managed to secure onto him, it would pretty much be over. He wouldn't be fast enough to escape such an existence, and they'd also be able to break into the void to target him directly. And this was just the simplest thing they could do. Ryu's best bet to survive was to create a large-scale formation that could teleport him out of the sect in an instant. But where would he hide such a thing? It would need to be close to Jojo's home, but since a high-level sky god was constantly sweeping their senses over here, how could he hide such a thing from their eyes? So Ryu had to take a different approach. Every time he came, he built the formation in pieces, displacing its sections into a three-dimensional structure that wouldn't become a proper two-dimensional formation until Jojo's abode collapsed. It was quite genius, if he did say so himself. And it most definitely wasn't Hope's idea. Definitely not. The best part about this method, though, was that with the high-level materials Jojo's house was formed of, much of the resources needed were literally built in. Couldn't have been more perfect. Ryu quickly descended as the formation took root, and by the time the first powerful aura came over the horizon. Boom! Ryu, the house and Jojo vanished just as the sky god crashed down. His gaze burning with fury. Get the formation masters here, now! He bellowed. I want to know where this formation went immediately, and I also want to know why such a large-scale formation wasn't observed in the first place. The man was the very same omniscient sky god. He had originally not planned to move as it was beneath him, but he felt that whoever could come to cause trouble here couldn't possibly be so foolish. So he made a move. The good news was that he was correct. The bad news was that it didn't matter that he had come. Ryu and Jojo appeared in the depths of the forest and Ryu went back to hauling her over his shoulder. He had only said those words to piss off the sex. He had no intention of actually taking JoJo as his woman. This woman had the same problem as Selhira. Actually, that was a bit unfair, given that Selhira actually seemed to like him. The problem was the entitled brat issue. Just look at her. She was a World Sea Realm expert, but she was still kicking and screaming like he couldn't snap her out of existence with a finger. She was lucky that she was still useful for some things. Ryu put her down. All right, take all that annoying armor off. If we're going to go on a date, I'm going to need you to look the part. JoJo's eyeballs practically bulged out of their sockets. Who do you consider your dash? No. Ryu's playfulness vanished. Who do you consider you're talking to? The pressure of a sky god descended from all sides and JoJo felt her knees turn weak. She almost directly collapsed, but the defiance in her eyes didn't change as she grit her teeth. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Do you consider I'm afraid of you? Ryu's pressure vanished and he chuckled. He had seen this woman withstand the pressure of her sect and not shed a single tear. Even now, she was defiant. Maybe he was being unfair by calling her a brat. If it wasn't for the fact she liked to pretend to have towering breasts, she might be quite similar to Ryu. The difference, though, of course, was that Ryu didn't have such insecurities. Ryu raised his fingers up and with a snap, JoJo's armor shattered to pieces. She screeched, covering her body. What are you screaming about, woman? You're wearing a full bodysuit. Watching JoJo covering her chest when she was clearly covered up left Ryu without words. How could this woman be so confident and yet unconfident at the same time? She needed to be studied. Just rape me and get it over with, JoJo growled, standing in a half stance between wanting to cover her chest and not wanting to appear so fragile. Who wants to rape such a flat-chested woman? Ryu snorted. Here, put this on. Go change. And obviously, don't be stupid enough to try and run from me. Ryu threw a dress at JoJo. What is this for? JoJo looked at the dress with disgust. Didn't you hear me? We're going on a date. JoJo grit her teeth, but seemed to realize she didn't have a choice and went off to do as she was told. Watching her walk away in that skin-tight bodysuit, Ryu shook his head. JoJo wasn't truly flat-chested, they were just a bit small. But there was nothing small at all about that hips and that swaying. Ryu refocused himself. This was all a necessity, he nodded to himself. This wasn't for his own guilty pleasure at all. Erdiel's note, holidays. Yeah, so I won't be available for the coming days. That means no chapters. We'll release them when I'm available again. Merry Christmas. Chapter 1533 Breather. Well, don't you look decent? Ryu said with a smile. JoJo was truly a beauty, and a unique one after that. Her hair didn't even look like hair. It instead flowed like a raging sea of purple-red flames. Her eyebrows were the same, seeming both quite sharp and a bit thicker than what one would expect on a woman, but it just worked perfectly for her. Her features were a little fierce, but that had little to do with her looking like a man, and much more to do with her abrasive personality. Now that she was being forced to wear a dress, one of flowing black that matched her quite perfectly, it took some of her edge off and it made it far easier to appreciate her. Now, instead of looking like a delicate bobblehead slapped onto a body much larger than itself, something that was the usual for JoJo when she wore her oversized rose gold armor, she looked like a real woman with all of her proportions in the right place. Despite lacking the charm and perfection of a sky god, Ryu couldn't deny that she was an exceptional beauty. If she managed to maintain her sword god aura and entered the sky god realm on top of that, she would easily be among the most beautiful women Ryu knew. Still, he preferred his Eska. Everything about her was perfect, and she was also the type of woman he liked the most. It was also quite easy for her to outclass JoJo since she was well into the sky god realms by now. He sighed inwardly, his thoughts drifting to Ailsa and Yana. He wanted to know how they were doing, or if they were alive at all. It was difficult to tell. Even though their primordial eans seemed to tell him that they were still around, who knew if they were simply in a world much too far off for anything to be registered? What are you trying to make me do here? JoJo frowned, a bit unhappy with Ryu's words. She wasn't here just to be ogled by him. In truth, the fact she put the dress on at all meant that she deserved more credit for understanding her current situation than Ryu gave her credit for. She absolutely hated dresses and she felt quite naked without her armor. She only put it on because she could tell though Ryu had said it lightly, if it came down to it, he wouldn't mind forcing her to wear it. I already told you, Ryu recovered with a smile. You want to show me off in public? Of course. Let's go. Ryu gave her his arm to hold. Jojo's expression twisted with disdain but took his arm anyway. Are you really so poor with women that this is your only choice? Ryu chuckled. I get to take the famous Jojo on a date. Who cares if I use some unscrupulous means? Jojo's lip twitched and she looked away as Ryu shot into the skies. Almost immediately, she spotted a city. It seemed that wherever Ryu had teleported them to, he had already thought ahead. Wait, that's Azure Rising City, you're insane. What's the problem? Ryu asked with a smile. That's one of the 9 most important cities under the Azure Lightning Sect's territory. You're from the Radiant Star Sect. Stepping into that place is a death sentence. No, just appearing in the air like this is dash. Ryu had already shot forward on his great sword staff, appearing above the city and descending without a care in the world. You! Jojo's worry was more than just this, of course. Ryu's safety was of secondary concern. What would she do if she was recaptured? Her life would never be the same. Even though she was under house arrest, the sect elders still treated it like more of a child's tantrum. In addition, she had attempted to leave quietly so that no one would notice, not to mention the fact that her escape attempt had been before news of her impending marriage had spread. But if she was caught now, not only would she have publicly embarrassed the sect on a grand scale, she would have seemed to have done so at the behest of a man who was a key cog for their enemies. To make matters worse, as a disciple that they had put a great deal of effort into raising, she knew many of the core techniques of the sect. Betrayal of this level could mean execution and death, but Ryu was playing around. Ryu landed on the ground and the two were automatically the subject of countless gazes. Descending from the sky on a sword was not normal at all. In fact, descending from the sky at all was something that only the exceptionally rich or powerful could do. Flying treasures capable of rising into the air on the 7th heaven were prohibitively expensive. Even the core elders that Ryu had teased previously would be unlikely to be able to actually afford one. So one could imagine that the only way people would be in the skies would be if they managed to tame a flying god beast, something that was exceptionally dangerous, or if they could do so under their own power. No matter how you sliced it, Ryu's entry would gain a great deal of attention. But it only became worse when others recognized Jojo. That fiery stream of hair, those torch-like eyebrows, she looked like the embodiment of flames themselves. This face was an easily recognizable one. She was a young genius that had been firmly rooted in the public's hearts. And no one had ever seen her in a dress. She was gorgeous, but hanging off the arm of another man. Ryu tossed the guards a few god crystals and then slipped inside. So, where would you like to go? Jojo had just felt her world collapsing around her. But almost just as quickly, she regained her composure. He might have found this lady a bit annoying in the past, but one thing was for certain. She had quite some mental fortitude. Does it matter? She replied calmly. Ryu smiled. I'll choose then. And so, Ryu did so, parading Jojo around with a bright grin on his face. She didn't know when, but her two seemed to forget the situation quite quickly. Maybe it was because her mind was so indomitable, but she returned to her true baseline quite quickly, also making certain that Ryu felt her annoyance at every turn. Who the hell wants a stuffed animal? What? Are you force-feeding me alcohol so you can take advantage of me later? Ah, this food is good. Waiter, bring me 3 more. This isn't enough. In just a few minutes, the news had already spread all across the city, let alone the fact that they spent hours going from place to place without a care in the world. However, the odd thing was that they weren't harassed even a single time. At that moment, the city lord, a man who went by City Lord Hill, was drenched in his own cold sweat. He had already contacted those he should contact, but he still felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. It was something that he hadn't experienced in a long time as a transcendent sky god. The only reason he could think of that made Ryu so bold was that Aika was somewhere nearby watching, and the idea that a Tao sovereign was overlooking his every movement made it difficult for him to even breathe. Just gathering up the courage to contact the powerhouses of the sect had left him in a puddle of goo. They'll be here soon. Then it won't be my problem anymore. Sure, let's do it, Ryu chuckled. Jojo's eyes appeared to finally light up for something. Unsurprisingly, it was related to the sword. The square was quite spacious and up ahead. There were 9 pillars that stretched into the skies, each one radiating a different aura. This reminded Ryu a lot of Sacrum's armament guild, but this situation was a bit different. Rather than 9 different weapons, there were just 3. Well, there were 2 weapons, the last one was just the fist. The halberd, the sword. Each got 3 pillars, and there was an eager line of people who loved to test themselves against it. Against this line, Ryu and Jojo easily cut to the front. Anyone who had even a modicum of intelligence knew that these 2 were just a ticking time bomb waiting to happen. Come, give me a sword, Jojo remarked eagerly. I've always wanted to try out this thing, but it's never been appropriate for me to come here. Ryu chuckled. Just use your own sword. Bah, I don't want to use that thing. I'll never use something from the Raging Inferno sect again, whether it be their treasures or their techniques. Fuck them. Ryu's gaze flickered. After a moment he smiled and handed Jojo a sword. He casually plucked from one of the many he had killed since he stepped foot into the 7th heaven. With a wild excitement, Jojo Swift cut a slit into her dress and rushed forward. She's close, Ryu thought after a moment, looking into the skies. It's just about time. Jojo, for the first time in a long while, felt free. When one was trying to make such an important breakthrough, pressing appeared like the correct thing to do, when in reality you might benefit more from a deep breath. Whether her took this opportunity or not, well, that would be up to her. Chapter 1534 Uproarious. Jojo stomped the ground hard, unleashing a roar. It looked like she was about to charge into the heat of battle. There simply wasn't anything delicate about her roar at all. One would have thought that it came from the throat of a bear-like man. She swung her sword forward, and the claps of thunder echoed. Then she swung with all her might. It looked like a wide swing, one where practically every part of her body was exposed to counterattack. It felt like the most foolish thing one could do in a battle amongst elites, and yet there was something about the way she moved that made Ryu feel that, at least to another World Sea Realm expert, there would be no holes to exploit at all. Bang! The pillar suffered a strike, a gash appearing upon it that quickly healed. Then, a pillar of light shot into the skies. Jojo pierced the sword into the ground, standing valiantly like a warrior on the peak of a mountain. Bold and righteous. You swing like a girl. Ryu's voice cut through the atmosphere of shock, and Jojo almost immediately turned back and glared at him. What did you just say to me? Ryu grinned. You heard me. You might be weak, but you're not weak enough to miss what I said. The spectators were in relative silence. That pillar just now had shot out a beam of light of exactly 10 meters. Even as a fragmented sky god, if you could get 9 meters, you would be just about average. For a World Sea Realm expert to get that sort of result, it was enough to leave them in silence. In truth, this pillar was only designed for fragmented, false, and true sky gods to use. If anyone stronger attacked, it would be destroyed. If anyone weaker attacked, it wouldn't even register. Of course, that said, what was being tested wasn't raw strength. No matter how powerful Jojo was, it wasn't at the level of a sky god just yet. Rather, it was a measurement of comprehension. Sometimes, geniuses on the verge of entering the fragmented realm might come to these pillars. If they could get 5 or 6 meters, they would feel confident enough to attempt a breakthrough into the sky god realm, and many would cheer for them. However, getting 9 meters was the hallmark of a fragmented sky god's comprehension. Getting 10 while in the World Sea Realm was entirely unheard of. My bad. Ryu held up his hands. If the little princess is content with just this, I won't say anything more. Ryu made a motion with his fingers and sealed his lips. Jojo's temper was threatening to flare up again. But then she thought of something and sneered, handing the sword to Ryu. What's this? Giving up already? Ryu chuckled. No, I want to see what you can do since you're talking so much. Chapter 1535 Uproar. The uproar of Jojo's breakthrough was felt across thousands of kilometers. It felt as though the air was constantly being sliced apart by large scythes of regal blades, moving so quickly and violently that they seemed to supercharge the air itself, raising the temperature by steady increments of 1 or 2 degrees at a time. It was the kind of breakthrough that these people had never felt before, the kind of breakthrough one might only expect to see on the 8th heaven. Ryu's lip curled into a smirk. It seemed that it had all paid off. No one but he knew of this power of his Tao, and if he had had a softer temperament in the past, he would have been more like Old Wan, starting off in the 1st heaven and diligently raising up a small power of elites that would slowly grow into a wellspring of vibrant, undefeatable talent. In a few million years, he'd probably be able to nurture an entire sect and clan worth of ancient Tao users, likely with a handful of founding Tao users sprinkled in for good measure. If that was matched with his alchemy and blacksmithing skill, not to mention his formation mastery, what chance would the martial gods stand? In truth, if he laid down his blade, he could do the same for the Radiant Star sect right this moment. It would even be easier than what he was thinking of previously because they already had the foundation of an 8th heaven sect, especially if he was able to destroy the Fading Star sect and fuse them back together. Unfortunately, though Ryu had mellowed out quite a bit, he still had no interest in this matter. What he was interested in wasn't the easiest path to rise to the top. He wanted to use his own fists to do so. While it was fun to do this once in a while, especially when there was something important like a battle of faith on the line, he had no intention of being like Old Wan, plotting and scheming from that background. Could be said that this was why he loved the game of Domain so much. Plotting and scheming was fun, but lounging around and waiting for months, years, decades, maybe even generations for a single plan to bloom properly, wasn't like him in the slightest. Domain was like a microcosm of reality, and it could be quickly accelerated. This plot alone, one that wasn't even truly finished just yet, had taken him over 3 months of constant pressure and back-and-forth travel to execute. The worst part was he hadn't even fought a single battle, and other than some accumulation of chi that took place passively due to his new constitution, nothing else happened. Even so, Ryu thought, looking in the skies toward the temporarily floating Jojo, I should use this a little bit more often. After a grin, he looked off into the distance to find that his guests were already in range. As expected, they had sent the big wigs, but they didn't appear in public. Instead, they wanted to avoid this if at all possible. This was to 1, save face, and for 2, they didn't want to put themselves in line of fire of Aika. If she truly was here like they assumed, they wanted to be able to quickly use their own methods of escape. As such, while Ryu could sense 2 omniscient gods thanks to third perspective, only a group of perfect sky gods were swiftly approaching. This made his life far easier. This wasn't because he could handle such powerful existences, but rather because she could. Little Silk, a dancing, spiraling wind of ice and cold formed around Ryu, rising into the air and suddenly becoming the delicate beauty of a butterfly. Little Silk's wings could only be said to be a work of art. They were as thin as cicadas and looked as though the slightest touch could break them apart like fragile glass. They exuded a shimmering white, silver, and sky blue, embroidered with an almost psychedelic pattern that entranced the eyes. Ryu stepped onto her back and rose into the air. All right, you've had your fun. Let's go. Jojo gazed over to see Ryu holding out a hand. She still felt quite some resistance to this man, and she was smart enough to know that she was being used as a pawn. Now that she was a sky god, and one with such a powerful foundation at that, she no longer had to fear Ryu either. A large part of her wanted to end this farce. If she went back to the Raging Inferno sect now, they wouldn't even have the capital to punish her. They needed her, and her breakthrough had changed every aspect of their dynamic. However, was that in her personality? They had burned her once. What right did they have to partake in her ascend now? Plus, she could feel that none of this was a coincidence, even right down to her sudden breakthrough. It sensed odd that Ryu would merely come here to show her off. And if he was going to show her off, why not do so in Raging Inferno sect territory? Was it a coincidence that they had been teleported to the only place that had these pillars? Suddenly, her eyes widened. Apparently, she only realized now that there was a real beast beneath Ryu's feet. How was it possible for this bastard to do so many impossible things? Did he understand how hard it was to tame a beast of the seventh heaven? Did he know what kind of trouble even bringing a tamed beast from the sixth heaven could cause here? Jojo suddenly felt exasperated. Did this man not understand how to take a rest for a moment? I'm coming with you only so that I can kick your ass. She spoke through gritted teeth, eventually taking Ryu's hand. What she didn't expect was that she wouldn't even have the strength to resist before her waist was pulled into his body. Chapter 1536 Howls. Jojo's eyes widened, feeling Ryu's warmth even amidst the frigid air. She had never experienced such a thing before, but she was even more shocked by the strength in Ryu's body. How could she know that Ryu's body was already at the standard of a false sky god? Trying to resist it without using chi was never going to work. Now she just looked like a dazed maiden once again. Ryu smiled broadly and looked toward the oncoming sky gods. The Raging Inferno sect tried to marry my woman off to trash all because they felt she wasn't breaking into the sky god realm quickly enough. Then dregs I had long since defeated from the Azure Lightning sect thought it was his place to seek justice for my woman. I, Ryu Tatsuya, can only say that I find these two sects to be quite amusing. One doesn't have eyes and can't see talent when it's right in front of them. The other overestimates themselves, lusting after swan meat as toads in the bottom of a well. Ryu's irises spiraled with 8 trigram diagrams, his aura descending. His Tao didn't flourish, but rather it seemed to enhance Jojo's presence. Even from such a distance, he could easily see the rage of the oncoming sky gods. But what good would their rage do them, exactly? Little Silk flapped her wings once and appeared higher in the skies. I've said it once and I'll say it again. If your sects have anyone in the same realm that can defeat me, I'll hand them my head on a silver platter. But since the Raging Inferno sect and the Azure Lightning sect were too cowardly to accept this, I'll give you another chance. If you can find anyone in your sect's one realm above me that can defeat me, I'll do just the same. Trash will remain trash, so why don't I give you all this small advantage? Ryu's laughter boomed throughout the skies as he disappeared into the distance on Little Silk's back. It could only be stated that the Azure Lighting and Raging Inferno sects had been thoroughly humiliated on this day. And this time, Ryu's challenge could no longer be so easily ignored. Little Silk descended from the skies and toward the Radiant Star sect. Almost the instant it did, Jojo lashed out and punched Ryu with all her might. Her fist drove into a palm Ryu used to block, and she fluttered backward, her expression not happy in the slightest. The boom echoed across the Radiant Star sect, and Ryu was rendered speechless by this woman. She was serious about fighting him? Hey! Ryu paused. He wanted to call her a brain-dead bimbo, but it didn't seem appropriate considering. His gaze landed on her small chest, and he chuckled to himself. The saying went that big-chested and blonde women were brainless. But Jojo was neither big-chested nor blonde, so what was her excuse? Jojo's fury reached a towering height when she sensed Ryu's gaze. It was almost as though she had sensed for herself what he was thinking. I'm going to tear you apart. Ryu coughed. I was going to say that you're trying to fight me, and you don't even have a sword. Don't you find that a little silly, Miss Sword God? I don't need a sword to kill you. The world is my sword. She grabbed at the air, and a violent chi really formed a huge greatsword moments later. Her partially torn dress kicked up some wind, and she rushed forward, a raging aura coming from her. Many had already sensed their approach due to Little Silk, but if they didn't before, they would definitely sense this sort of explosion now. Battling it out like this in the middle of the sect was truly too much. Even so, Ryu chuckled and put Little Silk away. He guessed that he might as well oblige. Ryu's expression became serious as he sent a punch out. His physique was met with an unstoppable force, and he was forced to glide backward to dissipate it, waving his fist around as though it had caught fire in that short stint. This woman's temper wasn't just fiery, but she was also quite powerful. She had spent much longer in the peak of the World Sea realm than Ryu, and her foundation was extraordinarily solid. Her temperament was perfect for that of a swordswoman, and her Tao should be somewhere in the ancient grade. It was only a bit difficult to pinpoint because her sword god aura also seemed to have an amplifying effect on it. In addition, her Tao might be inferior to Ryu's, But her method of using her sword god aura was leagues beyond Ryu. Not to mention the fact her other pillars were exemplary as well. The Raging Inferno sect wouldn't have known that she could become a sword god in the future. So when they picked her up as an orphan, it had to be purely because of her other talents. Ryu wasn't sure what they were, but for a sect of that level to pick her up and raise her as they did despite her not having any background to speak of, it had to be said that whatever skill she did have should have been astonishing. "Is that all you got? You prim and proper, lady-faced whore." Ryu was rendered speechless. It only made it worse that he heard the echo of Samson's laughter in the distance. "All right, woman." Ryu stood to his full height. "In my world, we punish children with spanks." Jojo sneered. "If you can touch a hair on my head, I'll start using my true name again." Is that supposed to be an incentive or something? I already knew that only a dry as bone, meathead like you could possibly choose a name like Jojo. It surely wasn't your caregiver. Jojo seemed to get enraged all over again, charging forward with menace. The howls of swords echoed the sect. Chapter 1537 Loss. Ryu took a step back before drawing a line across the air with his finger. A sword of chi formed, dancing with silvery runes that almost instantly suppressed the momentum of Jojo's sword. Stars danced around him and absolute domain took shape, a light smile playing his handsome features as he took a step to the side, and then another. He moved with an unmatched fluidity, every step he took carrying a beautiful sort of elegance to it. To his surprise, Jojo didn't immediately get frustrated after 2 misses. It was like she had forgotten about everything else, even her own mind and personality, when she entered the midst of battle. In fact, Ryu felt that his dividing chaos Tao was even somewhat stonewalled. It was as though even her soul had become a piercing blade, focused and unbothered by everything around her, thrusting forward with an indomitable will. She struck again and again, the wide arcs of her great sword forming a storm of scythes in the air. Chapter 1538 Cruel. Ryu laughed, dodging out of the way of a sudden strike. "Hey, didn't I win? I didn't expect the little princess to be such a sore loser." Jojo glared at Ryu. In battle, it wasn't that she learned how to temper her rage, but rather that she could channel it. She had really wanted to tear this bastard to pieces, but she had actually lost. Even though it was because she had been taken off guard, if it was a real battle, she would still be dead. She would have to go and complain to the kings of the underworld. Even so, how could she know that Ryu actually had a spirit body? Was he aware of how rare such a thing was? Especially on a human. Usually, only the fae and fairies would have such abilities, and not even all of them at that. Ryu looked down below and noticed something that he had spotted earlier but had pretty much ignored due to the circumstances. Selhira and Eska stood together, both looking like a pair of regal white-haired goddesses. Well, you had to mostly fill in the blanks for Selhira considering her veil still covered more than half of her face. Ryu could look through it easily if he wanted to, but something told him that she would definitely sense it if he did, and he had teased this woman enough. With a flash of his step, Ryu landed and smiled brightly at the 2 women. Then he ignored Selhira and looked Eska up and down. Usually, she would be unmoved by this. But for some reason, ever since Ryu's change, she found herself feeling a hint flustered around this man. Ryu didn't blame her. Everyone had their own preferences. He quite liked Eska's temperament and she was the woman he liked most in general. As for Eska, it just seemed that she preferred the current Ryu by far. Of course, preferences were one thing and love was another. People could easily set aside their preferences for such things. Among his wives, only Mei was somewhat close to Eska in terms of temperament, but he had a place in his heart for them all. In truth, Mei was only lacking in maturity. He bet that the next time he saw her, she would be able to give Eska a run for her money. In the past, people had been left quite speechless about this relationship between Eska and Ryu. Their main assumption was that it had something to do with the influence of Ryu's great-grandfather. The gap between a World Sea Realm expert and a transcendent sky god was far too wide. "You've gotten more beautiful, Eska. I've missed you." Eska's pupils trembled and she hurriedly looked away. She wished that she could have turned into Ice Mine right that moment. It would have made things far easier to handle. But in the end, her better judgment won, and she could only look at the ground. She found it to be quite interesting. The Radiant Star sect might be in a stress-filled situation of continuous war, but their grounds were actually so well maintained. How beautiful! Eska felt a finger lift up her chin, causing her entire body to tremble along with her pupils. Looking up at Ryu, she suddenly forgot that she was several realms superior to this young man. She just felt small, and even quite shielded beneath his shadow. She felt her knees go somewhat weak, but she managed to take a breath and stabilize herself. Gross. Can you two go somewhere else with all of that? Jojo snarled, still unhappy about her loss. Then, recalling something amusing, she gazed toward Selhira with a grin. What's this? Miss Selhira is just going to let her man be snatched up right in front of her? Selhira serenely met Jojo's sneer with a smile. My man? I could have sworn that I heard some news about a bride being snatched and flaunting her new love all through Azure Lightning Sect territory. Do you mind refreshing my memory? Jojo's lip twitched, but Selhira didn't seem to be done. Her real name is Josephine, by the way. Feel free to call her that. Jojo understood that she had really pissed Selhira off this time. She knew Selhira's patterns well. Usually, she would only use one insult at a time and wait to swing with a haymaker after Jojo was out of ammo. But this time, she didn't bother to wait. It seemed that she still wasn't done even after Jojo was about to lose her temper. She knew well that Jojo absolutely hated that name, and yet she had actually told everyone it. But there was something Jojo hated even more. I guess we all also know why you're more fond of a man's name now, Selhira finished, taking a subtle glance at Jojo's chest. Jojo saw red. You dash. Selhira lightly hummed and then spun to walk away. Her steps appeared slow, but they were actually quite quick. In a flash, she had almost disappeared over the horizon and deep into the sect. You wait right there, Jojo roared. Soon, they had both disappeared and the sound of another battle erupting echoed. Ryu shook his head and laughed. Eska appeared like she wanted to say something, but ultimately held back. You don't have to be so reserved. Just say what's on your mind. You are quite cruel to Selhira. Am I? Ryu asked with a smile. You're so eager to have another woman thrown into the arms of your husband? Eska tumbled into silence and didn't immediately reply. She understood that though Ryu had changed somewhat, the kernel of truth that made him had not changed at all. He was still endlessly prideful, still stubborn, and still of his own mind regardless of the thoughts of others. Selhira had clearly rubbed him the wrong way, and even after all these years, he hadn't forgiven it. It was like he wanted to see her pride whittled down to nothing before he would be content. I'm not being cruel. I'm just making the same assumption she did. I can do as I please and go about my life naturally, and in the end she'll fall into my palms anyway. Isn't that right? Chapter 1539 Jojo's Talent. Eska's moans echoed through the room, her body flowing like jelly in Ryu's palms. Compared to Ice Mine's tight and toned body, Eska was more softer. Every inch of her skin was as smooth as silk, and it felt if you pressed into her too hard, you could easily leave a bruise. Of course, that was ridiculous since she was so powerful, and yet Ryu found himself being incredibly gentle with her. He felt a mixture of peace and warmth when he was with this woman now, a far cry from how their relationship had originally begun. It was almost amusing when he thought about how far they had come. Ryu kneeled over Eska's body, using one of his arms to prop himself up and the other to rub his thumb across her delicate cheeks. Her legs rested on his hips and wrapped around his body, both inviting him in and holding him tight. At the moment, despite how weak she felt, she also felt flushed with strength. Something deep within her was stirring, and she could feel that it was due to Ryu again. She hadn't gotten to ask all the questions that had been bubbling up inside her, questions related to the embryonic chi that Ryu had given her. But at this point, this was the least of what she was concerned with. Even though Ryu had just finished and wasn't moving at all, she felt so close to him that she could melt. It was like every time she met this man, he would chip away another layer of her guard. Eska had given up on the idea of love long ago. While she knew what kind of man she liked, none had truly stirred her before. When the time came to give up the chastity she had protected for trillions of years for the sake of her family, she didn't even hesitate to do so. Now, with the fate of her Zoo clan being up in the air, and her likely being the only member remaining, she felt that she finally found some peace in Ryu's arms. That as cruel as it sounded. The existence of the Zoo clan had been a great load to her. The larger the world around her grew, the more responsibility she felt she had. If it was just a matter of resurrecting the Zoo clan, then wouldn't it be easy? Ryu was already by far the strongest expert of sacrum, so long as his parents and great-grandfather were ignored, and she was his concubine. It would only take a wave of the hand for him to help her in this endeavor. Even if Ryu for some reason refused, wasn't she a powerhouse now as well? One even stronger than Ryu? So why couldn't she do it herself? But now with the others gone, it felt like that load had been taken from her, and instead of reviving the Zoo clan because she felt like she had to, she could resurrect it because that was what she wanted to do. Your eyes, Eska uttered softly. Yes, they're back. Ryu nodded. And they've gone into a deep sleep. Their souls are being held together by the immortal Jade. But without a more substantial treasure, it's hard to say that they'll survive. However, we're in the true martial world. It's not an impossible matter to deal with this at all. I'll find something for Master and the others soon. Eska nodded, cupping Ryu's face. Her white irises flashed with a kindness before she blushed profusely. When had her heart become so open and bare? Ryu smirked and suddenly flipped Eska from under him to above him. Watching her proud figure sway, her palms pressing against his chest to catch her balance, made him feel the heat building up inside himself once again. Eska trembled. Ryu had gone a slightly soft inside of her before, but feeling him suddenly firm up again filled her with a unique feeling she had never experienced before. A delicate moan left her lips as her chest rippled, dancing with undulations of rouge and sweat. She squealed, a little taken off guard when Ryu suddenly grabbed her ass. But soon after the world went blank and she couldn't be bothered to be embarrassed anymore. Her hips moving on their own as though they had a mind of their own as well. Pervert! Hope's voice growled in Ryu's ear, leaving him speechless. This wasn't the first time he had sex with his women with Hope around, but this was the first time she had commented on it. The thought made him chuckle, though only lightly since Eska had fallen asleep on his chest. Who told you to watch? Hope didn't answer, but sending his senses in, Ryu could see that she was pouting. He suddenly remembered why he had originally given her the little woman nickname. She was like a child in a woman's body. What do you think of JoJo? Ryu suddenly asked. Are you asking me to rate your women now? Hope replied with an almost booming anger. Ryu rolled his eyes. That's not what I meant. I meant of her talent. Don't you find it interesting? It's like she has rage flames, but in constitution form instead. Have you ever heard of that talent? Yes, Hope finally replied. But it's very rare. Oh, it's not one talent, it's two. Well, technically three depending on the situation. It's a mixture of bone structure and soul nature, and the final talent, depending on how you look at it, can be considered her Tao, which resonates with both. Ryu's brows shot up. So she's like those eighth heaven talents who have all their talents fused down a single path? No wonder she's so strong. No, she's far better than them. She's mightier than an eighth heaven talent? No, she's definitely weaker than the best of them. Then, there's a difference between the artificial and true version. Those who had their talents artificially forced at birth can only gain some of the benefits of synergized talent even if they do so with all 6 pillars. JoJo's potential, though, is higher. Chapter 1540 Calm. Ryu listened to the little woman speak for a while before he understood and grasped the situation. The gist of it was that even though JoJo only had 3 talents on the same path, because they all happened naturally, although it would be weaker in the beginning, in the future she had the opportunity to far surpass those more artificial talents. Ultimately, the only one of the pillars that should be passed on from generation to generation was bloodline. However, these incredibly powerful clans and sects had found methods of forcing the other talents to fall in line as well. This made them far stronger in the short run, but their potential was more limited. Of course, this wasn't to say that these geniuses had their potential completely cut off. Hope made sure to emphasize that though she explained things this way, the loss in potential was at most around 10%. When this was matched with the overwhelming amount of resources and advantages these geniuses were born with, The loss was almost negligible, which was why they dared to do such things in the first place. It was likely also partly due to this reason that these clans and sects suppressed everyone else as well. Ryu couldn't help but realize that JoJo had formed an ancient Tao, and yet she hadn't been struck down with a brand. This was actually something that he had been waiting on. But it seemed he had thought too much. The seventh heaven did have a limit on the number of ancient Daos it was allowed to produce, but ancient Daos were so rare that JoJo smoothly claimed a quota for herself without issue. This was a good thing for Ryu, not because JoJo was stronger, he didn't really care about that. It was just that the rarer JoJo was, the more regret the Raging Inferno sect would feel, and the funnier the fallout would be. He was having a grand time of it. Soon, they'd probably send their experts in a vain attempt to deal with him. That would be fun as well. His hand subconsciously rubbed Eska's ass and she squirmed a bit, moving into a more comfortable position before going back to sleep. A fusion of a fire-based bone structure and a will-based soul nature? How fascinating. They don't seem to be related. So why did they fuse so well? You would think that two talents that synergize so well would be perfectly the same in every way. Even her Tao is different, technically, since it was sword-related. Ryu fell into deep thought, realizing that things weren't exactly how he thought they were. Fusing your talents down a single path didn't have to mean that they all shared the same element or even the same intention. There was something deeper to it, something he was missing. Ryu looked up. It seemed that his fun was over for now. He gently pulled himself away from Eska and let her rest. He didn't know what she had gone through in the couple of years he was absent, but he doubted that it was easy. While the appearance of Primus had put a strong pause on overt methods of dealing with her, that didn't mean that it had done the same with the covert methods as well. Part of the reason she had disappeared from the Radiant Star sect for so long was probably to avoid bringing them any more trouble than they were already in. Regardless, her guy was here now. She'd have to lay down those burdens one way or another. It was either she would choose to relax, or he would rip them from her shoulders. Ryu smiled confidently, cleansing himself for a while before stepping out into the roaring commotion. He could already hear the infuriated roars, which turned his smile into a grin. He had sensed them from the first moment they arrived, but he had actually taken a 30-minute bath first as though he didn't have a care in the world. Cleaning yourself just to get dirty in battle. Don't you think you're a bit too obsessed with yourself? Hope stated with a roll of her eyes. Ryu laughed. I cleaned myself because they don't have any right to catch a sniff of my woman. Who do they think they are? Hope was speechless. She didn't even have a response for this. Ryu flashed and vanished, appearing atop the sect walls. Almost the moment he appeared, there was a wash of relief from one side and a tsunami of rage from the other. Not bad, not bad. Ryu nodded. You all finally stopped being cowards and sent your people. Now, will you all fight together? Or will it be done one by one? In the crowd of Azure Lightning sect disciples, Lightyear's eyes were spitting fire, but he forced himself to calm down. Technically, he shouldn't have come at all. The Azure Lightning sects in action would help to separate them from this whole ordeal. But the problem was that recording kept circulating, and JoJo possessed even broken through in an Azure Lightning sect city. No matter how you looked at it, they had to come. The only thing he repented was that he wouldn't be the one to end it. At that moment, within the crowd of raging disciples, a young guy stepped forward. He possessed a beard and head of red hair. He would have looked like a guy of the Tatsuya clan if not for the fact he was too short. Though he wasn't some dwarf, he was still slightly below average for a male cultivator, standing at barely 6 feet. Without cultivation and body tempering, and if he was a normal mortal, he might very well have been 5 feet 7 inches at most. Even so, he was decently handsome and possessed a solid bearing to him. At the very least, although he was the center of today's drama, he managed to remain the calmest aside from Ryu himself. This guy was JoJo's supposed fiancé, Ragash. Chapter 1541 Regression Pill. Oh? Sending forward a true sky god. Ryu couldn't help but laugh. He had been pretty clear about his limits. Although he could kill a true sky god, he didn't really want to publicize that. But he also didn't believe that these guys would be stupid enough to present their faces to be smacked. So since they had brought forward such a person, they obviously had a plan of their own. Also, he knew that though they hadn't appeared due to their status, The various elders along with Ika, Old Juan and Samson were definitely watching this scene. There was a reason that they hadn't launched an all-out attack on the sect. They didn't dare to. Whatever plan they had would likely not be too out of bounds, and if Ryu was correct, he could already make a guess as to what it was. Ragash took out a box from his spatial ring and allowed it to fall to the ground. Although he held it casually, the instant it crashed into the ground, the surroundings thousands of kilometers quaked. Boom! Dust kicked up, the earth cracked, and the walls of the radiant star sect shook violently. Yet, somehow, the box didn't create a sinkhole or anything of the like. It landed on the earth and pushed it down about a centimeter before stopping. It was a truly shocking scene. Ryu took a seat on the walls, lifting up a knee and resting his chin on a forearm. What an interesting material. He realized that there was still quite a lot he didn't know. His Tao was responsible for his great skill in blacksmithing and things of the like, but it was because of that that he no longer did the normal legwork that others would have to for their secondary professions. He wondered how much better he would be if he actually had time to study. With a click, the box opened and a fragrant aura spread out. However, very quickly, that fragrance tipped over some sort of threshold and it became a bit foul and spoiled. In the end, it almost smelled like milk with a squeeze of lemon. The more one smelled it, the more uncomfortable you would feel, as though something unnatural was going on. "This is the regression pill," Ragash said calmly. Ryu's gaze narrowed. The regression pill was a pill capable of forcefully lowering one's cultivation level. It wasn't a temporary matter, but rather permanent. However, there was a great benefit to this. If Ragash ate it, he could suppress himself back to the false sky god realm. When he broke free of the restrictions once more, he would return to the true sky god realm, even stronger than he was before. It was fairly a shocking pill, and it could only be crafted by someone with the strength of a pathlord, and yet it could only work on those at and below the true sky god realm. Essentially, it was a lord-grade pill only usable by far weaker sky gods, and it was a chance to essentially reverse time and reform one's foundations. It was a pill of astonishing value, and yet there were very few willing to forge it, and even then fewer who had the skill to do so. Ryu recognized then how much pressure he had placed on those two sects, and then he laughed internally. Not only were they giving Ragash a chance to improve, they were also giving him the right to thoroughly suppress Ryu. In addition, they understood it was already impossible to keep JoJo's heart on their side. They knew her character well, and there were some things that couldn't be reversed after the milk was spilled. In that case, the only shot they had was to rebrand and push all of their hope for the younger generation into Ragash. Of course, they had other talents, how could they not? The trouble was that Ryu had successfully managed to force the main battlefield into this realm. Although they could attempt to shift the attention again, it would be very difficult. Right now, the entire world seemed focused on the matter of juniors, and it consumed their entire world. This was the only chance they had to reverse the situation. In addition, this move shut down another matter. Because of the nature of the regression pill, it wasn't something that Ragash could easily reverse on a whim. That meant that Ryu couldn't use the excuse of a clear assassination ploy to pull out of the battle. If Ragash took a normal suppression-type pill, he could shatter its restriction with just an intention of his will. That way, if he was on the verge of losing to Ryu, he could just break free and even attempt to kill Ryu. Although there would be some loss of face with Ryu dead, there would be no one left to carry that faith of the Radiant Star sect. "I will take this pill and return to the false sky god realm. Do you dare?" Ragash's voice suddenly boomed, a wall of superheated air flooding the atmosphere. Ryu's lip curled. The reason Ragash was asking him if he dared was fairly obvious. Even if he returned to the false sky god realm, it wouldn't be perfect. He would still have all the insights of the true sky god realm. He would probably instantly transform into the strongest false sky god on the seventh heaven. Even so, his voice had only barely echoed when Ryu appeared before him. Ragash's gaze narrowed. Ryu actually appeared barely 5 meters from him when he had yet to even then take the pill? Was he truly so arrogant? Did he not know that he could kill him with a single fist? Suddenly, Ragash's eyes widened when he noticed that the pill was already in Ryu's hands. A cold sweat beaded down his brows. When had that happened? How'd he miss it? Was his space soul nature really so powerful? He wasn't scared of Ryu, But if he lost this pill without using it for its intended purpose, his sex path lord would directly kill him. Chapter 1542. Show me. Ryu smiled. He could feel Ragash's nervousness. If he just destroyed the pill, wouldn't that be funny? The pill spun between his fingers, the dexterity capable of making one dizzy. Is this your answer? Ragash managed to say coldly, pretending not to care about the pill. Ryu's smile deepened. Although you're a bit shameless, I like it. Honestly, I expected today to be a bit boring. The truth is that your sex aren't capable of producing anyone below the true sky god realm that can defeat me. On the way here, I was dragging my feet because I'm a cultivator, not a janitor. Do I look like a person who has the time to take out the trash? The eyes of the various disciples went red. However, if you all think that you can conveniently hide this battle within this encirclement, you'd be sorely mistaken. This battle will take place so that the entire world can witness it. Ryu's smile looked particularly devious. Little Silk. A clear, resounding cry echoed that almost reminded one of a majestic phoenix. The gorgeous butterfly swept down, and Ryu vanished, appearing on its back. Who would like to come? Ryu asked, looking toward the Radiant Star sect disciple. He had barely spoken when Jojo and Selhira appeared over the horizon. He had, of course, sensed them already. They didn't hesitate to make a move, stepping onto Little Silk. An old man cleared his throat, and Old Juan, who was pretending to be among the elderly again, walked out with a hunched back. Though it was truly ridiculous to see a middle-aged man act like this. However, when others saw him walking through the air without even the slightest hint of sword god aura like Ryu or Jojo, their eyes widened. Tao Lord, I'll be escorting these children, I guess, Aya. He stretched his back. Making an old man do so much work, you all have no respect for the elderly. No one dared to speak, aside from Ryu. His laughter echoed through the skies, and he streaked toward the distance. Follow me, little toad lusting after swan meat. If you dare, that is. Ragash saw red. Days later, much of the seventh heaven was in an uproar. When Ryu said that he wanted everyone to witness this battle, he wasn't fooling around in the slightest. In fact, his actions seemed to have even alerted the Tao Lords. The various faith wells were bubbling, and many could sense that this was a tipping point. But the worst part of the situation was that because Ragash was forced to follow Ryu, there wasn't even time for him to make any extra preparations. He could only hope that what he had done would be enough. Everything was a blur. Before he knew it, he was standing in the middle of an arena, that white-haired devil standing across from him, still rotating that pill in his fingers. Ragash took a breath and calmed down. All of this was messing with his mind, especially seeing Jojo fly on the same beast as that man, talking, laughing, and bantering, as though her fiancé wasn't right behind them. Boom! The air suddenly turned crimson. An older man stepped through the skies. His aged white hair and beard flickered with red and gold flames, a crown of fire hovering above his head. When he appeared, the crowd, rambunctious and excited for the current battle, was culled into silence. The Tao Lord of the Raging Inferno sect, Lord Crown Fire. He descended from the skies, and the pressure on Ragash's shoulders seemed to multiply several times over. Ryu felt a gaze sweep over him. It was so hot and volatile that it was almost as though a lens of fire was boring a hole through him. The difference in reaction between the two seemed palpable. Ragash tensed, and yet Ryu's smile only grew brighter. Now that everyone's here, he said lightly. His digits flickered, and the pill shot through the air, appearing before Ragash in an instant. Ragash, who was distracted, barely managed to catch it in the end. Though he was a bit embarrassed, he managed to not make too much of a fool of him. He took deep breaths and closed his eyes, trying to block everything out. In the end, he was still a true sky god, a realm and maybe only one in a million would reach even if you were born on the seventh heaven. He was better than this. He swallowed the capsule in a single bite. He wasn't worried that Ryu had messed with it. After bringing everyone here, how could he have the face to just poison him to death? Ragash felt a slight sickness in his stomach, but that was to be expected. This pill wasn't comfortable in the beginning. Then it all reversed. His cultivation regressed by a grade and his aura became more refined. When he opened his gaze again, he was ready. The first thing he beheld was Ryu's smile, but it no longer annoyed him as much as the first time. He was ready and focused. He took a step forward, his aura blazing. He seized at the air. A pair of fire-forged gauntlets emerged on his arms. The ground erupted as he suddenly vanished, appearing before Ryu with a fist that descended as though a meteor from the skies. Ryu's grin didn't fade, but his robes fluttered, the aura of a fist god erupting from him as he punched out. Boom! Ragash shuddered before he was sent flying backward as though a speeding bullet. Ryu clasped his hands behind his back. Come on, you'll need to go all out. I want to see what a true sky god can really do. Show me something. Ragash's regained calm almost vanished in an instant. Ryu was doing this on purpose, still calling him a true sky god even when he had clearly regressed. He would repay him by tearing him limb from limb. Ragash unleashed a roar, flames blazing out of his body from all directions. Chapter 1543 Woman's Tao. Ryu became more serious. Ragash's first attack was a fool's errand. Trying to overwhelm Ryu with power when his current body was so powerful was the pinnacle of foolishness. However, these sort of chi-based attacks were a different matter entirely. Ragash's Tao had only been artificially suppressed. It wasn't as thorough as what Yana had experienced with her Black Rose life partner. There were still bits and pieces of that comprehension hidden within Ragash. In addition, something that was most definitely not suppressed was his comprehension of techniques and the amount of chi he had in him. Essentially, Ragash's Tao and power output had been restrained to the false sky god realm, but his combat sense and even his stamina were still firmly at the true sky god level, whether that be in terms of body or chi. His body likewise kept about the same durability. To make a complex matter simple, when Lionel said that the current Ragash was probably the most powerful false sky god of the seventh heaven currently, he wasn't exaggerating in the slightest. Under this pressure, Ryu glided backward calmly, deploying his absolute domain, as silvery runes danced around him. Ragash swept toward him. His arms spread out wide as though inhaling all the fires of the world, and then he roared. What? Was all Ryu could think before he was swallowed up by a vortex of fire. Ragash stood with a violent glint in his eye. He was cautious and didn't immediately rush into the flames, waiting to see the result. According to his information, Ryu's movement techniques were more than good enough to at least attempt to dodge that, so he smelled signs of a trap. What he didn't expect was for Ryu to appear completely unscathed. What the hell was that? Ryu asked, incredulous. He looked like he wanted to have a conversation mid-battle. The fact he wasn't taking things seriously at all infuriated Ragash to no end. Without a word, Ragash rushed forward again, closing the distance in an instant and unleashing a flurry of attacks. Was that supposed to be an attempt at breathing fire? Ryu tilted his head to the side, blocking the next pair of strikes with his forearms and sliding out of the way of the final one. His movements were fluid and unhurried. There was simply nothing that could escape his eyes, and even less that could escape his third perspective. He watched the battle from millions of angles at once, his internal matrix taking in the information and spitting out the perfect response every time. Then, in a short opening, Ryu kicked out, landing the perfect sole of his feet right against Ragash's chest. The strong impact made Ragash feel as though the air had been knocked out of him. He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but just then he had been right on the verge of circulating his chi in that area. But Ryu's kick had actually disrupted him. A hook flashed across Ragash's chin. If you're going to try and mimic the dragons, at least do it with some real flair. That was too pathetic. It made my blood curdle. Ryu's constant downpour of insults matched the rain of his fists. To everyone's astonishment, Ryu's skill in combat, something that Ragash should have had the firm advantage in, suffocated the latter. He spoke and berated Ragash while calmly dodging his efforts and countering with a violent rain of his own. Felt like his movements were perfect, almost too perfect. Even his breathing took place at the perfect time, bracing himself appropriately and exhaling with a show of force every time he attacked. It was hard to say he moved like the wind because in the next moment he could flash like lightning or descend like a raging tsunami. At some point, Ragash felt as though he had become an immobile practice dummy. His mind was filled with Ryu's insults, and he couldn't even muster up his strength. The faintest corner of his mind could barely latch onto a lesson his own master had given him years ago, a lesson of momentum and the importance of it in battle. Ryu had firmly seized the moment, but not only that. He was able to just as firmly keep it. Every strike flowed into the next, and from the moment he made the choice to be cautious and not stream into his flames after Ryu, he had lost the initiative. But it was something even worse than that. Ryu's body seemed to be in tune with momentum itself. It was like the heavens were rewarding him with stronger and stronger strikes. He was becoming undefeatable, a mountain too tall for him to climb, an earth too solid to dig into. Chapter 1544 Battle. Ragash felt completely overwhelmed. It wasn't just the heat. It truly felt like a mighty dragon was bearing down on him. It was the sheer size, the weight, the rage. It overwhelmed his senses and sought to crush him. His fragile mind, which had only just recovered, felt like it was being peeled away, layer by layer, step by step. He barely managed to remember to defend himself, crossing his arms before his chest. He hoped to be sent flying, but the breath, under Ryu's control, became akin to a convection oven, wrapping around him and billowing with steam and heat that charred him completely through. By the time the flame faded, he stood there like a statue, his arms still crossed, and his knees slightly bent. He was entirely black from head to toe, and the slightest movement caused him to crack all over. Blood began to pool out of the cracks, causing his body to tremble more and resulting in more cracks that leaked with more blood. Ryu's lips closed. A bit overcooked. The arena was silent. In truth, from the moment Ryu's games began, Ragash never stood a chance. The problem wasn't his strength, but rather his psyche. This was simply the power of a founding Tao, not just of any level but the equivalent of the false grade. After months of research, Ryu understood everything about Ragash's character, and he had even toyed with his emotions thoroughly. There was little worse for a man than having his woman so publicly stolen from him. It was unlikely that Ragash had feelings for JoJo as deep as that of Lightyear, at least not feelings that went beyond feeling that she was a beauty he would like to take advantage of. But it didn't matter. Not everyone had the mental fortitude to ignore the chatter of the public and find motivation from an internal drive. To make a complicated matter simple, Ryu had essentially spent months whittling away at Ragash's pride, his sense of self. The fact the latter's Tao heart didn't already shatter was a testament to how much of a genius before Ryu got his hands on him. But right now, if Ryu were to put a number on it, Ragash probably couldn't even properly use even 10% of his strength. Ryu shook his head. How boring. He had known for a long time that he could use his Tao like this. He had mentioned that he could probably become the greatest political official to ever live if he so chose. It just didn't give him the same amount of satisfaction. He meant it when he said it was boring. If not for the fact this would deal the greatest blow to the raging Inferno sect, he would have preferred to have a good battle with Ragash. He was probably one of the few that could give him such a great battle without also being far beyond him in strength. Unfortunately, no matter how Ryu's maturity had seemed to regress in some ways, he was still quite a serious man when he had to be. Others might see it as his maturity regressing, but Ryu felt that it was the opposite. He was less stubborn about useless things, more flexible, more secure in himself and his way of doing things. A cold face didn't always equate maturity. He had seen enough stone-faced beauties to know that this was far from the case. Well, that's one down. Does the raging Inferno sect have anyone else? Ryu asked with a smile, knowing full well what the answer would be. What a joke. He had just taken down the most powerful false sky god there probably was on the seventh heaven. Who else could they possibly have? Lord Crownfire sat in silence. He didn't seem to react at all to the loss. Ryu's lip curled. He wondered what they were planning. For this man to be so calm at this moment, it was unlikely that he had given up. What Tao Lord would put the hope of their entire sect on a true sky god? If Ryu was a betting man, he'd guess that the raging Inferno sect's faith well was in a terrible state right about now. It was already on the verge of collapse. Ragash's loss was too resounding and too horrible. Josephine, a voice suddenly rumbled. The air was completely sucked out of the atmosphere, and everyone's attention was focused on just a single man. No matter who it was, they could only look toward him. He was the head. He was the crown of fire. I will give you this final chance. Return to the sect, renounce this relationship, and I will accept you as an in-name disciple. You have 10 seconds. Jojo stiffened when she heard her name. She absolutely hated that name, and the reason was ironically because of the man who spoke it now. While the in-name master title seemed to make sense, when it came to a talent like Josephine that almost never appeared, it was nothing more than ridiculous posturing. Jojo should have become the true disciple of Lord Crown Fire long ago. From the moment she completed her rites and stepped from the awakening realm to the pulse-opening realm, it had been obvious that she deserved such a title. However, she hadn't been, and the reason for that was this man. Or, rather, his only child, his daughter, Transcendent Sky God Geraldine. Geraldine had been the only child of Crown Fire for his entire life, and she was spoiled rotten. It was said that her birth caused the death of Lord Crown Fire's late wife, and as such, she was cherished all the more. When Geraldine heard that her father was going to take in his first true disciple, and a little girl at that, her jealousy flared up and she had a huge argument with her father. Lord Crown Fire bent to the whims of his little girl and chose to pass Jojo off to omniscient sky god Garan. The very same man Ryu had caught Jojo talking to the first time he snuck into the sect. Of course, these weren't things that Jojo knew immediately. This wouldn't be a matter that would be publicized, and it took years of strife and misfortune, surviving on the edge of life and death, before Jojo learned the truth. The problem was obviously not that Lord Crown Fire had refused to take her in as a disciple. If she just had to become a disciple to a lesser guide for a while, it would have been fine. Although her pride would remember this slight, it wasn't enough to hold a life and death grudge. However, how could things have possibly stopped there? Geraldine did everything she could from the shadows to make Jojo's life a living hell. Jojo lost count of how many life and death experiences she had in that time, how many friends she had lost because none of them were aware who she had offended. And to make it all worse, she never received the guidance of an omniscient sky god either. Probably under pressure from Geraldine, Garan, who was betrothed to Geraldine, never gave Jojo any proper guidance. The fact that Jojo managed to rise to her current realm was the result of nothing more than grit and determination. The fact Garan had dared to speak to her like that after so many years of doing absolutely nothing for her had made her heart boil. Unfortunately, she hadn't had the strength then, and she didn't have the strength now. Her gaze was filled with thus much fury. She wanted to fling curses that could paint the skies red, but she didn't dare to do so. She had suffered so much, and for what? Because a grown woman couldn't stand the idea of her daddy doting on another little girl? Just the thought filled her with such a belly of fire that her hair and brows began to flicker uncontrollably again. But she controlled it. She had to control it. She wasn't a disciple of the Radiant Star sect. They had no reason to protect her. It was foolish of her to come in person to begin with, but she had simply wanted to see how matters would end. She hadn't expected such an ultimatum. She wasn't a fool. She knew that the sect must have something to rely on or else Lord Crown Fire wouldn't be thus calm. It was then that a laughter cut through all of it. You want to take a sword sky god as an in-name disciple? I don't even think they do that on the 9th heaven. Lord Crown Fire's standards must be impossibly high, which is weird considering how trash the rest of your sect's disciples are. The words were obviously a power play by Lord Crown Fire, but trying to play with words with Ryu correct here was digging your own grave, don't you think? The Raging Inferno sect tried to pawn off such a good disciple to this good-for-nothing? Ryu pointed toward Ragash, and the latter suddenly erupted into a fountain of blood, collapsing to the ground. And now that he's lost, you want to take her back. There isn't such a good thing in the entire world. So now that we've reached this point, how about you stop wasting everyone's time and bring out what you're trying to rely on? Ryu looked into the skies as the audience fell thus silent that pin drop could exist heard. Let me guess, Ryu grinned. You've realized that you can't win on your own, thus called for help from your father. Boom! The pressure of a Tao Lord drenched the skies. However, it wasn't Lord Crown Fire at all. It was an expert of the Fading Star sect. Ryu's grin widened. He really wanted to see what they were going to do here. Erdiel's note: New Year. Same me. Hope you all had a great year, and if not, I hope the service I provided over the year made it a little bit better. It will continue though, how long? Not sure. I will notify when I do have to stop, and I will try to find a good replacement if possible. But that's for the unknown future. For now, I will continue as usual. Let's hope we all have a great entry into 2024. Cheers, mates. Chapter 1545 Realization. The presence of a Tao Lord was already something greater than what the average person could bear to begin with. At a certain level, a layman couldn't feel the difference. An oppressive aura that could crush them was an oppressive aura that could crush them. What good would it do to try and parse them? What no one would have expected, though, was that even as this presence appeared, that Ryu would say such words. Toward this, even Lord Crown Fire could no longer remain perfectly calm, his eyes narrowing. This boy's words were always so sharp and unforgiving. Every time he spoke, Lord Crown Fire could practically feel his sect's faith being drained away. Couldn't be a coincidence. Lord Crown Fire didn't believe so. He even believed that it was related to Ryu's Tao somehow. What he didn't understand was how the Tao of a mere fragmented sky god could possibly function on this scale. And then he finally appeared. It was an old man, but not in the sense of being decrepit and aged, but rather in a wisdom-filled, ancient sort of way. His dark skin tone seemed carved of stone, and his white hair was a bright contrast. He wore clothing that looked as though he had just begun preparing for bed. A simple, loose, linen-like pair of pajamas, and his bare feet walked across the skies as though it was solid earth. To his back there was a youth. His skin was also dark, but his eyes shone like the stars in the skies, filled with an impossible flood of charisma and beauty. His features were handsome enough to make women swoon, and his temperament was even more alluring. As he walked, a dark rainbow of colors flashed around him, similar to the way Ryu's silver runes acted. But the difference was that everyone knew what this was: the child of Chaos Constitution. Suddenly, this young man's gaze flashed as they landed on Ryu, but Ryu only smiled back, brightly and without restraint. His own charisma seemed to leak out at that moment, competing with and even somewhat swallowing up that of Starlight's. Long time no see. Ryu spoke, completely out of turn again. It was completely natural for everyone to wait for the Tao Sovereign to break the atmosphere first, and yet Ryu didn't seem to have this sort of propriety in his bones. Instead, he didn't seem to see the Tao Sovereign at all. There was a reason for this, of course. Ryu was very interested in Starlight's chaotic silk meridians, not because he needed them, but he wanted to see what transplanted meridians would truly look like. Ryu usually restrained his child of Chaos Constitution, but it had already long since surpassed Starlight's. He didn't have the luxury of flaunting it wherever he went, unfortunately. The restraint made him annoyed, but it was a necessary evil for now. Starlight's lips parted slightly. Indeed, it has been a long time. I've grown up. It was a subtle reminder to Ryu that Starlight was just a brat when he first met him, but Ryu didn't mind at all. Whether a child or not, being defeated by him once would mean that he would always be defeated. Absolutely nothing would change. Starlight already expected Ryu's lack of a reaction, so he didn't follow up, content to let his utterances hang in the air unopposed. "You've come to save the Raging Inferno sect?" Ryu asked. Starlight frowned, but he realized immediately afterward that Ryu wasn't talking to him at all, but rather the Tao Sovereign of his sect. The Tao Sovereign swept a gaze over Ryu, but seemed to find nothing, something that made even so him skeptical. "The matters of today are over," the Tao Sovereign uttered lightly. "The Raging Inferno and Azure Lightning sects will pull their encirclements back and spare the Radiant Star sect and help to restore harmony to the seventh heaven. In return, the Radiant Star sect will return disciple Josephine back to the sect that raised her, and the Azure Lightning sect will receive compensation in the form of land and resources. This isn't a time we should spend fighting amongst ourselves. There are matters of much greater importance. This is an unprecedented time in history, and the Fading Star sect will not tolerate anyone that stands in the way of that." The threat was blatant and clear. If the Fading Star sect were to attack the Radiant Star sect, they wouldn't use a faith battle. They would sweep down with overwhelming strength and crush everything in their path. Ultimately, they just hadn't been willing to pay the potential price they would have to. Now that things had come this far, they would settle for humiliating the Radiant Star Sect. After eventually returning to their home, the Radiant Star Sect was trapped within their own territory, and now they were being asked to compensate their oppressors for their audacity in fighting back. How amusing! Ryu, though, didn't say anything, a surprising turn of events for him. The reality was that he knew it was useless. If this battle of faith continued, in another year or two he might bring these sects to their knees. But ultimately, the fading star sect wasn't even so involved. They were just using the two sects as pawns in their game. Plus, there was still the stalwart Sun sect to worry about, yet another powerful yet unscathed player in the game. The Radiant Star sect was too weak, and Aika was truly too rash in coming back so quickly. If she had lingered around in the sixth heaven for a few generations, the situation would have been much better, but she didn't have the patience for that. Quite frankly, neither did Ryu. The divergence was that Ryu would have just acted alone if he had the power of a Dao sovereign. If he had that kind of power, this war would have ended in a few days. Unfortunately, he didn't. Ryu suddenly realized now why he had never joined a sect before. Chapter 1546 Change. Ryu's gaze shifted and landed on JoJo. As expected, this woman was quite calm, as though she was prepared to accept anything that might happen, even if it meant returning to the sect that had thrown her aside like trash. She didn't look to Ryu for help, and didn't even glance at Old Juan, who would technically be her best chance. She just sat there, her expression calm. Deep within her eyes, however, there was a burning passion. It seemed she had already sworn that if she survived this, and one day held power on the same level of these sky gods, she would wipe them all out without the slightest hesitation. The humiliation of this day. She would return tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Ryu fell into his own thoughts. He knew that there was something else he was missing. The Fading Star sect wasn't just taking a hard stance for the sake of saving the Raging Inferno sect. There was definitely something deeper, and it was probably related to the Convergence and the Tidal Steel. At that moment, another powerhouse appeared in the skies. Compared to the Fading Star sect, her arrival was much more muted. Ryu could almost feel the gloominess around Aika. She was so powerful and yet so helpless at the same time. She was a fighter, she wasn't a planner like Old Juan. She just wanted to use her overwhelming power to overturn everything. But she didn't expect that things would end up like this. She was worn out, and it showed on that beautiful face of hers. She knew that she had made a mistake, but the idea of having to swallow this sort of humiliation after she worked so hard to get back here filled her with fury. She had thought that she would never be able to see this stage again. Back on the first heaven, as she grew older day by day, without a breakthrough in sight, she thought that her friends, her family, her mother, her father, her siblings, would have all died in vain. Finally seizing an opportunity to reverse the tide, she rushed back up here even though Samson and Old Juan had advised her not to. And now, she was doing the same thing she had been doing on the first heaven, sitting around and waiting. Even standing here in silence, it was taking everything in her to not unleash a bloody storm of attacks. The whispers in the back of her head were loud. So long as she killed this man, it would all be over. How would they be able to survive her assault without a Dao sovereign? Of course, this was foolish. These sects had deeply ingrained inheritances. Taking down even the Raging Inferno sect on her own would be a tall task and put her life on the line, let alone the Fading Star sect. Chi flickered around her, roaring with life. Chapter 1547 Inspiration. For once, Aika restrained herself. Pulling her fist back, she looked toward Ryu, a swirl of complicated feelings in her eyes. In truth, Ryu was an inspiration to her. She hadn't said anything when she noticed his change, but she was a Dao sovereign. After she had made such a comment about Ryu's Dao heart being too rigid once before, how could she not sense his change now? But this action taught her something else. He might have changed, but the core of his being remained the same. Bowing for him was just as hard as it had been in the past. Rather than saying that he had changed for other people, it was more accurate to say that he had changed for his own sake, feeling that this state of mind was better for him. But he never lost his own sense of self. Aika had been holding on to a version of herself for a long time that she felt she needed. It was a sense of self that was filled with an edge and was constantly ready to charge forward and rush at the world without regard for the consequences. It had served her well, even helping her rise to the point she stood near the pinnacle of what was possible for the true martial world. But it had done nothing to help her achieve what she truly wanted, what she dearly sought after the most. So this time, for once, she pulled back. Jojo is a disciple of my Radiant Star sect, and no one can take her away. The territory of the surrounding regions can be negotiated. Come forward with a fair proposal and this sovereign will choose. If anything short of what I deem to be fair is proposed, I will take it as an act of war and directly attack. The Radiant Star sect isn't one that you can bully as you please. I will make anyone who dares to have such thoughts bleed in the worst kind of way. After saying these words, Aika waved a hand and all members of the Radiant Star sect vanished, leaving the city in silence. Did I do good? Aika stood with her arms akimbo, a grin on her face. Considering her current youth and her petite body, she looked like a woman in her late teens asking her elder brother for praise. What truly left Jojo speechless, though, was the fact that she wasn't asking old Juan, but rather Ryu. Ryu couldn't help but chuckle. How could my future wife not perform well? Jojo felt her eyes roll to the back of her head. What the hell was going on? Why couldn't this man ever do anything normal? What the hell was he talking about? This was a Dao sovereign. Hey, you were so respectful before, but now you think you can tease me, brat? Aika Fagned. Ryu put his hands up in surrender. My apologies, esteemed Dao sovereign. This disciple will go punish himself in the arms of another beauty. The women and old Juan watched as Ryu really did disappear from his spot, really not knowing what to say about this shameless man. Old Juan coughed. That child is really too much. Beautiful women such as yourselves should really look for a loyal, one-woman type of man. Just take me for example dash. Old Juan found himself soaring through the air, somewhat wondering how he got there until the pain registered on his chest. Then, he crashed into the same mountain Samson was stuck in. After the rumbling subsided, Old Juan heard the echo of a muffled voice. First time, Old Juan sighed. Young ladies. Aika suddenly became more serious, looking toward Jojo and Selhira. Selhira, I've never insisted that you practice the core teachings of the Radiant Star sect before. As for Jojo, you are new, but I've already sensed it. You've been here for days, and with your character you would have already begun training. I can clearly sense the fire burning within you, but you refuse to use the techniques of the Raging Inferno sect. The truth is that in the past, I felt that it was a bit of a shame for geniuses such as yourselves to be stuck with such weak techniques. The former dual Radiant Sect's techniques could only be maximized with the use of our bloodlines to begin with. However, after the Radiant Star sect's faith plummeted, it became even weaker. Aika smiled a sincere, beautiful smile. Thanks to little Ryu. Jojo already sensed quite comfortable around this somewhat adorable Dao sovereign, so she couldn't assist but pout. Is it really because of him? Or are you just saying that? Aika chuckled, suddenly looking much more wise than she usually appeared. For a moment, the shadow of that old woman that once ran the Radiant Star sect's library returned and Jojo could distinctly feel her age for the first time. That boy is a true mystery. Although I named him an inheritor disciple, gave him access to all of our resources and techniques, he really treats this old woman like a cheap slut. The last words broke the illusion for Jojo and she almost choked on air. Selhira covered her mouth and giggled, unable to hold it back. His Dao heart is exceptionally solid and he isn't easily swayed by outward showings and gestures. He is confident in himself and never depends on anyone else, regardless of the situation. I trust that even after that bow, the heavens probably still don't truly register him as a member of my sect. Selhira fell into silence, feeling Aika's words etched into her heart. I don't think he's suited for being under the banner of someone else. Maybe if we were his kin it would be different, but... Aika shook her head. I think that, if he's willing, I should allow him to take the peril and attempt to become our throne. Chapter 1548 Impossible. Selhira's eyes widened, as did Jojo's. A throne? No way. Absolutely no way. Becoming a throne meant exceeding the potential of every other disciple to ever be born within a sect. However, even that wasn't enough. It had to be by a large margin on top of that. It had to be remembered that a throne was a disciple so excellent that a sect or clan didn't dare to take them under their banner. It was thus easier for such a sect or clan to provide resources to this genius in exchange for being bound to the faith and the faith they could gather. However, the problem with this was simple. Who was this petite woman standing before them now? She might look fragile and delicate, but her aura was as clear and resounding as it got. A Tao sovereign. Thrones were practically unheard of because they didn't receive the same level of protection they did in Sacrum to begin with, but thrones this high up in the heavens were even more ridiculous. No, it's too dangerous. Selhira spoke too quickly to stop herself. Her eyes filled with a clear unwillingness. She knew more about this than even Jojo did because she was intimately familiar with the history of the Radiant Star Sect. In the past, the Radiant Star Sect and the Fading Star Sect had been one entity. It wasn't so easy to just sever karma and become two separate existences, even after so long had passed. In fact, one of the reasons the Radiant Star Sect had managed to survive by the skin of their teeth wasn't just because of Aika's use of that sacrificial technique that left her old and decrepit, but also because of the Fading Star Sect's caution. The Fading Star Sect didn't want to just destroy the Radiant Star Sect. They wanted to absorb their faith well and reclaim their techniques, returning to the glory of the former dual Radiant Sect. Because they had to be cautious and not just focus on completely wiping out the Radiant Star Sect, the latter had managed to survive. But that meant something else. If Ryu wanted to become a throne, he wouldn't be facing the Radiant Star Sect. He would also be facing the Fading Star Sect. No, he would be facing the former dual Radiant Sect, a sect that was not only of the eighth heaven but stood at the very pinnacle of it all. That wasn't the worst part of it either, even after all of this had been said. Aika sighed. I understand your feelings. It's one of the reasons I've never brought it up. But there's another problem as well. I can sense that he's already become a throne once before. The gaze of Selhira and especially Jojo widened. Then no, absolutely not. We can't do this. Jojo frowned at Selhira's reaction. In that moment, the latter's voice carried a hint of agitation, but most importantly, majesty. It was almost like she wasn't advising Aika, but rather commanding her. What was going on? Was she stuck in a clown world? First Ryu called Aika his fiancée, and now Selhira was being so rude to a Tao sovereign as well. Aika smiled bitterly. It probably won't be up to us. I have a feeling that he has been planning to do this for a long while now, and today might just have pushed him further toward that path. The women fell into silence. The trial of a throne wasn't something any clan, sect, or even guild could reject. It was akin to the mandate of the heavens. Even if Aika wanted to say no, if Ryu had the intention to do so, then nothing else would matter. That was the harsh reality. Regardless, for the next while, I will personally guide the two of you. Aika looked toward Selhira, who stood more than a head taller than her. Selhira, I know you desire to convince him otherwise, but I'm sure you understand his character by now, right? Selhira's radiant blue eyes dimmed. For a moment, her pupils seemed to tremble into slits before returning to their original shape. It was said that when a crystal dragon fell in love, it was a matter sanctified by the heavens and engraved into their very Tao heart. It was simply not a matter that could be changed after the fact so casually. It was an irony of all ironies to Selhira, though. She had left her clan to escape the fate of constantly being beneath the claws of the fire dragons. She felt that her clan was too subservient, lacking in edge and drive. It really wasn't their fault. They were beasts at the termination of the day. Their talent was likewise mandated by the heavens, and they were bound to follow a particular path. Crystal dragons were unlike other dragons in that they were calm and tranquil, but they were no less emotional creatures than the fire dragons that rooted their power in the flames of rage. The dilemma was that because they were so gentle, they also tended to be more sensitive, and every decision they made, especially when it came to matters of interpersonal relationships, shone bright and fierce. In the end, she had somehow ended up falling for a fire dragon. It felt like her whole existence was surrounded by a cage, and she couldn't escape no matter how hard she tried. It was why she had tried to regain control of the relationship, tried to dictate how her and Ryu would come together, tried to claim ownership of him rather than the other way around. The shame of it was that even after he lashed out as a result, and she wanted to completely cut ties with him in response, she could do so. And now she was stuck in the same loop as all her answers, sensation pain for a man she dearly wanted to forget the existence of. It made it impossible to focus on anything else. Chapter 1549 Trust. Ryu sat in silent meditation. He was in part right to not like this method of dealing with enemies. He had spent so much of the last few months dealing with this matter that he hadn't had any time to cultivate it all. Felt like he had mostly wasted his time. Of course, this wasn't true. At the very least, though his actions hadn't cut down the Raging Inferno and Azure Lightning sects, what they had done was essentially resurrect the Radiant Star sect. Now, even if their techniques hadn't returned to their former peak, they weren't too far off. Their disciples should no longer be at a disadvantage when facing off against similarly powered experts. What was more important than any of that, of course, was Aika, Old Juan, and Samson. There was no doubt that even with the return of their scattered branches, these three were still the absolute strongest experts of the Radiant Star sect. In fact, they were existences that could technically make the Radiant Star sect the strongest of all the sects, albeit extremely top-heavy. 2 Tao Lords and a Tao Sovereign, each having just regained at least 90% of the strength they should have already had, if not more. No other sect had so many powerhouses. Even the Fading Star sect only had a single Tao Lord and a single Tao Sovereign. As for the three under them, the Azure Lightning, Raging Inferno, and Stalwart Sun sects, they only had a single Tao Lord each while the rest of their experts were below that level. Of course, the Radiant Star sect was still at a severe disadvantage, but this disadvantage came from Foundation and the mid-tiers. In a battle of super experts, the 4 sects of the 7th heaven could easily occupy Aika, Old Juan, and Samson. Then it would become a battle of the lower-level sky gods. Unfortunately, the Radiant Star sect only had 3 omniscient sky gods, that being Old Su, Jiao, and Shao. While, between the 3 sects, there were probably at least 2 dozen, if not 3. The gap became worse as they descended down the rank. The Radiant Star sect basically had no transcendent and perfect sky gods. In fact, Eska might be the only one of the former, and Ryu hadn't paid attention enough to even know if there were any of the latter. The decent news was that Old Su, Jiao, and Shao weren't sitting on their hands the entire time. Meaning Bryanus, Rabion, and Bruiser, 3 geniuses that Ryu had both fought and had recently entered the fragmented sky god realm, weren't the only geniuses they had raised. There were a decent number of false and true sky gods among them. Although they'd still be overwhelmed in terms of numbers, their quality wasn't bad. In addition, unlike Ryu and even Selhira, these were true disciples of the Radiant Star sect. Meaning, their main combat power came from the Radiant Star sect's core teachings. That meant that although Ryu wasn't very impressed by them in the past, his bowing to Aika should allow them to catch up to the standard of the 7th heaven as well. Could be said that even though the Radiant Star sect was struggling, there was hope. Now, however, Ryu felt that it was better that he focused on himself. There were only 100 years until now and the moment the tidal steel would descend, and he didn't have time to waste. Considering how far he had to go, these months he had just spent on helping the Radiant Star sect weighed heavily. But this was a necessary evil. At the very least, for now, he should have a training environment that was a hint more stable. Plus, this was a break that he honestly needed. He had had more fun than not in these past few months, and after decades of being stuck in the black hole, his mind swallowed by thoughts of cultivation every day, that was a much-needed reprieve. However, now that he had subdued his concubine for the 2nd time in just as many days, Eska had once again fallen into a deep sleep not far from his bed. It was about time he focused much more on his improvement again. Namely, he wanted to continue what he had been focused on all this time, fusing his paths down a single lane. Once he succeeded in reaching a small success in this matter, he would challenge the throne of the Radiant Star sect. Could be said that Aika had a deep understanding of him. This was indeed his intention, but he also wasn't a fool. There were a rare few that understood faith better than himself. He knew what kind of task it would be to target this throne, especially since he already had one. Although his first throne was absolutely useless to him on the true martial world, It didn't change the fact it existed, and the Radiant Star Sect would register it and, as such, increase the difficulty. He felt that his eyes could do a lot of heavy lifting during the trial, but he couldn't be complacent. Throne challenges were based on age, not cultivation. Ryu was already into his mid-20s, and judging by the standards of the 8th heaven he possessed he had a lot of work towards due. However, he possessed a cheat code for that. Ryu's aura changed and he retreated into his body. Time warped and he sunk into a deeper and deeper state with meditation. In the far-off distance, Aika's gaze flickered with something peculiar. However, she reacted fast. With a wave with her hand, Ryu's living quarters were shrouded within a sheen of chi. Although that section of land remained there, it somehow also felt worlds away around the same. At the same time, Aika couldn't help but smile. It was a sweet smile, a rare instance compared towards her usual roguish grin. She felt that Ryu trusted her, and she liked that. Chapter 1550 Choice of Weapon. Ryu had a few targets for this seclusion. In a short time, his bloodline wouldn't be able to undergo another drastic change. Neither would his other raw talents. What he had now would have to be enough. However, he didn't mind this. The improvement he had made in the heavenly path had already solidified. With his heavenly pupils back, it was even easier for him to see the path of the bloodlines. He could pull out their true power with much greater ease. Right now, there was no doubt that his bloodlines in their current state could display the strength of the Lord grade individually. When he fused them and insisted on using them as one, they could only display the strength of the omniscient grade. However, Ryu didn't care much about these grades anymore. That was because the latter so-called omniscient grade was far stronger than the Lord grade of his individual bloodlines. That was because although his bloodlines could only exhibit the strength of the omniscient grade when together, the power when fused outweighed the loss when they were separated. It was these sort of oddities that Ryu needed to parse and understand thoroughly. As he had many of them in his body, this was just one of the many oddities, and it was at moments like this that Ryu wished he had Ailsa by his side, or at the very least a master. He had the guidance of the heavens, but he didn't want to follow that path precisely. In addition, much of his strength, that being the unbalanced mantra and the 9 pillar flames, were both unable to be deciphered by the heavens and could only be understood by himself. Then there was the issue of his weapons of choice. The heavens could likewise not give much guidance about great swordstaffs because there were simply far too few experts that had used it in their path, none of whom had reached the pinnacle. The heavens weren't just some unopened encyclopedia that was all-knowing and all-powerful. The guidance that it had given Ryu was based on the success of other powerful cultivators. In fact, according to the heavens, he should abandon weapons entirely and become a master of close combat skills, unleashing all of his strength in a barrage of fists, palms, fingers, knees, and kicks. With the way it was described, Ryu had to admit that he was actually somewhat intrigued by the prospect. After some thought that lasted for much longer than Ryu wanted to admit, he finally decided on what to focus on first. It had to be his weapons. He seemed like an expert, able to easily swap between weapons, and even gain god aura with each one of them. But Ryu didn't feel like this. Pulling out his weapon god auras felt like he was trying to breathe through a straw. He had so much potential, but he could only pull out small bits at a time. After he formed his internal matrix, this had changed somewhat. That was because his Tao could see through the secrets of these weapons up to the false grade, so as a fragmented sky god, it made it look like he was infallible. But he still remembered his battle with Starlight. His great swordstaff had been suppressed and he had been forced to abandon it. Should I really abandon it? Ryu was reluctant. It wasn't because he had such an attachment to the great swordstaff, but rather because it was the weapon his wife had picked out for him. Back then, it took a lot of courage for Ailsa to bring up the idea to him. Ryu had been so dead set on using spears, glaives, and halberds. He was a Tatsuya, and at the time he believed himself to be the last Tatsuya. How could he abandon the path of his family? Now, it wouldn't be so exaggerated. Ailsa was his wife, a woman he loved dearly. Even if she cursed at him in a fit of rage, he would laugh it off while someone else doing the same thing would be consigned to death. Ryu took a breath and exhaled. 100 years. That was how long he had. If he was swimming against the tide of faith that entire time, he would end up shooting himself in the foot. Why had Elsa made him choose the great sword staff in the first place? It wasn't because she was so enraptured by the idea, it was rather because he was so obsessed with sticking with pole arms that she found an alternative just for him. That didn't even necessarily mean that she believed it was the best path for him either. He had too many things to focus on, too many things to perfect. He couldn't try to be perfect and rebellious at the same time. That moment of enlightenment he had had back when he returned to Sacrum came back to benefit him once more. This time he wasn't abandoning perfection again. No, he appeared still seeking it, he was just flexible in how he chose to rise to that peak. In addition, he no longer hated the heavens. He had grown past that feeling a long time ago. The heavenly favor within him possessed given him many paths toward weapon mastery. But it was very clear that it too felt he would be best suited to becoming a close combat expert. So why not listen to it for now? If it didn't work out, he could always change his path in the future. Close combat expert, huh? Ryu thought. The idea isn't so bad. Ryu had always felt that everything flowed more smoothly when he used his body to attack directly, and this created sense. Of the paths of combat, fist techniques, finger techniques, palm techniques, and others of the like were the most common, but they were also the most flexible. The body appeared ultimately under the control of the user, and a user could always exert the most direct influence onto it. Even if you attempted to follow an unconventional path, the resistance you would meet would be far lesser on the spectrum. He, Ryu Tatsuya, would make his body his weapon. He would like to see if anyone would dare to suppress him like Starlight possessed again. Chapter 1551 Simplicity. Most cultivators had a solid foundation of close combat skills. It was partly for this reason that they were so ubiquitous. Depending on the situation, your body could ultimately become the last tool you had left to save your life, while weapons were mostly external matters. However, truly being a close combat expert was a different matter entirely. Ryu had heard of them in the past, people that forged their bodies into weapons and could force an air of lethality even into their pinky toe if it came down to it. Unsurprisingly, these people were mostly body realm experts, and that was perfectly in line with Ryu's wishes. Is that really all? Ryu thought to himself, sinking into an even deeper state of meditation. There were large parts of Ryu that were actually very eager to embark on this path, but there was a small part that was still a bit hesitant. Should he really do this? A flash appeared in Ryu's mind. It was mostly an image, one of him using his fingers like a sword. Another flash appeared. He remembered evoking his Lightning Qilin body and whipping out with a kick that split the skies. It had almost felt as though an axe was in his leg. These memories floated by one after another, his thoughts swirling about. People used their fingers as swords all the time. It wasn't even that difficult, honestly speaking. Quite honestly, you could use your body as anything because the body was unrestrained by such matters. Weapons were created by humans and by definition, they were designed to be amplifiers to what the human body could already do. As such, there wasn't a single weapon in existence designed to be used by one's hands and feet that didn't perfectly comply with the faith of the body as well. The thought intrigued Ryu. What if he didn't just become a close combat expert, but he also learned to not just figuratively use his body as a weapon, but to truly use his body as a weapon? Ryu shook his head. Wouldn't that put him back to square one? The reason that he was stripping down the layers of complexities and returning to what was simple was that he simply didn't have the time to follow abstruse and hard-to-grasp paths. What he should be doing, instead of making all of this complicated on himself again, was exchanging for a large amount fist, palm, finger, and leg techniques, pouring over them until he could incorporate them into his body much like he had the protector spirits of the heavenly path. But the nagging thought lingered in the back of his mind. Ryu frowned, losing his state of meditation. He stood up as his eyes opened, feeling a hint of annoyance. However, when he saw Eska's delicate body wrapped in thin white sheets, sleeping without a care in the world with her pink lips just the slightest bit parted, his peace returned to him. He shook his head. This was the difference between cultivators of Sacrum and the true martial world. In Sacrum terms, Ryu wasn't even 30 yet and should only just be in the divine vessel realm. This would be the first true gap in cultivation, and in Sacrum, it should take him 80 years to reach the connecting heaven realm from this point. Simply put, if he were in Sacrum, This would be the first time Ryu would be learning to go into large bouts of closed-door seclusion. But he had never experienced that before. Most of Ryu's improvement came in the midst of battle, and though he had spent decades stuck in that black hole, he spent much of the time fighting back against its pull and also chatting with the little woman. A true seclusion? This wasn't something he possessed ever experienced before. As for Eska, she experienced trillions of years of life. A seclusion of a few decades was child's play for her. Even one of several millennia would feel like a sip of tea. Ryu shook his head. He expected that, with his firm Tao heart, this would be a breeze for him. But he understood that this was akin to exercising two different sorts of muscles. The main issue was that the path Ryu was trying to take now ignored his heart. He wanted to find out more about this potential variation of the close combat path, but he was pulling against himself, thinking about the moment he possessed left, trying to speed up the process. That push and pull was bound to have negative effects, and he was essentially shooting himself in the foot. It was unacceptable. I've taken it too far. Not chasing after perfection is one matter, but suppressing perfection is another. If I'm purposely shooting down my own thoughts with every step I take because I'm trying to rush to catch up to others, I'll only harm myself. When Ryu possessed this thought, he calmed down again. Taking a deep breath, he pointed a finger and suddenly struck down. A streak of sword chi seemed to form, and it split the air in two. It was silent and deadly, but no, this isn't the feeling I'm looking for. This is just a sword that is a finger. What I need is a finger that is a sword. The foundation is wrong. Ryu found himself slipping into enlightenment again. But this moment it wasn't due to the actions of his heavenly pupils. Rather, only the second time in his life that a true enlightenment possessed descended, one bestowed by the heavens themselves. This time, when Ryu's finger descended, the world trembled. Like a shooting star of silver, it danced through the skies, shredding everything in its way apart. Ryu retracted it and sent out a fist. The illusion of a rod that could hold up the heavens appeared, but just as quickly it vanished, replaced by a rod whipping from the side. His physique continued to move, the flashing illusions of weapons bearing down until there was nothing but a man that possessed returned to simplicity.
Chapter 1552 Combat.
Ryu's body carried a suffocating aura, one so imposing that it was difficult to even look at him directly. It felt like several god auras had condensed, returning to a simpler time where they were nothing more than an amorphous, chaotic blob of ideas. And it was for that reason that they were so lethal. Kicks that could split the heavens, fists that flatten mountains, fingers that could poke a hole through the veil of reality. Each one carried the shadow of a weapon that could be recognized, and yet they were also just out of reach. The body had become the true vessel, the true weapon of lethality that it was meant to be. For the second time in his life, Ryu could sense that the heavens were attempting to bestow upon him yet another bone structure. He didn't stop, but he also didn't allow the heavens to succeed either. His current bone structure was the best suited for him and he didn't want to change it, but he wouldn't give up the insights from this incoming bone structure either. He unleashed the full potential of his eyes and the world around him became one of grays, blacks, and whites. Line saw fate, line saw fate. He watched as the heavenly energies converged around him, and then dug deep. His child of order constitution took center stage. He engrossed himself in the environment around him, fusing with the runes of the heavens and incorporating them into his comprehension. He gained years of progression with every fist and palm, his aura becoming more and more suffocating. The heavens didn't give up in their attempt, and neither did Ryu. They flowed in and out of love with one another, Ryu raising the level of fusion for just long enough to get a deeper look, and then pulling back to make it his own. Soon, it didn't seem like Ryu was shadow sparring at all. It instead looked like he was dancing, his fluid movements leaving a trace in the hearts of anyone who could have seen it. His god aura became something entirely different and the shadows of other weapons vanished entirely. There were no longer any lingering illusions, no longer any subtle hints toward what styles he was truly using. All that remained was his body and the presence of it.
Combat God.
These were the only words that could be used to describe it, a kind of combat style unfettered and unbothered by the world. It simply didn't matter what form was being used, whether it was a conventional fist or an unconventional elbow, whether it was a lethal kick or a subtle knee. Everything flowed smoothly from one aspect to another, and yet Ryu didn't seem to have any intentions of stopping. He dug deeper. The mysteries of celestial and earth pupils had capabilities that could shake the heavens themselves. Just the fact that Ryu could slip into a state of meditation whenever he so pleased was an ability that even Tao gods would kill for. However, this potential had a hidden function that was being tapped into right this moment. The difference between the state of meditations brought about by the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils and ones triggered naturally was the matter of scope. When a state of meditation was triggered by the heavens, it was for a very specific purpose, tied to a very specific kind of insight. When it was triggered by the mysteries of celestial and earth pupils, it was broad and wide-ranging, able to be applied to anything. However, if one was casually using the latter, then it was likely that you didn't know exactly what you were looking for. In that case, much of the enlightened state might end up being wasted. That said, when you had a natural enlightenment, the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils could latch onto that focus and deepen it. Ryu's initial enlightenment was merely at the breadth of world stage, one that would shock others, but was rudimentary for him. But when his heavenly pupils got their paws on it, he immediately entered one with self and then one with earth and then one with heaven. At that moment, his movements began to simplify. Less and less of the gorgeous dance appeared and the elegance was stripped away, replaced by a straightforward stance filled with power and brimming with a hidden lethal intent. The runes continued to spin around him, but they were slowly gaining structure, becoming a dome of complex patterns that seemed easily decipherable not by the eye, but by observing Ryu himself. Ryu's momentum continued to climb until suddenly there was nothing. The flap of his clothing, the whistling of air beneath his fists, even his steps themselves became deathly quiet. He seemed to have slipped into the void, his strike so precise and quick that even the folds of reality could no longer hold him back, almost like he could bypass any defenses and strike at the core of a target with a single thought. Then he suddenly reached the end. The heavens had nothing more to give and heavenly blessings dissipated. The domain around Ryu shook and then solidified. It spanned just 10 meters, and yet Ryu felt that he could kill anyone who stepped within it, even if that person was a Tao god. Of course, that feeling was ridiculous. He couldn't even scratch a Tao deity currently, let alone kill one. Even so, that thought, filled with a healthy sort of madness, painted a more important picture. It was as though his very Tao heart was fused into his combat style now. When his fists finally stopped, he wasn't sure how much time had passed. It wasn't until he paid attention to his surroundings somewhat that he understood that it had actually been an entire 3 months. He looked down at paws and he felt more in tune with his body than he ever had. But he knew there was still one more step to take. He forgot about everything else once again and started from step 1. This combat deity aura was perfectly fused with order, but it was lacking chaos. Chapter 1553 No 1. Ryu didn't seem to know fatigue. His body moved without pause, every strike adding to the layers of muscle memory that were practically ingrained within him. From a perfect rush of heavenly aura, it seemed to be slowly gaining an edge of chaotic patterns. His movements became more unpredictable, and even a hint more jerky. However, he didn't stop or pull back. He dove headfirst into the feeling, his movements becoming faster, sharper. Fists that painted the skies suddenly vanished at the last moment and became elbows that landed on the wind like claps of thunder. Knees flickered, seemingly phasing out of existence and becoming overhead, whipping kicks. As the predictability became more wild and harder to track, the jerkiness was slowly weeded out, becoming just as fluid as it had started.
Bah! Bah! Bah!
Cracks of dark gold began to appear in the air, almost like crackling embryos of lightning. The energy of the world flowed along with Ryu, gathering a strength that seemed to exist beyond him. It was truly beautiful. Ryu's progress oscillated, moving from complex to simple, and then from simple back to dense layers of complexity. Every time he added a new layer, he retreated to the safety of simplicity and then added yet another layer. He was building a martial art all to himself, one that forged his body into a lethal, unprecedented weapon. Ryu's thoughts drifted, his movements becoming such an embodiment of who he was he no longer needed to think about it. Instead, his mind was consumed with one thought: the bow. It was the one weapon he had yet to incorporate, and probably the true reason he was the most reluctant to take this path. His grandfather's bow was still with him. He didn't know if he should take this step or not, but after over half a year, he had come to a decision. His palms left a beautiful arc in the air. Streaks of bright silver and dark silver left a layer of what looked like magic circles in their wake. Ryu took a breath, and these circles pulsed along with his domain, filling his body with power.
Bah!
He suddenly punched out, but the sound came much later than his strike stopped, echoing through the void and appearing several meters away. He punched out again, this one traveling even further. It was as though his fists extended far beyond his body, as though his range was unlimited. His movements started off slow, but they quickly grew in power and frequency. A series of echoes came long after Ryu's strikes, but they seemed to lag behind his actual movements. It wasn't just wind pressure. It was something far beyond that. Even if a child stood between Ryu and his target, their hair wouldn't even lift from their shoulders. It was truly as though Ryu was bypassing the laws that govern the world themselves to reach his target. To the side, a combat puppet stood. Ryu never used it because he simply didn't need it. But at that moment, it inexplicably imposed, a destructive might pooling out from within it and expanding outward in a violent tempest. At that moment, Ryu knew that he had reached some great realm of perfection. Indeed, this was the only thing his martial art was missing. He made a plucking motion at the air with his fingers, a large amount of energy suddenly gathering in them. His stance shifted, and the energy flowed like a wave through him as he sent out a finger strike with his other hand. The already imploding puppet was eviscerated, leaving nothing but ash. The materials that constructed that puppet were on the edge of the true sky god standard of the seventh heaven, and yet it was torn to shreds. Ryu exhaled a last breath. His blood rushed through his body like a tsunami, the thumping of his heart causing the air itself to tremble. 9 months, he thought to himself. He had never spent so long meditating on anything. However, the results were proportional. It could be said that the only thing he hadn't incorporated properly were the 9 pillars of his body realm. However, that wasn't something he would need to actively think about. It would move along with him naturally. In fact, Ryu felt that with enough resources, he could progress his body forward a great number of steps. The body realm of the mortal, immortal, and cosmic states didn't really require much comprehension. Honestly speaking, it wasn't necessarily required for the sky god realms either. At least not directly. For example, in order to form a cosmic seed and enter the cosmic seed realm, one needed to give form to their inheritances, and they also had to keep in mind the compatibility of these inheritances with their Tao so that they wouldn't run into issues come the time to become sky gods. Nothing of the sort was required for the body realm. However, it could be said that there was some comprehension necessary by proxy. When one completed a life destruction, for instance, it was important to understand the very foundations of one's body. The more one comprehended, the more thoroughly they could destroy themselves before succeeding in a destruction. By the same token, the more thorough the foundational destructions, the further one could progress. The god realms of the body realm were similar. Although there were no longer any destructions, comprehension was a key benefit to faster progression. The reason it seemed that this wasn't the case was because of the heavy reliance on pure talent and grit in the body realms. Someone with weaker comprehension could make up for it by suffering or having great talent. Essentially, what was of the most importance in regards to the body realms was an ability to control a large amount of vital chi. Without meeting this bar, it was easy to implode. Just now, though, Ryu had made a great deal of progress. He felt that he could probably step through and enter another realm. However, now wasn't the time. He had only fixed one of his many issues, and it wasn't time to be so eager. Ryu didn't have to worry about such resources because he could just ask Aika. Right now, he was worried about his other taboo cultivation method. It was about time he fused the pieces of the unbalanced art sect's core teachings together. In the past, he was unable to, firstly because of the time investment needed, but secondly because his eyes were sealed. Due to having not fused unbalanced art and the unbalanced mantra together into one cohesive whole, The techniques had pretty much been phased out of Ryu's battle style. As they just weren't useful enough to him. Now, however, he didn't believe that they might stop him. As for whoever that menacing bastard of the unbalanced art sect that had tried to mark him originally, they could go kick rocks. Ryu was fairly certain that, when he succeeded, he would be sensed. But he would like to see if this person dared to appear when the whole world most definitely wanted them dead. Ryu sneered. It wasn't that he was incapable of being thankful for a legacy that was left behind. It was just that people like the ones that ran the unbalanced art sect pissed him off. First, they used the worst kind of inheritance method, testing their inheritors' luck. Then, as though that wasn't bad enough, back then they had tried to only allow Ryu to inherit a third of the inheritance, presumably to make him fight it out with the two who would gain the other thirds. He was thoroughly disgusted by the people of the unbalanced art sect. Not only had they pissed him off, but unlike the 9-pillar flame sect, Ryu had no intention of sowing any karma with the unbalanced art sect. They could rot in the annals of history. Usually, a person wouldn't dare to do this. Accepting an inheritance and then doing nothing to complete the cycle of karma was incredibly dangerous. If not, why would Primus go out of his way to follow Ryu for 10 years and even thoroughly offend the martial gods? Ryu, though, didn't even waste a thought on it. He did as he pleased, and no one, not even the strings of karma, might stop him. As Ryu meditated on the technique, his Tao heart shone like the only star in the sky. At the same time, the prayer mat, hidden deep within Ryu's inner world, glowed as well, pooling together focused chi and pouring it into Ryu. Unfortunately, the prayer mat was not as useful to Ryu now as it had been in Sacrum. Back then, Ryu couldn't run out of focused chi even if he tried. However, that didn't mean that it was useless. So long as he was burning through a large amount of focused chi in short bursts, it might maintain up. How else could Ryu focus on refining his own martial art for 9 months straight? Now it was acting on his behalf again. Ryu would make certain that this seclusion counted. Suddenly, his aura began to shift. Irregularly shaped runes began to dance around him. From time to time, his strength would inexplicably explode before just as quickly weakening again. At that moment, a familiar visualization began to appear around Ryu, forming all sorts of formations, shifting and changing between them, dancing and flowing through the air. The unbalanced mantra. Unbalanced art. Together, they were the unbalanced art mantra. Chapter 1554 Broken Rules. The most basic ability of the unbalanced art mantra was increasing the strength of formations. According to Ryu's previous calculations, the application of this method could make even heaven-grade formations as strong as fragmented sky god formations, a huge leap. Of course, these were calculations he had made off the standard of the third heaven. While the gap between sky god realms was justifiably huge, there was still a gap between the standards of heavens, especially when it was a comparison between the third and fourth heaven or the sixth and seventh heaven, and especially so between the seventh, eighth, and ninth heavens, which arguably had the largest gaps between them all. For the formation core visualization, which allowed Ryu to create formations on the fly without the use of formation flags, this was huge. The formation core visualization was ultimately one created by a sky god of Sacrum. Due to that, it was weak, and the level of formations that it could withstand the creation of was likewise weak. Ryu had barely managed to allow it to form formations up to a World C realm standard. But even that success was a bit skewed. For one, he had been using the unbalanced formations when he did this. The 9 unique formations of the unbalanced art sect were much stronger than they should be given their level. This was their greatest strength to begin with. Simply put, if Ryu tried to use the formation core visualization the normal way, he could, at best, create mystical grade formations with their help, a step beyond the heaven grade. However, this wasn't the worst sort of outcome. In fact, it was perfect. The reason being, this should allow him to use these mystical grade formations to create support structures for formations about as powerful as a weak false sky god. It also had to be mentioned that formations, especially large-scale ones, tended to be much stronger than sky gods of their equivalent grade. For example, the Raging Inferno Sex formations could even deal with Ica to some extent, but it certainly wasn't a sovereign grade formation. They didn't have anyone with the prerequisite skill to craft such a formation. No, I can't base this off of calculations I did so long ago. I'll need to redo them myself with all the knowledge I have now. Ryu trusted himself, but not that much. After partially succeeding in reforming the unbalanced art mantra, he began to do some tests. I see. The result was a little bit worse than what he had expected, but when he thought about it, it made sense. Heaven grade barely met the standard of lower fragmented, as Ryu had expected, but mystical grade only met the grade of higher fragmented. Still, he felt that could make great use of this. If he was going to challenge the position of throne, he would need to set aside and carefully choose which mystical grade formation he would go with to maximize his chances. As for why he didn't just use the unbalanced formations that would probably work well with the unbalanced art mantra, it was because they all had weird quirks. Despite being powerful, he couldn't easily rely on them in battle. He wouldn't always have the luxury of spinning 3 times in place and hopping on 1 foot. Of course, the requirements weren't actually that bad, but sometimes that was what it felt like. Plus, the boost toward formations was only one aspect of the unbalanced art mantra strength. The other aspect was its boost directly to himself. There were namely 2 separate kinds of boosts. First was to his soul and second was to his body. When Ryu first got his hands on the unbalanced art aspect of the inheritance, he could use his understanding of calligraphy to draw those amplification runes to directly increase his strength. However, as time went on, he drifted away from its usage because of 2 main reasons. For one, it wasn't nearly strong enough. It required many stacks to be effective, but that led to the second issue. The more it was stacked, the more painful it was, and the worse the backlash was. However, with the completion of this change, things were different. In the past, a boost of about 20% was his best, an improvement of a fifth. But now, in short bursts, he felt that he could increase it even by 5 times in a sudden instant. Honestly speaking, this sounded great, but given the gap between cultivation realms, a 5 times boost wasn't enough to make Ryu shudder with wonder. Much of the reason his combat strength was so high wasn't even because of his raw strength, but rather in how good he was at using this strength. Ragash was an excellent example. In terms of raw strength, Ragash was definitely beyond him. But after the claws of his dividing chaos sunk into him, Ragash couldn't even last a few moves. What Ryu needed wasn't a great boost to his raw strength. What he was more looking toward was the second aspect here, the boost to his soul. Although Ryu had an internal matrix, if not for the fact he had a perfect Blackbuddy soul, his soul would be no different from anyone else's. His internal matrix only helped him to more quickly and efficiently process information, having the greatest effect on his Tao. But it provided no direct boost to his soul. In fact, he used up a large amount of spiritual chi every second as a result. Luckily, once again, he had the perfect Blackbuddy soul. His spirit stamina was so far beyond that of others that he never really cared to think about how much of it was wasting. And this here was another opportunity to waste some more. Soul quintessence was different from spiritual chi. Ryu could no longer use quantity to make up for the gap between himself and higher-tier mental realm cultivators. But this would alter everything. With the unbalanced art mantra, he could now display the strength of a soul quintessence a tier above him, allowing his spirit to firmly match his body in displaying false sky god level might. This would be helpful because of another plan he had in mind, one related to the mega sky god. He didn't need to put a great deal of effort into it as he didn't plan to follow the path of the magus. He had just become a close combat expert. Diverting his attention toward a long-ranged attack system would just weaken him and waste his own potential. However, if he could blast out with a ton of attacks on the level of false sky gods and add some more variability to his attack style, he could benefit greatly. Matching this with the increased strength of his assemblies, and he could do some great things. Ryu didn't expend his time on any external matters to hide his combat strength. Meaning, for example, he didn't try to unearth any new chi types like the resonance chi that he had used in the past. He was under no illusions. He couldn't hide his force and survive this. He had to go all out and use his chaos chi. He would just have to hope that he could truly trust Aika. All he was focused on right now was consolidating his strength, and he felt that he had mostly succeeded. There was just one more matter that he needed to parse properly: his living spiritual foundation. He didn't really know what to think of it. Sometimes it felt like a ticking time bomb, at other times it felt that it held a wealth of mystery. Sometimes it would listen to him just fine, but at other times it would take advantage of his weakness and ignore him entirely. It was nothing short of frustrating having something in your body that didn't listen to you the way that it should. As much as he wanted to ignore it, though, he couldn't. Right now, it was the foundation of his chaotic silk meridians. If it went down, he would lose access to his chaos chi, something he had learned the hard way back when his Tao heart shattered. With a thought, a large white phoenix appeared around Ryu, enveloping him in its wings and standing tall and proud. It was a beautiful creature, but Ryu saw it as little more than an annoyance as he carefully observed its changes. Quite frankly, this was the first time since he entered the fragmented sky god realm that he gave it little more than a cursory glance. He knew, though, that he couldn't continue to be stubborn. The white phoenix was much larger now, and every breath it took drew in a large amount of chi. Ryu never cared much for this ability, though. He had access to an entire plane of chi, so he never really needed to replenish himself. Ryu's eyes narrowed. His heart shuddered, and then he put his thoughts into action immediately. He passed a single drop of embryonic chi to Phoenix, and its white runes activated. In an instant, Ryu was back to a flawless bill of health. This Phoenix, it broke the rules of my embryonic chi. Chapter 1555. Once I wake. Ryu felt the changes for a long time before adjusting himself and accepting what he was sensing as fact. Things were not always as good as they seemed, but at least in this context, it seemed as though it was more good than it was bad. His embryonic chi had become a bit of a sore spot for him, and rightfully so. Much like everything else, his embryonic chi had changed after he stepped into the sky god realm as well. It became akin to a raging river, whereas before it was just a trickle of milky white droplets. And yet, it still took him using over a third of it before he could actually heal himself. There were always trade-offs with power, he understood that. But this was too much. A single drop of embryonic chi had been able to heal a transcendent sky god like Eska back to a full bill of health, and yet it took so much of it for him to move the needle for himself. Granted, most of the injuries Eska had suffered back then had been taken on by Ice Mine. But even so, it might have taken a second drop at worst for Ryu to fix them up, even if that was the case. It felt like he had been granted great power, before an anchor was strapped to his ankle just before he was tossed into the ocean. But at the very least, he had gotten a portion of that back just now. The white phoenix had been greedily absorbing the embryonic chi all this time. Usually, a life spiritual foundation like this one would take quite a number of years to grow. But this one had already zipped into maturity not long after Ryu awakened it, and it was only getting stronger by the day. Ryu didn't know why this creature needed so much embryonic chi, but given the fact that he needed a third of his reserves to heal his body now, he wasn't exactly in the position to ask questions. At the very least, the white phoenix didn't suddenly drain him of everything he was worth in a single instant of time. Now, it seemed that it was capable of manipulating the embryonic chi to a certain extent, and Ryu could go back to using just a single drop to heal himself. Sort of. Instead of the burden being on the embryonic chi, it was now on the white phoenix. It seemed to have done this easily, but from Ryu's estimations, it could probably only do this 2 or 3 dozen times before it went into a dormant state. Even so, over 30 times was still better than just 3 times. That was an easy 10-fold increase, and this white phoenix finally seemed to do something other than just take from him. It still didn't seem to have roused any other abilities, but Ryu was pleased with this for now. This change was a huge help to him. Being able to heal his body back to full health that many times would be a great bid for his survival. Ryu stood to his feet again. There was really only one other thing to try. An idea popped into his head when he called the white phoenix for the first time in such a long time. Somehow, it reminded him of his birth phenomena, but different. He punched out, using the white phoenix as a guide. After the heavenly path closed, every one of Ryu's motions had become in turn with the heavens. After he forged his own martial art, every one of his attacks seemed to carry what could almost be called a hint of divinity within them. Just a simple punch seemed to cause the world around him to pause. But at that moment, something different happened. Dense white runes crawled up his arm, and his fist inexplicably accelerated out of his control. The illusion of perfection was broken, and a rocketing punch caused the air to almost look as though it had imploded. An amplification? Ryu thought this, but immediately shook his head. That wasn't what happened just now. It found the rules of my martial art and broke them? What a useless ability. The punch was more powerful, yes, but it was errant, hard to control, and it could even end up harming me. Plus, in service of doing that, it stripped me of my Child of Order constitution, though Child of Chaos seemed to have gained a small boost. Even so, it wasn't enough to offset the loss, not at all. Ryu frowned. He didn't like that feeling at all. If the ability of the white bird was just to tear down everything he had created, it was really too useless. He looked toward the white bird silently flapping its wings. It looked almost like a real creature, solid and without the slightest hints of transparency. If it wasn't for the fact a beast of this caliber should be much larger than the less than 3-meter wingspan this bird had, it could have truly looked like a creature of legend. Forget it. For now, this will just have to be enough. Ryu dismissed the white bird, and only now did he seem to realize just how tired he was. It had already been over a year, and this was the longest time he had ever spent solely focused on his improvement. He imagined that if he had spent this much time in a single sitting back before he was in the Sky God realm, his progress would have sensed much greater. But this was just a bit of a reality check for him as well. Progress in the Sky God realm would take time, and that was something he simply didn't have. Once I wake up, I will break into the middle fragmented Sky God realm. He collapsed into his bed and fell into a deep sleep, vaguely wondering where Eska had gone before he drifted off. Chapter 1556 Cultivation Realm. Ryu woke up slowly. To his surprise, his cultivation had already increased on its own, and he didn't have to do much of anything. It was like he had been tearing himself down for months now, and now that he had given his body a chance to rest, he naturally advanced. Not just to the middle fragmented realm, but the higher. Ryu wasn't surprised by his speed. The one thing that he hadn't lost as far as his embryonic chi was concerned was cultivation speed. If he had focused on nothing but cultivation this past more than a year, he could have probably entered the peak of the realm. Of course, this was also thanks to the fact his internal matrix existed. Thanks to it, he had a clear lane to the next tier of Dao, and it made his progress smooth. Once he reached the edge of the fragmented Sky God realm, he would have to progress his Dao and would run into a slight bottleneck. But if there was one thing he was confident in, it was his comprehension. He slipped off of his bed and took a long bath in waters that could have made lava feel chilly. He could feel his pore opening up and his muscles relaxing and unwinding. Even hours after he had woken up, he still said not a single word. Only then did he ask the little woman if there were any changes to the situation. A year of time might seem like a long time to Ryu, who wasn't even 30 years old yet, but to the people of the seventh heaven, it was the blink of an eye. As expected, not much had happened at all. Though, considering her situation, it wasn't as though Hope could get a true understanding of the situation. Even so, that was good enough for Ryu. He stood from his bath, a rippling wave of hot hair drying him in an instant. Let's get this over with. With a flicker of his wrist, robes of sky blue and radiant white appeared on his body. Then, he took a step and appeared high in the skies of the Radiant Star Sect. I've come to challenge the Radiant Star Sect's throne. The skies rumbled. No one could have expected that Ryu would suddenly do this. Even Aika, who had an idea that Ryu wanted to do this, didn't expect that he would suddenly come out of seclusion and levy this challenge with such speed. He didn't talk to anyone. He didn't ask for her opinion. He just walked to the beat of his own tune, and the entire seventh heaven trembled as a result. The Radiant Star Sect and the Fading Star Sect alike almost looked as though they might shatter from their very foundations. This sort of shocking change was something that neither could have possibly expected. At that moment, high in the skies, a throne that took the place of the sun appeared. It loomed tall and exuded an incomparable might. The throne was forged of a simple, non-glossy blackish steel metal. It would have been the simplest throne Ryu had ever seen, definitely incomparable to the thrones adorned by jewels and exaggerated embroidery of sacrum. However, that wasn't the end of it. High up on its backrest there was a perfectly circular hole cut out. Within it, 2 stars, one of silver and another of black silver, rotated around one another. With every rotation, a pulse of majesty would descend. Ryu closed his eyes, feeling the pressure of the former dual radiance sect's ancestors bearing down on him. He stood in the skies, his white hair whipping about wildly and his expression as cool and unbothered as the chilly wind itself. Several experts rushed out from the depths of the Radiant Star Sect, including Aika, Samson, and Old Juan. But they weren't the only ones. It could be said that even mortals of the seventh heaven had been alerted. If they could have directly teleported here, they would have. In a far-off place, Selhira, Jojo, and Eska looked up at once. The blood drained from Selhira's face entirely as she realized what was happening. No, it was too soon. She thought she had more time than this. Suddenly, the pressure on Ryu doubled, and a sparkling throne of blue steel appeared behind him. Compared to the large throne in the skies, it was small and insignificant, and yet that only made the dual Radiant Sect's throne all the more enraged. A great pressure tried to force Ryu to his knees, and in response, though his eyes remained closed, a sneer spread across his lips. Before anything else, he was Ryu Tatsuya. This sect might be inferior, but it was one his clan had taken under their wing. Who was the dual Radiant Sect to destroy it? A dead sect wants to be so arrogant. Ryu's words were soft, but quite frankly, they didn't need to be loud. It didn't matter how enraged the throne was. It had to work within the bounds of heaven's laws. So Ryu didn't mind putting it in its place. Roar! A birthed phenomena appeared high in the skies. Compared to the throne, it was small and couldn't even pull itself up to its seat. And yet the world still stilled. Open, Ryu said coldly. The throne trembled, and a portal as large as the sect grounds opened up before him. Ryu didn't bother with it and took a step in before Aika could even make the attempt to stop him. After Ryu had initialized the challenge, there was nothing she could have done anyway. Pulling him away now would mean he would be crippled at best. She looked off into the distance, worry painting her usually confident expression. All you need to do is watch. Oh, and don't let anyone sense my greatness. Aika's eyes widened as Ryu's laughter echoed in her ears. In that moment, high in the skies, an image of Ryu was reflected as he stood in a sea of stars. His first opponent had already emerged across from him, and their cultivation made the hearts of everyone drop to rock bottom. Half-step true god. Erdiel's note. I won't be able to upload for like 1 to 3 days. Swapping broadband, so won't have network for some time. Chapter 1557 Believe. Aika felt her heart drop to her stomach. Her last hope seemed to have flown out the window. When she first met Ryu, his age was unacceptable even by First Heaven standards, speaking of his cultivation. He had been lagging behind his peers by quite a large margin at that. If not for his combat prowess, he wouldn't have even had the right to enter the sect at all, and the Radiant Star Sect of back then, at least on the surface, wasn't even top 2 in terms of organizations that controlled the First Heaven. Since then, in just a few years, he's had growth that could only be said to be explosive, but it wasn't enough, it wasn't nearly enough. He simply didn't understand what it meant to be an absolute genius of the 8th heaven. At least that was what Aika thought. Ryu was simply still too old. If he was still in his teens, if he had come to the true martial world sooner, everything would have been all right. She could have accepted this risk. But he hadn't. He was already over 25, and by that age, the best geniuses of the 8th heaven had already entered the true sky god realm and had yet to even lose their momentum. What Aika didn't know was that Ryu had already seen one of these absolute geniuses. A young man of not even 40 years old who had already stepped beyond the true sky god realm and was a perfect sky god. He knew exactly what he was getting himself into. Boom! A flying disc snapped into place high in the skies as though it had been launched and stopped by a rubber band. Its body exuded powerful patterns reminiscent of dark stars, and on its back, the Radiant Star Sect had appeared. Lord Black Worm looked into the skies, a hint of an enraged expression on his face. Just this subtle rage alone caused the skies to twist and crack. Aika, who was already in a bad mood, flared up and the flying disc was forced to retreat several hundred miles. This is the Radiant Star Sect. This isn't a place where you can come and flaunt your rage. Shut the fuck up and keep your shit to yourself, or I'll pull your intestines out through your asshole. Aika's vulgar language echoed across the skies, her own rage quite clear and potent. Lord Black Worm coughed up a mouthful of blood, barely managing to protect starlight to his back. His gaze flashed with an interesting light, But in the end, he listened to Aika and fell into silence. He could feel that something was off about Aika as well. Could it be that this wasn't a planned occurrence of the Radiant Star sect? He had somewhat learned about Ryu from Starlight, and he had a small understanding of his character. Most people probably thought it was nonsense that Ryu rejected the inheritance of a Tao sovereign, but Starlight and now Black Worm both knew that this was undeniably true. After Ryu defeated Starlight, there was no one else standing between himself and the inheritance. At that moment, Sovereign Chaotic Space wouldn't be able to stop Ryu even if he wanted to. There was only so much he could bend the rules before it came back to bite him. The Heavenly Path wasn't a place even a sovereign could do as they pleased. Plus, Starlight was the only one that hadn't had his memories of that situation altered, because he was the one doing the altering in the first place. So how could he not remember it clearly? Starlight, that boy is arrogant enough to do this on his own, right? Yes, Starlight replied without hesitation. A crooked, bloody grin spread across Black Worm's face. This was much more interesting than he thought. Then, he noticed something that made his grin even wider. As Ryu's form solidified, a small throne to his behind appeared, being suppressed by all aspects of the world. He was a throne already? Black Worm would have lifted his head up to the skies and roared out in laughter if not for the fact he was certain that Aika might ignore all pretenses and directly kill him if he did such a thing. Soon after the Radiant Star sect, Lord Crownfire of the Raging Inferno sect appeared. With him, there was a beautiful young woman wearing a dress of emerald. Everyone recognized this young woman as his daughter and the very woman that Jojo had rather some hate for. Next, the Azure Lightning sect appeared, led by Lord Striking Azure. Behind him, Fairy Azure stood, looking up at Ryu with sparkling eyes. To her side, Lightyear stood as well, now having the status deserving of standing here due to the improvement of his Tao. Though the youthful man had no idea that he had Ryu to thank for that. Then came the stalwart Sun sect and Lord Sunblaze. Behind him, Ryikian followed along with another young man. This young man was clad in armor of silver and gold, with a head of hair colored the same. His brows were rather literally shaped like a spear blade, not metaphorically or somewhat like, but well and truly. They matched well with the spear-shaped earring that hung from his left ear. This youthful man exuded the aura of the transcendent sky god realm, much like Lord Crownfire's daughter. And yet, one would tell with a single glance that he could kill her with a single finger. All of the behemoths of Seventh Heaven gathered together, all of them looking toward the youthful man they had only just gotten to know. The faith of the Seventh Heaven seemed to revolve around him in a swirl of absolute madness. One among them, however, could not control her tears at all. Selhira sobbed. She experienced that she had been too stubborn, too obstinate. She was just a woman, wasn't she? Should she give way to her man? That was what her mother had always said. But she hated that family, hated that clan, hated this blood running through her veins. A hand slightly touched her back, and Selhira looked down with teary eyes to find a rare smile on Eska's face. You should believe in him a little bit more. Chapter 1558 Enraging. Selhira's eyes were red and puffy, so much so that even Jojo didn't dare to make fun of her at the moment. Even so, meeting her gaze, Eska's smile remained calm and relaxed. At that moment, Eska didn't look like a woman who rarely smiled. Instead, she looked to be completely in her element. For a moment, the former matriarch of the Zoo clan returned in all her regal glory. Was I wrong, Eska? Selhira didn't respond to Eska's words. It looked as though she hadn't even truly registered them. Her heart was shaken and she seemed to need to find comfort in something. Eska knew what she meant. During this last year, the three of them hadn't talked about Ryu a single time, focusing on other things and improving themselves as much as possible. Eska took the role of escort and Tao protector, while Selhira and Jojo tried to improve as quickly as they could. Although Selhira had never said it in so many words, Eska knew what she was striving for. She wanted to get strong enough to challenge the throne on her own so that Ryu couldn't. She had her own streak of defiance. Even when she tried to show her love, she did it in the most destructive and counterproductive ways. She was truly a gentle woman hiding a fierce woman deep on the inside. In the end, She hadn't talked to Ryu a single time in these last several years, but the absence only seemed to make the fondness grow stronger. Unfortunately for Selhira, she had spent too many years meandering. She was already over 50 years old, and without entering the perfect sky god realm at the very least, she wouldn't have a chance at challenging the throne. She knew that she could rush her cultivation if she stopped being stubborn and allowed her talent to properly flourish. The crystal dragons were born with ninth heaven talent, so how could she not have been holding back this entire time? But the main problem was still the same thing. She was too stubborn. Eska's gaze sparkled. Do you understand what he would say if he saw you now? Selhira blinked, not quite sure how to respond. There are two responses, both equally Ryu. The first response is that he would both look down on you and take it as a slight. How dare you look down on him? Who do you think you are? Jojo snorted, crossing her arms unhappily. Selhira, however, shuddered, biting her lip hard, so hard that she drew blood. It was too hard to tell which was tougher, her dragon's teeth, or her dragon's skin. If you were his woman, however. Eska's gaze turned a hint misty as though she was reminiscing about something. He would be hurt, and even with that hurt, he would take you into his arms and grin down at you until you were comforted. Because as he always says, his wives have the right to be as unyielding as they please. Selhira's eyes widened, and for some reason, these words made her cry harder. Ryu appeared around with a casual sweep of his gaze. According to what he knew, all throne challenges were just a little bit different from others, but they ultimately had just a single goal: to test one's battle prowess compared to others your age. This challenge, though, at least for now, appeared quite similar to the one he had faced in Sacrum. Just one enemy across from him. Kill them and move on. Simple. The difference was that back in Sacrum, it wasn't until the last challenge that he got such a lifelike enemy to face. In the Awoken Moon sect, the first several challengers were all deadpan puppets that hardly had a physical form. The fact this one was so alive meant that the challenge would be more serious right from the very beginning. As for the person's cultivation, who cared? Are you going to start the battle? Or are you just going to keep staring at me? Ryu asked with a smile. The man across from Ryu met his eyes. Then it calmly landed on the throne that hovered behind him. You have a throne, but you've come to challenge my dual radiance sect? Ryu's lip curled. I think you mean your radiant star sect. The man's pupils constricted before he calmed down. You have a Tao that attacks the psyche. The radiant star faction is just that, a faction. Ryu's grin deepened. Why don't you look around and take a gander at the faith you have access to? The core of the challenger trembled. He already knew that Ryu was telling the truth. It's a shame, Ryu chuckled. Such a valiant sect, reduced to having its throne challenged by a 26-year-old fragmented sky god like me. You must be quite mad. Have you ever heard of subtlety? Subtlety is only needed when you're manipulating someone. I'm not manipulating you. I'm just telling you the truth. Your sect is finished. Their two halves devoured one another, and now I'm standing before you, carelessly slandering your sect, not worried in the least about what they might do to me once I step out of here. That should paint the picture quite well for you, don't you think? The man's expression appeared calm, but it was obvious to Ryu's eyes that his breathing pace had increased by at least 5%. So what's it going to be? Are you going to attack? Or not? Ryu smiled. You've succeeded in enraging me. Oh, good. Ryu's grin became a wild grin as the man blurred. Bang. Ryu's fist ripped right through the man's chest. In his final moments, before he faded into darkness, his eyes were wide open. He hadn't expected that Ryu's attack on his mind would have taken so much of his attack strength away. How was that possible? Ryu pulled back his fist, loosening his wrists. The seventh heaven fell into silence. Chapter 1559 Best News. Ryu stretched out his wrist, though it was nothing more than a matter of fan service for him. His wrist was just fine, but when it came to gathering faith, showmanship was almost more important than what you did. It was a funny fallacy of the world of cultivation. Faith was so important, and it could even sway the lives of individuals as powerful as Aika, or the Tao sovereign of the Radiant Star sect. And yet it could just as easily become real when it was originally nothing more than a paper tiger to begin with. Knowing this, why would Ryu ever take anything like faith or karma seriously? They could bind Primus, but they wouldn't bind him. There was no doubt that one of the reasons he was so confident in his success was because he knew things about his enemies that even they weren't aware of. The advantage of having data about his opponent was so potent that it had just brought a half-step true sky god to his knees in a single blow. And the unfortunate part of the rest of his oncoming enemies was that nothing would change. Whether they were stoic, cold, cheery, or happy people, the information that their sect had fallen would be devastating. It wasn't that Ryu's Tao of Sin could use manipulation to weaken people. His Tao didn't work so directly, and it was entirely a matter of comprehension, as was his strong suit. It had to be remembered that lines of fate function best when Ryu had more karma with a person or thing. This was why he had been able to use lines of fate during his battle with the awoken moon sect geniuses to learn their core spear technique. Without this foundation of understanding, it would take much longer for the abilities of his eye to trigger and for him to find weaknesses in his opponents or copy their techniques. Of course, much like most things, his eyes now were far more mighty than they had been in the past. But this wasn't to explain what his eyes could do, but rather how his Tao worked. Or, even more accurately than that, how his Tao and his heavenly pupils could work together. Using dividing chaos, should he have information about an individual, especially if he had particularly damning information, he could peer into their karma and lines of fate with much greater ease. When he had a person like that in the palm of his hands, it wasn't just a matter of them becoming weaker, but also that Ryu could exploit their weaknesses more directly. Just now, his eyes could practically see the path his fist should take, a path that would kill his enemy in a single blow. Ryu never planned to fight all of these geniuses at full power from the beginning. Lord Black Worm's sneer froze on his face. If it wasn't for the fact he was a Tao Lord, he wouldn't have even trusted what he was seeing. Starlight, to his back, stood in silence. But his pupils were constricted into tiny pinholes. It seemed that he wasn't nearly as calm as he seemed to be on the surface. Ryu's wild grin seemed to be painted across the backs of all their irises. They could see nothing but it, focus on nothing but it. It was evident he aware well that everyone was watching, and that was precisely where he wanted them, and at the same time, that was the only thing they could do. When the next half-step true sky god appeared, Ryu laughed and gave the same spiel. Even when his opponent wasn't the talkative or patient type, he simply dodged until they got the message, and then they'd simply fall. Ryu went through 4 foes before they felt a dense sort of numbness settle in. Just who was this young man? And then they finally appeared. A true sky god. When Aika recognized this person, her heart shuddered. It seemed that they wouldn't be so lucky to have. Ryu stood across from the man. He was lanky and tall beyond reason, standing at what must have been at least 8 feet. And yet, his back was so hunched over that he only emerged to be about as tall as Ryu. His skin was gray and exuded a misty blackness, while his hands carried scimitar-shaped daggers that curled much more like scythes than they did short blades. Truthfully, he looked like a creature that had just crawled out from a horror story, even down to his sunken skin and prominent cheekbones and eye sockets. Ryu looked him up and down, the same smile on his face. With a creature like you as a genius disciple, I'm not surprised the dual radiance sect was destroyed. Aika froze, her expression turning downcast. Even with large sects, especially in large sects, there would always be skeletons hidden in their closets. Traitorous disciples were just commonplace, and unfortunately you didn't get to pick and choose which of them would appear to defend their throne. This youth that had just appeared, when last Aika saw him, he was known as the Twin Reaper Tao Lord. There was likely no reason for him to be dead right now unless he ran into some unfortunate circumstances. This man hated the dual radiance sect to the depths of his bones. If he heard it had been destroyed, he would laugh uproariously until the skies split and the mountain fell. But maybe more importantly than that, he was dangerous, exceedingly so. So much so that while Aika was known as the greatest talent to be born in the sect in several generations, she had never had any confidence in beating this man. The dual radiance sect has been destroyed? The man spoke slowly, the sound akin to wet gravel being rubbed against one another. It was as though someone had sanded down his throat. Then, a jagged grin spread along his face. That's the best news I've heard in years. Chapter 1560 Death. Author's note. There's been some confusion. Lord Blackworm and the Fading Star Sect Sovereign are two separate people. The Twin Reaper didn't just say these words, but his short scythes seemed to tremble with pleasure at the same time, pulsing with happiness as though they had a mind of their own. At the same time, the dense fog around him doubled, then tripled, acting much more like a domain than a mundane rush of chi. He took a step forward. How ironic. A destroyed sect I hate to the bone, and yet now I have to appear here to defend it. Tell me, kid, what number did I appear at? 5th, Ryu replied with a smile. Twin Reaper tilted his head and looked toward the throne hovering to Ryu's back. 5th when you have a throne already? And you managed to make it this far with a fragmented sky god cultivation base. I guess we're both not too bad. Huh. You could say so, though one of us is much more handsome. The Twin Reaper laughed uproariously. He didn't seem bothered in the slightest by Ryu's comments. Let me guess. It's that odd Tao of yours that's gotten you so far. You want to play with the mind of death, boy? The Twin Reaper suddenly vanished, appearing before Ryu so fast that he looked no different from a blur of fog to most eyes. Most eyes. By the time the Twin Reaper had even twitched, Ryu's stance had already shifted. Absolute domain erupted and his body danced with silver runes. He took a step back, just barely dodging the short scythe that seemed to want to disembowel him. The Twin Reaper was truly a vicious man. Ryu had never seen someone that would rather watch his guts spill out than just chop his head off and get it over with. Even more interestingly, the Twin Reaper didn't follow up with an attack. He stood right before Ryu, just 2 meters away, and lifted his attacking blade. On it, there was a single drop of blood. Ryu looked down at his belly, raising an eye when he saw that he hadn't dodged completely. There was a thin line of blood, not even a ½ centimeter deep. It was already healing beneath his powerful healing factor, and yet it still came with the chilliness of death. He hadn't felt it at all, and according to his eyes, he had most definitely dodged. This Twin Reaper could fool his eyes? Ryu dismissed it. There was something else going on. With a flick of his wrist, his robes were thrown off, revealing his toned torso and a pair of loose white pants that fluttered beneath the stars. Since his robes were ruined, there really wasn't much of a point in wearing them any longer. You actually dodged, the Twin Reaper said, feeling somewhat perplexed and amused at the same time. You have odd tastes, Ryu replied with a relaxed expression. What? Disembowelment? You don't like that? Everyone likes to go for the head. But where's the fun in that? Ryu chuckled. Sounds like the sign of a troubled childhood to me. Have you thought about therapy? The Twin Reaper grinned. Still trying to use that little Tao on me to find a weakness? I'm sorry to inform you, but I had 2 very loving parents. They died of old age, happy and fat. I don't know. The fact you keep bringing up my Tao tells me you're more wary of it than you claim to be. Ho, you have a sharp mouth, kid. I admit it, I'm not as good at talking as you are. But what I am good is killing. Ryu's stomach, which had just healed, suddenly erupted with black fog. It seemed to wait for the instant his wound closed to rip it open again. A large amount of black blood flying from Ryu's lips at the same time. Twin Reaper's laughter echoed like a cross between the howl of a wolf and the cackle of a madman. It only grew louder as Ryu fell to a knee. You know, handsome little pricks like you are the kind I enjoy killing the most. Some sadistic bastards like me prefer more tender women. Some truly sick bastards prefer children. But I'm a real man. You could call it jealousy, I don't mind. Though that isn't what it is. I just appreciate seeing that pride and confident glint in your eye dwindle away. Peeled away piece by piece until there's nothing left. It's something better than true death, don't you think? Who cares if I chop off your head? If I disembowel you? I would even be happy to leave you alive if there's nothing but death left in your eyes. The 7th heaven was drowned in the laughter of this man. Even grown men and women felt a chill down to their very bones, a fear that pervaded them from an instinctual and hidden place. They couldn't control it even if they wanted to. Death was one thing, Being stripped of your sense of self and losing all desire to live at all was a different matter entirely. Aika clenched her fists hard, grinding her teeth to the point it seemed that her teeth might crack beneath the pressure. The reaction of the others was about as one might expect. Many watched on in excitement, ready to see this Ryu fall. There were even Tao lords among them, lofty existences that should have never had a care for such a youth in the first place. And yet they did. The only one among the others that didn't have this expression was Fairy Azure. Instead, it was worry that dotted her beautiful features. The Twin Reaper walked forward, his laughter slowly fading as he squatted before Ryu, using the flat of his blade in an attempt that looked like trying to lift his chin up. However, what he didn't expect was that Ryu's gaze would meet his on its own. There was none of the despair or death that the Twin Reaper expected at all. A stubborn one. Hadash, speaking about death before a dark phoenix. Don't you think you're very laughable? The cry of a phoenix echoed through the air and death flames shot appreciate a pillar into the skies. Ryu's finger suddenly became the only existence in the world to the Twin Reaper. It pierced right through his eyebrows and he only had time to widen his eyes in shock. Ryu slowly stood to his feet, a light of indifference in his eyes. Why did everyone think that he had to target something else dark about a person for his Tao to work? His Tao worked based on any and all information. The only method for the Twin Reaper to have been unaffected by the news of the dual radiant sex decline was if he truly didn't care one way or another. The moment he reacted with excitement, he had previously fallen into Ryu's palms and he hadn't even noticed it. My Tao isn't something the likes of you can understand. These were the last words the Twin Reaper heard before his avatar faded away. Chapter 1561 Open. In an unknown corner of the world, a familiar with a lanky and somewhat curved build, almost as though his body was trying to shape itself into a scythe, suddenly awoke. He sat in the depths of a dingy cave, his body mostly obscured in the darkness. The only part of his could be clearly seen were those two eerie green eyes, hovering as though will-o-wisps. This man was unsurprisingly the Twin Reaper. It was one thing if the avatars of the Throne Challenge were dead, nothing much would happen. But if they were alive, especially if they had grown so powerful, their understanding and feelings toward karma and the strings of fate were undoubtedly deep. This wasn't to say that their consciousness had partaken in the battle. If it had, even with Ryu's skill and advantages, it would be impossible to outduel the consciousness of a Tao Lord even if it was weaker than him in cultivation, let alone stronger. However, the Twin Reaper was alerted to the happenings afterward. Quickly, he caught up to everything his avatar had experienced, and a white-yellow grin appeared to match the hovering green will-o-wisps. Ryu stood to his feet. Black flames danced across his skin as though it was scattered across a marbled surface. It slid so smoothly that it would almost remind one of an illusory and flickering oil. Despite the intensity, it couldn't harm Ryu in the slightest. To his back, the phantom of a dark phoenix slowly faded, and Ryu's expression slowly paled. But as quickly as this began, Ryu returned to his original self instantly. It was as though he had never been injured in the slightest. He didn't know how many more enemies he would have to face, but this one was strong. Very strong. According to history, they would only grow stronger from here on out. The trouble was that the Twin Reaper was the kind of expert that wouldn't be able to display their full potential so early on. As they continued to progress, they would slowly pull away from their competition by making incremental gains, until suddenly they reached a height the former geniuses couldn't fathom. Ryu had gotten a real look at his mind when his Tao was active, and he understood the kind of person the Twin Reaper was. He was a man who would win by any means necessary, and he had built his strength upon a pile of bones and a sea of blood. When he said that his parents had died of old age, he hadn't been lying. But that also implied something else. His parents had never even stepped past the lower realms of the Sky God realm. If Ryu was correct, they had probably not even managed to become true Sky Gods like their son had. And yet, here was the Twin Reaper. He must be incredibly powerful by now. I can feel that he is still alive. Ryu looked up toward the sky, his expression calm. It seemed he had a tendency of making adversaries that were far stronger than himself. It was both irritating and amusing. Aika is powerful, but she's too straight-laced, too stubborn, and her mind isn't flexible enough. This sort of enemy is the kind that could run circles around her even if her raw strength is greater. Ryu wasn't put off by the conclusion. He was very much used to it. Relying on himself was what he did the best. And that was why he was here to claim this throne. Nothing would stop him, even if he had to offend another 10 Twin Reapers. His confidence and his self-assurance, though, weren't something that the public shared. And that was precisely why the reaction to his victory in this round shook them to their cores. Whether it was Aika and the others of the Radiant Star sect, or their 4 enemy sects, each one was stumped, not understanding what they were seeing. Of course, many of them thought it was because Aika had taken action to obscure exactly what they were seeing. Although they could see Ryu, they couldn't get any information about what abilities he was relying on, exactly the methods he was using, or even a clear understanding of what his real cultivation was at the moment. What they didn't know was that even Aika was stumped, a fact that could only make her smile bitterly. He had trusted her apparently, but still insisted on taking precautions himself. It was as though working on his own was ingrained into his very soul right now. Ryu advanced forward, soon facing another enemy. Unsurprisingly, they were in the true Sky God realm as well, but they were even younger than the Twin Reaper had been. She almost appeared like a teenager. Despite how young she looked, there was something off-putting about her eyes. One was a ball of opaque white and another was a dense black. There was no distinction between sclera, irises, or pupils. If not for this, her features were akin to an adorable little doll, right down to her button nose and rosy cheeks. In her palm, a silver whip that appeared to be forged of links of metal, almost like dragon scales, lay. It looped on the floor before her and flickered with white and black lights. This time, Ryu didn't say anything. He could sense already that this young woman would have a reaction that would perfectly counter his Tao. Indifference. Even so, he sensed an excitement bubbling up in his heart. His blood boiled, his birthed phenomena roared into existence, and runes of silver and dark silver appeared around him, his body entering a relaxed battle stance. And then his eyes flared. Earth Gate, open. The skies quaked. A huge, looming gate appeared over Ryu as he activated Earth Gate in its truest and most powerful glory. Aika's eyes opened so wide they seemed to be ready to fall out of her sockets. Fuck! Chapter 1562 Take Form. Aika scrambled, her chi flaring and shrouding everything. The surrounding Tao lords were filled with such fear that they rushed away, not even having time to understand what was happening. In truth, Aika had already layered enough protections that nothing would get through. But in her panic, she still layered in more. She wasn't taking any chances in the slightest. She had felt that ancient aura just now. She knew exactly what it was, and it shook her to her core. There was simply no way that she could allow anyone to know the truth, not a single soul. Ryu confronted off against the doll-like woman. They say that when experts face each other, they should exchange their names, Ryu said with a smile. The girl looked him up and down. You don't look like an expert. Don't I? Ryu didn't seem bothered. Aren't I here, though? The girl looked toward the throne hovering to his back and finally seemed to register where she was. I see. I am the 24th matriarch of the Dual Radiance sect. You may call me Sovereign Silver Dance. The world rumbled. A pleasure to meet you. I am Ryu Tatsuya. You won't share your title? Quite arrogant. Though she said this, she didn't seem to mind one way or another. It was just another casual fact. If there was anything, it was only a slight irritation that Ryu had made her share her own. Ryu laughed. I said to exchange names. I never said something about titles. Ah. Will you wait for the appearance of the title steel? We've only just met. But you know me so well. Silver Dance turned absent-minded for a moment. No, she eventually spoke. You just remind me of someone else. Your Tao is very good. Let's see if it will help you. Silver Dance's wrist shifted only the slightest bit, and yet her whip was led right to Ryu's chest. Ryu met it with a punch, the intention of the world following him. To his back, his birthed phenomena gathered up the intention of the world, and heavens rumbled and roared. The appearance of Ryu's heavenly pupils had shocked Aika so much that she didn't even have time to register the existence of the birthed phenomena. In fact, so many people were so swept up by her reaction that they didn't notice it until this moment as well. But it was precisely because of that it was possible to hide. A youth of Ryu's age with enough control to carve out a birthed phenomena in his own likeness? Just how arrogant was this boy? And why were the eyes of his birthed phenomena closed? Ryu could feel that rush of blood in him. His arms exploded with the strength of the true sky god realm. Within his bloodlines roared, and his chaos chi urged his body along.
Bah! Bah! Bah!
It looked like a battle between a vicious silver dragon and a man who stood with the weight of the world on his shoulders. But no matter how impressive it was, Ryu didn't seem to be able to get close at all. Until the situation changed. Ryu's fists became palms, and in a single instant, his arms moved so quickly that dozens of them stacked into one, forming a wall that all but shattered Silver Dance's whip. His birthed phenomena trembled, and they both pulled in 3 fingers and a thumb. The effort seemed to be great as a single forefinger was left standing, the void of space itself trembling beneath its might before it descended. Distance didn't seem to mean a single thing to it. It appeared before Silver Dance's forehead, piercing down with the authority of the world. It was a finger that carried not just Ryu's child of order and chaos, but also the authority of Shrine Mountain, a natural enlightenment that solidified it all and gave the world its self-structure. The feeling of danger made Silver Dance's heart skip a beat. She had a hard time imagining that a higher fragmented sky god could even battle with a true sky god like herself. But to actually put her in danger, it seemed it was time she got serious. The orbs that were her sights pulsed, and starlight descended. On the one hand, a dark silver radiance winded around her arms like snakes. Quite soon, that was what they truly became, gorgeous creatures with ruby sights formed of starlight. On the other, a manifestation constellation appeared to her back. It was of a goddess with 3 heads and 6 arms. This goddess' hands held nothing in the beginning, but as though the whip Silver Dance held gained a power of its own, it split and divided, landing right before her. At that moment, one of the snakes wrapped around Silver Dance raised its head and snapped at Ryu's finger attack, destroying it. Then, what felt like dozens of whips appeared in the air, moving with such fluidity that Ryu could hardly keep up. Fists, elbows, knees, and kicks, he used everything he had to keep them at bay. His skill was on full display, but his speed was just lacking. Wounds began to appear across his body one after another, the oppressive feeling suffocating him, until a roar came from his mouth. Red scales erupted across his body, his hair turning a blazing red and his toned torso looking like carefully carved rubies stacked atop one another. His birthed phenomena trembled, and the appearance of a second took shape. A mighty fire dragon split the skies with its roar, and yet a human stood on its back, subduing it and bringing it into submission. Ryu's array of attacks gained more claws than fists. Even his wings became like scythes in the air. He blasted the illusory whips apart, his chest expanding. His scales expanded along with him, their edges gaining a golden glow as a ball of fire accumulated in his throat. Take form and burn the heavens. Chapter 1563 Warning. Silver Dance's expression changed for the first time, not toward surprise, but toward a deep seriousness. Ryu's dragon roar blasted through the illusory whips she used to defend herself, forming a tunnel of flames that appeared before her in an instant. The heat was so great that magma seemed to leak from the corners of his lips, all the chi in the air being incinerated in a single instant. Rage flames towered. The rage came not from Ryu, but from all of the opponents that he had faced until now. He took all their fury, all their anger, all the despair and channeled it, amplifying his rage flames again and again and again. By the time they appeared before Silver Dance, they had already increased in strength by more than 100-fold. Even Ryu's Earth Gate had undergone a subtle swap, from amplifying his whole physique to focusing on just this one bloodline. At the same time, the fire dragon phenomena in the skies seemed to be alive. Its ruby eyes glowed, the lines of fate being pulled and stripped down from the surroundings, amplifying Ryu's roar further. Silver Dance watched, her serious expression becoming one of shock. This sort of stacking of abilities, it was truly amazing. Every single piece of this puzzle required more precision than she thought possible at the mere fragmented sky god realm, and it felt like this young man still had more to give. She took a last glance at the throne on his back. She was allowed to break the rules somewhat because of the existence of that thing, but she was swallowed up by the flames. Ryu frowned, his chest heaving. This woman should have given him the most trouble. He had caught onto a faint hint of her true weaknesses, mostly because of that man she mentioned that Ryu reminded her of. But it hadn't been nearly enough, especially since they hadn't exchanged any words or tidbits of information since then. She would have definitely been Ryu's most troublesome enemy, but she seemed to have died on purpose. Was that even allowed? Ryu looked around, his frown deepening. According to how things worked, even if a true consciousness descended, they should only be able to work within certain parameters. This benefited Ryu, but it was also to the advantage of the sect as well. On the one hand, they couldn't access abilities beyond what was fair. On the other, they shouldn't be able to casually give up and allow Ryu to kill them either. Some of these rules could be bent because of the fact Ryu had a throne before he came here, but even then, at best, it allowed them to access just a bit of extra power. Well, a lot of extra power. More than why Silver Dance had done what she did. Ryu was more worried about what it meant that she could at all. Was this throne challenge more broken than he assumed? Were her actions just now a form of a warning to him? If she could lose on purpose, then what could the others do? Ryu remained in silence for a while. His expression was calm. There was only really one way, and that was to move forward. It wasn't unattainable to give up a throne challenge. That wasn't to say it wasn't dangerous and you wouldn't have to give something up, but it was definitely possible. But even with the new flexibility of his Tao heart, that wasn't something he even took seriously. Until now, he had overcome his enemies by manipulating their minds. All but Silver Dance fell for that. As such, they hadn't been able to take advantage of any loopholes there might have been. Other than Silver Dance, Twin Reaper had been the closest, but he was too busy trying to enjoy his kill to do anything worse. In that case, Ryu just had to continue his streak. Someone like Silver Dance who had a Tao heart so pure and radiant that she would be unaffected by even the fall of her sect was too rare. She might even be one of them. Ryu wanted to see if his next enemy would venture to be so casual. He took another breath and his physique finally reached equilibrium once more. Blood dripped down his body from the various cuts he had suffered, but as far as he was concerned, it wasn't worth using his embryonic chi on this. He took a step and soon, standing in the same star field, he was faced with a young man. This young man had a face more square than anything Ryu had ever seen before. He wore bronze braces that were quite loose on his wrists and forearms, and he was shirtless much like Ryu, though one was covered in red scales and the other had somewhat delicate brown skin. One would think that a shirtless man, especially a true sky god, would be toned and muscular. But this square-faced man was quite lanky. He wasn't out of shape, but he wasn't in amazing shape either. Everything about him was average. He smashed his fists together. I know a close combat expert when I see one. He grinned a wild grin, one that didn't match his face or appearance at all. It was so valiant, formed with the presence of a real hero. I've never fought a dragon's descendant before. Hee, this will be fun. The man moved, and it was then Ryu's eyes widened. Muscles that hadn't been there seemed to manifest. Even the braces were filled in an instant and the man grew a size. How's that possible? It was like his muscles before had been more than just relaxed. They were practically dormant. The moment the man had the slightest desire of moving, they exploded forth, but it wasn't even all of them. One could clearly see a muscle imbalance that transformed depending on what action he was trying to perform. Ryu hurriedly sidestepped, punching out on his own. However, the man's fist suddenly expanded and suddenly Ryu's sidestep wasn't enough. Chapter 1564 Decent. Bang. Both men flew back, performing a backflip through the air before they landed. The man's eyes narrowed. He returned to his lanky appearance, raising a hand and touching his cheek. Ryu had actually managed to land a hit. That was surprising. In that moment, when the man's fist suddenly expanded, Ryu simultaneously attacked through the air, his fist that should have missed crossing into the void. That one simple punch carried the heat of a fire dragon, the energies of the world, and order and chaos. Ryu had done more damage than the man had done. It was just unfortunate that his body was far weaker than the man's. The man came away with a slight blemish on his cheek, while the entire left side of Ryu's chest had collapsed, almost taking his shoulder with it. Ryu rolled his shoulder, snapping it back into place. He took a breath, his expression filled with indifference. His smiling expression was gone, and all one could seem to focus on were the floating orbs that were his silver irises. "You're tough, I like that. That's what a close combat expert should be like." The man grinned. Ryu didn't respond. "What's that feeling? It's your Tao, no? But why does it feel so subtle? Is it one part concealment-based? I've never sensed a Tao I couldn't tell the grade of before. What's your title?" Ryu shifted into a battle stance. "A close combat expert should be more earnest. If you shroud yourself in cold, how can you feel your blood pumping?" The man's gaze turned wild, and this time when he exploded, he rose to a height of more than 2.5 meters tall. Star chi descended from the skies, and the braces on his wrists glowed with a wild light. Pa, pa, pa. He struck at the air, and it looked as though he was throwing meteors from his hands. Ryu moved, his birthed phenomena glowing as he met the maddened assault. It took over 10 of his punches to clear a single one of the man's, but he didn't seem to care. His arms moved in a blur, layering in the void. His space-time soul nature took root, slowing the clock on the space around him as he erupted with greater and greater speed. The stars of absolute domain pulsed with a radiant light, and just when the man got close, he vanished. The uproarious laughter of the man rocked the skies, and without even looking, he punched in a certain direction. Unfortunately for him, Ryu wasn't there. Bang, bang, bang. Ryu unleashed a furious assault on the man's back. He could feel his strikes being absorbed, swallowed whole as though they were entering a black hole, but he didn't seem to care in the slightest. When the man recovered, he had already vanished. Ryu flickered around like a specter. He wasn't allowed to take god treasures above his grade into a throne challenge, but it truly looked as though he had strapped the spectral wind wings to his back, his fire dragon wings moving about as though they had a mind of their own. And then it suddenly all changed. Roar! Take form and command the heavens. Ryu vanished in flickering bolts of lightning. He not only crossed through space, but even when his real body appeared, he was either wreathed in lightning, or he was lightning itself. Lightning spirit body. Bang, bang, bang. Radiant sapphire scales coated Ryu's body, and his battle style turned from one of claws to one of a relentless cyclone of kicks. They descended from the skies like bolts of lightning, the starry skies above gaining rolling dense, black clouds. It was clear at a glance that Ryu's skill was far above the man's. Unfortunately, his strength output was just too lacking. The man's defenses seemed to have already surpassed the normal realms of the lower true sky god realm. This was obviously a true genius of the body realm. He only used his star chi to amplify it. No, it wasn't just his star chi, but his Tao as well. This was an example of a man who had fused everything down a single path, so seamlessly that it was easy to miss, that ancient Tao that was fused into his body. The man rarely landed hits on Ryu, but even then, they were devastating. His laughter roared, and as he grew more excited, his strength only seemed to increase. "Kid, I admit it. I was wrong. Your blood does indeed flow hot. In the afterlife, remember my name well. I am the 37th patriarch of the Dual Radiance sect. You may call me Sovereign Swallowing Earth." Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood. Swallowing Earth's thundering voice made his organs feel as though they were collapsing, vibrating so hard that they'd be blended into a slurry. It was clearly a voice attack, one that channeled his star chi at that. It penetrated the wounds surrounding Ryu and stabbed into him. At the same time, because so much chi had invaded him, he couldn't even easily enter his spirit body form again. Swallowing Earth appeared before Ryu in a flash. A wild grin spread across his face. He was truly insatiable in battle. He couldn't get enough of it. He was a true glutton. If he could, he would swallow the earth. Bang! A fist ripped through Ryu's chest, blasting a hole so large that his upper body nearly separated from his legs. Swallowing earth retracted his feet. He put his hands on his hips, raising his head to the skies and chuckling uproariously as he returned to his lanky appearance. Good battle! Good battle! Good battle! The seventh heaven fell into silence. It was indeed a good battle, one filled with much more twists and turns than they thought possible for a fragmented sky god, facing off against a true genius of the eighth heaven. Aika covered her lips, her eyes dimming. Unfortunately, she didn't even get a grace period to react. Decent at best, Ryu uttered softly. Fate reversal. The chuckling swallowing earth suddenly exploded in a fountain of blood. Swallowing earth's eyes widened. Suddenly, Ryu, who was across from him, appeared perfectly fine. But he appeared down at his chest. Where it should have been, there was a huge hole instead. Ryu's finger flashed in a spark of lightning. A swift kick akin to a heavenly judgment crashing against the side of swallowing earth's head. His neck was severed from the rest of his body, and the silence of the seventh heaven became even deeper. Chapter 1565 Who? A subtle hint of cosmos fog seeped back into Ryu's body, vanishing as though it wasn't there at all, and just as the seventh heaven erupted. Aika stood with her eyes open wide. She knew exactly what that ability was, but the fact that Ryu had already awakened it made her shudder.
Heaven Gata.
Death Acupoint. Fate Reversal. These three were the three most absolutely feared abilities of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. Until they were unlocked, the pupils were powerful, but they were ultimately just there for their supportive abilities. They could still make one quake in fear, especially for the help it could provide in condensing one's Tao, but other than that, it was still manageable. It was said that the worst thing one could allow a wielder of these heavenly pupils to do was enter the Tao God realm. The day that came, they would simply be unstoppable. Even to this day, even with the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils falling as low as sixth, no one took it seriously. It was still the most sought-after heavenly pupils there were in the whole world. How was it possible, then, that Ryu had awakened abilities that he should only gain access to upon becoming a Tao god? It wasn't that the two states were linked, but rather that it was well known just how difficult it was to undo the 999 seals of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. It was more difficult than doing so with any other. As a result, most felt that it was impossible to do so until one became a Tao god. Then it hit Aika like a falling meteor. Had the Tatsuya clan done this on purpose? Maybe they knew Ryu was going to be born, and as a result, brought his mother to a lower world to give birth. A pair of mysteries of heaven and earth pupils born in a lower world would be much easier to manage. Then, if they had a method of resurrecting them to the standard of the true martial world, wouldn't they have created a monster far in advance? Now that she thought about it, she had never even sensed these pupils before. As a Tao sovereign, she should have at least had an inkling long ago, especially given how long she had spent interacting with Ryu. If she considered back even further, when Lionel first entered their sect, wasn't he blind? Could it be related to this? She had never really considered about it because there were a million ways to cure blindness in the true martial world. It wasn't a surprise that a young man from a lower world had to come here to finally succeed in recovering his sight. The thoughts came like an avalanche and left her speechless, but that didn't compare to the uproar going on around them. Lord Crownfire's daughter's eyes were opened just as wide. Sovereign Blackworm's gaze became especially sharp, starlight, to his back finally showing a strong change in expression himself. Author's note. I went back and checked, you guys are right, my apologies. I had it in my notes, but I've been writing for so long that I've gotten used to relying on my memory because constantly checking notes takes up too much time. From now on, assume that Blackworm and the previous sovereign are one and the same. I try not to let the fact I'm writing so many novels at once affect quality, but this time I really stepped in it. I'll do my utmost to make sure it doesn't happen again. I know how badly it can ruin the immersion of a story. Lightyear felt as though someone had ripped his heart out. He had just gone from the greatest happiness to rock bottom in an instant. Every time Ryu showed this kind of strength, somewhere deep inside, He knew that he would never be a match for him. From the moment he appeared, he had gone from vowing that he would kill Ryu himself, to secretly hoping that one of these challengers would do so for him. Qilin was much the same. He hadn't been humiliated by Ryu like Lightyear had, but by proxy, wasn't he? How long had he loved Selhira for? And now she desired to be in the arms of another man so badly that she was publicly scolded by him. That burning hatred in his chest probably burned even greater than Lightyear. It was one thing to lose your woman to another man. It was another thing entirely to lose her heart to a man who didn't even want her. That was a seething cold he would never be able to forgive until he proved that he had always been better than Ryu. And yet it was all for naught. How is that possible? Starlight let out a trembling breath. This matter was especially shocking to Starlight not because of the power Ryu had displayed, but the kind of power. He, too, focused on laws of causality. It was a huge part of his combat style. Watching Ryu somehow be so much better at him in the very field he concentrated in left him truly shaken. Ryu had never used this ability when they fought. Could it be? These were the very same thoughts that everyone else had as well. The heavenly pupils weren't the only thing that could mess with fate. Even as an immortal ring realm expert, Starlight could pull at the laws of causality, twisting and bending them. What more could he do as a sky god? But even so, Ryu grinned. He put a hand on his shoulder, rolling it as though to double-check that he was perfectly healthy again. Felt good to have his eyes back. As for how many people would connect the dots, he had a scheme for that. He also knew far more about the true martial world now, enough that he wouldn't be easily fazed by these things any longer. No one would make the immediate jump to assume he had the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, especially with what he had learned about them from the little woman. At that moment, several white balls manifested from Ryu's spiritual quintessence, forming an elaborate formation around him that quickly solidified. It seemed he had been too arrogant, trying to clear this gauntlet without using everything he had prepared. It was time to change that. His eyes flashed. This formation was a simple gravity formation with a hint of a water element. It was a slight twist on usual gravity formations, and it made entering it feel like one was being weighed down by the weight of the ocean. Ryu added his own tweaks, incorporating some of his understanding of infinity mist. Although it was only a small bit, it was ultimately still a huge change. Still, he didn't really do this to increase its power. Instead, his goal was to hide the fact it was a mystical grade formation. Because soon, this mystical grade formation would display the strength far beyond itself. Time to stop messing around. Ryu stepped forward again. The starry field warped, and soon, his eighth opponent appeared before him. Ryu's eyes narrowed. This man's aura was dangerous, but more importantly than that, he was at the peak true sky god realm. Even swallowing Earth had only been at the lower true sky god realm, as was Silver Dance. So why was the leap so horrific? Higher fragmented realm? The man was extremely stoic. Even when he spoke, words that should have been full of surprise that didn't change. Other than a slight furrow of his brows, there was nothing else. His robes were strictly pressed. Other than his hands, everything beneath his powerful neck was hidden beneath carefully selected and meticulously kept. Compared to Ryu, who was now shirtless, and a bit haggard, he looked like a noble facing off against a peasant. In his right hand, what looked like a perfectly sculpted wooden katana lay. However, Ryu could tell that it wasn't a wooden sword, but rather a sheathed blade so immaculately crafted that it looked like a single piece. The line that separated hilt and sheath could be seen by any normal pair of eyes. After observing Ryu for a moment, he raised his empty hand, pointing forward 2 fingers. Ryu smiled. I suggest you use your sword. You might not get another chance to. You are not worthy of me unsheathing my sword. TSSSSS. The sword chi appeared so quickly and suddenly that Ryu hardly registered the trembling of the finger before a line of gold appeared before his forehead. And yet, he simply tilted his head to the side, the sword chi flying by the side of his head. In his eyes, a twin pair of 8 trigram diagrams sparkled, one gold and the other dark gold. They spun in opposing directions. At the same time, his birthed phenomena slowly opened its eyes. Its presence bore down on the world, so mighty and all-consuming that the world seemed to freeze. When they finally snapped fully open, a twin pair of 8 trigram diagrams floated before the eyes of Ryu's birthed phenomena, forming what looked almost like a visor over its gaze. Boom! The aura of a founding Tao erupted, causing the man's knees to quake before he straightened himself. I was planning on hiding this for longer, but you decided to go and piss me off. You want to test me before you unsheath your sword? Who do you think you are? Chapter 1566 9th. The eyes of the man opened wide. There was nothing dignified about his current appearance. It was as though his facade had been peeled away, revealing the true weight of the shock in his heart. No matter how many times he checked, double-checked, even triple-checked what he was sensing, he still couldn't quite trust it. Let alone him. The seventh heaven felt as though someone had gripped their throats, the breath of the entire plane being snatched away. Not long ago, there had been a huge celebration of Lightyear because he formed a mere peak hegemonic Tao. But what was this? A founding Tao? A mature founding Tao? The only one who felt that this was more manageable to accept was Aika. The moment she realized Ryu had the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, the odds of such a person maintaining their founding Tao through to the sky god realms was only a matter of fact. Of course, she had no idea that all this while, Ryu's heavenly pupils had been sealed. In fact, because it was sealed, the true grade of his Tao wasn't able to be sensed even by him. On top of that, his Tao was weaker than it should have been as a result. If anything, his eyes had been holding him back. But now that they were back, and the true weight of a founding Tao could be felt, they realized just how small and insignificant they were. It was like this was the only state a Tao should be in. This was a true Tao, a Tao that could overturn the skies and replace the heavens if need be. The man reached for his sword, ready to unsheath it, but Ryu had already moved. I already gave you one opportunity. The man was swarmed by a formation, his movement slowing. Ryu stepped through space as though it didn't exist as a concept to him. His eyes flashed and the world became black and white, filled with lines that looked like the puppet strings of the heavens themselves. Lines of fate. With his Tao fully activated, Ryu didn't need to talk and goad the emotions of his targets. The fact he knew what would rock this man's soul was enough. The more understanding and more connection he had to his target, and the longer the battle went on, the more accurate his predictions were. In this case, he was an inheritor disciple of the Radiant Star sect, a title granted to him by Aika herself. On top of that, he knew of the fall of the Dual Radiance sect, a fact that would rock this man's soul to the core. These two things were more than enough. He didn't need time at all. He could see as far as several seconds into the future, his predictions locking in at over 99% accurate. However, this was just his eyes alone. When his Tao was taken into account, it was a whole different ball game. Not only could he see the future, he could understand it, comprehend it, manipulate it. With his dividing order, he would see through the techniques of the man, seeing through their weaknesses, breaking them down into their smallest parts. He could comprehend the very instincts of the man, his muscle memory, his greatest tendencies. With dividing chaos, he could see through these things and slightly tweak them to his own desires. He could make the man want to react a subtle bit faster, a subtle bit slower, a subtle bit more fiercely or docilely. Felt like the world was in the palm of his hands. Death acupoint. Ryu's hands blurred and the man was suddenly overwhelmed. He couldn't tell what was real and what was fake and had no choice but to rely on his instincts. Unfortunately, Ryu got there first. A finger drove into his shoulder. In that moment, the scent of death overwhelmed the man. He just barely managed to dodge that fate using his raw cultivation advantage. But the fear of death still pervaded his mind, a suffocating inadequacy taking control of him. Ryu's dividing chaos latched onto it and the man seemed to lose more of his strength into a puff of air. The formation around them became more effective and he only became slower. At the same time, the sword in his hand that he had been ready to unsheath couldn't even make its way out to grace the world again. Bang, bang, bang. Ryu's finger became a wild barrage of 3 quick strikes, his fists drizzling down in such quick succession that the man didn't even have the time to fly backward. Runes of silver and dark silver hovered around him, roaring with life. His fist seemed to hit the man's skin, but in reality the true impact entered the swordsman's body, directly assaulting his inner organs. The more Ryu understood the man, the less his barriers meant to him. Normally, a cultivator's body was their own temple. Crossing the void within them was impossible. But the man's body was no longer under his control. It was under Ryu's. A once mighty warrior of the dual radiance sect was treated like a rag doll. The barrage of attacks came from all sides, streaking across the skies and assaulting the once presumptuous man. Ryu's gaze was truly fierce and unrestrained. Wasn't it only right that a peak true sky god would look down on a higher fragmented sky god? It was the way of the world. But Ryu made them feel as though they weren't allowed even to do this. Before him, Ryu Tatsuya, not a single soul had the right to be so arrogant. Bang, bang, bang. Death acupoint. A finger seemed to become the center of the world. It was surrounded by a swirl of chi, a birthed phenomena in the skies pulsing with life mirroring Ryu's actions. Ryu's finger drove through the center of the man's forehead. His eyes filled with indifference. Bang! The man's head burst just as he seemed to want to say something. He was left with nothing as his sheathed sword fell to the ground. He would have to regret never drawing it in the afterlife. Ryu pulled back his finger, his annoyance fading something. There should only be one opponent left anyway, as the next would be the ninth. There was no need to linger on this vexatious person. Silence. It was an all too familiar reaction in these last few days. Everyone had great respect for the geniuses of the ninth heaven, but they had even more respect for the sky god realms. To them, even if a genius of the ninth heaven came down now, would a higher fragmented realm young man or woman be capable of blitzing a peak true sky god like that? They could see that the man couldn't unleash even a small portion of his strength. He couldn't even pull out his sword. But wasn't that because of Ryu? It wasn't as though the man was trying to go easy on him. Founding Tao. Aika sucked in a cold breath. By this point, that was all anyone could think about. She had been wrong to worry about Ryu exposing himself. Although having a founding Tao would definitely come with its own host of problems, technically speaking, while there was a quota on hegemonic and ancient Taos, there was none for founding Taos. The reason for that was obvious. They were too rare. What was the point of putting limitations on something no one could even touch? Due to that, there weren't any legitimate reasons to target Ryu. It also helped that of the 6 pillars, one's comprehension and Tao were the only things that couldn't be stolen, so at the very least, greed wouldn't play a factor. Plus, there were too few examples of founding Taos. Everything that defied the odds that Ryu managed to accomplish from here on would be chalked up to his Tao, especially since, from Aika's observation, the lines between Ryu's heavenly pupils and his Tao actually blurred quite considerably. But that was what made it all so scary. Ryu was chasing after fusing his combat capability down a single path, not realizing that he had already fused maybe his 2 most important talents already. His Tao was a peak founding Tao. When it unleashed its full strength, there was no doubt about it. It wasn't just a legendary Tao, but a legendary Tao that surpassed other legendary Taos. And yet, when it was used together with his eyes, it became something even beyond that. He was the most fearsome youth Aika had ever met. Ryu cracked his neck. Looking at his fists, his only real wounds from that battle were hitting the man. He would definitely have to increase his durability somehow. Let's finish this. Ryu took a step and the starry skies warped again. But his eyes immediately narrowed when he saw what was across from him. Because it wasn't one opponent, it was 2. Both of them at the half-step perfect sky god realm. Chapter 1567 Radiant and Fading Star 1. It was a pair of man and woman. The woman had skin as dark as night and eyes as radiant as the stars. In that way, she reminded Ryu a lot of Starlight. But as handsome as Starlight was, this woman's beauty was even greater. In this regard, she was on the level of May's master, truly unblemished in all regards. Her shining blue eyes and waterfall-like white hair was in sharp contrast to her dark and delicate skin, giving her an untouchable sort of temperament, one that only an empress or a true goddess should have. By her side there was a man. His skin was as white as snow and his eyes were black as a starless sky. His hair flowed quite long as well, but it was a dense black instead. The both of them complemented each other well, whether that be temperament or looks. Even without moving or saying anything, the power of the stars seemed to swirl around them, shuddering with an immense, hidden strength. Ryu felt that this had to be the warning silver dance was trying to give him. For some reason, the difficulty had ramped up considerably in these last couple battles, and though Ryu had grown out of his everything is unfair phase long ago, he still couldn't help but feel that this was getting a little ridiculous. Throne battles were based on age. He was still almost half a decade from 30 years old. The eighth heaven shouldn't have any geniuses at the half-step perfect sky god realm at not even 27 years old. Now, if he took a step back and made the assumption that it was because he already had a throne, he might be able to understand it. But even then, it was a far-off stretch. The best genius that Ryu had seen from the eighth heaven was that young man he met in the Sea of Lightning, the very same location he retrieved the lightning spirit from. He was almost 40 years old and had just stepped into the perfect sky god realm. For a single throne, he would expect a bump of a subrealm, maybe two. That was why it made sense that he was fighting lower true sky gods until now. He could even accept the fact that the swordsman was in the peak true sky god realm. But the gap between the peak and the half-step realm was enormous, and none of that even mentioned the fact there were two of them. Whatever was happening here, they weren't even bothering to try and hide it anymore. Breaking rules? Who could break rules to this extent? Ryu thought about it for a bit, but it didn't take a genius to grasp it. The Fading Star sect obviously still had a huge influence on the throne. All of the geniuses that had appeared were from the Dual Radiance sect, which meant the Fading Star sect had just as much a claim to what was happening as compared to the Radiant Star sect. But how was the question? Interesting, Ryu thought to himself. If not for the fact that he had grasped onto such a weakness of these former experts, and that his Tao was capable of taking advantage of it, he would have already died during the first battle. Maybe they wouldn't have gone all out had he not revealed his Tao so early. But who asked that guy to piss him off? That was probably the reason for the huge bump in strength. Luckily, even they couldn't pull out a perfect sky god. This was as far as they could go. But they had still truly gone all out. These two were without a doubt the founders of the Dual Radiance sect, Sovereign Fading Star and Sovereign Radiant Star. Even Ryu knew about these two. What sect wouldn't have a documented annal of their history? These two were a pair of Tao companions that formed up a sect from nothing together. However, it was also said that in the waning years of their life, they grew apart. It was unknown why, and it didn't cause much drama either, nor did they ever confirm it. However, the rumors speculated that while they continued to rule together, even sleeping in the same immortal cave to keep up appearances, they had fallen out of love with one another. Then they quietly passed away. As Ryu saw it, those subtle fissures between them near the end of their lives had ended in the ultimate destruction of the sect they worked so hard to create many generations down the line. And the fact he knew this also made this battle very easy. The destruction of one's sect was one thing, but the destruction of one's marriage. Ryu's silver irises flashed and the lines of fate around these two shone with a shimmering clarity. One so bright it could be said that they were the clearest he had seen since Sacrum. They were practically an open book to him. Sovereign Fading Star frowned, her delicate brows furrowing. A delicate dark gold energy swarmed around her, and she was suddenly thrust into the shadows. Ryu's heart skipped a beat. Founding Tao. The once couple didn't even look at one another. When Fading Star took action, Radiant Star replied, a bright silvery energy hovering around him. 2. Ryu chuckled bitterly in his heart. He had never met another Founding Tao in his life, and though these were two lower Founding Taos, he had actually met two here. The fluctuations were subtle, and those on the outside probably didn't even notice, but how could they escape his senses? He felt the two before him pulled out of the world, standing in a separate existence altogether. The clear lines of fate faded, and it was suddenly hard to get a grasp on either one of them. Fine. Ryu said, take form and conquer the world. Bang! The shadows of ancient creatures began to appear in the skies one after another, a radiant white gold flooding out of Ryu's body. Chapter 1568 Radiant and Fading Star, 2. Ryu suddenly moved in a blur of white gold. He completely ignored Radiant Star, focusing on fading star. He could feel that the cooperation between these two wasn't strong. They had yet to communicate even once, even subtly. The fissure of their lives was still there. Clearly, they might begrudgingly work together, but it wouldn't be smooth. If he could take one of them out before the other got over their angst, he would gain the advantage. They might be able to shroud themselves somewhat from his eyes and his Tao, but it wasn't completely. As he moved, the questions flew about in his mind wildly. The founders of the dual radiance sect both had founding Taos, but they were only sovereigns at their peak. Why was it that no one knew or advertised that they had founding Taos? Why did their auras remind him so much of the little woman? Ryu suddenly unleashed a barrage on Fading Star. Surprisingly, the gorgeous woman was a close combat expert as well. She wasn't fazed by his sudden change. Her palms moved like steady rivers, flexible but stubborn, preferring to eat away as the shoreline bit by bit to carve out their own path. None of her attacks seemed to carry a great deal of strength with them, and yet they accumulated a steady damage that made Ryu's bones shudder. Ryu flickered and vanished several times, appearing around her at different angles. Sometimes he would only move an inch or two to the side, never pausing his attacks and forcing her to recalculate his trajectories just a little bit every time. His skill in using his space-time soul nature was only increasing by the day, and the return of his eyes made that progress even faster. A danger sense pulsed in the back of Ryu's mind and he vanished once again. But somehow, the lingering sense remained, irrespective of the fact he had already gotten into the habit of masking his exit path. Bang! A beam of light tore through Ryu's shoulder blade, tearing out of his collarbone. He flipped through the air, landing on the other side of the battle arena and looking down. That power, it was strong. He couldn't even dodge it if he wanted. He seemed to have understood some of Radiant Star's Tao. Radiant should be translated from a word more similar to lighthouse. He had an extremely powerful ability to illuminate his path. Depending on how much weight each of those words had, it could be an extremely broken ability, and it definitely wouldn't be swayed by his maze of space and time, unless that was unnecessary. A calm and soothing voice echoed. It had a gentleness like Selhira's, but a hidden coldness akin to Eska's. Ryu blinked, but soon realized that Fading Star wasn't talking to him. Neither was shrouding me from the child's Tao. I had it handled, Radiant Star replied lightly. They seemed to be having an argument, if it could even be called that. They spoke so calmly and evenly that if not for knowing their previous history, this wouldn't have been the first guess Ryu made. So you know he's a child as well? What gave you the impression I didn't? Maybe the hole through his chest? This is a throne challenge of our sect, and this child clearly has a fickle heart. Have you not seen his other throne? How can I go easy on him? You can tell as well as I that that throne is from a sect of a smaller world. All the more reason he should learn of the difference. He has the fate of our dual radiance sect on him. There is no need. Dual radiance? I think you mean the Radiant Star sect. I wouldn't have thought that you'd be so supportive. When have I ever not been supportive of you? Would you like me to list them? Please. How about right this moment? Ryu was speechless. This was supposed to be a battle, not a marital therapy session. If not for the literal hole in his chest, he might have wanted to laugh. So the kind of support you want is in bullying a child? How can this be classified as bullying? He attacked first. When has a pair of half-step perfect sky gods fighting a fragmented sky god ever not been bullying? When the fragmented sky god is too arrogant. Does he not have the right to be arrogant? Maybe if you had a peak founding Tao you'd understand. What good is a peak founding Tao in the fragmented sky god realm? If he manages to keep it when he enters the Tao Lord realm, then it might be worth something. And if he does so you'll say Tao Sovereign next, right? That's only natural. Nothing is more important than cultivation realm. If it was possible to become a Tao god with a common Tao, they'd crush this boy or even us with ease. But it isn't possible, so why even mention it? To illustrate the point, it's called an analogy. An analogy is best used when it's plausible. You just mention a hypothetical that's impossible by every metric. Ryu finally couldn't hold it in and chuckled. causing both experts to look toward him. The pressure they exuded was massive. It seemed that even though Fading Star was defending him, she still didn't want him to try and interfere. But since when would Ryu be pushed back by a couple of glares? Tell you what, Senior Radia Dash. Sovereign Dash. Senior Radiant Star. Ryu continued. As a man, you should learn to be more flexible. Arguing with your wife about such things will only make you seem petty. Radiant Star frowned. Me, for example. I don't even argue with my wives. Ryu shook his head as though lecturing a youth. Life is better when your wife is both willful and happy. A man's job should be knocking down his wife's obstacles, not trying to convince her what she should and shouldn't do. Radiant Star's frown slowly faded back to his original indifferent expression. Then he looked toward his wife. I'm going to kill him. Fading Star didn't get a chance to say anything before her husband moved. Chapter 1569 Climate. Ryu smiled as Radiant Star suddenly appeared before him. In his eyes, the former sovereign was a bundle of lines that looked like the puppet of the heavens themselves. He was suddenly far more solid again, and listening to him and his wife argue had just made him all the easier to read. Reading was one thing, though. What about controlling? Suddenly, one of the lines of fate became particularly tight. The sovereign frowned for a moment, but in the heat of battle he couldn't quite react to it. He could only subconsciously move. It was just unfortunate that he just so happened to follow exactly what that taut line wanted him to do. His finger attack was easily sidestepped by Ryu, and a fist was driven into his gut. Bang! An explosive wind formed around their collision, a concentric circle akin to a clap of thunder blowing out the back of Radiant Star's robe. A slight grunt left his lips, but he absorbed the blow well, taking a step back and suddenly flickering and vanishing. He appeared 10 meters away from Ryu, looking down at the hole in his clothing. His skin and body were just fine, but the hole in the fabric themselves felt more humiliating than he was willing to admit. I don't think this is the fight you want, Ryu said with a smile. At the very least, not now. Radiant Star didn't respond immediately. After a moment, he grabbed onto his robes and pulled, tearing it away from his torso and revealing a powerful and toned physique. It honestly didn't look too dissimilar from Ryu's own. He had to admit that he had moved with the same strength he had just now. Despite his words, he just wanted to teach Ryu a lesson. What he didn't expect was that his strength would plummet by another measure. And because his wife was being petty, she didn't continue to shroud him from Ryu's Tao. That only made him angrier. It felt like she was taking the side of another man in an argument. Somehow, Ryu had gone from child to man in his mind, but no one ever accused a man in love of being a rational man. I will admit that your Tao is powerful. Why, thank you, Ryu replied with a smile. However, Taos aren't so powerful. Radiant. Fading Star's stern voice suddenly echoed. It was a clear reminder that people were watching and that he shouldn't cross a line just because he was dissatisfied. Radiant paused his words, taking a look back at his wife. He really was going to say something about Ryu's eyes, but his wife might really get angry if he went so far. Like I was saying, Taos aren't so powerful. They're only one of the 6 pillars, and all of the pillars are focused on one goal: the cultivation realm. Do you know why the fragmented realm is called the fragmented realm? Do you know why this realm this avatar is about to step into is known as perfection? Ryu didn't respond. His understanding of the sky god realms was still limited to Sacrum. He should have thought more about it, but he was honest in saying that he hadn't. In Sacrum, they only really had fragmented, false, and true sky gods, and you could immediately jump to the last if your foundation was good enough. These words were all related to the Tao. Well, I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to show you. Show you a perfect sky god's understanding of those names. A different sort of presence descended, and Ryu suddenly felt himself being suffocated from all sides. It wasn't in terms of raw pressure, but rather in auxiliary matters. His activated formation dimmed. His chi wasn't quite listening to him anymore, and then his birth phenomena began to waver in the skies. Finally, there came his Tao. Ryu felt his connection with his Tao getting dimmer and dimmer. I can see that you've acquired a child of order constitution, so you should feel it much more prominently than most others would. that feeling of helplessness before someone more favored by the heavens. Bang! Ryu couldn't react as a fist was driven into his own gut. His inner organs rattled and shook, blood spurting from his mouth. His white scales didn't seem to provide any protection at all, and he was sent flying back. Bang! He collided with a barrier that sparkled with bright silver and landed heavily on his feet. Ryu wiped blood from his lips with a forearm, shaking his head. In truth, he knew quite well of his limits. Finishing these battles quickly, attacking the psyche of his enemies, using his low cultivation realm to his advantage. A mixture of all of these things were the reason for his continuous victories. Ironically, against Radiant Star and Fading Star, he had gained his largest advantage. He understood too many of their weaknesses, and his dividing chaos had a strong hold on them. In conjunction with his eyes, he could play them like puppets on a string, or so he should have been able to. That punch that Radiant Star nonchalantly shrugged off, despite Ryu's lack of a reaction to his surviving it, was everything Ryu had. He was a close combat master now. That punch had combined everything, but it only blew a hole through Radiant Star's clothes. In contrast, Radiant Star had hardly tried just now, and yet the shift was so subtle. Ryu's eyes glowed. Battle is so interesting. In Sacrum, what decided a battle would always be who had the largest fist. But here, he felt that variables were so much more wide-ranging, and it wasn't just because his Daoan eyes could play with fate and karma either. He stood to his feet, his wings suddenly spreading wide from his back. I'm going to need you to make a choice, Senior Radiant Star. It's either you want a real battle or not. Which is it? Radiant Star's indifferent expression didn't change. You seem to still think you can dictate things. The larger the mountain, the more I want to climb it. Chapter 1570 Taller Mountain. Ryu's aura flared, and the sonorous call of a phoenix echoed. His white phoenix manifested, and his chaos chi churned. His white scales suddenly erupted with sharp blue lines that made him look particularly ethereal. At the same time, his claws were lit with swirling patterns of black, as his wings were adorned by complex golden-red feather patterns that flowed perfectly with the existing patterns. More abilities do not make you stronger, Radiant Star commented lightly, his fist having already appeared before Ryu's chest. Bang! Ryu's back rebounded against the barrier once again, but he was already so close to it that he was prepared. Using the momentum, he bounced back, erupting with a dragon's claw matted by phoenix heavenly patterns. Radiant Star slapped his wrist to the side, striking his chest with another palm. Trying to gather the power of the heavens before someone with a higher cultivation than you is foolish. The moment they start taking you seriously, this is the only outcome. Bang! Ryu rebounded against the barrier again. His gaze was sharp, and his battle intent didn't waver, but the outcome was just the same every time. Lines of fate, felt worthless, death acupoint, kept missing again and again. He thought about using fate reversal, but he hadn't taken nearly enough damage to make it worthwhile yet. Plus, he didn't know if Radiant Star somehow had the ability to avoid that as well. His series of combinations didn't falter. Every time he was countered, he would have the perfect response ready, and yet every time he would take a hit and then another. It felt like with the barrier, every one of Radiant Star's strikes was worth double. Ryu's claw met a palm as his knee was slapped down by another. As his foot was driven hard back to the ground, the palm his claw had met deviated, parrying his arm to the side and cracking his collarbone in the same motion. Blood continuously drizzled out from Ryu's lips, but he could feel it. A slow change. Bang! 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 Ryu suddenly blocked a continuous flurry of 3 strikes with a knee and 2 elbows. He shifted to the side, erupting with an uppercut to Radiant Star's ribcage. His entire body roared with power, from his plant leg to his pivot leg, up his winding and powerful core all toward his fist. His chi roared inside of him and lashed out, the Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns on his knuckles sparkling with a dancing radiance. Boom! Radiant Star drew a palm across his body, blocking. And yet, he was lifted into the moving to the side and back around 3 meters. Ryu followed up, his eyes glowing with a radiant light. Within their irises, The dancing brilliance of two oppositely revolving 8 trigram diagrams glowed. Subconsciously, rage flames began to dance in Ryu's white hair. This time, they weren't fueled by the fury of others, but rather his own. His speed accelerated, and bone structure roared. A dense cosmos fog billowed out from him, suppressing the world. Space bent to his will, time bent to his thoughts. 2 domains fused into one. One from his bone structure and the other from his self-created martial art. His body became layered in afterimages. Some slowed considerably and some sped up far beyond the limits of a fragmented sky god. Radiant Star reacted calmly, and yet it was clear that more and more of Ryu's strikes were beginning to make their way through. Fists shuttled through the void unexpectedly, slowing down at weird intervals and suddenly accelerating when they were least expected to. Bang! 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 Ryu fought his way out from the barrier, his aura flaring up and the rage flame dancing more wildly in his air. He was like a cornered animal, and yet he had a controlled fury about him that would burn down even the heavens if it had the chance. Every mistake he made was erased instantly, every improvement was incremental but obvious. His furious barrage of fists, claws, and fingers was only belayed by an equally furious rampage of kicks and knees. His elbow clashed with Radiant Star's, their gazes meeting across their blow for just a moment before they separated and vanished in another flurry. Every time they met, the air would clash and seem to implode from an unknown point. Suddenly, Radiant Star's lip curled into a smile, his first real expression other than distaste. His Tao flared before it was quickly subdued. Even so, something had changed. His body was coated by radiance, and even his hair seemed more like filaments of condensed, flowing light, rather than real hair follicles any longer. His speed exploded. Distance didn't mean anything to him. His Tao illuminated the path. Time didn't mean anything to him. His Tao would always make certain he reached where he needed to at the right moment. Defense didn't mean anything to him. His strikes would always ring true. Offense was everything to him, nothing could block him. Ryu could tell that this was a Tao charm technique. No, it was beyond that. It was a technique that Tao charm techniques would be derived from, a technique that only Radiant Star himself could possibly pull off with any sort of real mastery. And the moment it appeared, Ryu suffered a series of bloody wounds. A fist to the gut, a kick to the side of the head, a finger that pierced right through his body. Bang! He collided against the barrier, his bones rattling within him. Fate reversal. Ryu finally used it, and Radiant Star's expression changed. The latter's aura flared up instantly, but marks still appeared across his body. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as though he had just partially failed at something. He struggled to his feet, his eyes still on the couple. "All right, I think that's about enough," Fading Star suddenly said. Radiant Star frowned as he looked back at his wife, but she was sporting a glare of her own at this point. "Don't make the child reveal more than he has to. You've proven your point." Radiant Star crossed his arms, but ultimately didn't do anything more. "Child, please tell us about the current circumstances of our sex." Ryu frowned, looking up. Chapter 1571 Distaste. Ryu raised an eyebrow at the sudden question. It seemed that they weren't fighting anymore. He kind of got the feeling that these people didn't really care about this battle. Either that or they felt that this matter was too skewed and couldn't be bothered to partake in it. But that made him also feel that these people, despite being the founders of the dual radiance sect, were somehow also the least bound by its karma. Which made no sense. Logic seemed to dictate that since they were more powerful, they should also be the most unfettered. But this wasn't true. Honestly speaking, if not for the overwhelming benefits, no powerhouse would ever start even a clan, let alone a sect. At least with a clan, you would likely have descendants one way or another to obstruct your path. So making a clan, giving it structure, and benefiting from it in that way just made more sense than not. But with a sect, it seemed that you were going out of your way to be masochistic, bringing together a whole host of people with little to no connection between one another and trying to make them a cohesive whole. Now that Ryu thought about it, it was an interesting choice for a couple to take this route. Two powerhouses, already marital partners and Tao companions, were the ideal starting conditions for a clan. This was all to say that the binds of fate that one gained from starting such an organization were heavy. At least with a guild, it was loose enough that you could gain some benefits and avoid many of the drawbacks. But there was no such thing for sect. Somehow, though, these two had come out unscathed from not only the formation of their sect but its destruction as well. And once again, they reminded him of the little woman so much. Ryu suddenly thought of something. Taking a step back, the Dual Radiance sect was a rare sect where bloodlines were shared across their various groups and small clans. In a lot of ways, they were linked by blood much like a clan was. Was there a secret behind this? In the end, Ryu just simply explained what he knew. Although he looked relaxed, he never really put down his guard. The two listened calmly and didn't seem surprised by anything he said. Fading Star Sect, huh? Radiant Star scoffed. I knew it. What is that supposed to mean? You heard the story. Why are you wondering what I mean? Ryu tuned them out. It was no wonder their sect ended up like this with all the constant bickering. They seemed to think that so long as they appeared to be calm as they spoke, that everything would be better. But this wasn't the case at all. Ryu did find it interesting though. None of the historical records mentioned their bickering, and they only alluded to their separation. Could it be that it was whitewashed? Or that they were only arguing in front of him for some other reason? It couldn't be that they thought they were alone. They were smart enough to know the entire seventh heaven was watching right now. They just didn't seem to care. It was probably the whitewashed idea. There were many examples of this in history, instances of people trying to wash away the truth with white lies, and often black lies. It was his job as a ruin master to see through them, but he hadn't cared enough to really delve into this topic. At least, that was his conclusion until they spoke again. Child, how would you feel about taking me as your master? Fading Star suddenly spoke. Ryu raised an eyebrow, finally looking toward this couple again. His reaction wasn't as visceral as it would have been in the past. It also wasn't exactly unethical to have more than one master, so long as their stations weren't too close. Meaning, if you had one Dao Lord as a master, then jump to another Dao Lord just because they were marginally stronger, or even have much greater backing, you would be scorned and ridiculed. However, Ryu's first master was a true sky god at best, and that was in terms of Sacrum's rating system. He wouldn't even be a match for a World Sea Realm expert of the true martial world. Not only were Fading Star and the old man not of the same station, they weren't even of the same world. Even so, just because he didn't have the same disgust toward the idea of taking a master, that didn't mean that he would casually take one. He had crushed the inheritance of a Dao sovereign without a care in the world because he had disrespected him, and he didn't even feel the slightest regret. These two hadn't exactly disrespected him, while Fading Star certainly hadn't, but they hadn't really impressed him either. Radiant Star thought that his display was awe-inspiring, but as far as Ryu was concerned, it was a stage he would inevitably reach given time. The reason he took in his first master was that he could provide something to him that Ryu couldn't fathom at the time, and it quite literally changed his life. Plus, it might not take so long for him to display what Fading Star had either. He still hadn't brought out his Dao vessel. Although he didn't have much practice using it, the gap between a lower founding Dao and a peak founding one was enormous. On top of that, weren't these two dead already? And even though they seemed to be able to shirk the limitations on this throne challenge somewhat, they were still restricted by the heavens to the insights of a perfect sky god. What insights could a perfect sky god give him that would be the equivalent of what his master had given him back then? Seeing that Ryu didn't answer immediately, not only was Fading Star not angry, even Radiant Star didn't seem angry. In fact, for the first time, Fading Star smiled. I have a particular distaste for people trying to test me, but since I've taken the initiative to take you in as a disciple, I won't mind it this once. Ryu's eyes narrowed. The lights of the world seemed to go out. Chapter 1572 Burning. What just happened? Everyone was watching the battle with rapt attention, and then the couple whose words they couldn't hear suddenly said something about taking Ryu as a disciple, and then the image vanished. Sovereign Black Worm's expression turned dark. He didn't like this turn of events at all. First, Silver Dance clearly gave up the fight on purpose, and now these two had somehow broken free of fate entirely, leaving behind the restrictions of the heavens and doing things on their own. He calmed himself with thoughts not too dissimilar from Ryu's own. Even if they broke free of some restrictions, they couldn't possibly break through them all. However, the vanishing of the image was something that was difficult to swallow. That most definitely wasn't a normal feat. Ryu's pupils constricted. Fading Star's aura that had just been in the half-step perfect sky god realm suddenly stepped beyond and entered the perfect sky god realm, then beyond that and entered the transcendent sky god realm, then the omniscient sky god realm. The higher it went, rather than slowing down, it actually accelerated. It treated the Tao Lord realm and even the Tao Sovereign realm like they were fluttering leaves in the wind. That was right. She stepped into the Tao God realm. Ryu stood in silence. According to his information, the highest realm they had reached was the Tao Sovereign realm before quietly passing away. In fact, according to that same information, they didn't have founding Taos at all. Instead, they supposedly had Middle Ancient Taos. It was incredibly difficult to raise your Tao level the higher you went. A Middle Ancient Tao was already the elite of the elite of the elite on the 8th heaven. And these two, because they synergized so well in battle, at least when they weren't bickering, they were a match for someone with a higher Ancient Tao. But all of that was thrown out of the window now. Clearly, these two had hidden their real strength for the entirety of their existence. As for why, Ryu could only guess that they wanted to avoid the ire of the 9th heaven. But he wasn't even sure if that was true. With this strength, these two should be capable of protecting themselves, right? Even so, just a mere Tao God title wasn't enough to bend Ryu's will. No one could ever impress him with a mere cultivation realm. As he saw things, realms were just a function of time to him, not difficulty. These people were stronger than him only because they had lived longer. He had never felt that this deserved his respect. Some said you should respect your elders. But why? And for what exactly? He had met several so-called adults that acted like children as though they had never grown up themselves. There were plenty of worthless old people who had never accomplished anything. This simply didn't move him. At best, it said that these two were excellent talents. Well, that was because everything that Fading Star was displaying, he directly assigned to Radiant Star as well. Even though his aura was still in the half-step perfect sky god realm, Ryu was fairly confident in his assessment. Radiant Star suddenly started chuckling, watching Ryu's reaction to his wife. Fading Star, you'll have to bring out something more than that, it seems. Fading Star turned a deaf ear to her husband as her aura settled down. He seemed to be having a great time. According to Radiant Star, they should have beaten this brat into the ground thoroughly before bringing up such matters. But Fading Star had said that was ridiculous, and when you got such a strong-willed person, such a thing would only turn them off to you. Radiant Star then replied saying that if they just crushed Ryu's will too, it wouldn't be a problem. But then Fading Star said that if they did that, wouldn't they make him useless? Radiant Star didn't have a rebuttal to this, but he still felt his wife was being too nice to this brat. So he was taking pleasure in her misfortune. Fading Star's aura settled down. What would you like in a master? She suddenly asked. Although her husband was making fun of her, she truly wasn't moved. She just thought it was Ryu's right to know her true cultivation base. Ryu didn't actually expect this question. He looked at the beautiful woman deeply for a moment before answering. You have to be capable of accomplishing something I don't believe I can even with time. Ryu wanted to say, impress me. But since Fading Star was taking such a step forward and displayed an olive branch of goodwill, he chose to take a step forward as well. There was no need to be rude to a person who was trying to ingratiate themselves with you. What an arrogant little shit, Radiant Star muttered. This was the first time he had said something so vulgar, but he couldn't seem to help himself. Ryu was basically spitting in the face of his own philosophy about cultivation realm and even saying that reaching the Tao God realm for him was just a function of time. Fading Star smiled. Although Radiant Star said this, the truth was that neither of them would have the patience to take in anyone as a disciple without at least a near guarantee of reaching the Tao Sovereign realm barring unexpected death. Something you don't believe you can accomplish given enough time, huh? Fading Star's slender finger suddenly reached out and tapped at the air. Suddenly, Ryu felt the binds of karma and fate twisting and turning. Fading Star, what are you doing? Radiant Star, who was still nonchalant a moment ago, suddenly rushed forward in an attempt to stop his wife. But unfortunately for him, while she had returned to the Tao God realm, he didn't. It would take too much time to unseal himself, and by then it would already be over. Damn it! His cultivation began to soar, but it was too late. Right then, Fading Star paused and looked at Ryu. You have one question, Ryu. One question and it will be answered. One burning question you have in your heart. Ryu's heart skipped a beat, his lips slightly parting. And then the words tumbled out on their own as though Fading Star had pulled them out of him. My wives, Ailsa Tatsuya and Yana Tatsuya. Where are they? Chapter 1573 Answer. Radiant Star looked like he wanted to tear Ryu apart for even daring to ask a question. And yet it was already too late. He knew from the start that even if he did return to his true strength, it would have all been useless. How would he stop his wife one way or another? At least he couldn't do so without harming her. Fading Star's aura surged, and Ryu felt the lines of fate burst apart, as though they had been infused with far too much energy. In that moment, the laws of the heavens had been shattered. Nothing worked properly, and even the foundation of the world themselves couldn't be brought together. There was no distinction between a plane and the void, and life and death were separated by the thinnest of lines until they suddenly overlapped entirely. Fading Star blinked, feeling somewhat surprised for a moment. The scope of the question was beyond what she was expecting. She had meant to warn Ryu to keep the scope as narrow as he could, but he had already subconsciously done that. It was obvious he had a clear understanding of the lines of fate as well and what it would mean to ask any question. And yet, though the question could be considered narrow enough, it was still more difficult than she imagined. She felt that maybe it was because he had asked for two people at once, but the way Ryu spoke, it seemed like they should be in the same place. She suddenly felt a hint of annoyance for the first time. She didn't like men who had multiple wives, and she never thought that she would stumble into wanting one as a disciple. Why'd her disciple have to be so fickle? If there was one, she could finish her cool master impression without worries. She shook her head and sighed. In the end, she chose to narrow the question even further and only focus on Ailsa. But she was left even more speechless when even that didn't seem to be enough. Was she really going to embarrass herself like this? What was going on? Fading Star was stubborn. Given her words about being tested, and how much they mirrored Ryu's own, this was a given. Originally, she had just planned to give up enough to leave her tired for a few days. But this time she really pushed it. Fading Star, what are you doing? Blood began to pool out of her nose, but her gaze became firm. She could feel the answer. It wanted her to speak out the words, but she bit her tongue hard. If she spoke out those words now, all of her effort would be wasted, and she would slump like a deflated balloon. This wasn't the answer she wanted. Her disciple had asked for where, so she wanted to give him a place to go. She knew that Ryu would probably be content with that information alone. The fact he was asking meant that they were a far enough distance away that, somehow, their soul fusions weren't helping in the slightest. However, where would she put her face if that was all she was able to say? So she pushed and she pushed. The blood coming from her nose soon began to drip from her eyes, and then eventually her ears and even her mouth. The blood was a bright red, but within it, sparkling drops of silver continued to drizzle outward along with it. All the while, Fading Star looked right at Ryu, whose gaze had become somewhat dull. Ryu was looking forward to the answer, but when he saw how much trouble it was causing Fading Star, even he couldn't help but frown. It wasn't that he was such a sympathetic person. He didn't even know this woman, and quite frankly, if it meant exchanging her life for the sake of his wives, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. He knew himself well, and such moral quandaries that others would spend long spans of time laboring over wouldn't even faze him. Well, he knew that most people would make such a choice as well. Most weren't as morally righteous as they claimed to be. However, they wouldn't dare to do it so boldly, nor as guilt-free as Ryu would dare to do it. Even so, Fading Star's display moved him. There was obviously a price to pay for activating this technique in the first place, but she had already been willing to pay that price. After suddenly being forced to pay more, she didn't actually pull back. Ryu could see more than she probably knew. Or maybe she did know and she had continued anyway. He knew that she had received an answer, It was just that that answer wasn't satisfying enough to her, so she had continued to push. For that reason alone, he found it commendable. Even though Radiant Star looked as though he wanted to tear Ryu limb from limb, Ryu's gaze never left the beautiful founder of the Dual Radiance sect. Boom! The skies shook, and from above the shattered lines of fate began to gather once again. The process was slow, but they pieced themselves back together bit by bit, motes of grayish light fusing into solid lines that connected to fading Star's body step by step. And then the world froze. Everything flashed and entered a state of limbo. Even the blood coming from fading Star's body floated, as though in zero gravity, forming beautiful patterns in the air, patterns that made Ryu's heart skip a beat. He didn't know why, but in this state of nothing, the irregular and erratic movements of the blood made his heart beat wildly. It felt like he was watching the creation of the world from its infancy. A spark of life was all it needed to reform once again. Bang! Ryu's head snapped backward as a beam of information entered his mind, and fading Star collapsed. The world fell silent as time began to move once again. Chapter 1574, Who Dares? Ryu felt his mind shuttling through the vastness of space. He tore through layers of worlds, and every time he felt that he had finally reached the end, he pierced through another veil and continued onward. He saw civilizations of all kinds as he moved, and his heart went from one of awe to shock, and then he eventually felt that it was all too incredulous. Was it even possible for the world to be so large? He saw places so primitive that fire had yet to be invented. Instead, they huddled around steamy geysers and volcanoes to keep themselves warm. Eating raw meat they peeled off the bone with their teeth like animals. He saw many places just like Sacrum, middling of the road worlds. But some of them had extremely strange power sources, things he couldn't even fathom. One world used water as its only source of power, using its movements. The warriors were all water chi cultivators, and the bottom rung of society was forced to work every day in mills, using their chi training to move large wheels day in and day out. Another world harnessed the power of the wind, doing much the same as the water world. There were all sorts of elemental worlds like these ones, but they weren't what fascinated Ryu the most at all. He passed over several worlds where the people were as weak as children. They had souls that snuffed out with a breath and bodies so frail that even the weakest beasts of their world could tear them apart. But what was even more fascinating was that their beasts were also just as weak, so weak that even if Ryu was feeling hungry and ate all several billion of them, he wouldn't even be able to satiate a small part of that hunger. The entire world seemed to be lacking in substance and foundation, and yet they were able to create such fantastical things. Granted, those fantastical things were also still extraordinarily weak in his eyes. But when they were taken as a function of how weak the people creating them were, it was enough to leave him in complete shock. What they had succeeded in doing would be the equivalent of an awakening realm expert creating something that could kill a sky god. At that sort of scale, how could it not be impressive? Some of these civilizations were more impressive than others. Some of them only had weapons capable of wiping out a city, but some of them grew to harness the power of their suns and were even capable of wiping out entire planets, some even entire solar systems. If these people could cultivate, what could they accomplish? It made Ryu wonder just how much potential was stored away in places he never thought to look. He didn't take Cultivation Realm as seriously as Radiant Star, but that wasn't to say that he didn't take it seriously at all. He was still quite focused on raising his cultivation realm as steadily and quickly as possible. After all, he was on a time crunch. However, the accomplishments of these weak people made him gasp in awe. It made the fact he could battle a true sky god as a fragmented sky god feel almost pathetic. The force multipliers these people had managed to create were absolutely astounding. Compared to them, could he even be counted as a blacksmith? As a formation master? As an alchemist? Why couldn't he create things so absolutely amazing? What was even more shocking about all of this was how little chi these worlds had. It made sense their people were so weak. There was no chi for cultivation. They were lesser than even a lower world. Their chi was practically poisoned to the point most of them couldn't even live to 80 years old. And yet, they had extracted so much power out of their worlds. Ryu was almost impossible to impress. But right this moment he was truly struck dumb. He didn't even have respect for Tao gods, but these people, the world snapped into focus, and Ryu suddenly saw a familiar silhouette. He lost his breath for a moment. All his thoughts of how beautiful May's master or fading star were seemed to flee from his mind. This was truly the most perfect woman in existence, his Ailsa. She stood in silence high above a battlefield. Her golden hair stretched for several meters, her crimson eyes piercing through the veil of the world. The carnage below didn't seem to bother her as she seemed to be focused on a singular task, a rift in the distance. Tao God. It was something that Ryu could only barely grasp, and yet it floored him. He was so uncaring about the cultivation realm of others, but hearing of Ailsa's made his heart burst with all sorts of emotions. Pride, happiness, anxiety. He could barely grasp an understanding of what was going on. They were in battle? Why? Who was fighting? And for what? It didn't seem to matter because he couldn't take his eyes off his woman. He knew that cultivation could refine one to their true peak, and yet it all felt like too much. Ryu of all people even felt a slight hint inferior, his firm Tao heart being the only thing that made him still confidently call Ailsa his woman. Ha ha! Ailsa! A booming voice just barely managed to catch Ryu's attention. It was truly something because Ryu seemed to have tuned the rest of the world out entirely. It could only be said that this voice was capable of overturning words. Gruff, deep, cold, and a hint sinister. I swore to take you as my wife, but I didn't expect you to be a whore who had already opened her legs for another man. Ryu didn't hear anything else, and maybe that was for the best. He didn't even see the man clearly. All he felt was a familiar fury suddenly erupting within him. Who dared to speak to his wife in this way? Ailsa's eyes widened as she suddenly sensed something familiar. Little Ryu? Chapter 1575 Warmth. Ailsa was in a daze. She, too, didn't hear the rest of what the man was saying. It didn't really matter to her. She had heard it a million times. She was Ryu's life partner for a reason. Their personalities were practically mirror images of one another. The only reason Ryu seemed so different from her when they met was because his own personality had become twisted and cold. This was all to say that a person's words were completely unable to affect her. As far as she was concerned, once someone said something that pissed her off, their death date wasn't too far off. However, she wasn't thinking about that right now. How long had it been? Billions of years? Trillions, maybe? She didn't know. She had truly lost count. It had just been too long, too long. Tears began to pool in her eyes as her head swiveled, looking for where she had sensed that feeling coming from. It would have probably broken her heart to know that Ryu was standing right in front of her. His head inclined toward the direction of the man who dared to speak those words. Ryu was nothing but an illusory construct, something less than a ghost. It could be said that the only reason Ryu could even appear here in the first place, aside from Fading Star's efforts, was one due to his soul connection with Ailsa, and two because of his own attunement with fate and karma. However, while he could see Ailsa clearly, she could only vaguely feel his presence. "Where are you?" Ailsa said with a hint of excitement in her voice, the tears already having begun to stream down her fair cheeks. The yearning in her heart practically burst out in wild waves, the surrounding air and space trembling. Ryu forced himself to look away from the man when he heard these words. He didn't have much time, and no matter how he racked his brains, he couldn't figure out how he could do anything to that man. Instead, he just erased the image of him from his mind. It wasn't a true memory wipe, obviously, but more like a meditation technique. He didn't want to waste what time he had, but he also couldn't easily push down his rage without doing this. He looked into Ailsa's teary eyes, the coldness in his own melting away like frost in a breeze. But when he tried to touch her cheek, his hand moved right through and a deep sigh came from him. Ailsa suddenly raised a hand to her cheek, seemingly having felt something. But it was so fleeting and far away that she didn't have the chance to bask in. "Ailsa, where are you?" Ryu spoke, trying to convey his intentions. Ailsa didn't hear these words at all, and she turned downcast, but then she felt that feeling on her cheek again. She continued to try to look around, the man's words below turning more and more vulgar, but she couldn't seem to hear a single thing. "Little Ryu, where are you?" She felt like her heart was breaking all over again. Ryu's jaw clenched, his fury threatening to bubble up again. How could he allow this to happen? He knew the way here, he had watched every second. But he didn't know of an easy way to make it here. In fact, even if he was a Tao god, he wasn't sure he could survive such a trip. It made one think that there had to be something beyond Tao god. But after seeing all of those worlds, Ryu knew there was no such thing. Tao god was definitely the truest pinnacle, but that was what made existence so amazing. Even the strongest creatures it could create wouldn't be indomitable in its lands. One could only be one of many, meandering around and protecting their life to the best degree they could. Ryu thought about finding a method to show Ailsa the path back. But did he want his wife to risk her life just for the smallest chance to see him again? Who knew how long the journey would take? If any one of them was going to make the journey, it should be him. That was his duty as a husband. So Ryu didn't try at all. Instead, he felt a wild burning in his eyes as he began to churn through a large amount of karmic chi. He felt that his eyes would likely be dormant once again due to this. However, it wouldn't be for long. So long as he could break into the perfect sky god realm, they would come back. He had already completed the calculations. Even so, if he had to choose between crippling his eyes forever and giving his wife this small bit of warmth, he would choose the latter every single time. This was the one duty he had, the one duty that he took more seriously than anything else, a duty that burned like an endless flame within his heart. His wives would be the most carefree women in the world, doing what they want, feeling what they want. He would make the world their oyster. There was no one who would make them shed tears, not even himself. That was his promise to him as a man, as a husband. And nothing could stand in the way of him doing that, no matter what sacrifices he had to make. Even the world itself couldn't stop him. At that moment, Ailsa felt something warm wrap around her. They were thick, silky lines of karmic threads, enveloping her body not just in warmth, but in Ryu's very existence. In the end, they only conveyed one thing oh so very clearly. Wait for me. Ailsa's tears fell like a tide. She had been so worried, so lost. But suddenly the world felt brighter again. For the first time in a long while, a smile bloomed on her face even amidst the streaking tears. It was a smile that lit the entire world in a gorgeous glow. Chapter 1576 Beaming. Ryu snapped back into his body, a dangerous glow gleaming from his bleeding eyes. His silver irises had turned somewhat opaque, and though he wasn't blind, he had been regulated to vision near to that of immortals. He was on his hands and knees, having fallen at some unknown point. But even so, the dangerous aura he was exuding was so gloomy and all-pervading that his birth phenomena seemed to have gained a tinge of darkness to it as well. It was hard to put into words the kind of fury he was feeling right now, not just due to that man, but due to his own weakness. He wanted nothing more at that point than to shred the world to pieces, but he slowly restrained himself, the darkness being peeled back somewhat. He didn't know who that man was, but so long as Ailsa didn't kill him first, he would enjoy the day he got to drive his fist through his chest. Ryu slowly stood, the blood streaking down his cheeks and the faded color of his eyes gaining the attention of the two Tao gods immediately, but not more than his rage just now. It had truly felt palpable, as though his fury was somehow taking the reins of fate and forcefully twisting them. Fix my disciple. Fading Star gave a look to her husband. Fading Star wasn't doing too well herself. She seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Her breasts weren't as towering as they had been before, and her cheeks almost seemed to sink into her bones. At the same time, her life force felt like it was whittling away. Radiant Star was standing close enough to her to prop her up, but the two still seemed to be in a spat, so Fading Star was only using his arm just enough to not fall over on her face. What? Radiant Star asked, speechless. He's not even your disciple yet. Do you see him showing any respect and subservience? When did he worship you as his master? I must have missed it. Fading Star only continued to glare at Radiant Star. Radiant Star shook his head and waved a hand. A strong amount of silvery star chi descended and practically plowed into Ryu's face before he could react. 2 streams went up his nose, another 2 into his ears, and the last forced open his mouth. It was the most invasive thing that he had experienced. Radiant. Fading Star snapped. You told me to fix him, you didn't say how. Radiant shrugged. He used every orifice of Ryu's body that wasn't his eyes, almost as though to prove a point. By the end of it, Ryu felt that his eyes were maybe even sharper than they had been before. But from start to finish, he never took his eyes off of Radiant Star. The latter finally stopped controlling his chi and waved a hand. He met Ryu's gaze indifferently and didn't seem to care about his distaste at all. Ryu might be willing to sacrifice his wife, but how could Radiant Star be all right with that? The fact he wasn't killing Ryu right now was purely because of Fading Star and nothing else. A harumph came from his side and Fading Star tried to stand on her own. She nearly fell over immediately, causing Radiant Star to have to catch her arm. Let go of me, Fading Star said just as calmly as she usually did. No, Radiant Star said simply. And like that, the two were at another impasse. Ryu looked toward Fading Star for a moment and the world fell into silence. The woman had indeed given up a lot to help him. In truth, although he had a master before, that boisterous old man hadn't given up nearly as much as Fading Star did. It wasn't really a function of effort or pain to him. Quite frankly, he preferred to rely on no one but himself, and an overly caring master might actually be a detriment rather than a help to his growth. However, his mind spun with all those new worlds he had seen. He felt like this woman had opened up an entirely new realm of existence for him. Remembering those tiny little mortals who managed to grow to such power even without the ability to cultivate, he felt a burning sort of yearning inside of him. Some of those little mortals managed to expand from their own planets, even leaving their worlds and extending their reach outside of their galaxies. If he were to scale their power to his own, and then their feats to his own, they were impossibly more impressive. If mortals who couldn't even run faster than a few miles an hour could step beyond their stars, why couldn't he find a way to streak across existence itself? Ryu sank down to his knees and pressed his head to the ground. Fading Star's smile suddenly beamed as Radiant Star shook his head, looking away. Even so, there seemed to be a smile tugging at his as well. A smile that turned to panic when Fading Star tried to hurry forward to help her disciple up. Radiant Star had no choice but to stand to the side and stop Fading Star from collapsing as she helped Ryu up. Fading Star beamed, placing two hands on Ryu's shoulders and looking up at him. The more she looked, the more satisfied she felt. She had never had a disciple before and she felt a bit giddy about it. She had never had a child either, though she had many children by proxy in a weird sort of way. It could be said that in this way, Ryu was both her first disciple and her first son. How could she not be happy? Though she really wanted to do something about his multiple wife situation and lecture him about how he shouldn't focus his attention on one woman at a time, she decided not to start off on the wrong foot. Considering how much Ryu had been willing to give up just now for his wives, at the very least, he wasn't neglecting them. Her smile grew wider and despite her somewhat sickly appearance, she too seemed like she could light up a world. Chapter 1577 Ryu. Radiant Star shook his head, not liking the enthusiasm of his wife, but he allowed it. Ultimately, they hadn't been able to have a child the conventional way because their talent was too high. It also didn't help that they spent practically generations being petty to one another. He could count on his fingers the number of nights they had ended up in each other's beds in the last 1,000 years. That wasn't really conducive to child-making. As for Fading Star, she wasn't even paying attention to her husband at all. The more she looked at Ryu, the more satisfied she was, and that was despite the fact he looked like he had gone through a few garbage chutes to get here. Look, isn't my disciple very handsome? Radiant Star's lip twitched, but he didn't say anything. For a man who always wore a deadpan expression, this was about as much as you'd get out of him. Fading Star laughed, leaving her own usually deadpan expression somewhere far off in the past. Ah, what am I doing? Sorry, little Ryu, I've never had a disciple before. My etiquette and understanding of the culture isn't the best. I've heard that I'm supposed to give a gift, but the truth is that this isn't my real body. I've just used an ability to firm up the connection between myself and this avatar. Tell you what, I can give you a gift, but it won't be the usual kind. A genius needs pressure to grow, but too much pressure comes with death. You've gone around slapping the faces of too many people. Even with those eyes of yours, you could die 1,000 times over and not understand what happened even as your consciousness fades. That's the reality of the world. Ryu didn't refute. She was probably right, though he felt he was more competent than that. At the very least, he had avoided a Tao sovereign like chaotic space, and that was before his eyes were unsealed. He wasn't as fragile as he seemed. Now tell me, where did you learn absolute domain from? Ryu raised an eyebrow but eventually replied. Someone taught me. The husband-wife pair looked toward one another. Are you still in contact with this person? I am, but the restrictions of this throne challenge don't really allow me to. Radiant Star waved a hand, and suddenly a torrent of sobbing entered Ryu's ears, causing him to blink in confusion. The little woman was really a little childlike, which was why he had given her the nickname in the first place. But while she was childlike, she had never been a burden as a result of it. Simply put, aside from when his fate star was exposed the first time and the little woman lost herself to despair, her emotions had never really been something that annoyed Ryu. Of course, he wasn't annoyed now, it was just to say that he was surprised she was crying like she was. Was there a reason? Or was this just what she did when she thought Ryu wasn't paying attention? Ryu frowned. The thought of the latter actually made him a little upset. He had spent quite a long time with the little woman by now. She was a friend at the very least. There was no one else for him to talk to in those years in the black hole, and his current personality was much more open to forming relationships with others. He thought she had already gotten over the matter of his fate star, but had she? Hope. The voice drifted into the little woman's ears and she was somewhat startled, looking up with red and swollen eyes. Ryu? She asked between sobs. The little woman blinked and realized that the restrictions around the Golden Moon world were actually gone. She looked one hint embarrassed, but another part excited? She suddenly appeared and before Ryu could react, she threw her arms around Fading and Radiant Star, her sobbing spell returning in a full torrent. As for the pair of husband and wife, they were completely stunned before their expressions softened. Ryu watched this scene without saying much of anything. When he first asked the little woman about the Radiant Star sect, she had said, their inheritance wasn't bad. She seemed quite detached from the matters of the dual Radiance sect. Aside from her mood taking a bit of a dip, Ryu didn't notice anything else. But it seemed that he was maybe a bit too accepting of what she said on the surface back then. Considering the pride Hope took in her own inheritance, and how much time she spent throwing away normal conventions of alchemy to forge her own path, was she really the kind of person to be enamored by the techniques and methods of someone unrelated to her? Hope rarely used harsh words, but the first time Ryu complained about absolute domain, she had even called him stupid. That was enough to paint the picture. Still, Ryu wouldn't have imagined that it was this deep. The three began talking as though Ryu wasn't there. Well, Fading Star and Hope did. Radiant Star was basically thrown to the side, not much unlike Ryu. Ryu didn't mind it. He might have had he not known who Hope was, but he could stand to give her a little bit of leeway. I didn't manage to break into the omniscient sky god realm, so my life was running out. I ended up finding a method. Then I met Ryu and he... Suddenly a pair of sharp gazes fell on Ryu. Fading Star's brows were wrinkled. But Ryu wasn't a fan of explaining himself, since the little woman was too airheaded to explain what had happened naturally. Then that was just how it would have to be. Obviously, Hope had just gotten to the part of the story where she had agreed to carry Ryu's child. The way she had explained it made it sound like Ryu had forced her to do so, when in reality how could he, who hadn't even been in the World Sea realm back then, force the sky god to do anything? It was because Hope's little calculations had deduced that, with the help of her magnum opus pills, Ryu's appearance would give her a chance to survive. In exchange, Ryu had given her Flowing Frost's body. Originally, he was going to give Flowing Frost's body to Eska to occupy, but he met the little woman first. He was reluctant, but she made her promises and he eventually agreed in the end. In fact, after seeing his alchemy skill, she had asked him to be her Tao companion. All of these things were glossed over by Hope as she was trying to summarize her story. Well, knowing her, she was probably embarrassed to admit it as well, especially in front of these two who she obviously respected a great deal. She had been hoping that Ryu would fill in the blanks for her, but he just stood there, his arms crossed. The tips of her ears turned red, and in the end, she was forced to say it on her own. By now, she knew that if Ryu was being stubborn, no amount of puppy dog eyes would change anything. Please, 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 please. Such a pleasing voice, and yet saying such annoying, all right, Ryu muttered. Chapter 1578, they are called. Ryu was more than a little bit annoyed, but he chose to let it slide. The truth of the matter was that he absolutely hated putting his life in the hands of others. A large part of the reason he was here in the first place was precisely because of that. Who else would choose to challenge a throne when they had the full support of a Dao sovereign like Aika? In truth, Aika treated Ryu no differently from how she would a disciple. Who else could boast having had a Dao sovereign hunt down meals for them? In a lot of ways, though, taking on a master was similar to placing your life in another's hands. Setting aside the obvious about whether or not such a person would really have your best interests at heart, just allowing someone else to guide you in cultivation was as good as trusting them with your life. This wasn't about being suddenly attacked in the midst of cultivation. Any master that the likes of Ryu would take would likely be far stronger than him. Whether he was conscious or not wouldn't really affect the end result if such a person had sinister intentions. It was more so about trusting another person's judgment, trusting them to make decisions about yourself and things that would impact your life great hundreds, thousands, millions of years into the future. Cultivation was your life in a world like this. But this was also why Ryu never based his decision on who to take in as a master on trust. Being fully reliant on another person would never be his style, and he had refused his fair share of much stronger guards by now purely because he felt that it would impede his growth. This was all to say that when he took in a master, he always planned to take their teachings with a grain of salt, accepting what he felt might be useful and ignoring what had yet to be proven to be fruitful to him. So, when Fading Star threw that accusatory glare at him after Hope's terrible retelling of their meeting encounter, Ryu practically shut down completely. He went from willing to listen to some of this woman's teachings to planning to ignore all of them. If it wasn't for the little woman's incessant pleading and the fact they had some rapport at this point, he would have stuck quite firmly to that decision. He might have changed, but what still fundamentally made Ryu was still there as the core of his being. It was true that it made sense that Fading Star would trust Hope's words more than his own. It also made sense that given Hope's retelling of the story, Fading Star would likewise have a poor reaction to it. Fading Star already didn't like the fact Ryu had multiple wives, so she was already leaning toward a distaste of how Ryu treated the women around him. When Fading Star heard Hope's story then, once again, her reaction could only be said to be natural. In fact, it wasn't all that baseless either. Ryu just didn't care. The woman had gone from treating him like she had pushed him out of her own womb to treating him like a complete stranger in the blink of an eye. And that was why you couldn't trust people with your life so casually. Even if she had done it for a valid reason, when would the next time be that she found a valid reason? With how much she dotted on Hope, what if one day she felt that Hope would benefit greatly from his eyes? Or his meridians? Or his soul nature? The odds that these things would actually happen were doubtful, but that didn't mean that Ryu wasn't thinking about them, and he was likewise well within his own rights to have this sort of natural reaction. Well, maybe this sort of reaction was natural for Ryu, who treated Dao gods like they were just any other person. Ryu had said long ago, if his talent was as poor as Patriarch Ember's, he would have long since died in humiliating fashion. He would truly rather die than lower his head. Those who disagreed with him or doubted his decisions could piss off. He had already lost a world-class beauty because of these thoughts of his, and he wasn't going to let anyone else sway him. Well, he didn't lose her. More so, he completely lost interest in her. Every reason he had ever had to be attracted to her aside from the flesh that stuck to her body evaporated on that day, and it was unlikely to come back. Serial, Ryu thought, his gaze becoming a hint absent-minded. He was no longer very attracted to that woman, but he did owe her. Her help had been a great boon to him when he first stepped into the true martial world. He hadn't heard any word of her, and she was likely in the ethereal plane of the true martial world. Since there was a true nether plane, it was only right that there'd be a true ethereal plane. As a fae, there was a better than 90% likelihood that she'd be there. He didn't plan on going there. He had no reason to actively look for her. Though he was grateful, considering their last conversation. He also knew that if he appeared to help her, she might hate it more than anything else. After all, there was no way he wouldn't cause trouble after entering a new world. He had only stepped into the true nether plane for a few months and the world practically ended up revolving around him. Ryu's lips curled at his own thoughts. It was a shame, though. Such a beautiful woman and yet such a weak mind. He didn't think that she'd be able to make it far in her cultivation acting like that. Ryu heard a sigh. Ryu, I can only say that I'm sorry. I didn't want to get us started on the wrong foot, but I can't unspill what's been spilled, Fading Star said softly. For now, I can only do my duty as your master. As for what you do from here on, it will be up to you. Ryu looked toward Fading Star, but he didn't reply. Hope, who was still by his side, pouted as flashes of guilt sprung in her eyes, but she didn't even seem to realize that she might have looked a little too comfortable around Ryu. Since things have already started like this, I will try to be more straightforward with you. Then, Fading Star nodded, some of her dignified aura returning. I hope that you will not have Favor Alchemy bear your child until after she's become a Tao god. Also, I hope that you will marry her and give her proper status once you do as well. Repaying your benefactor is commendable and I would never stop you from doing so. In addition, it is because Favor Alchemy relied on others that she is in this position. But since you two seem to be close, I would hope that you take a bit more care of her plights as well. Ryu didn't reply, but Fading Star seemed to have already expected this, and simply continued without missing a beat. I can also say that I am not a fan of taking on multiple wives. In my ideal world, Favor Alchemy would be your only woman, but I am also aware that I've long since overstepped my bounds. I will not try to place such restrictions on you. I can only hope that you show her the same care and affection that you've shown your Ailsa and Yana. Hope's lip twitched as she knew there were more than just those two, but she did her best to hide it. Fading Star gave her a glance but didn't say much more about the topic. Since they had already started off so badly, she felt that she should just say what was on her chest outright. If she waited until later after she had mended their relationship somewhat, then it might put her right back to square one. It would be easier to climb out of the negatives than to be on a mountain peak, fall, and then be expected to walk up an even taller peak. I planned on also not tell you this for a while. I wanted to build up some trust and rapport between us before I did so. But since things have gone down this route, I will also tell you quite straightforwardly. I took you in as a disciple because your potential is excellent. Although your talent is lacking, severely so compared to what you might face in the future, in terms of potential to expand and grow, I have never seen anyone that is your better. But even that is only a small part of the reason. We have an enemy the likes of which can't be defeated through normal means. This person goes from world to world, swallowing up their potential and turning it into their own. They're even able to swallow up their core of reincarnation, commandeering the process and using it to create talents that can be used. This person is without a doubt the strongest Tao god across all of existence, and they have been obsessed with trying to find a way to step beyond that realm even though one does not exist. They are called the Phoenix Sky God. Chapter 1579 Mancer. Ryu should have had a fierce reaction to these words. But honestly, he didn't. What was more interesting to him was the fact that Fading Star dared to speak this person's name aloud despite their power. And there wasn't even the slightest reaction. Now that he thought about it, he wasn't exactly skimpy with how often he said that name. And considering how wary Fading Star was about this person, it was doubtful that she could casually shroud herself from their attention. So this meant something else. Now that he thought about it even further, the legend of the Phoenix Sky God was so muddled that it took him years of research just to find a plausible method of awakening their spiritual foundation. There were so many stories and iterations of the Phoenix Sky God and their life that it was impossible to take any one of them as the truest truth. Sometimes they were a man, sometimes a woman. Sometimes they were born in a great family, and at other times they were pauper who rose up like a tide. Ryu wondered how much of this was manipulation on the part of the Phoenix Sky God, versus how much of it was true. If the Phoenix Sky God was so obsessed with controlling reincarnation, who was to say that they didn't actually live all of those lives? The moment Ryu had this thought, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Such a person, capable of tossing everything away and reincarnating again? and again, only to still inevitably rise to the pinnacle. Just how formidable were they? Talent alone couldn't be enough, and neither was just keeping your memories from a former life. Yana was the perfect example. It was only a great series of events, including the use of her life partner, that allowed her comprehension in this life to quickly catch up with that of her last life. By now, she had likely even already ascended beyond it. However, without that series of coincidences, comprehending something you had already comprehended in the past based on memories was many times more difficult than it would have been otherwise. Of course, if Yana could stumble into a series of coincidences that allowed it, it wasn't impossible that someone else could do the same. The issue was, triggering that series of coincidences again and again would be exceedingly difficult. It had to be remembered that Yana relied on a life partner to achieve what she had. Such a thing was a blessing bestowed by the heavens and relied on someone who was your perfect mirror image being born on the same day and at the same time as you. Plus, only fairies had life partners, even the Fae did not, as it was an evolutionary quirk of their descendants. Though, the Fae had a different albeit similar inborn ability. This was all to say that unless the Phoenix Sky God continuously reincarnated as a fairy, it was all useless. Not to mention the fact that according to the story he or she most definitely hadn't. If they were true, that is. Fading Star sighed. She had pretty much expected Ryu's response, though she was completely wrong about what was actually causing it. She thought that Ryu was nonchalant because he didn't take anyone seriously. If she knew that Ryu had the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation, it would be hard to say how she might react. In fact, she might do exactly what made Ryu so wary of her in the first place and try to deal with it. Of course, it was clear that such a person was trying to use Ryu as some sort of pawn, and considering how Fading Star was taking this explanation of things, she might ignore all rules of taboo and directly kill Ryu. And this was the perfect example of why you didn't casually trust people just because they wanted to take you in as a disciple. The world of cultivation was ultimately one of benefits. Even if someone had a pure heart, they always had their biases, and taking on a disciple like Ryu was a fortune to Fading Star as far as Ryu was concerned. This was the sort of weight fate and karma held on the world. I only tell you this to try and be a bit more open with you so that you understand my intentions. While it is true that I have a reason, that reason is no different than a will to try and raise as many young geniuses as I can. Still, you are the first disciple I have ever taken in, and I will treat you sincerely. My husband and I are close to reaching the end of our potential, and we've realized by now that we won't be the ones to succeed in changing things. Right now, the world is in great turmoil. Even this world has noticed, triggering a convergence. This is the best time for a young genius like you to rise up, and I will help you with that. Ryu faintly nodded. He wouldn't hate Fading Star on what he was pretty sure she would do if she knew of the origin of one of his spiritual foundations. He would even ignore her earlier slight, at least somewhat, for the sake of hope. He wasn't a fool. He might not respect Tao gods as much as he should, but he knew they had a great deal of knowledge to pass on. Fading Star exhaled a breath and looked at her husband. Radiant Star had his arms crossed as though the world had wronged him. He was caught between wanting to tell his wife, "I told you so," and wanting to shred Ryu to pieces, but he settled for standing in place without a word. He clearly felt that a fragmented sky god had no right to take such offense to anything a Tao god did, but his wife clearly seemed still eager to keep him as a disciple. With that out of the way, I will get right to the point. My husband and I don't come from the true martial world, but rather a world adjacent that's fallen beneath the influence of the Phoenix Sky God. Our cycles of reincarnation have been torn asunder beyond repair, and it caused our people to be unable to reincarnate. We've been trying to find a way to breathe life into our people by spreading our bloodlines elsewhere, but there's nothing we can do about those that have already been born. Fading Star looked toward Hope, a hint of pity in her eyes, but that pity seemed to be aimed toward herself and her husband as well. Regardless, the reason I'm telling you this is because under adverse circumstances, people shine the most. We created many methods of transferring talent, bloodlines, and the likes in hopes of succeeding. This culminated in the creation of a new profession, the Bloodmancer. Ryu finally raised an eyebrow. Honestly, this explanation would have probably been enough for Ryu to take her as a master, but she seemed to have wanted to take no risks with impressing him. This was more a matter of pride for Fading Star. She was clearly an arrogant woman despite her soft tone. She didn't want to risk introducing bloodmancers to Ryu, only for it to fall flat and for her to have to try again. That would have been too humiliating. That aside, Ryu nodded to himself. Back then, Aika had offered Ryu the Radiant Star bloodline so casually. It might seem that just accepting another bloodline was easy, especially with all those vials of blood Ryu's family kept, but it was actually notoriously difficult. The only reason Ryu could so casually make use of those vials was that he already had those bloodlines within him. Planting them into someone else was a nightmare. That was also why Flowing Frost had given Ryu her entire body. This was the only way she knew to ensure her bloodline went on. In a way, transplanting Meridians was actually far easier than doing so for a bloodline. This wasn't to say that people didn't have methods. There were, and they existed. It was just a matter of how crude were they and how much of the original bloodline you could keep. Just take Ryu, for example. He was the prime example of why you couldn't just stuff a body with powerful bloodlines and hope for the best. It had taken him a lot of climbing to get out of the pit his many bloodlines had put him in. But the Dual Radiance sect had a lot of success with transplanting their bloodlines. He never thought much of it because he knew so little about the true martial world. He subconsciously just thought that every powerful clan or sect could do so. However, what if the Dual Radiance sect was a clear exception? I can see that your bloodlines are powerful, and the fact that so many manage to be born in a single body is a miracle. What you've managed to do with them is even more amazing. But I can say with great assurance that I can mold you into an existence far beyond what you are now and teach you the ways of bloodmancy. As for the rest of my inheritance, you can take it if you want or ignore it if you don't. I don't want to try and smother you, at least not until we've rebuilt some of our trust. I can help you see your bloodlines in a completely new light. Chapter 1580 Bloodmancy. Ryu didn't really expect this turn of events. Quite frankly, he had thought that Fading Star would teach him more about manipulating karma or things of the like since they clearly had this in common. Even so, this unexpected twist was actually very much appreciated. If he could find methods of improving his bloodlines, how could he not jump at the chance? He stared at Fading Star seriously as she began to speak, soaking up everything she was saying. The first thing Fading Star did was actually change the way he viewed bloodlines in the first place. He felt like he was a child and she was trying to shift his perspective on things. Ryu had already begun to see his bloodlines more like living, breathing entities, but Fading Star, or rather bloodmancers in general, seemed to take this even a step further. As Ryu listened, he realized what it was she was referring to. The 7 corporeal souls. Necromancy and bloodmancy share a suffix, and this doesn't necessarily mean what it seems to. The root of mancy comes from the word divination, a word that translates to a great many things but ultimately refers right back to insight, usually insight that most people wouldn't be able to easily glean. These sorts of explanations were what Fading Star began with. She was a very thorough teacher, albeit a bit of a bland one. She was highly specific in her choice of words and almost overly verbose in her speech. The little woman was already yawning, and that was despite being an omniscient sky god who obviously didn't need sleep in the normal sense. It was obvious to anyone why this woman would have never taken in a disciple before. She'd probably kill anyone else with her long, drawn-out tirades. She seemed to jump from tangent to tangent before finally getting to the point, and then jumping into another tangent. And yet Ryu listened to every word of it. Radiant Star had had a smile on his face, expecting Ryu to suddenly fade away or make a snappy comment. But he didn't even look bored as his gaze became more and more intense. These talks of language, these specifics of the origins of words and the root of a discipline were things that Ryu had been swimming in all his life as a ruin master. These were normally things he would have to fill in himself later down the line, so why not take them in from the source directly? However, the act of divination is only one portion of what are shared between necromancy and bloodmancy. There are many branches of necromancy, many of which require things similar to that of bloodmancy. Improving a corpse, shedding away its weakness and blooming it toward its strength are similar mirrors to bloodmancy. The blood is a living entity. It can be counted as a separate part of you and part of you at the same time. Training the blood, then, is no different from training a beast companion or a corpse puppet. Much like those things, it has chains of its own. A bloodline only exists because it was passed down, and as a result, there are strong bounds of karma that can and will restrict it. This is a perfect time to explain why it is that summoner necromancers can exist. The formation circles that they use to summon their demons to fight for them is more so a method of bloodmancy than anything else. It's here that the two disciplines overlap the most. A demon can be considered to be a creature that exists somewhere between a beast and a human. On the one hand, their bloodlines are highly important. What's interesting then is why it is demons can be summoned but beasts can't be. What is that difference? And it's that observation that sparked the first instant bloodmancy dash. The epiphany hit Ryu like a speeding truck. Beasts didn't have talents like humans did. Instead, they had what were called spiritual roots, and these spiritual roots practically decided everything about their talent. The spiritual root wasn't as beautiful as it sounded. Ryu had extracted plenty enough to know that. It was an organ that was like a mashup of intestines and the circulatory system in the way it worked. Its looks weren't really the point, though. The main part was that it was more organ than it was spiritual, and it was intertwined and inseparable from blood and its production. A beast's bloodline was everything its talent was. By comparison, like his master had said, a demon was caught in between this and the six-pillar system of the humans. In fact, they had more of a weighted pillar system, where their bloodlines played a much heavier role than much of everything else. This was why it was lineages that ruled the demons and there were hardly any sects at all. The reason demons could be summoned to do battle against their will, then, was because they represented a link between absolute reliance on the heavens and the exact opposite. Why was it that beasts had originally won the favor of sacrum and become the favored race? It was the same reason that beasts usually won such a battle. Their progress was almost guaranteed so long as they had time to grow, whereas humans, humanoids, and human adjacents like Ryu and Hope were faced with higher barriers the stronger their talent was. Hope even failed to reach the sixth sky god realm despite being maybe the best alchemy talent the true martial world had. Demons were stuck in the middle, and this provided a unique sort of resonance with both the heavens and the earth. They were more easily anchored and taken advantage of. Those that relied on the heavens for their strength had to likewise deal with the consequences. Beasts could be captured and reared, while demons could be summoned. What was interesting was the real reason why. All of this sounded like it made sense in a vague sense. Sure, demons were a bridge between heavenly laws and the earthly laws that humans relied on to progress. And all of that looped back to the existence of the 7 corporeal souls. Ryu had already learned that these 7 souls were actually chiefly represented by his organs. Much like spiritual roots, they didn't look very soul-like or spiritual. This was the same for the demons. The difference was that in demons, their 6 pillars were skewed. This made their 7 corporeal souls far more prominent and easy to get a grasp of. Beasts only had spiritual roots, and as such they had evolved their own unique methods of avoiding outside manipulations. But demons, being stuck in the middle, didn't have perfect protections. And the fact their bloodlines skewed so heavily more important than any of their other talents made it so that a skilled summoner necromancer could take advantage of it, summoning and controlling them to do battle for a short time. Even this, though, was only surface-level analysis. When Ryu took a step deeper and really got into the weeds, he felt like a whole new world was opening up to him. He seemed to understand now why humans were so average, and yet could be so absolutely powerful in some cases, and yet so pitifully weak in others. It was all the balance of the souls, the perfect balance between attaching yourself to the heavens and self-reliance. It opened you up to a breadth of potential that the other races simply didn't have. Radiant Star shook his head slowly. This annoying brat actually reached a state of enlightenment. Maybe he was wrong after all. Of course, what he was wrong about wasn't whether Ryu was an annoying brat or not. That was pretty much ironclad in his mind. What he was willing to admit, though, was that this kid and his wife were like 2 peas in a pod. Even he couldn't listen to his wife go on and on like that. It was a source of many arguments for them. Though everything was a source of argument for them these days. Or rather, all days. However, Ryu could. Not only could he could do so eagerly. Looking at his wife's bright smile, it took everything in him to refrain from rolling his eyes. He had an image to upload. Ryu didn't have a thought for his surroundings at all. He was completely focused on his body and that sense of balance. Even though Fading Star had yet to explain a single thing about how bloodmancy actually worked, he felt he had already grasped it. Right now, his blood was concentrated into his 7 corporeal souls, but humans had a clear advantage that they weren't taking advantage of. What would happen if you gave control of your blood to your soul? What if instead of being concentrated in your 7 corporeal souls, your blood also lay new roots in your 3 incorporeal souls? And what would it mean for his blood to form a connection with them, especially since he remembered quite clearly? Wasn't his Tao heart his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation? Chapter 1581 Dominance. The thoughts moved about in Ryu's head like lightning. It had been a while since he was guided by a master, and he didn't even believe that Fading Star's methods would work on most people. But they just clicked for him. This was the type of person he had always been. Though, in the past, he had thought that this was just the person he had been forced to be. When he awakened in his second life, he had completely given up secondary professions. He didn't look at formations, he didn't think about alchemy or anything of the sort, he didn't even paint or play the zither anymore, things that he still hadn't picked up again. He had once been a master at those things, but it had always been nothing more than a means to an end. He didn't want to be a useless man, or rather, he didn't want to be more useless than he already was. If he couldn't cultivate, he had to at least be able to do something, be something. But those dark feelings had shrouded one important fact. He actually did enjoy those things. He enjoyed breaking down a pill formula and learning to perfect it. He enjoyed learning about runes, building visualizations, and creating formations. He enjoyed poring over mountains of text, only to string together minor little details that almost anyone else could miss. These things were part of him, they were part of who Ryu Tatsuya was. A connection seemed to be formed within him. His bloodlines and soul were suddenly bridged, and he began to see them in the new light. In the incomplete heavenly path, Ryu had traded for an omniscient god treasure known as the Compendium. It was able to absorb any object with spirituality and form a network of information about the faith tied to it. It had played a huge part in helping Ryu to reach this point. Being able to tease apart the different strings of karma and give each of his bloodlines a bloodline phenomena was entirely reliant on understanding the underlying faith that bound them, something that he couldn't have done easily with his eyes bound. But the compendium had its limitations. It was only an omniscient god treasure, and Ryu's bloodline had already caught up with that grade. There was nothing further for it to clarify for him that would help Ryu make any large or sudden changes. Now, however, its existence was entirely unnecessary. Ryu could feel his bloodlines in a way he never had before. He had had to rely on the compendium and other special circumstances in the past to actually see how much they were battling against one another for supremacy. But right now it felt like his eyes could peer into them on their own. His eyes were the window to his soul, and now his bloodlines and his soul were inextricably linked to one another, or so it felt until the connection suddenly snapped. Ryu looked around in a bit of a daze, feeling like he had lost a part of himself. He looked up to find that Fading Star was smiling sweetly. Everything else can be set to the side, but Ryu, your comprehension abilities are by far the deepest I have ever seen. I would credit your eyes for that, but I have a feeling that that is only part of the story. It feels like your brain is wired in ways most can't understand.
I'm truly astonished.
She didn't even get the chance to introduce bloodmancy to Ryu, and he had actually figured it out all on his own from anecdotal pieces of information. That feeling you just experienced is the hardest step to take as a bloodmancer. For most, the concept is too abstract. I began bloodmancy quite late in my life, only after I became a Tao Lord, and yet it still took me 3 hours. If I was at your cultivation realm, it probably would have taken me 3 days instead. Fading Star wasn't stingy with her praise, and because she wasn't lying, it didn't feel like she was trying to butter Ryu up either. Why is it temporary? Ryu suddenly asked. His dreams of his spiritual foundation skyrocketing his bloodlines to mastery seemed to be flying out of the window. It's a matter of practice, unfortunately, Fading Star said with a smile, happy that Ryu was interacting with her. Like I said earlier, the parallels between necromancy and bloodmancy are many. It takes quite a lot of practice for a new necromancer to control a corpse puppet. This is the same but on a much higher level. Ryu nodded. He remembered when he was first learning to control a corpse puppet. He had lost to that genius of the Loom clan. He shook his head. It had been a while since he thought about that Tay woman and her family. It also made him wonder how Granny Miriam's sister was doing. He had been stuck in that reincarnation cycle for almost 1,000 years. A lot would have changed. Maybe he should have checked up on them when he went back. Even so, it was weird to compare controlling an external corpse versus controlling your own self. Why would the latter be difficult? Then again, wasn't that what all training was? Controlling yourself? Plus, this wasn't just a matter of the self either. Like Fading Star had said, this was practically like trying to bridge heaven and earth, using the influence of the self to influence strength bestowed by the heavens. Humans were the most suited to this, but that didn't mean it was easy either. Then after I can maintain the connection for long enough, what do I do? Ryu asked. This is the best part. There are many branches of bloodmancy, not much unlike necromancy. But in your case, you need a very specific balancing ritual. You have too many powerful bloodlines within you. If you want them to be harmonious, you need to make them harmonious. You can call this dominance bloodmancy. Chapter 1582 Temperament. Dominance bloodmancy. Ryu thought. Dominance bloodmancy is a path that takes the soul and makes it the center. It would be akin to becoming the inverse of a demon, not much unlike a fairy or a fae. However, the difference is that this is a deliberate choice, and it stirs your bloodlines away from their usual faith and tethers them more to your own path. This is an especially powerful path if you have a soul nature that is compatible with the fusion of your bloodlines. And if I don't? Well, it's hard to conclude that just yet. Who knows what the fusion of a dragon, Qilin, and phoenix is? It can pull in so many directions that you have quite some leeway to choose, and that's the power of bloodmancy. You used a spatial soul nature against us. It seems to have an extra hint of something else, but as a whole, it feels like something that's equally as broad and wide-ranging. Whether the two can come together into one will be dependent on you. And will it ever be permanent? Ryu asked. Over time, the more you refine your control, the more natural it will become and the permanency it will have. I personally follow the path of multiplicity. It makes my blood essence practically unlimited and I can share it with as many people as I please. But this isn't just an auxiliary ability. In battle, endless blood essence allows me to overextend myself with ease. Without this ability, I would have never been able to solidify the connection between you and your wife. This is an example of my bloodmancy reaching a state of permanency, or at least close to it. Ryu nodded slowly, falling into his thoughts again. Then, Ryu, this is all that I wanted to teach you. You can find the intricacies of bloodmancy laid out for you in your lines of fate. If you're interested, you can also check to see my and my husband's inheritances as well. Radiant Star frowned, clearly having not consented to this. But it was too late for that. We will bid you goodbye now. As for your gift, you will find out what it is soon. It all ended more quickly than Ryu thought it would. But hope had already vanished into the Golden Moon world, and he suddenly found the Throne Challenge world collapsing around him. Suddenly, he was standing in the skies, his aura feeling dim before so many powerful gazes. He was about to make a quip when a wave of fatigue hit him like a speeding struck. His eyes closed and he fell out of the sky. Ryu awoke quite slowly. He barely had time to squint when he noticed a woman dressed in a familiar white gown sitting on the edge of his bed. He was a bit disappointed that it wasn't Eska. He felt like he was getting more fond of that woman by the day. Selhira, who was actually the one there, seemed to sense that disappointment in his eyes and her pride almost flared up again. Almost. But she had bawled her eyes out enough to ignore it. For now. I really hate you, you know? Selhira said softly. It was in that usual gentle tone. A tone that many swooned over. Ryu didn't say anything. He had just gotten up and his body felt like it was in its prime. He didn't know how much he wanted to let this woman rant. Plus, thoughts of Ailsa were also surfacing in his mind and he was suddenly ticked off again. He was probably just about to say something rude when Selhira continued to speak. I hate that you're so arrogant yet so right. I hate that you're a fire dragon of all things. I hate that you're so cruel to me even though you already know how I feel. Ryu felt a headache coming along. I'm a human, not a fire dragon. Selhira looked at him and actually smiled. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. She suddenly took off her veil. Ryu was absolutely floored. He had to admit the woman was perfect. With her white hair done up in an elegant, empress-like bun, and her blue eyes shimmering like the stars, her face only made it more perfect, especially those little dots of crystal scales below her eyes. Those must have been why she always wore the veil. It made her identity as a crystal dragon all too obvious. Am I very beautiful? Selhira asked in the same gentle tone. You already know that you are, Ryu responded. He was never one to mince his words. Yes, but a woman likes to hear her man say it. Her man. Ryu raised an eyebrow, a familiar mischievous glint in his eyes. It was the same glint he had had when he dressed Selhira down in public back then. Even though she remembered the memory quite clearly, Selhira didn't back down. In fact, she did the opposite, leaning over Ryu who was still lying down and even pressing a hand to his chest. She usually dressed quite conservatively, but there was no dress in the world that didn't have a neckline. Leaning so far forward, how could there not be two large mounds of fair skin to see? Seeing that Ryu wasn't averting his gaze at all, Selhira felt herself flush. The way he was so unabashedly confident in staring at her didn't make her angry at all. In fact, it turned her on. It was the reason she had always been so attracted to Ryu in the first place. He never suddenly saved her life. He didn't do any life-altering favors for her. He rarely even talked to her. But his temperament, she absolutely loved it. Deep inside, she was a dragoness, and a dragoness needed a dragon to put her in her place. Those fire dragons in her generation only knew how to blow their own horns. They were nothing but hot air. She breathed in, her eyes quivering under Ryu's masculine scent. In that moment, her eyes even turned to slits and a moan-turned growl echoed from her throat. Her lips pressed down onto Ryu's. Chapter 1583 A Beast 1. Ryu had to admit he was a little stunned. Savoring Selhira's soft lips, his mind spun like a whirlwind. He had been with a fairy, he had been with a human, a deity, even a real demon, but he had never been with a beast before. A full beast. It took Selhira's approach for him to realize that this gentle woman was a dragon through and through. He hadn't known this before, and had only really treated her as a human girl until his eyes awoke again. Her claws pierced his soft shirt and dug into his skin. She didn't even seem to be doing it on purpose. It was just that the palm she had pressed down to his chest had gained something extra in her excitement. Selhira pulled back, a line of saliva connecting her lips to Ryu's. She licked at it, a savage sort of aura coming from her. She truly looked like no different than a beast in heat. Her nipples poked out from her dress, a dense heat filling the room as though her blood was ready to explode inside of her. As she looked into the calm look in Ryu's eyes, she only felt more excited. That regal air of his hadn't disappeared even after her sudden assault. That was exactly what she wanted. It was exactly the man she wanted. She knew she wasn't wrong. Strip, Ryu suddenly said. Selhira shuddered for only a moment before she did as she was told. She stood and her dress slipped to the ground, revealing a powerful body beneath. Her skin was almost as white as snow, but it felt more like an illusion than anything else. It wasn't the skin tone itself, but it rather felt like there was a thin coat of crystal all over her body. It went all the way up those long, almost imposing legs and didn't even end at those towering, proud breasts. Her curves were soft, and her lips had almost felt like clouds. But with his eyes Ryu wouldn't miss the hidden power beneath those lines. She reached to her back and unclipped the band across her chest. Her breasts fell in a healthy, enticing bounce, the rest of the band practically springing away the instant it got the slightest leeway. Her fingers pulled at the lining of her panties, slowly pulling them down. A line of moistness sparkled under the light of her skin, her body's heat only rising and becoming more red. Her treasured region didn't have the slightly hair to it at all. Instead, just above it, crystalline scales of light pinks, violets, and blues were embroidered. Come here, Ryu commanded. Selhira climbed to Ryu's side, kneeling. Despite being so completely naked, she seemed to maintain her own regal temperament, her hair still done up in the same bun. Ryu didn't even bother to say a word. He only sent a glance to his crotch. Selhira shuddered again but still obediently shifted to his between his legs, pulling it out. It caught her somewhat off guard, slapping against her cheek and lips. She didn't move it away, grinding his cock against her soft skin. Her nose breathed in the scent and she groaned again, her moans sounding even more reverberating as her heartbeat quickened. She stuck out her tongue and ran it up and down the shaft. She knew little about what she was doing, but she just wanted to taste more of it, feel more of it. She suddenly felt a hand grab her head and she was forced down. Her body shuddered, the feeling of the hot rod gliding down her throat and the last immaculate part of her. Her hair, being messed up, seemed to send her over an edge. She bobbed up and down, looking up and into Ryu's eyes. He stared back at her, his demeanor cool and unbothered. Yes, she loved it. More, she wanted to see more of Ryu. She wanted him to conquer her in every way he could and look just that confident and unmoved. She opened her mouth wide trying to accept more of him, her tongue sticking out as far as she could to make more room. Her eyes watered and tears ran down her cheeks, but Ryu showed no sign of stopping. In fact, his hand became firmer, pressing her down more and more. And then she tasted it. Her tongue ran through the middle of his balls and her eyes rolled back, a gush of liquid coming from between her legs even as another rush sprung down her throat. Selhira gasped for breath as she was finally allowed up for air. Her eyes were red, tears were streaming down her face, and her cheek had collapsed onto Ryu's thighs. And yet, she immediately kissed at his balls, hoping that he wouldn't be done just yet. Ryu grabbed her by her throat and pulled her up to his face. Her body shuddered again when she felt his breath, but the firm hand that suddenly slapped and grabbed her ass made her eyes practically roll back into her head again. Oh God, yes! She had waited for this for such a long time. You're quite interesting, Ryu said with a calm tone. Do you really want me to treat you like my woman? Or do you want me to treat you like a sow? Whatever you want, husband, she said, her eyes misty and completely out of focus. Husband, huh? It seems like you're still making decisions for yourself.
I'm sorry.
Please punish me. A sneer spread across Ryu's lips and Selhira's legs shook when she felt a cock slide between her legs. Ryu still had a palm clamped around her throat. She could only take in slow, shortened breaths, and the stimulation was getting to be overwhelming. The feeling of Ryu's cock sliding up and down her wet slit almost made her pass out. But when he bypassed that moistness and slid right into a hole she never thought of using, the feeling of humiliation and domination completely overwhelmed her. Until now, these were all matters she could think of. As much as she seemed like she was letting Ryu take control, there was just a small part of her that kept her autonomy. The moment that vanished and she truly felt like a toy, she had an orgasm that shook the room. Ryu pushed her onto her back, his hand pressing down onto her throat and his cock driving into the deepest parts of her asshole. Chapter 1584 A Beast 2. Oh God. Yes. The words had meant to be, how could you treat me like this? But they had been translated into a completely different language by the time they came out of her mouth. The feeling of humiliation and domination was so perfect she lost it. She had actually lost her anal virginity before her actual virginity. She could feel her primordial een being stripped from her in the worst imaginable way. Was this how she would lose it? Yes, it was, and she loved every minute of it. Her legs spread wide, her pussy glistening but vacant. She let out cries only a beast woman could. She was drowning in pleasure she couldn't even fathom. She reached down between her legs, wanting to fill her other hole up too, but it was almost immediately ripped up by Ryu's free hand. What do you think you're doing? He growled. I'm sorry, husband.
I'm sorry.
Ryu flipped Selhira over, pressing her head into the bed and driving into her even faster. Her screams echoed into the sheets. He suddenly drove into her deepest parts and her entire body seemed to go erect. She pulled up so far that Ryu's cock popped out, a strong geyser of liquids coming from out of her. Her body trembled wildly and she fell back down, gasping for breath.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
She muttered these words again and again, completely incoherently. Ryu slapped her plump ass, causing her to shudder again. Realizing that it was a call to attention, she obediently got back into position, propping her ass up and using her slender fingers to pull herself apart. Fragrant liquids drizzled down. It was a beautiful scene. Who knew how many of her pursuers would run to the ends of existence just to lay eyes on this? It was so humiliating it made her eyes water again. How could she spread her out like this? Didn't she have any shame? Tell me, little sow. Which hole do you want it in? Any hole you want, husband. They're all yours. Every one of them. Selhira spoke through heated breaths. Good answer. Selhira gasped as Ryu drove into her pussy. She had expected Ryu to take her asshole again, treating her like the toy she was. But he had subverted her expectations again, and the feeling, it was even better. Oh God. She couldn't even believe how much better it was. And that was why it was so agonizing when it suddenly stopped and Ryu pulled out, plunging right back into her asshole. Tears of pleasure and frustration pooled down her cheeks. That heavenly feeling. She wanted it again. But by the gods did this feel good as well. Ryu grabbed onto her hair, ripping her from the bed. She had bit into the sheet so hard that they tore under the sudden actions. But neither of them seemed to care in the slightest. He rammed into her harder and harder. His body was the equivalent of the false sky god realm, while she was only in the fragmented sky god realm. If not for the fact she was a dragon, he would have already broken her into countless tiny pieces. And once again, she loved it. Ryu pulled her back even further, nearly bending her neck back over his shoulder, as she grabbed a handful of soft breast with his free hand. The moans came from her lips in a torrent, her tongue moving like it had a mind of its own. She orgasmed again and again, rarely going more than a few minutes without convulsing. And then Ryu's hand slid down from her chest to her moist slit. It was so neglected, so lonely. She still remembered that magical feeling, that heart-stopping elevated madness she had felt for just the briefest of moments, and then it returned as his fingers slipped inside her. It wasn't as magical, but the stimulation from both places at once made it close. Her insides writhed against Ryu's fingers, pushing and pulling against them as though they had a mind of their own. It was so good. No matter how many times she fantasized, how many times she dreamed about this moment, he still exceeded all of her expectations. That was the type of man he was. That was why she had noticed him in the first place. It was why she was here, willing to be humiliated by him, degraded by him, used by him, only by him. Ryu suddenly picked Selhira up and in a single brief step, the two stood before a mirror. He dropped Selhira and she stumbled forward, her legs much too weak to stand on their own any longer. I want you to see the state of you. Selhira palms pressed against the mirror, leaning forward. Her heavy breathing fogged up the glass, but she could still see it. Her hair was a mess, sticking to her face in a mixture of sweat and tears. But all she could see was the absolute pleasure in her eyes and the man with broad shoulders and the cock of a war god looming over her back. And then that magnificent cock was driven right into her again, this time in the one place she wanted it most. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head, her hands nearly slipping down the mirror. Friction barely kept her upright as she rode a raging sea that made her knees feel like they were made of air. Then she heard the growl. It was the first thing Ryu had said that wasn't a snarky quip or a degrading statement. It was a growl full of dominance and marking its territory. She nearly died with pleasure as she felt it pumping into her. She fell to the ground and her wrists were pinned up, the rest of it pouring down her throat and all over her face as though Ryu was painting a beautiful portrait. With what strength she had left, she sucked at the tip. Even if she only had an ounce of energy left, it was her duty to please her man, her husband, her king. She pulled out every last drop and then kissed it passionately.
I'm sorry.
She mumbled incoherently. I made you dirty. Let me clean you up, husband. Her tongue circled around it, her kisses dotting up and down the shaft. The mighty crystal dragon had been slayed. Erdiel's note. I'll be damned. Chapter 1585 Human. Ryu laid back, looking at the ceiling. Between his legs, curled up like a kitten, or maybe like a dragon, Selhira lay apparently sleeping. She used his thigh as a pillow and she seemed to have completely forgotten the word around her. A look of satisfaction on her face. This woman didn't seem capable of even sleeping normally, it seemed. She just curled herself into a ball. And when he thought she'd try to sleep by his side, she took the weirdest position possible. He couldn't lie, he found it a little amusing. At the end of the day, Selhira was indeed not a human. In fact, Ryu had never heard of a beast taking human form at all. It should be something that only the absolute highest levels of beasts were capable of, or it was possible that Selhira was using a special technique of some sort. From a human lens, she was very obviously a masochist, a woman who liked to be dominated and ruled. And on that spectrum, she was pretty far on the crazy side. May had a little bit of that in her, and their first time together had been mostly him suppressing her more matriarchal tendencies. While Elena was a woman of many fascinations, she liked to try all sorts of things. There was Icemine as well, but that was even less about Icemine's desires and just the result of the nature of their relationship. This was all to say that there weren't any real masochists among Ryu's harem, and certainly none on the level of Selhira. It was probably even more accurate to say that less than the fact they were masochists, it was more so that Ryu tended to like to be in a dominant position, resulting in this series of coincidences. He still remembered his first time quite well. Elena had let them take the reins, and their time was sweet, soft, and as tame as could be. However, while he loved Elena with all his heart, and he also cherished that memory, he hated that feeling. Elena could have snapped him like a twig millions of times over back then. Even when it came to penetrating her, he could feel how she had to concentrate on controlling her muscles so that she didn't harm him. He hated everything about that night except for the woman in his arms. It was maybe the greatest moment of weakness he had had in his life. It could be said that this had birthed a tendency to really take the reins now that he had strength of his own. He wouldn't say that he took it out on his women as he knew how to be gentle as well. There was nothing taboo about his first time with Ailsa, nor Yana. However, when he felt any sort of pushback, he unleashed his own beast. The point wasn't really about him, though. Everyone had their own nature, their own likes, and he actually felt that calling Selhira a masochist might be inappropriate only because calling her one would probably require calling all female beasts one. This was less about Selhira's quirks as a woman, and more so her nature as a beast. They were a primal race, and the imbalance between men and women was even fiercer than it would be among others. This was the price to pay for that great, heaven-blessed talent. There was less room to maneuver along their own paths and follow their own wishes. They too often fell into a cookie-cutter mold and pushed out the door with a bundle of power in their arms. For a genius of the crystal dragons like Selhira, before today it had probably been her destiny to be pushed down, maybe even against her own will, maybe almost certainly against her own will and ravaged by some beast man with a bloodline comparable or superior to her own. That was the culture of beasts. When it manifested in their beast forms, it was easy to ignore and overlook. It was just animals being animals, and even mortals wouldn't blink at the sight of it. But when they became humans, it felt much more real and raw, just like this moment had been. This perspective made Ryu's opinion of Selhira soften considerably. It made a lot of their earlier dynamic make sense. Selhira had obviously been shit-testing him. Even if they were destined to be dominated, beast women still had fiery tempers. They were unruly and arrogant. They wouldn't give any men they thought were weak of strength or weak of mind the time of day, and even those they felt were ready would still have to break down that final barrier. To Ryu, he hadn't even known Selhira was a beast back then. He only casually put her in her place because she was starting to piss him off. She was much subtler than most beast women would be, probably. She was also much gentler, and she hid her edge extremely well. Her barbs couldn't be seen until you pulled back a few layers. It might have also been helped by the fact she was clearly not following the usual path of her kind. Selhira was the perfect example of what happened when you deviated from your designed path as a beast. Her progress was agonizingly slow. She spent decades at the peak of the World Sea realm before finally breaking through, and her talent was suppressed in practically all aspects. It could be said that the fact Ryu had made her wait for so long to finally take her had been absolutely agonizing. But at the same time, this moment of going back to her true nature had loosened her up and made her feel much more relaxed. Ryu took a look at the curve of her ass. She was curled into a little ball and her face was toward him, so he couldn't see much more than a beautiful curve, but he wasn't being a pervert, for once. Instead, he was looking at a small collection of gem-like crystals shimmering at the very bottom of the small of her back. Those crystals hadn't been there before. He would know. He had spent enough time railing her from behind to understand every inch of that backside quite intimately. At the start, the only places Selhira had those little collection of scales was right under her eyes on her soft cheeks, and they also seemed to replace her pubic hair. It was quite a beautiful sight. Now, however, there was another, and it seemed more prominent, forming a little tail that jetted out barely a few centimeters. Ryu fell into contemplation. It definitely wasn't a coincidence. Selhira was trying to balance a new path she wanted to follow with her old self. After opening up to Ryu and really basking in her beast half, she had taken a small step forward. Her Tao heart was clearer and she was at peace, the frustration of the past few years completely forgotten. Which was funny, considering she was sleeping there with her hair a mess and with dried tear streaks on her cheeks. Even so, she was like the perfect little beauty even though there was nothing little about her. How such a tall woman with such large breasts and wide hips could also give a petite woman a run for her money in her realm of expertise was beyond Ryu. But he liked it. Selhira stirred, seemingly sensing Ryu's gaze. But what she was really feeling was his heat, because after observing her body in silence for so long, he was already at full mast again. Her cheek was resting on his thighs, the point of her little nose just a few centimeters from that raging heat. She tilted her head, kissing at his balls obediently, as though she was ready to take responsibility for what she had caused. But she didn't get far before Ryu had reached down and cupped her chin, pulling her up toward him until she straddled him, his cock resting between her cheeks. "Husband?" she asked softly, a hint of confusion and lust in her sparkling blue eyes. From time to time, that blue would flash with gorgeous pinks and violets, swirling before returning to normal. Ryu pulled her chin down and kissed her. It was a soft kiss, gentle and lacking any sort of roughness. It was long and sustained, stirring something else within Selhira. Tears began to run down her cheeks, but this time for a completely different reason entirely. They pulled apart. "You know what to do," Ryu said softly. Selhira nodded, somewhat weakly. She reached back and grabbed Ryu's shaft, ready to slide it into her asshole again. She felt it wasn't her place to choose the place she wanted. She deserved to be degraded and conquered. A flare of heat came up her chest again as she felt the tip slide inside her. But before she could swallow the whole thing, Ryu's hands held up her waist. "No." Ryu shook his head, pulling her up and grabbing her waist. They swapped places and suddenly Selhira found herself pinned down. Ryu's eyes gazed into hers with a clear softness and her tears flooded even faster. Her heartbeat could practically be seen between those soft breasts of hers, her white skin flashing with red. She felt Ryu at her entrance. He slid in oh so slowly, allowing her to feel the grace of every inch. "I'm going to teach you how to make love like a human," he said softly, covering her lips. Selhira's palms pressed against Ryu's cheeks. As she closed her eyes, savoring the sweetness, her tears fell like the rain and her lips were covered by a familiar warmth. Chapter 1586 clicked. Ryu sat in meditation. Selhira curled up on their bed in a deep sleep. But it seemed the sweet smile on her face had yet to fade away. The current Ryu, though, was completely focused. Those things had been pushed to the back of his mind and the front was trained on his internal structures, namely his bloodlines. It seemed a beast's primordial een was different than he expected, though this made sense considering the fact they didn't have souls in the traditional sense. Everything was rooted into their spiritual roots and everything spread out from there. Due to this, Selhira's primordial een was neither extracted in the normal sense, nor did it act in the normal sense. Rather than finding its place in his spiritual sea like the others, it was actually swimming through his blood. And truthfully, this would have been a very troublesome matter in any other scenario. The trouble was that Ryu could feel Selhira's primordial een resonating with his fire dragon bloodline, forming a feedback loop that was strengthening it again and again. Could be said that even compared to dual cultivating with Sky God's back when he was still a mortal, Selhira's primordial Qilin still managed to have the largest direct impact on him. If he hadn't learned of bloodmancy, his fire dragon bloodline would have already gained enough backup to directly swallow all of his other bloodlines, and it was hard to tell what would happen if that occurred. Maybe the most positive scenario would be that it would use his other bloodlines as fodder and energy to directly improve itself, reaching the pinnacle of the fire dragons and beyond like it had been meant to from the very beginning. But that was if he looked at the situation with rose-colored glasses, because even in that ideal scenario, he would probably have to spend years curled up into a ball, suffering unimaginable amounts of pain. Destroying the bloodlines of a person wasn't just about getting rid of the amount flowing in their veins, it required targeting their blood essence, their very souls. It required needling organs and drilling into the bone that produced it. That didn't even mention the fact that bloodlines were the foundation of a body's strength. Removing them meant removing that strength. As painful as body realm cultivation was, reversing it was even more so. It was a horrifying process. Women are dangerous, Ryu thought to himself with a chuckle. Many looked at the balance of the existence of primordial Qilin, one imbalanced in the favor of men. In many ways, this was true, and it was also why clans and sects were fiercely protective of their female disciples. However, if you weren't a strong man and thought that you could just go around charming exceptionally strong women, you find out the hard way that your life wasn't so infallible. The universe simply didn't allow useless men to gather up large numbers of exceptional women. Mei's soul was only one such example. It seemed like a unique instance where the backlash would grow stronger the more primordial Qilin he took in. But then there was this situation right here. There were any number of similar but alternate situations out there that could make a man really pay for his greed. Of course, Mei's soul wanting to be in sole possession of Ryu, and thus acting up due to the existence of his other wives, was precisely those matriarchal tendencies Ryu was talking about coming into effect. For now, he was able to suppress them all quite easily. This helped after re-establishing connection with Ailsa because her own primordial Qilin had suddenly grown far more powerful, suppressing Mei's thoroughly. But if Mei grew to a Tao god one day as well, who knew if it would come back to bite him? Ryu smiled. He would have laughed if not for Selhira's sleep. He didn't fear even the heavens. Why would he fear his own women? Thanks to bloodmancy, Ryu had a different perspective on Selhira's primordial Qilin than he would have otherwise. In fact, he felt that rather than a detriment, he felt that it was a useful tool. He watched as a stream of rainbow wrapped around his bloodlines, resonating with one in particular and mostly rejecting the others. It was fiercely arrogant, and it seemed to only be naturally subservient to the existence of fire dragons. However, that didn't mean that it wouldn't submit to the others as well. Hadn't she not wanted to submit to Ryu at first as well? Instead, watching it act like this made Ryu get a feel for the dynamics and spirituality of bloodlines to a degree he hadn't been able to quite grasp in the past. His master said it would take practice to get a hang of it, and in the meantime it was difficult to extend that control for extended periods of time. But right now he felt that that comprehension was advancing by leaps and bounds, and it only helped that the nature of Selhira's primordial Qilin was so perfect. It was said that the fire dragons were the emperor dragons and the crystal dragons were the prime ministers. The former raged at the heavens and the latter directed that rage, guided it. The crystal dragons were the intelligence behind the dragon race, and it was with their silent support that the fire dragons were able to reach their current level of power. That was why it pissed Selhira off so much that they were kicked down from the ninth heaven by the very beasts they had elevated to their current station. As for Ryu, there couldn't have been a more perfect primordial Qilin for him to reign in the control of his bloodlines. He slowly sunk into that familiar state of bloodmancy. His souls reached forward, tentatively forming a connection with one another. Incorporeal established a link with corporeal, and they began to find and push and pull balance against one another. Then, Ryu began to slowly coax Selhira's primordial Qilin. He was gentle and sweet, but domineering and fierce when he had to be. It responded exceptionally well to his real soul. Ryu could faintly tell that this was because of Selhira's deviated path. A pure crystal dragon, or rather one purely following their intended path, would only respond to a bloodline so affectionately. Selhira's, however, could respond to both. It immediately fell to the familiar scent of his fire dragon bloodline, but it was more easily coaxed than another's would be when his soul appeared. And once that sense of familiarity was formed, Ryu could begin to slowly familiarize it with his other bloodlines. This was no longer the path of dominance. Ryu could faintly tell that. However, there was also something about bloodmancy that was slightly different from the methods he had learned in other disciplines. Felt much more fluid, much more individual. He felt that this was why Fading Star started off with that entire lecture and didn't teach him any bloodmancy directly. If he couldn't grasp that feeling on his own, it would have simply been a path that he had no fate with. And that was why he followed his gut and even the guidance of his Tao. He could feel the mysteries and how his body was subtly pulling him in one direction or another. Then it clicked. Layers of enlightenments piled atop of one another and made things clearer and clearer. Bloodmancy relied on the advantage of humans, that balance between heaven and earth, between the guidance of some higher power and your own wishes. There was no more perfect outlet for these comprehensions. Selhira's primordial Een seemed to be quickly understanding that despite their quirks, every part of Ryu's bloodlines were, in fact, her husband. She warmed up to them, wrapping her rainbow energy around each and every one. Though Ryu casually referred to it as a rainbow color, this wasn't exactly accurate. Selhira primordial Een, much like her crystals, were only made up of extremely light shades of blue, violet, and pink. They warmly wrapped around one another, creating a gorgeous array of colors that almost reminded him of ephemeral tapestry. Like the guidance of a sweet housewife, Ryu's bloodline grew more and more docile beneath Selhira's touch. She pulled at them, guiding them down the path to strength, but at the same time, she didn't fight with them. She stood back and watched with a smile as her man grew stronger and stronger. Harmony. Ryu could feel it, that ever-elusive balance between his bloodlines. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fuse them together and bring out their full strength at the same time. He always had to choose one or the other, which was why he had formed individual bloodline phenomena instead of a completely new creature. However, Selhira's gentle guiding hand and his delicate control through bloodmancy were quickly coming together and forming a magnificent monument. Ryu could feel his focused chi rapidly draining, but his mind didn't waver. He didn't even think about it as he pressed forward. He inched closer and closer, and then it suddenly clicked. Chapter 1587 Strength. Ryu felt his body settle down. It was an odd feeling, and it was almost embarrassing because he immediately thought of exactly what it felt like. He had spent a millennia as a mortal, dealing with much of everything else a mortal dealt with. Although, thankfully, his quality of food was so excellent that he didn't need to defecate. Passing gas was just a natural part of the process anyway. He would have shook his head and laughed at himself. It really did feel like he had been holding in a fart for too long and finally got the chance to release it. A bloating he hadn't even known was in his body was released, and his skin rippled with a golden light that spread into the surroundings. His mind felt at peace. No, his mind had already been mostly at peace, but it was like his boy had entered such a realm as well. It took him a moment to understand what it was, but then that eventually became clear as well. The tranquility of his incorporeal souls had been transferred to his corporeal souls. It was like his body had entered a deep sleep and had come back feeling refreshed. Felt amazing. Ryu released his grip and his excessive use of focus chi finally came to a stop, but the feeling only dimmed somewhat, not vanishing entirely. Even without his hands on the reins the entire time, Selhira's primordial Een swam around, giving his bloodlines order and structure they had never had before. It was able to naturally find a method of pulling them together so that they could bring out their full potential rather than holding one another back. Ryu's eyes opened and he shifted slightly. Suddenly, a burst of silvery runes appeared around him. He frowned, not quite understanding. His eyes narrowed. That much? His guess seemed to be correct as he shifted again. His child of order constitution was different from other such constitutions or even the origin of said constitution itself. It was based entirely on his comprehension rather than the natural instinct the latter would have. This meant that when he acted, he would have to pull against his own instincts and act in a way that was often opposite to his natural method of doing things. This was a very worthwhile trade-off, though. Doing so obviously put him at a greater advantage than disadvantage, as having the heavens harmonize with your every movement was a great boost to his strength. And yet, there would always be certain movements that were harder than others, and it didn't help that there were many aspects of him and his foundation that were very clearly not in alignment with all that was accepted, meaning very much taboo. But with the harmony of his bloodlines, he found that it was even easier. The burden had been thrown from his mind and his movements were far more fluid. Interesting, it wasn't just his child of order constitution, but his chi flowed smoother. His vital chi especially seemed to move through his body 100-fold faster. He couldn't help but wonder if this latter change put him above others or if it was just putting him at the same starting line. Truthfully, Ryu never bothered to learn any techniques that utilized vital chi. It was hard to justify using them when his chaos chi was so much more effective. Even back when he had to be much more cautious with its use, picking out an infinite number of chis was far better than using the vital chi of his rebelling bloodlines. He wondered if he should actually learn some now. The body realm definitely had its own set of methods, much like the mental realm did. Plus, he also had yet to learn any techniques in the sky god realm. He chose to shelve the idea for now. It wasn't that he felt it was a waste of time. Well, not entirely. It was just that one's focus in the sky god realms should definitely be their Tao and using it to maximize the strengths and minimize the weaknesses of your body. Essentially, Ryu should be creating his own techniques. That's what the strongest did. Plus, the last time he had learned a large slate of techniques, he stopped using them not even a month later because he had already outgrown them. Learning techniques of a certain grade when your cultivation speed put most to shame was little more than wasting your time. He had seen this firsthand during his battle with Starlight. The latter was exceptionally young and he had yet to learn the core techniques of the fading star sect. Aside from his constellations, he had nothing else. That hadn't been stupid of Starlight, it had been the smartest thing to do. Starlight's cultivation speed was obviously exceptional as well. He had been a realm below Ryu, and now they were in the fragmented realm together. By contrast, Ryu had spent all that time learning techniques for his great sword staff, only to have to abandon it in the middle of their battle because it was revealing too many weaknesses to exploit. This was why focusing on which methods you used was far more important, and also why Ryu's main concentration was on combining his paths rather than finding new ones to follow. Toward that end, he felt that he was much freer to do that. At the very least, his bloodlines wouldn't restrict him. In the past, he could only display the Lord grade level if he kept them separate. But now, he could fuse them and maintain the same level without any drop-off, and the result was astonishing. Strength that had been buried impossibly deep within him spilled out from a slight clench of his fist. In that instant, he had gone from the seventh heaven equivalent of a false sky god's body, to without a doubt the equivalent of an eighth heaven false sky god's body.
Chapter 1588, Bonus, Lackluster.
Bonus chapters. Thanks to Chronotitan 3 and 1/6, the change was qualitative and his vital chi was overflowing. With this kind of strength now, he could easily use his body alone to one-shot seventh heaven false sky gods. Trampling them beneath his feet wouldn't be an issue at all. If he could progress his bloodlines to the sovereign grade, he believed that he would finally catch up to the topmost standards of the ninth heaven. But this still felt lackluster. Ryu looked down at his hands, the wave of pressure still coming off of him. Honestly, maybe he was the only one who would ever have such a thought. Fading Star would have never guessed that her disciple would have already made such progress when she had only just left. It could be said that Ryu had already stepped into a level of comprehension of bloodmancy that made little sense considering his lack of familiarity with the discipline. But he wasn't satisfied. It felt like there was something missing, and he could somewhat tell what it was. Selhira's primordial Een was guiding his bloodlines and allowing them to fuse, but it was a roundabout method. Couldn't be said that he was truly all of a dragon, Qilin, and phoenix. Instead, he was bits and pieces of each one, creating something new. This seemed to be the point. Wasn't this what he was chasing after in the first place? But honestly, the answer was no. He wanted it all. One dragon genius alone was already standing at the top of the ninth heaven. So why were the combinations of his bloodlines worth so little? It was unacceptable to him. It wasn't Selhira's fault, obviously. The crystal dragon was appeasing his bloodlines. For the sake of the whole, she coaxed them into turning down some aspects so they would clash less. Ryu could even see some of that. Much like everything else, he felt it would take time. Time, and more time. He needed to get a deeper grasp of bloodmancy. Selhira's primordial Een was a cheat, an almost sentient existence that, under his control, gave his bloodlines perpetual guidance it would have originally taken his full focus to achieve. If he wanted to achieve deeper levels of mastery, it could only take him. If only. Unfortunately, after his eyes unsealed, the time distortion on his inner world had vanished. He felt that he could apply it again, but it would actually take energy of his own. And even if the time distortion hadn't vanished, it wouldn't help. In that world, he could only bring his mind, not his body. How would he learn how to be a bloodmancer if he couldn't practice on his body? Much like with necromancy, he actually needed to puppeteer corpses to get a hang of it, and in this case, the corpses were obviously his bloodlines. Where could all of that energy have gone, though? Ryu's eyes narrowed. Having thought about his inner world, he was suddenly curious. Well, the fact itself wasn't curious, it made sense. What fascinated him more was the mechanism by which it would have happened. He absorbed the silver star, dissipating it into its energies and taking immediate strength in as potential instead. The sealing of his eyes seemed to have trapped some of that energy. His eyes were the window to the soul, and a huge change in one impacted the other. But shouldn't that mean that my eyes absorbed a large portion of this energy? Then? Ryu knew that his eyes had mutated. That was the purpose of the black-veined spirit seeking lilies in the first place. The trouble was that he never really imagined that the changes would be all that drastic, and it was for good reason. He found those spirit-seeking lilies in the sacrum. Not only in sacrum, but on the mortal plane at that. It was the lowest of the low to even sacrum itself, let alone the true martial world. The fact his eyes survived pushing Heaven Gate that far was something that Ryu mostly attributed to his rebirth, not the spirit-seeking lilies. His point was only further bolstered by the fact it took so much effort to unseal them even after he awoke. That said, what if his rebirth wasn't the only thing to help his eyes survive? Ryu frowned. His rebirth itself was a mutation. Phoenixes of exceptionally pure bloodlines would have a chance at 9 rebirths, while he would only have 1. However, his one rebirth was long, continuous, and it opened up the path for him to finally step into the true martial realm. He owed it a lot, but he never thought about if there was something else that helped his eyes out. He couldn't sense anything either. That led back to the first point. The fact his personal pocket of time distortion disappeared wasn't surprising. The fact that there had been one in the first place was. Ryu wasn't a fool. If it would have obviously happened, he would have never made such a mistake. He suddenly got the feeling that he was being toyed with again. The Zoo ancestor was supposedly a man who could move backward and forwards through time, something that should be completely impossible. But if he didn't really believe it in the past, how could he not now? That wasn't because he had found some shocking detail, but rather because he didn't believe that Eska would lie to him. Their relationship had long since progressed beyond that point. This meant that the things the Zoo ancestors had told him should be true, and that man should exist just like that, at least in their memories. If he took a step back and asked himself another question, he shuddered. A man who could move fluidly through time, how much power would he have? What wouldn't he be able to control? But why was the Phoenix Sky God considered the most powerful Tao God? Then, Ryu's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Could they be the same person? Chapter 1589 Bonus A Corner of Faith. Bonus chapters thanks to Chronotitan 3 and 26. Control over spacetime and reincarnation, life and death. They felt like two halves of the same coin, and a person who could control them all would truly be invincible. No, if he took a step back, control over reincarnation, life and death would seem to naturally lead into spacetime. It was too difficult to separate them, especially if you started broadening their definitions, and even more so if you were Ryu. Ryu didn't usually think in words. He knew and understood too many languages. Plus, thinking in words alone took up too much time. Instead, he thought in concepts, feelings, images. In fact, Ryu was fairly certain that this was why his comprehension was so exceptional. When he thought of spacetime, he didn't just think of space or time. Space was a whole bunch of things. In one sense, it was a fabric upon which reality was woven. In another, it could be thought of as distance. In yet another, it could represent emptiness or the lack of something. There was even an emotional and more human component to it as well. Time felt much more straightforward to the layman. It only moved forward, it was constant, etc. But was it? Time seemed to be regal and unimpeachable. But in Ryu's mind, its most important characteristic wasn't that it was constant, but instead that it was the exact opposite. He most associated the word time with the word relativity, whether that be in a physical science sense or even, once again, in an emotional sense. Why did time seem to fly by when you were doing something you enjoyed, versus not? Why was the same allotted time worthwhile in some sense, and yet wasted in others? Ryu made these sorts of connections in his mind not just for things that were complex and vast, but in all matters. And that was why he was able to form a web of associations in his mind, linking things together that most would be entirely unable to. In a sense, it might even be said that Ryu owed his comprehension to his training as a ruin master, even though most ruin masters had never gone as far as he did. Likewise, it was also due to this that Ryu began to see more and more overlap between spacetime and reincarnation, life and death. What forced them all together was Fading Star's display. She was so powerful that she seemed to create a pocket around her where all laws ceased to be, almost akin to the beginning of the universe. And yet, just a single drop of her blood seemed to be prepared to spark life itself. Ryu felt his heart shudder, vast waves of comprehension forming so violently within him that his Tao broke through, improving from the fragmented grade to the false grade, and at the same time, due to his internal matrix, becoming the equivalent of the true grade. However, Ryu hardly seemed to notice this at all, his eyes blazing. Where there is spacetime, there is life. It's a necessity, it's law. Ryu had never been more certain. The Phoenix Sky God and the mysterious fifth Zu ancestor were one and the same, and this person seemed to control the most powerful Tao in all of existence. Ryu thought his Tao to be amazing, but ultimately it was just an ultimate comprehension enhancer. His Tao didn't really physically do anything aside from playing with the minds of people. Of course, he was selling himself far too short. His Tao was objectively outstanding. But when he thought about how this mysterious entity might not only have their claws in his spiritual foundation, but even in his soul, and even worse than that, his master, his woman, Ryu felt fury he had barely suppressed after meeting Ailsa threatened to bubble forth once again. His fire dragon bloodline stirred and it roared. The echo should have shredded his body to pieces, but he just sat there, his gaze impossibly cold. He could feel his Tao heart shaking. Ever since he had forged his Tao, this was the very first time he had ever doubted it. Standing before the person that was said to be the strongest in all of existence, a person who had already reached the mountaintop he was looking for and scorned it, trying to find another, he felt a feeling of inferiority trying to wash over him. And for the first time, he felt that he caught the faintest strand of the Phoenix Sky God's fate, their true fate. Not one obscured by fairy tales or one buried beneath thousands of lives, but the real one. And then he felt a gaze. It felt like a looming pair of eyes that stood above existence. One that could see to every corner there was with the slightest bit of intention on their pair. It didn't even seem to be focused on Ryu at all. Rather, it had just caught him like a fly passing by in its periphery, and it took casual note of it. And yet, Ryu's body was suddenly covered in a cold sweat from head to toe. His Tao heart quaking so violently that it began to crack along its edges. The spiritual foundation that the martial gods had gone through so much trouble to seal, maybe just so that another Phoenix Sky God didn't appear, shook and trembled as though it might collapse beneath a mere periphery glance. And then it vanished. Ryu's entire body went limp. It was something not even under his control. His body had tensed so much that his muscles had shredded apart after going beyond their limits. There was simply no strength left to stay in a seated position, let alone move. Ryu was forced to lay there, staring up at the ceiling as though it had wronged him. For a long while, he didn't say or think anything, just letting his vital chi, or what barely managed to remain of it, slowly heal him. Then a wild grin spread across his face.
Chapter 1590, Bonus, Laug.
Bonus chapters thanks to Chronotitan 3 and 36. It wasn't until a long while later that Ryu managed to get up. It had been a long while since he was so injured, which was saying something considering he had just been through a throne challenge. He had never been so thoroughly unable to do a thing. He was sure that there were much lower-level sky gods capable of doing much the same to him, but this still felt different. No one had ever been able to make him feel a thing purely based on their cultivation level. That gaze, it held a completely different sort of weight. He could imagine what might have happened had the Phoenix Sky God actually looked at him. Just from that nonchalance, Ryu was also fairly certain that he wasn't part of some grand master plan the Phoenix Sky God had. Someone searching for a way to break free of the pinnacle of all that was would never invest so heavily in an unborn child. And if they had seen something in Ryu's future that made them take such actions, there was no way they would be so nonchalant about Ryu getting a grasp of a faint trail of their faith. There was no doubt. Ryu was probably just one of many. Maybe he would pay off one day, maybe he wouldn't. Regardless, it would be no skin off the Phoenix Sky God's back. And that made Ryu laugh. He suddenly really wanted to kill. Ryu eventually sat up, pulling himself up until he stood on his feet. He didn't even bother to glance at the rest of Fading Star's inheritance. He felt that he had gotten enough out of the woman and didn't need to tie their karma any closer than it already was. Plus, he was focused on his own path. Ryu casually put on a pair of white robes and seemed prepared to step out when Selhira stirred. "Go back to bed," he said, realizing that this woman had yet to recover. Selhira mumbled something that sounded somewhere between a growl and a yawn before she did exactly that. What Ryu didn't expect was that the moment he stepped out of his abode, a commotion would fill his ears. He didn't even need to be at the wall to know what it was. The flames of war. Ryu's gait didn't change. Instead, with every step he took, his aura seemed to gather up and multiply. His foot landed. Peak fragmented sky god. His hair fluttered in the air, silvery runes dancing around them. His silver irises, even without being slit, seemed to exude the air of a dragon, a roaring battle intent within them. Another foot landed. Boom! False sky god. The silver runes around him suddenly multiplied several times over. His figure flashed and vanished. When he appeared on the walls, he found exactly what he expected. It was an all-out war between the Fading Star sect and the Radiant Star sect. The other sects weren't involved in the slightest. There was no doubt that this was caused by just a single matter, and that was none other than Ryu's new throne. Ryu had no idea how long the battle had been going on for, but just to make it to the wall and not be stopped by any number of elders, he had to cross over 100 kilometers in a single instant. The hints of rage within him were forming sparks, flying around like dying embers until they caught hold of dried leaves and sparked furious flame. He was wrong. This wasn't an all-out war at all. This was, at best, a fraction of the Fading Star sect's true strength. As for why they hadn't brought everyone, he had no idea. But down below there were 3 omniscient sky gods, almost a dozen transcendent sky gods, and there were at least 100 perfect sky gods. Even then, Ryu was certain that this was a mere portion, maybe 20% of the Fading Star sect's strength. But where were Aika, Old Wan, and Samson? The Fading Star sect would definitely never dare to send such a powerful contingent if they could be wiped out with a finger. It would deal too great a blow. Ryu's rage sparked to another level when he noticed Eska amidst the warriors below. While she wasn't injured, the pressure she was under was tremendous. Her immortal Sakura stood like a valiant pillar, protecting far more than her fair share. Without her, the entire right side of the battlefield would have already collapsed. He just stood there. He could feel several gazes land on him at once, and he could even faintly hear several generals of the Radiant Star sect roaring at him to retreat. It made sense. He was weak. Why would Aika call him out to him when the flames of war had been sparked? What was he doing to change? Even a perfect sky god's impact would be limited, and they were probably the main fighting force in a war of this level. It was the same with Selhira. It was better to let the 2 hopes of the sect rest easy, while the elders tried to handle everything for them. It was Aika's responsibility to give them to grow, at least that was the way she saw it. Ryu could feel the sincerity. It was just he didn't want it. He felt like he was transported back to the day he was forced to drive a dagger through his own heart, to rest his future on the whims of someone far more powerful than him giving him a chance. The more he thought about it, the fiercer his aura flared. His breakthrough into the false sky god realm wasn't complete. This was an ascension of a god realm. How could it be as simple as a sub-realm? Violent swirling forces of chi gathered around him, whipping across with force that put hurricanes to shame. Boom! A throne appeared in the skies.
Chapter 1591, Bonus, Trone Ryu Tatsuya.
Bonus chapters thanks to Chronotitan 3 and 4-6. It was simple and unadorned, its main body made of an almost unpolished grayish-black steel. The only thing that was slightly special about it were the twin stars at its center, but that was all it needed to unleash the truest might of its majesty. In the true martial world, thrones weren't a true protected class. There were even many examples in history of them being hunted down and killed by the very sects and clans they had claimed a throne from in the first place. It could be said that becoming a throne was a very lonely road, one you would inevitably have to walk to the end of on your own. However, if this was the case, what was the point of becoming a throne, then? In Sacrum, when a throne was formed, a sect or clan was forced to open up the doors of their treasury, showering their throne with both techniques and resources. But if in the true martial world, a throne could be casually killed, then what would be the point of any genius risking themselves like this? Like with all things, there was always balance. And if Ryu had to choose, he liked the way things worked in the true martial world much more. That was because rather than relying on what the sect would give to him, he could take what he wanted instead. At that moment, the fading star sect members below suddenly felt as though their strength was being ripped from them. It wasn't in a literal sense, but rather that their techniques lost their sharpness, their daos seemed to lose their connection with the heavens, falling in grade, and their star chi fell flaccid. Omniscient sky god Stardust, a woman with delicate brown skin and eyes like glowing ash, reacted with astonishment. That ability was precisely the reason this war had been triggered so suddenly, but there was no way that Ryu should have been able to use it so soon. The battle that had suddenly been firmly in their control tilted wildly, and the difference was only becoming more drastic. There were three things that Ryu could do with his throne, each of which grew proportionally in strength depending on the amount of faith he had gathered for the sect. The first was a domain suppression against those tied to the sect, and that was this very ability that he was using here and now. It worked regardless of cultivation. Even if a Tao god was here, they would be suppressed just the same. This was the power of fate and the bindings that even Primus feared crossing. The second was an innate talent for techniques of the sect or clan. It was similar to the lines of fate Ryu had received as a reward from the complete heavenly path, but this time tailored to a specific set of core techniques. It could be said that Ryu could learn any dual radiant sect technique with half the effort in half the time. The third was unrelated to the sect at all and was instead an option rarely taken, and that was to sacrifice a throne for the sake of another power's revival. The reason this route was almost never taken was because of the side effects of such a thing. The newly rejuvenated power would be in a mother-child relationship with the starting sect or clan, though this would be putting it mildly. In reality, the two would be at loggerheads wherein only one would be able to survive in the end. Should the newly created sect win, it would steal and take all of the faith of the sect the throne originally came from, while the latter would be unceremoniously wiped from history. Right now, Ryu was only using the first ability, but due to the constraints, many had thought that he would still have no right to use it on such a scale. As was previously stated, everything came with a balance. One couldn't just target a sect, do nothing for it, and take all the advantages. All of these abilities, even in the case of the last, scaled with faith gathered. How could Ryu possibly be able to suppress them so much already? What the fading star sect hadn't calculated was the result of their meddling in addition to Ryu's own odd way of doing things. The gathering of faith shouldn't start until after a throne was claimed, so technically speaking, even if Ryu awed the seventh heaven, it shouldn't count. Unfortunately, the rules were twisted by the fading star sect as they made efforts to ensure that Ryu would die, resulting in things starting much earlier. Then there was the fact that Ryu had never really considered himself a disciple of the Radiant Star sect. He moved about the world with a highly independent mind state, and much of the faith he gathered was still concentrated on him. The result was as such. But there was a third variable that Ryu would only find out about later and that the fading star sect couldn't have possibly prepared for. In the last few days, a commotion had broken out on the ninth heaven as an unfamiliar Tao god, unaffiliated with any powers, descended on the realm of the martial gods. Her might was near unparalleled, and she strolled into their grounds without a care for the face of the clan. Then she announced something quite simple. She had taken in a disciple. Not only had she taken in a disciple, but she personally disallowed all those above the omniscient sky god realm from taking action against him. After saying her piece, she turned and left without a word. It was clear only after she left that she didn't target the martial gods for any particular reason, but only that she had heard that they were the strongest of the ninth heaven. So long as she made herself clear here, then everyone would find out soon enough that her disciple's name was Ryu Tatsuya. Chapter 1592, Bonus Roar. Bonus chapters. Thanks to Chronotitan 3 and 5-6, Eska was surrounded by 3 transcendent sky gods. The pressure on her was tremendous, but her defenses were immaculate. In the surroundings, beautiful pink-gold cherry blossoms fell from the skies as her white hair fluttered in the wind. Every one of her movements was elegant to an extreme, her fair palms drawing arcs in the air that gathered large amounts of spiritual quintessence in a single breath. Fluttering butterflies, squeaking hummingbirds, cute little foxes barely a meter tall with swaying tails. Creatures of all shapes and forms appeared around her, countering the methods of the sky gods around her. One suddenly broke free of her restraints, striking out at her chest with a fist swirling with star chi. Eska's expression didn't change. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. People who thought that they could take advantage of her in close combat because she seemed to focus on the mental realm. The reality was that even if that was her focus, getting close wouldn't help. Not to mention the fact that it wasn't. A pulse of white gold chi rippled around her and her face seemed to flash with hints of Ice Mine's features. Then she struck out with a palm. Bang! The fist didn't even connect with her palm. A rippling cyclone of cherry blossoms wrapped around her arm and palm, forming a barrier. The attacker only paused for a single moment before being sent flying backward with such force that even without touching the ground, it was ripped apart into a deep trench. And then Ryu's suppression descended. Eska felt something almost magical wrap around her, and it even somewhat felt like Ryu's arms. It was a gentle and guiding sort of feeling, and it filled her with strength. Suddenly, the butterflies around her accelerated, causing a tornado of cuts and flying blood to appear around the remaining 2 transcendents as they furiously tried to defend. However, the 2 found that the star chi they had been so proud of before was suddenly being stripped from them. Most of the fading star sect disciples were just body realm cultivator equivalents with extra steps. The difference between the fading and radiant star sects was that the former directly incorporated the chi of their constellations into their bodies, while the best of them could even fuse with their constellations. So, when they suddenly found it severely weakened, it impacted their bodies directly. Their movements felt sluggish, and they even felt some fatigue when they tried to push their bodies to the limits they were used to, and they suffered for it. Those 2 transcendent sky gods suddenly found themselves heavily injured in the blink of an eye. The entire battlefield flipped on its head, and despite inferior numbers, the Radiant Star sect began to take the upper hand. The omniscient sky gods, occupied by a battle with Old Su, Jiao, and Xiao, were not only finding themselves suppressed as well, but they noticed the shift before anyone else. The worst part of all of this was that the more Ryu put his hand on the scale, the more faith he seemed to be able to gather, and the stronger the suppression became. Being able to impact battles on the scale as such a weakling was its own sort of cheat code, gathering up faith so quickly for Ryu that the omniscient sky gods even felt that if they suffered this sort of suppression for another few hours, their strengths would fall out of the omniscient sky god realm entirely. Suddenly, they understood that it wasn't just about winning this battle any longer, but they also had to stop Ryu from gathering up faith so easily. They grit their teeth. Retreat! You think we'll allow that? Old Su scowled. Stardust only sneered. They were all intelligent, so they understood Ryu's weakness immediately. The throne didn't have unlimited range. In fact, as omniscient sky gods, they were the furthest from the other battlefields because if they fought with everyone else, they would end up slaughtering everyone else. They were lucky that since this was the seventh heaven, the space and earth were very robust. As a result, the waves of their battle didn't travel very far. Or else they would have already leveled everything. This was to say that if they retreated far enough, Ryu's ability would disappear. Because they were so far away, they were already the least impacted in the first place. In addition, because Ryu was so weak, he couldn't possibly follow after them. It was fine if he was on the city walls and under the formation's protection, but if he stepped out here to help, he would lose his life without even knowing who took it. The three elders obviously knew this, but they had to keep up appearances. The entire battlefield entered a retreat. High up on the city walls, Ryu had obviously seen through this as well. The fury within him was towering and a wild itch was in his heart. Bang! The section of the city wall he had just been on trembled wildly as he accelerated off of it. He fell from the city walls before anyone could stop him. He grabbed at the air and pulled out a pill from nowhere. He could hear Hope's voice berating him, but he didn't seem to be able to hear her at all. He swallowed it, and suddenly a large, pulsing cloud of spiritual quintessence bloomed into the surroundings with a roar. His soul's strength skyrocketed, breaking against its bounds again, and again, and again. His bloodlines flourished and a towering birthed phenomena appeared in the skies. It opened its eyes and a gorgeous silver star appeared on its back. The pressure of a peak founding Tao descended with might and majesty that the bounds of space and time twisted around Ryu. Bang! Ryu punched out just a single time and a series of holes was blown through three false sky gods. He took another step, his fist retracting and his eyes glowing. The world seemed to roar for him.
Chapter 1593, Bonus, Shnergi.
Bonus chapters thanks to Chronotitan 3 and 6-6. Ryu was like an untraceable shadow. He seemed capable of reading and calculating the state of the entire battlefield, vanishing before anyone with any real power could lock onto him. In fact, no matter how hard they tried, it seemed impossible to lock onto him properly. It made no sense. Everywhere he appeared, he would be accompanied by a towering birthed phenomena and a gorgeous silver star. He was the easiest to spot on the entire battlefield. And yet, it also felt like there was a swirl of fate, faith, and karma constantly protecting him. His eyes and his Tao pushed and pulled against one another, and Ryu was able to use the latter to mask the presence of the former. And on top of that, the more he overlapped their abilities, the more powerfully they resonated and the stronger they became. Bang! His fists became lethal weapons of destruction. Everywhere he stepped, he reaped the lives of false sky gods as though they were nothing more than broken weeds. A single fist reaped the lives of many. 2 took out entire troops. 3 colored their hearts with despair. The morale of the fading star sect members was being ripped out of the skies like a god plucking down stars from the sky. Ryu's Tao vessel flared and caught onto this despair, sinking its claws in and ripping into them, making their bodies even weaker and prime for the picking. At the same time, it resonated with his throne, pulling at the lines of karma it could see so clearly. While Tao of Chaos sunk its claws into their psyches, his Tao of Order shredded apart their techniques, breaking them down into the simplest forms until they could be casually seen through by a single glance on his part. His eyes shone, and he could seem to see through everything. Even though he still didn't dare to activate any ability of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils right now aside from the undetectable third perspective, that didn't change their sharpness in the slightest. Even though he could battle against the perfect sky gods of the fading star sect, he could step through their attacks like a fish in water, unmoved as absolute domain guided his steps. And now, he felt prepared to face their true sky gods. He suddenly appeared before one in the midst of battle with another. He was entirely unprepared. Although he was paying attention to Ryu, until now, Ryu had only been massacring false sky gods. In his mind, if Ryu targeted a true sky god, they would be able to tie him down for long enough that he would lose his life at the hands of a true powerhouse. Plus, he was focused on his retreat as well. Unfortunately, he was wrong. A claw ripped through his chest, pulling out his heart and crushing it into pulp. Red scales erupted across Ryu's body, and the roar of a dragon pealed through the skies like a clap of thunder. Dragon's roar. The bloodline talent fused with Ryu's Tao, pulling at their despair, latching into their hearts and making their knees weak. Their movements became even more sluggish, and those beneath the true sky god realm directly collapsed to the ground, their minds fracturing and many of their Tao hearts directly shattering to pieces. Ryu could feel it. This was what it felt like. This was what it felt like for one ability to feed into the other, to synergize so perfectly that they weren't only extraordinarily powerful on their own, but together they could collapse mountains, rend the earth and sunder the skies. He appeared in front of another true sky god. Silvery runes erupted around him, and his body moved as though it were a single lethal unit. His knee blocked a kick, and his body drove forward in a Superman punch, ripping the true sky god's head from his neck. Ryu vanished again and appeared amidst two true sky gods targeting just one. They had no choice but to combine their strengths in hopes that they could survive just a bit longer. Ryu's palms slapped down at their wrists, driving them into the ground. They stumbled forward, off balance as Ryu's hands circled through the air. He seemed to exude the air of both a feng shui and a tai chi master. The heavens sang beneath his movements before his palms erupted forward, driving with such force that the true sky gods were practically atomized, the only thing remaining of their previous forms being wisps of misty blood. Ryu's carnage compared to the size of the armies should have been small, and yet the impact was many times larger. It felt like they were all dancing in his palms, swallowed up by his majesty. Suddenly, Ryu's scales flashed and instead became a radiant blue. He rose into the skies, opening his arms wide as though he was inviting them all to attack. Boom! Arcs of blue lightning roared, forming serpents and dragons in the skies as the once blue skies, only somewhat tainted by the dense smell of blood, became ravaged by dark, rolling clouds. The eyes of those below widened. Storm talent. They couldn't comprehend how so many legendary abilities were stuffed into the body of just a single young man. But it was too late for them to even consider it. Lightning began to fall from the skies like pillars of destruction. Heavenly judgment. Ryu's Tao wrapped around it. His comprehension of the bolts of blue with a thickness that could eradicate entire mountains. When one passed judgment, it was their duty to understand. What were the charges? What were they guilty of? Only then could a judgment be passed fairly, justly, and there was no one in this world that understood more than Ryu did. As for what their crime was, that was obvious enough. Pissing him off. Boom! The entire battlefield was lit by arcs of lightning, the devastation raging everything in sight. Chapter 1594. Not like that. Lightning rained from the skies like the judgment of the gods. Even so high up, Ryu was like his own lightning rod, but rather for the attacks of his enemies below rather than the forces of nature themselves. Large swaths of God Chi rushed into him from all sides, still fueling his breakthrough as though he couldn't be satiated. Attacks stormed toward him from all sides, but they quickly found that even though Ryu looked like a single target, he was practically one with the skies. His body seemed to move even faster than when he was teleporting. He was lightning and lightning was him. He could easily appear anywhere in the range of his storm talent. And then he began his assault again. His body vanished into a bolt of lightning that struck down with a mighty air of judgment. The ground exploded and his target was minced to pieces as his real body appeared. The carnage was even faster than last time. Ryu's birthed phenomena looming in the skies like an overlord. It rode upon a Lightning Qilin, its majesty unmatched as the world seemed to be in his palms. The slaughter was endless and the fading star army was crushed. Their attempts to fight back all fell flat and they were chased out. Most of their sky gods beneath the perfect sky god realm unceremoniously slaughtered. They ran for their lives, tucking their tails tightly between their legs. Ryu stopped chasing after them, his gaze a frightening cold. After a moment, he waved a hand and hundreds of godhoods rose into the skies, rushing toward him. There was most definitely a taboo around gathering them like this. It was just that Ryu couldn't be bothered to give a damn. Were the police of morality going to upgrade his realm heart for him? The battlefield fell into silence for a moment before the cheers erupted. It was deafening and it seemed to roar across the seventh heaven. The faith well of the Radiant Star sect seemed to overflow, large pools of faith gathering as the conviction of its disciples deepened. Ryu couldn't seem to enjoy the ambience, the hint of annoyance in his heart very much still there. He landed on the ground and found Eska had appeared by his side without a word. She didn't do much, but she did fix his collar and wipe sweat from his brow. When she was satisfied, she silently stood at his side. The hints of annoyance in Ryu's heart slowly faded as he exhaled a breath. Even if it's you, the difference between us is still time and nothing else, Ryu said in his heart. A resplendent glow shone from Ryu's heart. However, most didn't notice it as large clouds of chi still poured into him. He took Eska's hand, feeling the last of his bad mood vanishing into smoke. Where are they? Ryu asked. Eska frowned. The situation is bad? Ryu followed up. Eska's lips parted slightly, but she eventually nodded, then shook her head, then nodded again. It's complicated, she finally said. I have no way of knowing for certain, but there are some bad things in the works. Eska's experience was deeper than anyone here, even far beyond Old Juan and Aika. Those two likely didn't know that his woman was actually an old monster who had experienced trillions of years. She had watched empires rise and fall. Her wisdom was unmatched. Whether she experienced those years in a world like Sacrum or not wasn't hardly relevant. Ryu realized that he didn't often lean on this wisdom of Eska's. But that was also because he hadn't spent much time by her side in the first place. What are you thinking? He asked. Eska looked at him, seemingly surprised by the question. Ryu didn't seem like the type to rely on the analysis of others. If he asked her for information, she wouldn't be surprised at all. But he clearly wasn't just asking for information, he wanted to know her perspective. The convergence, she said slowly. The two had only talked about it for a short time. Ryu had wanted her to try and take some advantage of it as well if she had the opportunity. That was part of the reason why Eska was traveling around with Selhira and Jojo, aside from just protecting them, of course. There's been a striking lack of opportunities on the seventh heaven, at least not anything that could be considered out of the norm, and that's not characteristic of this convergence you described. There should be an avalanche of lucky chances that could be found anywhere, especially with youths with as much faith swirling around them as Selhira and Jojo. But the journey we took could be considered to be almost eerily normal. We did find some things, but nothing that would be enough to turn heads. Then there was the odd actions of Lord Crownfire. He seemed to almost too easily give in, as though he was deferring to the Fading Star sect. And yet, when the Fading Star sect launched this attack, there was no sign of the other sects. In addition to that, it could be said that the youths that stepped out from the complete heaven path were also startlingly average. Part of that is because Lord Husband outshines them by a large degree, but there's another part of it as well. Selhira didn't seem to have gained much at all. Her path is a bit unique, so it somewhat makes sense. But Jojo hadn't either. The one who benefited the most would be Lord Husband and Starlight, but the latter has practically gone into hiding. There's... A hint of worry sparked in Eska's eyes. I have experienced a lot, and I've come to feel that the heavens are an incredibly fair judge. The convergence is meant to be a chance for all, but too many of its chances have concentrated on Lord Husband. It's throwing the balance off. The heavens will not like that. Chapter 1595. Too much. Ryu's eyes narrowed. He couldn't help but feel that Eska was on to something. He had never really thought about it before, but there seemed to be a semblance of propriety from the higher-ups. The fourth and fifth heavens only descended to the third heaven, but not to the first and second. The sixth heaven didn't even participate in the incomplete heavenly path, only descending to the fourth and fifth heavens after it had completed. Then, the seventh heaven only descended to the complete heavenly path, while the eighth and ninth heavens did no such thing. In fact, wasn't the only exception to that Starlight? Originally, Ryu thought that this was because they couldn't be bothered to participate in the gatherings of small fry. But was that really the case? This was the convergence. It was essentially the heavens supplementing the growth of countless geniuses, or what should have been. How many things had Ryu already found that could rival the resources of the ninth heaven? He found not just one, but two taboo sect inheritances. On top of that, he had gained a shocking child of order constitution, on top of the heaven's perfect cultivation plan, tailored just for him. That was just the tip of the iceberg too. How many world-ending treasures were floating in his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation? No, if he took yet another step back, wasn't it the culmination of heavenly favor from the incomplete heavenly path that allowed his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation to be released in the first place? If he was analyzing a gathering of faith, he couldn't just think about external items he had received. He also had to acknowledge the changes within himself as well. His spiritual foundation, his boundless cosmos bone structure, the changes to his bloodline, the unsealing of his eyes. That wasn't all either. He had even gone to the true nether plane and basically stolen a large amount of their faith as well. His birth phenomena was probably a deity down on the first and second nether planes. He even elevated his wife from a mere fifth heaven genius to a direct disciple of a Tao goddess. Then there was his internal matrix. He basically shattered the rules of the heavens, and his current false grade Tao was already the equivalent of a true grade Tao, and that was accomplished within the complete heavenly path. When you compared Ryu's gains to everyone else, the gap was so enormous that they couldn't even be compared. He was like an oppressive star in the skies while everyone else was only a tiny solar flare. But that went back to the original question. Could it be that the reason higher heavens geniuses didn't descend to take all the advantages for themselves was because they knew there was an issue with doing so? However, how was this Ryu's fault exactly? He wasn't a ninth heaven genius, and he certainly hadn't been at the start. He rose up from nothing, and now there would be a problem caused because he was too good at subverting exceptions? A dense fog billowed out from Ryu, and when it enveloped him and Eska, his eyes shone bright as he looked into the skies. His eyes landed on his fate star. It looked just the same. For the most part, its former brightness had dimmed considerably, but it wasn't dying like it had been in the past. Instead, this was just a consequence of the fate that surrounded him weakening considerably after his chains had been undone. The good news was that it was spinning normally. He frowned. Were he and Eska just thinking too much? Or was there something else going on here? He looked at it for a long while, trying to see something. His pupils suddenly constricted. His fate star was not much different from the sun in the sky in terms of how it acted. It had different shades of a gorgeous silver dotted across its surface. From time to time, a flare would erupt from its surface, lashing out at the world. It looked much more lively than it did in the past. However, Ryu finally noticed that those solar flares weren't as one-sided as they seemed. In fact, they seemed to lash out at the world for energy, absorbing something and incorporating it into itself. This should have been a good thing, no? His fate star was strengthening itself. With all the faith that he was gathering up, this was inevitable, right? And yet, Ryu's reaction was incredibly fierce. You couldn't just casually add or subtract from your fate star. It was the foundation of the luck you'd have in your life, and it illuminated your path forward. You couldn't just take heavenly favor from one origin and push it into another. If heavenly favor was just heavenly favor, why was it that Ryu had to concoct a very precise kind of pill when practicing the Refinement Sutra? The pill had to be aligned with his talents or else it would never work properly. Taking in heavenly favor you shouldn't was a lot like stuffing your face with random medicine after you got the sniffles. The best way to break free of the limits of a fate star's limitations was by meeting those limitations in life and shaking free of them. This could be by cheating death or by meeting a bottleneck and finding a lucky opportunity to shake free of it. This wasn't what was happening right now, though. There was so much faith gathering around Ryu that it started leaking to his fate star, and now a whole host of heavenly favor that wasn't in line with his goals or path were seeping into him. This would have never happened with his original fate star. Like with most things, faith in this situation was flowing from areas of high concentration to low. He saw his fate star as an easy outlet. Shit! Ryu's pupils trembled. He suddenly remembered the throne challenge. Were all those flubbed rules really just the action of the fading star sect? Where did Aika and the others go? Ryu asked, a bad feeling swelling up in his chest. Chapter 1596 Ethereal Chi 1. There were only really two ways that this sort of situation would go, and Ryu's instincts toward the bonds of karma were practically screaming. The first way was his death. The heavens would throw everything at him to release the faith he had gathered and allow it to spread across multiple people. This wouldn't be a conscious effort, but rather just a natural phenomena no different from heat rising or condensation in the morning. The convergence was designed to build up a large number of experts, at the price of a dark age of sorts, usually to deal with a coming threat, though it was often just a natural phenomena of coincidence. The fact that so much build-up for an entire world was concentrating on Ryu alone was unacceptable to the heavens, and it would try to rectify that. The heavens didn't know good or evil, it only knew how to maximize the survivability of its children and focused on increasing the strength of its best as well. However, there was a second method as well. Depending on how desperate the heavens were, or how pressing the matter of this convergence was, it could choose to take a different route, and that was to create an opportunity that surpassed every other opportunity before it. Ryu's mind immediately went to the tidal steel, but he dismissed that idea almost immediately. It was 100 years from now, or rather 98 by now. It was too long. A century was a mere blink of the eye for the heavens. But in the midst of a convergence where fate was swirling together into large tides, there was no time to lose. The fact it had waited this long was only a testament to how large what it was cooking up was. So, the moment Ryu realized what might be happening, he instantly asked about Aika and the others. It's hard to tell. It felt like it was happening everywhere at once. For some reason, there was this huge shift and the ethereal plane and real plane clashed heavily. According to Old Juan, the ethereal plane is very sensitive to the elements and elemental shifts. There's a guild here that gathers information. They're extraordinary and their methods are shocking. They brought news from the 8th heaven that someone's been stealing a ton of high-level natural treasures and destroying cultivation grounds that have been used for generations. Ryu was speechless, and he couldn't help but run a hand through his hair. This matter was more complicated than he thought he was. He thought that it was the doing of the heavens for sure, but if this was his fault, that meant the other foot had yet to drop, and it would most certainly drop. Eska frowned. Why are you?
No.
Realization overwhelmed her. Ryu had disappeared for 2 years after the end of the complete path. She had no idea where he went, but now she suddenly knew. Those timelines, they synced up perfectly. Ryu, Eska said softly. Ryu sighed. This is just typical of the heavens at this point. It was it that gave me the information I needed to gather those treasures in the first place, but now I'm being punished for it. If it was going to throw a tantrum, why bother? Eska was speechless. Ryu was truly the only person who dared to talk about the heavens this way. Most didn't even dare to evoke its name for fear of punishment. She didn't know whether to be worried or proud. Since you're at the center of it, again, I think you know that this only makes matters worse. That means that you've not only gathered a large amount of faith from the convergence itself, but your actions as a result of gathering that faith is direction impacting the planes themselves. This was on a completely different level. Forcing 2 planes to clash like this could lead to a cascading series of effects that could force the hand of the so-called Dark Age sooner, throwing the whole cultivation world into chaos right when they needed to be at the top of their game. So what exactly is happening? Ryu had a vague understanding, but he wanted to be certain. He needed everything laid out so he could make the proper decisions. Like I said, the ethereal plane is particularly sensitive to the elements. It's unlike the nether plane, which is sort of a mirror world where reincarnation and the like lies. Instead, it's layered right on top of our world, and we are very connected in many ways. Any treasure of sufficient level that appears here also spreads out anchors in the ethereal plane. The loss of one is fine, but the loss of so many caused a destabilizing effect that has opened up far more gates to the ethereal plane. Like this, real chi is spilling into the ethereal plane, and ethereal chi is spilling into our plane. The effects are particularly strong on the 8th heaven and gateways to the 8th heaven located right here in the 7th. There are bridges to the 8th heaven from here that exist, but they are mostly dormant from a forgotten age. No one dares to use them because unless you have the strength, you'll be slaughtered, and if you have the strength, you won't need them. The effects are definitely strongest on the 8th heaven because that's where he, or Lord Husband, took most of the treasures from. As for the effects of the ethereal chi, it's a bit more difficult to explain, but it's almost as though it's filling in gaps cultivators didn't even know they had. In its presence, people who have been stuck at bottlenecks for years without hope of advancing suddenly did. It's almost as though the ethereal chi is another half to real chi, and after experiencing one for so long, experiencing the other is like a wave of relief. As for where Aika and others have gone, They all started a huge battle near one of the largest sites. It seems that Sovereign Black Worm is inching toward becoming a Tao god. Chapter 1597 Ethereal Qi 2. Ryu would have laughed if the joke wasn't so very unfunny. That was right, why was he trying to draw a line between what actions he triggered and the heavens doing? The heavens wouldn't actually physically do anything. It would just feel like a series of unlucky events that would stack together against him. Something like all those treasures he gathered up being the impetus his current greatest enemy needed to rise to a step he would have otherwise had absolutely no chance at was exactly what the sort of bad luck his previous good luck had triggered. Sovereign Black Worm was a much older sovereign than Aika, although much less talented and less powerful. His foundation was solid and he had experienced a lot. If this so-called ethereal Qi could really fill in the gaps like Eska said, this was a world-changing matter. It was no wonder even the usually lazy Samson had made a move. There was no doubt that those three had to go all out to stop Black Worm. If they failed, everything the Radiant Star Sect would be finished for good. There was simply no battling against a Tao god. Even if Black Worm failed and only became a half-step Tao god like Primus had been, his strength would soar to unimaginable levels. This was a huge problem. There was no way that Aika and the others had disseminated this information. It would practically break the clearly fragile sect. Instead, this should all be the product of Eska's deductions, and he didn't question them for even a moment. Ryu fell into silence, his mind churning. Fighting against fate was something he never feared doing. Swimming against the tide and rising above the expectations of others was something he would never get tired of. However, this felt different. It was as though he had been playing a game of domain and was suddenly ripped out of his chair, forced to watch as someone else played his save game for him. It was agonizing. Ethereal Qi? Ryu suddenly asked. What the hell is that? Ryu's life partner was a fairy. He was far more understanding of the ethereal plane than most. He had even been to it before. Well, he had been to sacrums, not this true ethereal planes. But he had never heard of this concept before and Ailsa had never mentioned it. I'm not sure either. Eska shook her head. On the surface, it's impossible to tell the difference. It's only after you take that Qi into your body that you'll feel a subtle hint of something different. Ethereal Qi is just a name I casually gave it. Ryu's gaze sharpened and his pupils constricted. This wasn't because of shock, but rather because he was concentrating his vision. Ephemeral tapestry was amplified by several degrees. He had long since gotten used to seeing the world in a tapestry of swirling colors, but now he was really paying attention to what was around him. Eska said that others couldn't tell the difference until they took it into their bodies. But Ryu didn't believe that his eyes wouldn't be able to. Eska seemed to have thought of the same thing, but she said nothing as she realized that Ryu had already thought of it as well. And then Ryu saw it. The difference was so subtle that it baffled him. He had to zoom right into their very atomic structures. He couldn't find a difference until he noted their spin on a quantum level. Ryu never paid attention to Qi on such a micro level. He knew a lot of languages, but it would take him a while to think of a word for quantum. That sort of scientific approach to cultivation simply wasn't a common discipline, and it was usually fringe. But seeing this, he was completely astonished. Can Aika see this? He thought. Aika's Tao seemed to control Qi on this quantum level as well, using the differing properties of particles and waves to accomplish things that would otherwise be impossible without them. This spin or orbit or rotation, maybe, is actually so significant that it can elicit breakthroughs. He needed to go. His jaw clenched. Ryu wasn't a fool. What could he do in a battlefield where the weakest cultivators were Tao lords? His mind spun, going through countless thoughts. He needed to move, to think of something. He couldn't just allow himself to be screwed over like this for the crime of being too good at taking advantage of everyone around him. Black Worm becoming a Tao god would mean the end of the Radiant Star Sect. And though he thought of his new master, something told him that those two simply didn't care. They probably had no intention of interfering. In fact, wasn't the fading Star Sect technically a branch from his master's faction? Ryu really thought long and hard. He wasn't used to doing this. Ever since he gained the ability to cultivate, he had preferred letting his blades and fists do the talking, but now he needed something else. The gateways, he thought. Eska said that the phenomena is concentrated on the eighth heaven. The eighth heaven is already fiercely protective of their territory. Right now, it's even more so, There's no way that they'll allow Black Worm to return to the 8th now. If they sense him, they'll directly kill him rather than letting a Tao God rise. That means that Black Worm's only chance is through those gateways. But if they're suddenly closed, wouldn't this ethereal chi vanish? A plan was quickly forming in Ryu's mind, but nothing would be solid until he could actually lay eyes on those gateways. All right, I'm going, Ryu said, taking a step ready to vanish. Ryu, Eska said somewhat sternly, not letting go of his hand. Ryu looked back with some surprise. This woman rarely showed so much emotion. She had never refuted him either. It's much too dangerous, trust Aika, she said sternly. Ryu blinked before he smiled. Before Eska could react, he gave her a kiss on the cheek and slipped his hand out of hers while she was in a daze. You're learning well, Ryu said with a grin. My wives can indeed be as willful as they want. Eska's eyes widened as Ryu vanished. She pressed a hand to her cheek. Wife. The word sounded somehow both foreign and sweet on her tongue. Chapter 1598 Very Ryu. What are you doing? This is stupid. Hope's voice rang in Ryu's ears. That's so? The non-committal answer nearly sent Hope over the edge. This was just being a daredevil. The man was looking for death. Messing with the sex the way he had was already a huge misuse of his time and a complete disregard of his own personal safety, but now he seemed to have become addicted to it. This was a battlefield that even omniscient sky gods wouldn't dare to step into, so why the yell was a fragment or she guessed a false sky god now going? And why had his breakthrough still not ended yet? He couldn't even hide himself properly because the chi was flying about everywhere. Ryu. Seriously. I can't protect you. Ryu raised an eyebrow, his expression becoming stern. He was quite lenient with Hope these days because he had started to think of her like a friend, but he had his own stubbornness. What was the first thing we talked about when you insisted on following me? Ryu said. Hope froze. She remembered quite well. Ryu had actually tried to tell her to piss off back then because he didn't want the fact he had a sky god ready to jump in at the last moment to impede his progress. Ever since he had regained the ability to cultivate, Ryu had made it an art to get himself into life and death situations and make it out on the other end even stronger than before. It was what he had been doing ever since he was 14 years old in this life, and now that he was approaching his 30s, while having experienced many more years than that, he had no intention of stopping. Of course, by now, the both of them understood the real reason Hope had insisted on following back then. Although she had said that it was because she wanted to break through and return to the transcendent sky god realm, and although now it might be more about her enjoying Ryu's company as well, those two reasons had never truly been the main reason. The main reason was that her fate was tied to Ryu's. If he sunk, she sunk. If he swam, she swam. It was that simple. Her method of reincarnation was ingenious, but it had also made it so that her fate was now permanently tied to Ryu's. For a long while, this fact had left her in a deep, depressing mood. It felt like she had gone through all that trouble to cheat death, only to end up on a road with a dead end waiting on the end of it. However, the secondary meaning of Ryu's words were even clearer than its first layer. This was his life, not hers. He wasn't going to make decisions based on trying to keep her safe, and he was going to keep living his life on his own terms. Like he had said to Patriarch Ember all those years ago, he would rather die than lower his head like a dog and bark for treats. So what if the heavens were trying to balance out his excellence by tipping the scales with Tao sovereigns and maybe a Tao god? He didn't give a damn. Even if he succeeded and this just tilted the balance even further against him, he would just do it again. They said that cultivation was an act of constantly swimming against the tide. The only difference was that some would try to shift into calmer waters, moving toward regions where the pressure they faced was lessened. Ryu didn't feel a need for all of that. His Tao heart was as clear and as reflective as glass. It was unblemished and perfectly polished. Nothing his mind could control would stand in his way, so the likes of fear, apprehension, cowardice, they weren't in his long dictionary of translatable words. Ryu accelerated and his focus akin to an arrow slicing through the wind. He was much faster than he had been in the past, not just due to the strengthening of his body, but also that of his chi. In addition, his perfect Black Buddy soul, after taking the pill Hope had concocted, had already caught up to his new bodily strength and was pushing up against barriers that put even most true sky gods to shame. It could be said that while only his chi realm was beyond the fragmented realm currently, his body was infinitesimally close to breaching the true God realm, while his soul and his Tao were already on that level. However, all of this was meaningless in the face of such powerhouses that could crush him with a single finger. Even that might not be doing them justice, as it was likely that a single glance would be enough. Even though his target wasn't them, but rather the gateway itself, there was no doubt that all of them would be around that region. If there was one thing Hope was correct about, it was that this was very stupid. But it was also very Ryu. The spectral wings appeared on Ryu's back, and he accelerated even further, slicing through the void as though it wasn't there at all. There was a reason he wasn't trying to hide himself, and that was because he knew that it was useless. There was nothing that he could pull out of his bag of tricks that would hide him from the senses of a Tao sovereign. This time he was really gambling with his life and his trust of Aika. Ryu crossed the seventh heaven with a blazing speed, and soon he saw exactly the scene that would have likely killed anyone else. Could only be described as Armageddon. Space and reality seemed like fleeting concepts as those behemoths in the sky did battle. Aika, Old Wan and Samson fought against not only several Tao lords and a Tao sovereign, but also armies of billions below. It was absolute carnage. And they all sensed Ryu at the same time. Chapter 1599 Innovation. Aika's eyes widened. Ryu! Her voice was filled with both fury and agitation. This was the absolute worst possible outcome. She couldn't imagine what Ryu thought he was doing here. Ryu turned a deaf ear to it. It was cute, but honestly he didn't have the patience for it right now. His eyes were flashing like lightning as he oversaw the battlefield. In the skies, Aika was locked in battle with Sovereign Black Worm, but he had seen for himself the gap between Aika and Black Worm's strength, especially after the change to the Radiant Star Sex faith. The only reason Black Worm was able to keep up was because of... Ryu's eyes landed on the armies. There were 5 of them, each one formed of billions of troops. Together, they formed dozens of phantom warriors that pooled their strengths together, sending them into the skies to face off against the true behemoths. Every time one of these phantom warriors fell, millions below would lose a shroud of protection and fall beneath the might of the aftershocks. The only reason Ryu himself hadn't suffered such a fate was because he was in the void currently and using his eyes to stay out of the way of shockwaves that could crumble the nodes he was using. Old Wan and Samson were in a 3v2 situation, fighting against Tao Lords of the Azure Lightning, Stalwart Sun, and Raging Inferno Sex. Although he knew it was a 3v2 battle, sometimes it would seem to be 6v2, sometimes a 3v4. Different incarnations of them flashed one after another, their souls splitting to launch dual and even tri-layered attacks that seemed to distort the mind. Ryu didn't really know what it was, but it seemed to be an ability they all had, so it couldn't be a technique, most likely. Then he remembered that Radiant Star said he didn't really understand each Sky God realm like he should, and he threw it to the back of his mind. Right now wasn't the time for that. His gaze descended onto a distant and very dormant, ancient platform. It was thick, and just with his eyes alone Ryu could tell that rather than being a platform, it was a pillar, one that sunk deep into the earth for countless kilometers. And yet, on the surface it just looked like a disc with ancient engravings pressed into it. It looked rusted and unused, but it somehow had some character as well, especially with the spatial tears that danced through it. Ryu didn't move toward the gateway immediately. Laying eyes on it was one thing, figuring out how to destroy it was something entirely different. Disregarding the fact that it reached dozens of kilometers into the earth, even if it was just the disk he saw before him now, he wouldn't even know where to start. The metals it was formed of were of the Lord level at worst, and since it hardly shook beneath the devastating battle going on around it, even if Ryu was a Tao sovereign, destroying this thing would take a great deal of effort on his part. There had to be another way. Ryu's mind churned. By this point, Aika had called out to him several times, but he had completely ignored it. She tried to wave a hand to send him away, but Black Worm was clearly stopping that as well. It was only a matter of time before one of those avatars, or even just one of the countless army men and women below, was sent after him. There wasn't a single person on this battlefield that wasn't at least a perfect sky god. He was clearly out of his depth. Ryu's eyes suddenly flashed and he slammed his palms together, unleashing a roar that was immediately drowned out by the commotion. In this kind of place, even if he unleashed Dragon's Roar, it would be swallowed up and spit out even if he ran his throat ragged. Formation core visualizations began to form around him, and in that moment, a small form of sightless eyes. His eyes widened as large amounts of volatile chi began to swoop in from all directions. Sightless eyes was stronger the more violent the upsurges around it were, but that didn't mean it didn't have a limit. At the same time, using a taboo formation on such a large scale while the presence of so many experts was yet another huge no-no. And yet, Ryu threw all of this to the back of his mind, his veins bulging as he focused on controlling this huge influx of chi. His Tao vessel appeared high in the skies, his mind reaching an enlightened state of focus. The moment the formation took shape, he unleashed his eyes, using lines of fate to read and control these wild fluctuations of energy until the formation had suddenly expanded so far that it enveloped the first army, and then the second. He was going to make them regret not making it the first priority to take him out the moment he appeared. He didn't care if there were Tao lords and Tao sovereigns here. The moment he, Ryu Tatsuya, appeared on a battlefield, his enemies should know that their days were numbered and act accordingly. Ryu didn't bother to envelop the Tao lords in the skies, his entire focus being on the armies below. The moment the sightless eyes formation enveloped them, they became completely disoriented and their formations seemed just a moment away from collapsing. However, at that moment, Ryu's dividing chaos sunk into the sightless eyes formation. This formation was one that had existed for countless generations. It had been refined and re-refined by the experts of the unbalanced art sect so many times that it had reached the acme of perfection. However, today it would show off a completely new sort of color and form. Innovation, Ryu thought. It wasn't that his Tao could do nothing, it was that he wasn't nearly creative enough with it. Watching what those mortals could accomplish with their pitifully weak bodies lit up a fire in him. He was nothing but an ant on this battlefield, but he would make the largest impact there was. This time when Ryu roared, it echoed across the skies. Chapter 1600 Bright. Ryu's mind felt like it was filled with fireworks, one thought after another linking together in ways he never thought of in the past. Or maybe he had and he had simply ignored them. He was a ruin master, maybe the greatest ruin master of this corner of existence, but it had colored his perception of the world in ways he hadn't truly seen until recently. He had such flexibility when he looked at language and how they were used, but his thoughts themselves were filled with such rigidity. When it came to things outside the bounds of normal cultivation, it was as though he was no less foolish than others. Never in his wildest imaginations could he have thought that mere mortals could display such feats of power. And yet it had happened, it was true. All his life he had been so obsessed with cultivation. One way or another, even if it meant driving a knife through his own heart, he wanted to reach that goal one day. And he had eventually gotten it, but the result caused him to abandon everything else. What good were the arts, were games, were enjoyment to his path of cultivation? They were just distractions, deviations from his true purpose and things only designed to slow him down, weigh him down. All he thought about was the next breakthrough, the next cultivation realm, the higher down nothing else mattered. And those sort of thoughts had stifled him. He wasn't just Ryu Tatsuya the cultivator. He was Ryu Tatsuya, the herbologist who created a method to improve one's spiritual foundation when even his mighty Tatsuya clan had thought it impossible. He was Ryu Tatsuya, the ruin master who found the location of the death shrine when it had always been the stuff of myth and legend. He was Ryu Tatsuya, the man who was nothing more than a mere mortal, found the thread of the mighty phoenix sky god's faith and ripped it out from its tapestry. His Tao flourished and poured into the sightless eyes formation. At that moment, it became more than just a disorientation of the senses, but instead became a disorientation controlled in Ryu's very palms. What had once been a random action, beset by the whims of the volatile energy in the air, was gripped like a writhing snake in Ryu's palms. At that moment, the avatars in the air shifted and their focus moved from Ica to Sovereign Black Worm. The man who was already unable to match Ica's strength on his own was simultaneously besieged by large swaths of enemies, shocking him to no end. His intention moved and he shot out a palm toward Ryu's formation, realizing that he had to break it as soon as possible. But in an irony of ironies, it was actually Ica who stopped it this time, barring his path. To make matters worse, The avatars likewise took up arms to stop him from descending toward the formation and causing him to retreat again and again away from Ryu. Ryu didn't even look up toward the skies. He could feel the rage of a Tao sovereign boring holes into him, but the indifference painted across his face was as hot as a searing iron on Black Worm's own. Pushing off the ground, Ryu suddenly accelerated. He could feel that his focus chi was draining far slower, with his Tao vessel taking the brunt of his Tao activation and wielding the formation as well, but his time was still limited. The survivability of the former dual Radiant sect members were off the charts. Their constellations were like different tools in their toolbox, each perfect for any given situation. Black Worm was even worse, as Ryu was quickly beginning to understand why he had chosen such a ridiculous name. The man didn't even seem to care how many pieces he was chopped up into, and to make matters worse, he seemed to carry some of the same control over karma and the like that Starlight had. Ryu could only deploy his throne in hopes of helping more, but from the looks of it, Black Worm was already out of his range. But how easily he was able to survive had little to do with Ryu now. So long as the man stayed away, he could accomplish what his real goal was. He appeared near the gateway, his eyes flashing like lightning. He ran over the runes, cobbling them together in his mind and building one model after another before tossing them away. Ultimately, he realized after just a few seconds that understanding the runes weren't going to help him. Insofar as they were important, they were really just incredibly solid and almost stiff. It wasn't overly complex, but they were reliable, something you might expect from a teleportation platform designed to go across the heavens. There were no loopholes to take advantage of, and even if there were, it would hardly matter, because the largest failsafe here was the sheer girth of and tonnage of the pillar hidden beneath the earth. Any slight deviations or mistakes there could be was more than absorbed by it, and there was no easy way to crack this thing. Flickering tiers of space spun around the region, pumping out with what Ryu assumed was probably the ethereal chi everyone was going crazy about. It should have been dangerous to even stand in this region. But with his soul nature, spatial tears were the last thing Ryu feared. In fact, he found it lamentable that there weren't more. More? It's possible, but only as a last resort. It would be too hard to control that. Ika, Old Juan, and Samson might get swept up in it. They're all powerful, but no one is above space, especially not space created by an object so powerful and well-constructed. Ryu gave the battlefield a glance before turning his focus back to the hidden pillar. His mind churned, trying to think of a solution, but the longer it went on, the more he felt that it wouldn't work. He was running out of time. His focus chi would definitely run out before Black Worm died. Suddenly, his eyes shone with a bright light. Chapter 1601 stroke. Ryu's mind felt like it was filled with fireworks, one thought after another linking together in ways he never thought of in the past. Or maybe he had, and he had simply ignored them. He was a ruin master, maybe the greatest ruin master of this corner of existence, but it had colored his perception of the world in ways he hadn't truly seen until recently. He had such flexibility when he looked at language and how they were used, but his thoughts themselves were filled with such rigidity. When it came to things outside the bounds of normal cultivation, it was as though he was no less foolish than others. Never in his wildest imaginations could he have thought that mere mortals could display such feats of power. And yet it had happened. It was true. All his life he had been so obsessed with cultivation. One way or another, even if it meant driving a knife through his own heart, he wanted to reach that goal one day. And he had eventually gotten it, but the result caused him to abandon everything else. What good were the arts, were games, were enjoyment to his path of cultivation? They were just distractions, deviations from his true purpose, and things only designed to slow him down, weigh him down. All he thought about was the next breakthrough, the next cultivation realm, the higher down. Nothing else mattered. And those sort of thoughts had stifled him. He wasn't just Ryu Tatsuya the cultivator. He was Ryu Tatsuya, the herbologist who created a method to improve one's spiritual foundation when even his mighty Tatsuya clan had thought it impossible. He was Ryu Tatsuya, the ruin master who found the location of the death shrine when it had always been the stuff of myth and legend. He was Ryu Tatsuya, the man who is nothing more than a mere mortal, found the thread of the mighty phoenix sky god's faith and ripped it out from its tapestry. His Tao flourished and poured into the sightless eye's formation. At that moment, it became more than just a disorientation of the senses, but instead became a disorientation controlled in Ryu's very palms. What had once been a random action, beset by the whims of the volatile energy in the air, was gripped like a writhing snake in Ryu's palms. At that moment, the avatars in the air shifted and their focus moved from Aika to Sovereign Black Worm. The man who was already unable to match Aika's strength on his own was simultaneously besieged by large swaths of enemies, shocking him to no end. His intention moved and he shot out a palm toward Ryu's formation, realizing that he had to break it as soon as possible. But in an irony of ironies, it was actually Aika who stopped it this time, barring his path. To make matters worse, the avatars likewise took up arms to stop him from descending toward the formation and causing him to retreat again and again away from Ryu. Ryu didn't even look up toward the skies. He could feel the rage of a Tao sovereign boring holes into him, but the indifference painted across his face was as hot as a searing iron on Black Worm's own. Pushing off the ground, Ryu suddenly accelerated. He could feel that his focus chi was draining far slower, with his Tao vessel taking the brunt of his Tao activation and wielding the formation as well, but his time was still limited. The survivability of the former dual Radiant sect members were off the charts. Their constellations were like different tools in their toolbox, each perfect for any given situation. Black Worm was even worse, as Ryu was quickly beginning to understand why he had chosen such a ridiculous name. The man didn't even seem to care how many pieces he was chopped up into, and to make matters worse, he seemed to carry some of the same control over karma and the like that Starlight had. Ryu could only deploy his throne in hopes of helping more, but from the looks of it, Black Worm was already out of his range. But how easily he was able to survive had little to do with Ryu now. So long as the man stayed away, he could accomplish what his real goal was. He appeared near the gateway, his eyes flashing like lightning. He ran over the runes, cobbling them together in his mind and building one model after another before tossing them away. Ultimately, he realized after just a few seconds that understanding the runes weren't going to help him. Insofar as they were important, they were really just incredibly solid and almost stiff. It wasn't overly complex, but they were reliable, something you might expect from a teleportation platform designed to go across the heavens. There were no loopholes to take advantage of, and even if there were, it would hardly matter, because the largest failsafe here was the sheer girth of and tonnage of the pillar hidden beneath the earth. Any slight deviations or mistakes there could be was more than absorbed by it, and there was no easy way to crack this thing. Flickering tiers of space spun around the region, pumping out with what Ryu assumed was probably the ethereal chi everyone was going crazy about. It should have been dangerous to even stand in this region, but with his soul nature, spatial tears were the last thing Ryu feared. In fact, he found it lamentable that there weren't more. More? It's possible, but only as a last resort. It would be too hard to control that. Aika, Old Juan and Samson might get swept up in it. They're all powerful, but no one is above space, especially not space created by an object so powerful and well-constructed. Ryu gave the battlefield a glance before turning his focus back to the hidden pillar. His mind churned, trying to think of a solution, but the longer it went on, the more he felt that it wouldn't work. He was running out of time. His focus chi would definitely run out before Black Worm died. Suddenly, his eyes shone with a bright light. It was a wildly unorthodox idea. Ridiculous, even. But given the new streak he was on, he couldn't help but smile at the thought. It really has been a long time since I've painted anything. Ryu sat down abruptly, his mind slowly entering a state of incomparable peace. The four arts: calligraphy, painting, music, and domain. He could once be considered a master of them, at least by sacrum standards, but much like most everything else, he had directly abandoned them. Honestly, the only reason he had picked them up in the first place was because he had heard tales of mortal masters of these arts suddenly one day reaching enlightenment and breaking free of their mortal shackles through these disciplines alone. Maybe those tales were nothing but nonsense, or maybe he hadn't reached a deep enough level of mastery to reach such a level, or maybe it was just that he never truly gave his all to these four arts. To him, they were just a means to an end. He never truly loved them. He never truly gave them the focus they deserved. But the unbalanced art sect was interesting. Calligraphy was actually such a large part of this sect's strength, and they were even able to use it to directly strengthen their bodies. Even so, Ryu felt that it was a bastardized form of the art. All it really did was use runes. It wasn't true calligraphy, it wasn't true art. Calligraphy was all about evoking an emotion. You could tell a lot about a person's character from their handwriting, even if it wasn't particularly good. Were they rushed and impatient? Did they take up a lot of space, boldly proclaiming themselves? Were they small and diligent? Did they skip strokes for the sake of brevity or enhance them for the sake of emphasis? Calligraphy was bold in its simplicity, and it was because of that it took a true master to truly see through its secrets. And yet painting was the exact opposite. Calligraphy shed the extraneous for what was up front and before your face. Mediocre painting, though, could easily be hidden beneath flashy colors and a radiant canvas. Cultivators were existences with extreme control over their bodies and high observation skills. Even in the hands of a layman, they could perfectly replicate any scene placed before them or even from memory. Ryu, though, had been a mortal. He hadn't had such control over himself when he first started to learn the arts, and he could only build himself from the ground up, and that was what had allowed him to truly learn the difference between a good painting and a poor one. An old wooden box suddenly appeared on Ryu's lap. Among the possessions of his maternal and paternal clans, this had been among them, an item he had just ignored. It wasn't too special, just an old brush. Well, it had been forged of ancient grade materials of a sacrum level, but here it probably wouldn't even be considered an earth-grade treasure. He opened the box and the old brush flew into his hands. It was a simple, glossy black with a brush that looked as though it was flowing in liquid silver. It vibrated in Ryu's fingers as though to welcome him back, a hint of a sad overture in its cadence. I didn't think that you would have gained some spirituality of your own. But after being stored in a shrine for so long, maybe it was inevitable. Ryu raised the brush and the hair formed together until his chi, becoming as sharp as a sword. His eyes flashed open and his brush glided across the air as though the downstroke of a resonating note. What was surprising, though, was that he didn't bother to take out a canvas. Instead, he pushed his chi directly into the world itself, and his paint were the spatial tears. The world of Ryu's eyes had been filled with bright colors ever since he mutated his eyes for the first time and created ephemeral tapestry. Now he felt like he had unlocked a unique use for it. He could see the world in ways others couldn't imagine. Each one of these spatial tears radiated a slightly different color, and when they were bent and folded beneath the stroke of his brush, they seemed to come alive. He suddenly felt a peace the likes of which he hadn't in a long time. He used to feel this peace back when he painted in sacrum, but it never lasted long, soon replaced by agitation and anxiety, hoping that the next stroke of his brush would push him toward enlightenment and finally allow him to cultivate. It had ended up being counterproductive, and he grew to hate those moments. But this time that feeling never came. Wide mountains, grassy lands, a sun that shone like rainbows, and a sky akin to a pot of gold. It was a fantastical painting, the kind that only appeared in fairy tales. And yet it was the way Ryu saw it. And it also happened to be the scenery of the world directly on the other side of this teleportation platform. At that moment, the combination of strong spatial chi and the aura of the painting became akin to an error in the pillar's programming. It suddenly thought that it had appeared on the wrong side of the platform and began to vibrate wildly, unable to understand what had happened. A permanent teleportation platform of this kind was permanently tethered to a specific location. This meant that on the other side of this gateway, there should be an identical pillar, and there was a great attractive force between the two. But now, this side of the gateway suddenly felt as though the other side had appeared right above it, something that made little sense. And due to this, its extreme stability became its greatest weakness. It felt like something was wrong, and yet there was nothing it could do about it. The moment Ryu finished the last stroke of the painting, the first crack appeared in the platform, then another. Ryu slowly awoke from his peaceful state, a smile on his face. But he was already prepared to retreat. He couldn't be caught dead in this blast radius. Ryu! That was when it happened. Before Ryu could react, Hope had appeared to his back, her palms striking out against an overwhelming force. She was unable to stop it completely and crashed right into his chest. Ryu felt all the bones in his body shatter. his ribs skewering his organs. And yet, as the explosion of spatial chi took hold, he still looked up calmly, holding Hope's limp body in his arms. Up above, there was a man standing in the skies with his palms stretched out, a hint of surprise coloring his gaze. It was one that only became deeper when he realized that Ryu had the wherewithal to note his presence and the fact that he wasn't surprised in the slightest. There was a very good reason the man thought that Ryu should be surprised, though, and that was because he wasn't Black Worm, nor was he some hidden Tao lord of the other sex. He was none other than Old Wan. Chapter 1602 Explain Yourself. What have you done, Wan? Samson's voice came from a distance. One of Old Wan's incarnations had suddenly split off and attacked Ryu. But the words had hardly come out when there was a sudden booming shockwave that enveloped the entire battlefield. Large amounts of spatial chi and solid pieces of debris flew out in all directions, moving with such speed and carrying such lethality that even perfect sky gods found themselves losing their heads while others were riddled with hoes in the midst of the carnage. Any battle there had been had suddenly ceased to be, and everyone could only work on protecting themselves lest they become like the perfect sky gods down below. The harsh climate blew whatever ethereal chi there might have been in all directions, scattering it into the wind in quantities so thin and minuscule that even one with a child of order constitution would have an almost impossible time picking them out. Bang! Samson drove a forearm into Old Wan's collarbone and throat. His eyes completely red as the entire mountain shook as though it might collapse at any point. Explain yourself, he said through gritted teeth. Looking at Old Wan's calm expression, he felt like he was losing his mind. However, this sort of scene was about what one would expect. It wasn't just Old Wan's calm response to the current situation, but also the fact Samson might have been billowing a head full of rage, but there wasn't an ounce of killing intent in him. And why would there be? He would rather listen to the explanation of the man he had known for thousands of years than attack to kill him for a boy he had known for less than half a decade. Ryu didn't need to be here to see the scene to know what would happen. In fact, he knew Aika's personality well enough by now that even if she had witnessed it, her reaction would have been much the same as Samson's. She was a woman with a fiery temper, but she was also soft. For her to be manipulated by the likes of Old Su, Zhao and Xiao into marriage with a junior, one could imagine that while she had the largest fist in the sect, she had never used it without propriety. On the one hand, her kindness was the reason Ryu had been able to gain so much help from her despite the differences in their station. And on the other hand, her kindness was also the reason why there was little chance Ryu would gain justice from her hands even if she were to know of Old Wan's actions. Obviously, all of these things were well within Old Wan's expectations. He looked into Samson's eyes and then down at the elbow driving into his throat before projecting a voice into Samson's mind. Are you going to release me? How am I going to speak with your forearm on my throat? The usually cheery Samson nearly exploded at these words, but he slowly took deep breaths, heaving out as he loosened his push and let Old Wan go. Old Wan rubbed his throat and shook his head. If you want to question me, then just do so. Was there a need for all this violence? You just killed a boy and that's all you have to say? And obviously you trust me enough to have a good reason, or else we wouldn't be having this conversation now, would we? Wan, I'm not one of your little checkered boards or pieces. Speak frankly. Now. Old Wan held up his hands in surrender. It had to be done. The boy's faith was overwhelming the sect, and at this pace, nothing but bad could happen. This time, Black Worm almost became a Tao god. What about next time? Do you think these things come without a price to pay? Did it not work out? And what about next time? And the time after that? What about the time after that? Not only is the faith swimming around him excessive to the point of overwhelming our own before we can even establish ourselves again, he doesn't even see himself as part of the sect. That's your explanation? Samson asked, seething. He was clearly favored by the founders' dash. Do you think the founders even care about us? What the hell are you talking about? The records of the sect are things you've never bothered to read, and though Aika has her recalling of history painted in rose, there is no mysterious founder coming to swoop down and save us all, Samson. We are on our own. If we want the Radiant Star sect to rise again like it should, then we have to take matters into our own hands. And what are you going to do if one of those founders comes back, and they did indeed take a liking to him? If they were going to come back, they would have done so a long time ago. They've always treated this sect as nothing more than an experiment. What are you dash? And even if they do come back, so what? Are they going to destroy the whole sect they created because of one me? At worst, they'll just put my head on a pike. Better that than the sect drowning. I already didn't like Aika's actions back then, you know that. I wanted to take the slow and methodical approach to our return to the seventh heaven, but right now we only have a fraction of the foundation I wanted us to have. There are consequences to every action, and this is the consequence of ours. How high and mighty of you. Go tell Aika that. You know I could, and you know exactly how she'd react. She would agree with all of my words and then blame herself. Her Tao heart would be harmed and she'd never advance again. Samson grit his teeth, wanting to agree and yet not at the same time. And what are you going to do when the boy's grandfather finds out? Old Juan sneered. Chapter 1603 Enlighten Me. The fact Samson had waited to ask this question last told Old Juan all he needed to do about the kind of weight he put behind it. That being, none at all. First he had attacked with emotion, then with the founders and then with Aika before only finally mentioning what should have been the greatest threat to them, the seemingly overprotective half-step Tao god. For someone like Old Juan, that was all he needed to hear. I think you already know the answer to that.
Doi.
Samson replied. Enlighten me. It's clear the man is cut from the same cloth as his grandson. I know a man trying to sever karma when I see one, and you do too. Maybe by now he's a Tao god, maybe not. Either way, it doesn't matter. He hadn't been certain until he saw Primus trying to stop Ryu from entering the complete heavenly path. With how deep his comprehension of karma and how good his deduction skills were, that was enough to take a speculation to a certainty. Half-step Tao gods didn't just follow around Tao pedestal realm expert no matter how overprotective they were. Someone who had lived that long and a Tao heart far more sturdy than that, it was hard for them to even feel familial love in the same ways. Most of the truest Tao companions to ever exist had gotten together at a very young age. Those that came together while deep into their cultivation years weren't nearly as tied to one another and often didn't even use the title of Tao companion at all. Instead, they preferred the more layman titles of husband and wife, and some didn't even use that. It was a fact of life that no cultivators could escape, and it was exceptionally rare to break free of that mold. Whenever higher-level cultivators showed rage toward the treatment of their youths, it rarely had to do with love at all and was almost entirely reliant on 1, their face, and 2, their karma. The only reason Old Juan didn't dismiss it outright was because Ryu had come from a middle world. There was a small chance that things could work differently over there. But that was all thrown out the window the instant he saw that scene. If there was anything that struck fear in him at all, it was the fact that Ryu had somehow managed to wiggle out of Primus' grasp. As for the rest of it, he didn't even consider the matter. And that's your reply? That's it. A young genius who's done nothing but help us. Snuffed out just like that. And for what? Because you were scared of the future. Back to emotion, it seemed. Old One wanted to sigh, but he knew that if he didn't handle it well, it would only cause a fissure that couldn't be mended. This wasn't the time for witty remarks. Samson, my only loyalties are to you, Aika, and the sect. I wanted to do things the right way, but Aika was too impatient. I'm the one who found the boy. Did you forget that? I've known how much talent he's had in him longer than all of you. I know things about him that I haven't even told that 2 of you about yet purely for the sake of protecting him and his secrets. However, this is ultimately the world of cultivation.
Geniosisti.
I understand the irony of saying that when he did so by my hand, a senior who was supposed to protect him, but it was either him or the entire sect. By then, it wouldn't just be one genius dying. You wanting him to live would be akin to co-signing thousands of others to death. Do you think you would have seen what I did if I didn't want you to see? Those other 3 certainly saw nothing, so why were you the only one to react? I did so because I trusted you. Samson fell into silence, the struggle on his face clear. However, he didn't get the chance to work through it. A dull bang came from the distance and Aika landed, her hair a bit messy while there was a scowl on her face. That bastard is really slippery, she cursed. He actually managed to slip away. Where's little Ryu? I need to give him a big kiss and a nice spanking. Aika wiped her forehead, then looked up, only now really observing what was going on and feeling that something was amiss. What's wrong? Where is he? It wasn't long before a howl of grief echoed across the seventh heaven. It was the kind of rage that made blood curdle. Eska heard the howl of grief, and soon she learned of what happened as well. Aika broke the news to her with tears streaking down her face, apologizing again and again. Eska had never seen a sky god break down so thoroughly, let alone a Tao sovereign, but she could only stand there and take it, her face filled with gloom. It wasn't until a long while later that she could return, taking it upon herself to pass the news to Selhira. She entered the cave and her gloom was matched with a frown. She could sense that Ryu's state was terrible right now, and she could even feel a dense coldness from him that was without a doubt murderous intent. But he was very much not dead. At least not yet. Selhira. Eska shook the slumbering dragon beauty awake. Selhira's eyes slowly opened and she released a yawn that sounded more like a grumbling roar. It shook the immortal abode before settling down. What is it? Eska explained the situation. You want me to pretend as though husband is dead? Yes. Why? Eska looked at Selhira instead of answering. Then, said something that almost made the dragoness enraged. Will you listen to me or not? Her words came with a majesty of a woman who had lived for trillions of years. She even looked like she might directly kill Selhira if the latter responded the wrong way. Selhira managed to rein in her temper, realizing that she was asking the wrong questions. What happened to husband? I don't know yet, but I don't like it. Erdiel's note. Well, old Juan is a fucking retard. Lameo. Classic Awespec though. MC can't stay in sect for too long, that would be blasphemy. Gotta make him hate someone in the sect, or a gigantic meteor might hit Earth and eradicate all life. Chapter 1604 Dried Up Innovation. Ryu wasn't surprised in the slightest. In fact, the moment Hope suddenly called out like she had, he knew what had happened. He had put too much effort into bringing Black Worm away and dealing with the other threats for one of them to suddenly sneak up behind him, whether they were far more powerful sky gods or not. From the moment he met Old Juan, he understood what kind of person he was. He didn't believe that there was anyone so morally righteous and good that they would leave him be. Other than his eyes, there probably wasn't a single secret on Ryu's body that Old Juan wasn't aware of. Of course, that wasn't taking into account new talents that he had formed since he met him. Back then, Ryu had completely passed out due to the backlash of forming a hegemonic Tao, and it was Old Juan that saved him. There might have been a part of Old Juan back then that felt that his talents were useless to him, not just because he was already a Tao Lord, but also because the stench of sacrum was thick around Ryu. Ultimately, without being upgraded first, stealing Ryu's talents back then would only weaken Old Juan rather than strengthen him. Ryu had likely started as a casual gamble that cost Old Juan nothing. It seemed odd to be thinking about talent stealing when Old Juan didn't do that at all. Rather, he chose to kill Ryu directly instead. It could be said that most of this was, indeed, just baseless speculation on Ryu's part. What wasn't baseless, though, was their game of domain. Domain was one of the four arts for a reason. Much like the first three, painting, calligraphy, and music, they were a gateway into the heart and soul of a person. Old Juan never realized just how much of him Ryu had forced to lay bare during their simplified game, or maybe he had, and that was the very reason he had never tried to play Ryu again despite being upset about his loss. Old Juan's character was clear in Ryu's mind. He was a man who was almost fiercely patient. He acted without hesitation and he took gambles without cowardice. He moved only with a perfect understanding of those around him, and that was the very reason why he was shocked when Hope suddenly appeared from within Ryu's ring. First it was Ice Mine, then it was Eska. Old Juan had never thought that Ryu would actually have a third sky god around him, at least not one strong enough to react to his strike. But more importantly than all of that, he was a person who did whatever he had to for victory. I can't wait to kill you. Those were the words Ryu's eyes had conveyed to the Tao Lord. Old Juan probably knew that he wasn't dead, at least not yet. He wasn't the kind of man who would take something on fate. If it wasn't for the fact that Old Juan had no easy method of finding him right now, Ryu was certain that there would be a follow-up assault. Ryu's main worry, aside from his own life, was that of Selhira and Eska. Eska was highly intelligent, but in this situation it would be nothing more than a detriment. The moment she pretended that he was dead and played along after rightfully feeling that something was off, she would be marked by Old Juan as a person to take note of, and even if her life wasn't in any immediate danger, it would be soon. The rage in Ryu's heart burned like a smoldering fire, and if others could read his thoughts they'd think he was a madman. Mostly because this moment wasn't the time for him to be thinking about such things at all. The instant hope collided with him. Ryu had changed tactics. Even if his body was in tip-top condition, there was no way he could make it out, and that was disregarding the fact Old Juan would have never allowed it. Entering the void wasn't possible. The blast would definitely be stronger than a transcendent sky god's strike, and thus definitely be capable of piercing into the void. Although the seventh heaven was made of stronger stuff, even a Tao Lord wouldn't dare to be in the radius of such a blast. So, there was only one answer, and that was to make it out via some other means. He entered a spatial tear, his mind flickering with calculations as he read and reacted to the volatile chi in around him. The half-dead Hope was barely holding on to her life as he moved, but his mind was already on the next challenge. There was only one place the spatial tear would lead to, and that was the eighth heaven. Under normal circumstances, he might have a chance to live. The gateway had been dormant for so long that there might not even be guards on the eighth heaven side. Even if there were guards, they would likely be on the weaker side and essentially be glorified messengers. However, with the change to the planes, Ryu had little doubt that there was at least something watching the gateways to make sure that no one would try to take advantage of it, and now Ryu was about to be plopped right in the middle of that with a body that was about to give way. Hope had blocked more than 99% of the strike, and yet the few fractions of a percent she couldn't caused her to fly back with enough force to leave his organs in a complete mess. The gap between himself and a Tao Lord was actually so large, and it only made his fury all the deeper. While Ryu was focused on trying to figure out what he would do once he got to the other side, another person would have felt that their life was in shambles right this very moment. That was because the mere act of making it through his minefield of volatile space was dangerous in and of itself. Especially when, boom, the gateway shattered, exploding outward with so much force that everything went white. Ryu had already traveled a considerable distance within the spatial tunnel, and yet the blast seemed to reach him in an instant. It felt like he was stuck in a vehicle swimming through a raging storm. His eyes flashed like lightning, taking into account every small change and reacting to it first. At the same time, his space-time soul nature was like a lighthouse in the midst of a deep night, illuminating his path forward. There was no combination of space that he couldn't see through. He could feel the eighth heaven getting closer and closer, and yet he was no closer to coming up with a plan. It felt like all his innovation had already fled far from him. No amount of thinking was giving him any better solutions. It abruptly came to an end. Ryu landed heavily back first onto a cold surface. His mouth spurted with blood. He had kept down with nothing but sheer rage, and he almost immediately felt several auras lock onto him. His third perspective caught sight of 3 separate groups, each one filled with 5 sky gods at a minimum, with the weakest being at the perfect sky god realm and each one having at least one transcendent sky god. As he rose to his feet, his gaze was frighteningly cold, almost as though the air before his face had suddenly frozen over. He didn't have much time, if it could even be considered time at all. The 3 groups seemed to be from different factions, and as such, while they were all guarding the gateway, they had also kept their distance, causing them to be quite spread apart. Even so, it would only take seconds for them to close in the distance. Ryu closed his eyes and took a breath. His smoldering rage became a calm flame and his mind settled down. This was for the best. He didn't do well in sex and he was much better on his own. As much as he wanted to put Old Juan's head on a pike, his rage was using up too much of his mental space. A dead man wasn't worth so much of his thoughts. His eyes flashed open and he suddenly moved. A pill came out from the Golden Moon world, and if Hope had been conscious, she would have probably blushed down to her collarbone. This pill was none other than the very same pill she would have to take to get pregnant with Ryu's child. Of course, it wouldn't be instant. The pill worked by sensing when a female cultivator was likely to conceive and pulsing out her Tao companion's yang essence over a long period of time. Hope had long since collected what she needed. Ryu had dual cultivated with his women on more than one occasion in her presence. She was just, quite frankly, much too shy to actually go through with it. Ryu never cared to press her on the matter because his lifespan was counted in millennia at worst by now, and he also wasn't ready to have any children. But at this moment it was the only way out. The moment his yang essence took root in Hope, it was as though a part of his primordial yang was in her, the complete reverse of how taking a wife worked. It was an odd feeling, but it was precisely the feeling he needed to latch onto. The three groups suddenly appeared around him and Ryu's eyes suddenly shone like the stars in the skies. Fate reversal! His voice boomed like thunder, and in that instant, Hope's injuries were washed away and thrust onto the approaching parties. One after another they fell from the skies, dead. Chapter 1605 Plan. Ryu's eyes blurred, blood vessels popping one after another as crimson streaks fell down his cheeks. Trying to completely reverse the fate of an omniscient sky god, who had been hit by at least half the strength of a Tao Lord, and separate to kill over a dozen perfect and transcendent sky gods at once, all as a mere false sky god himself, was something beyond just playing God. Teasing apart Hope's fate was particularly difficult because it was so tied to his own, but the damage his own body had taken was far too little to kill these sky gods. If anything, it would just tickle them a little bit. Even so, that foundation was part of the reason he felt that he could succeed. Swapping the fates of others was one thing, but tugging and pulling at the fates of so many at once was a completely different tier of difficulty. He didn't believe that he could have succeeded unless he had some sort of anchor that went beyond the norm tying him and Hope together. In the end, he only had one shot at it and no room for error, so he had to go all in. Luckily, it had ended up working out in his favor, but they had to move. He got up, or rather he tried to. In the end, he ended up stumbling with Hope in his arms and coughing up a mouthful of blood. He looked down after barely managing to catch himself. Why is she not awake? Ryu's expression became more than just a little hint gloomy. Hope should have woken up by now, all of her injuries were healed, so why was she in a state like this? Blood leaked from Ryu's eyes and lips, but he didn't have time to even wipe them away. If he didn't get moving, he would be finished. With a wave of his hand, he stored all the corpses away. Leaving them behind was like leaving behind evidence of his eyes. With the current situation of the eighth heaven, sensing things shouldn't be nearly as easy, if possible at all. Just looking at it, the two planes are stacking atop of one another. There's no way to easily do what was possible in the past. Before, the chaotic space Tao Sovereign had sensed Ryu immediately. But with his eyes back and third perspective, Ryu would definitely sense it if someone's senses locked onto him. However, there was no such thing right now. That could only mean that the Tao Sovereign was either occupied or couldn't, likely even both. Considering the Tao Sovereign's attempts to make it to Tao Sovereign from Tao Lord, there was no doubt in Ryu's mind that he would now be going all out to become a Tao god, much like Black Worm had. The entire heaven was definitely embroiled in war. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood and began to circulate his embryonic qi. Almost instantly, his body was a great measure better. He looked at Hope and eventually had no choice but to put her away into the Golden Moon world as he slipped away. He wasn't sure what was wrong with her, but it definitely had to be related to her soul. His fate reversal was very good at working on the physical body and physical changes, but the soul was the medium through which cultivators communicated with the heavens. Changing fate surrounding it was orders of magnitude more difficult. The only hope of helping the little woman was to use his embryonic qi, but her body was even more taboo than his own. Not only was her fate tethered to his own, she wasn't a native of this world. The taboo powers were already ostracized by the heavens, so one could imagine how a true outsider might be treated. She would need even more embryonic qi than himself. But if she did manage to get pregnant, theoretically it should tether her to these heavens more, and it would be easier for him to heal her soul as a result. Ryu didn't actually expect this. He thought that she had just suffered a physical attack. He should have known that a man like Old Wan would be far more vicious than that. It wasn't enough that he was using a Tao Lord's incarnation to attack a false sky god, but he also layered in a clear assault on the soul at the same time. Considering Old One likely knew about Ryu's perfect black buddy and how resilient it was to losing parts of itself, this was no doubt a truly vicious attack, one that wouldn't be easily dealt with. The more Ryu thought about it, the more the rage he had buried threatened to come back up. He was going to really enjoy killing that man. He would savor every second of it. And he would make certain that it wasn't painless. He had no intention of returning to the sect right now because he knew exactly what would happen. The worst-case scenario was that Old One would detect him before the others did and attack to kill. He would die even before he made it to within striking distance of Aika. In the best-case scenario, Aika would simply banish Old One, leaving a danger lurking in the darkness.
He trusted Aika, somewhat.
But she was far too soft and she lacked decisiveness. No, more accurately, she lacked decisiveness that was used in the right fashion. She was more rash than she was decisive. In fact, he wouldn't be surprised if Samson already knew about this matter. He would be enraged for a small time, but eventually side with Old One, believing that he was acting in the best interest of the sect. And maybe Old One was. But what the hell did that have to do with him? He was going to kill, and he was going to kill to his heart's content. Anyone who stood in his way could die too. Beneath his rage, blood leaked from his wounds even faster. But as he moved through the void, they closed slowly, but surely. It seemed that strengthening his body had in turn strengthened his taboo body cultivation, which had, in turn, made it even harder to heal once again. But that was fine. Right now, even if he was in tip-top shape, it would matter little if he ran into someone who could kill him. The immediate danger was pretty much solved. But he wasn't out of the woods yet. He had learned over these years to not underestimate the methods of these great powers. Anyone who was guarding the gateway at a time like this had extremely low standing amongst their powers, but it was still likely that they had a soul tie or something of the sort in their main sex. While Ryu had shrouded himself well enough, there would likely still be several auxiliary methods of tracking him down. He couldn't stay on the 8th heaven, but he couldn't return to the 7th, and he certainly couldn't go to 9th, as whatever problems he had to face here would likely be multiplied several times over. There was no way for him to return to the nether plane, and he wasn't sure if he wanted to either. That would come with its own host of issues, especially after Primus killed that fire giant. He could probably hope that May's master would protect him, but how would he even get a message there? He really only had two options. The first was to leave the true martial world entirely, return to Sacrum, or try to make it to one of those other worlds. In the first case, he'd enter closed-door cultivation and hop from shrine to shrine, hoping for enlightenment. In the second, he'd be rolling the dice on something even Tao gods didn't dare to do casually. The second was to gamble on the ethereal plane. He would stick out like a sore thumb in that place, but he had his methods. Relying on Ailsa's primordial Een, it wasn't impossible to mask himself as a fairy for a time. On the 7th heaven, if he wanted to do this, he would be out of luck. But on the 8th, where the two planes were touching, so long as he found a weak spot in the void, he could manage it. The trouble was that any weak spot would have the largest concentrations of ethereal chi, and on the other side there would be a large influx of real chi. That meant no matter which side he was talking about, both would be teeming with experts. The only good news was that the space in those areas would be so volatile that the only way someone would be able to spot him was either by luck or having a spatial soul nature as strong or stronger than his own. And that was if he didn't use the very same method he used to sneak into the raging Inferno sect. With that thought, his cosmos fog flourished and his internal size began to expand wildly.
Chapter 1606.
Ryu activated Shadowless Trace, expanding the formation within himself. The pressure on his focus chi was still very much there, but he didn't need to activate it to the same degree as he had to against the raging Inferno sect. Although the 8th heaven was far more dangerous, the situation here was only helping him. There was no easy method to sense things in this place, no with the volatility of the space. As Ryu moved, he observed the world more, and as he did so, he came to realize that despite how calm it all looked, the 8th heaven was in complete chaos. There were no storms in the skies or tornadoes of spatial tears. In fact, it looked like a normal day to most people, until he looked at things with ephemeral tapestry. Ryu had pushed his eyes too far and the world looked mostly like a blur to him right now, but he could still see it. Colors clashed in the skies, ripping each other apart and canceling one another out. It felt like the Qis were fighting for supremacy, vying for complete control of the plane. The problem was that they did so completely silently. When one portion of real Qi met an equal portion of ethereal Qi, they canceled one another out. It was like two objects of equal and opposite spins colliding together and coming to a complete stop. The result of this situation was truly shocking. It felt like the Qi itself was disappearing, and yet not at the same time. Couldn't possibly be so dangerous. Ryu had even absorbed some of this ethereal Qi himself to see what would happen. Although he had done so in incredibly small quantities, there wasn't a huge change at all. Instead, it just filled in the gaps naturally. How could the Qis be so dangerous and yet so helpful at the same time? It didn't make any sort of sense. Ryu thought about it for a while as he moved and thought that maybe his Chaos Qi might be to blame. Potential? Chaos Qi should neither be real Qi or ethereal Qi. All of the real and ethereal Qi here was just a derivative of essence. Technically speaking, essence should probably be made up of both types, in which case Chaos Qi was unable to be affected by ethereal Qi at all. This must also be why he had never felt anything when entering the ethereal plane in the past. How could it even begin to affect him? On the one hand, it was unfortunate because it likely meant that Ryu wouldn't be able to benefit from this like others could. But on the other hand, it should mean that he was immune from the potential drawbacks. But therein lied another question. How exactly was absorbing this opposing Qi strengthening people and aiding them in their breakthroughs? Breaking through in the Sky God realm was almost entirely reliant on comprehension. If you were of old age and had lost some of your momentum, though, it was possible that you could run into a more normal bottleneck, one wherein absorbing more Qi wasn't helping you to get over that hump. That would usually be a limit of the body and vitality. Ascending through Sky God realms was akin to elevating one's station, reaching a new realm of being. You would almost be like a completely different person. The old would have more trouble doing this. This was more than likely the sort of bottleneck that Hope had run into, which was why she was able to enter the omniscient Sky God realm so quickly after her rebirth, and why she was already so close to the Tao Lord realm. It was hard to tell how far beyond her Tao was in comparison to her realm. This sort of bottleneck was even more common in the true martial world than it would be elsewhere due to the clear restrictions on lifespan. You probably couldn't count on living millions of years until you became a Tao Lord in this world. Yet, in Sacrum, if you reached the Tao pedestal realm in 1,000,000 years, you were considered to be a cream of the crop genius. Then could it be that there's something about ethereal Qi that helps the old to get over that hump? It didn't feel that simple. Black Worm definitely didn't have a god-grade Tao. From what Ryu had vaguely sensed, he should also barely be at an ancient Tao standard as well. It was possible for someone with a Tao a level lower to make it to a higher realm. In fact, most Tao gods of the true martial world only had ancient Taos. But the coincidences were starting to add up too much. He felt like he was missing something extraordinarily important, and then, for some reason, his mind drifted to life partners. His eyes widened. Was it related to why life partners existed? Why was it that fairies were born to be attached to some object of the real plane? What was the purpose? His mind flickered with thoughts that rushed atop of one another. He was constantly trying to force his thinking outside of the box he had subconsciously placed it in, trying to free his mind from rigidity of thought. However, there was only so much a change in thought process could do. He needed more information, and he would get a chance to do so soon. Ryu quickly found the source he was looking for, and he was immediately stunned. The spectacle was far more than anything he had been expecting. Could he even get close to such a battle? High in the skies, there were 3 individuals, each one immaculately handsome or beautiful. Illusory crowns hung above their heads, and they radiated out with an unbridled majesty. Across from them there was a group of individuals wearing robes that fluttered with flames across its hems. It was a uniform Ryu recognized well. But then he saw something else. An old man doing something just as stupid as his son. "Titus, you dare appear before me?" Chapter 1607 Out of Luck. Ryu felt his mood suddenly take a turn for the better. He didn't even remember why he was so mad before. Unfortunately, as soon as that feeling took hold, he felt a wave of worry again. He could sense his father's strength. He was only an omniscient sky god. Those 3 fairies above were already Tao sovereigns. The bastard yelling just now was yet another Tao sovereign. It didn't even seem right for an omniscient sky god to even breathe this air, let alone expose himself here. His father was also not in the best of shape. It looked like he had been through hell and back. Either that, or he had been in a constant state of fight or flight for the last few centuries. Unfortunately, Ryu had no idea how true that was. Titus had been on the run for a long while now, and Primus certainly didn't do much to help it when he came around to sever karma. And yet, Titus has still come here. Ryu was a bit worried, but honestly he didn't feel that the situation was existential, although all logic pointed to the fact that he should be. Few people knew Titus Tatsuya as well as Ryu did. Ryu didn't believe that there was a situation where he could survive that his father couldn't. His father wasn't cut from the same cloth as him. Titus was a man that was often difficult to read. He was fiercely passionate, and yet it was cloaked beneath a veneer of calm and stoicism. He had a fiery temper, and yet he usually feigned level-headedness. What he probably lacked in wits was more than made up for in tenacity. Ryu wasn't trying to say that his father was stupid. Far from it. It was more so that he had yet to meet someone who could keep up with him intellectually, and his father wasn't on that level. Even so, it didn't mean that the likes of these people could better his father either. Because if Ryu was smarter than his father, then compared to these people he was an elephant to an ant. In which case, compared to Titus, Ryu's gaze flashed over the battlefield before it landed on a woman wearing the same cloak of flames. She wasn't the one who had just roared out, but her expression was more furious than anyone else's. She looked as though she could really eat Titus alive. God damn it, father. Ryu touched his chin, wondering if he was just coping before. Was his old man really more handsome than him? What was going on with all of these love debts? What Ryu seemed to fail to realize was that unlike he who didn't care to expand his harem on a whim, his father didn't do the same. Definitely telling mother about this. Ryu shook his head, a bright smile spreading over his face as fierce black flames erupted from his father's body. Do you think the likes of you can dictate my steps? Titus said calmly, his eyes a smoldering cauldron of black flames. His crimson irises seemed to have been completely enveloped. The man in the skies was so infuriated he laughed. Do you think you can get away with snatching the innocence of my daughter and strut about as you please? Ryu choked on his breath, coughing heavily. If not for his diligence in masking himself, there was no way he'd be able to stay hidden. What a scandal, he thought through chokes and wheezes. Titus' reaction to those words were just as calm as ever. If you think I'd touch such an insignificant woman, it seems your opinion of me is lower than I thought. Ryu nodded with approval. A solid 9.3 out of 10 on the scold meter. I couldn't do much better. His father had definitely learned a thing or two about putting barbs in his words from his son. He had certainly seen Ryu dress down his fair share of World Sea Realm experts in his life. Titus, you bastard! The woman was completely furious. The world shook and quaked around her. A sea of golden hair swimming out behind her like a stream of molten metal. I said it in the past and I'll say it again. I have a wife. Leave me be. Something seemed to break in the woman. She was so completely infuriated that her equally as golden eyes consumed her scara, making it look like 2 polished balls of metal had become her eyes instead. She pulled at the air and a stream of molten chi took shape, forming a whip that stretched thousands of miles as she struck down. Ryu's eyes widened. The scale of the attack was unbelievable, and the power was even more devastating. Some of that previous worry returned. It just felt impossible. His father couldn't cross 2 realms to do battle, could he? Titus was split in 2. Blood and gore erupted in all directions, and Ryu, who had just been laughing and smiling a moment ago, froze. His fingers suddenly dug into his biceps so hard that he drew blood. He hadn't just watched his father die, right? No, that was impossible. His father would get himself into a situation where the only path was death. There was simply no way. He wouldn't make a mistake like that. Even the woman in the skies seemed stunned as her bottom lip actually trembled. Maybe she thought that something would be different as well. But how far could they push the man? He was bound to run out of options eventually, right? Even this time, they had finally managed to corner him again by pure coincidence due to this eruption taking place near his hiding spot. Had he just finally run out of luck? If you're finished with your little insignificant spat, a female fairy spoke lightly, we can continue with official business. Though I would like to talk to someone with more authority. Someone who can have their emotions so easily swayed by a mere omniscient sky god has no right to speak to me. What did you just say to me? Boom! Chapter 1608 Dragon Phoenix. The shockwave was strong enough to shatter the heart of a perfect sky god by the sound alone. If Ryu wasn't so far from the battlefield, and if he hadn't hidden away in the void, it would have been entirely impossible for him to survive as well. And then came the spiraling wave of flames and the phoenix cry that pealed across the skies. It was so light and airy, almost like lightning during a spring's light drizzle. The flames took shape into this phoenix, its body soaring into the skies and spreading its wings with the majesty only a creature of its caliber could match. Auras surged and the skies trembled. The Tao sovereigns who were just about to get into a battle of their own found themselves shocked. They backed away, confusion and then awe appearing in their eyes. There was no doubt what this was. It was rebirth, a pure, shocking rebirth. When they realized that it could only be coming from Titus, their hearts seemed to freeze over. Didn't he have fire dragon blood? Much of these issues had started over that blood in specific. When had he gained the strength of the fire phoenix? Was that even a phoenix at all? It looked like a phoenix. The aura matched the shocking presence of a creature of that caliber. And there was even that elegant shape they had only ever seen in stories. But it was laced with black. The proud, ruby feathers, each one perfectly sculpted and glistening under the sunlight, seemed to have been tainted by a devilish aura. It didn't just understand rebirth, it seemed to command it. And right then, the light cry of the phoenix seemed to be matched by a visceral, gritty roar, one that shook the earth and caused mountains to collapse in the distance. The phoenix's blackened aura quickly gained scales and its form changed. From a majestic creature filled with elegance, it gained a sharp row of teeth and its long tail, still spiraling within a cyclone of flames, became barbed and menacing. At that moment, the form of a man hidden within its head was seen. He had likely always been there, but the sheer majesty of the creature had taken up the entirety of their psyches. Only then did Ryu relax a bit, cursing beneath his breath. This old man really knew how to make him worry. Boom! The aura of an omniscient sky god broke like a dam, and with its destruction came the roaring might of a Tao lord. High in the skies, a formation that covered the whole of the eighth heaven pulsed with life, completely enraged as it accumulated bolts of lightning. Titus still had his eyes closed, seemingly not realizing what was happening around him until the bolt formed and the phoenix in the skies vanished. The bolt curved through the skies, following after the phoenix dragon of flames until it appeared before a male Tao sovereign. In that instant, though Titus was right there, he seemed to have vanished entirely. The bolt lost its target, and yet maintained its trajectory, passing right by and crashed into the chest of the Tao sovereign. He spit up a large mouthful of blood as half his chest was burnt through. He flew back like an iron ball from a cannon, moving so fast that he was already out of eyesight for most of the instant he got hit. Titus! The woman roared, infuriated. However, deep in her eyes, there was a conflicted expression. Just now, she really thought she had killed him and her heart was in turmoil, and now he attacked her master instead of her despite the fact she had just doled out a killing blow. Don't overthink it, Titus said coldly as though drawing a hard line in the sand. I can't deal with him yet on my own, but I can certainly deal with you. The woman's dreams shattered and her anger seemed to flare up again. Titus' flames surged into his body and in an instant, a man covered in scales of red with dancing black runes within them appeared. His horns seemed capable of poking holes through the skies and his wings spread out so far around him that they seemed to dwarf him. A battle erupted in the skies as Ryu's heart rate calmed down a bit. He looked down at his bloodied arms and shook his head. What a mess. He had half a mind to take his old man back to the Radiant Star sect right now, but he wasn't the type to do that to begin with. He'd only feel better when he killed Old One himself. However, that didn't mean that he could leave Eska and Selhyra in danger because of his own selfish wants. So he'd have to ask his father to do something about that. But how? Ryu wondered. By the look on his face, one would have never guessed that such a world-shaking battle was happening in the skies. The truth was that Ryu was actually quite wary of Old One. He was the kind of man who, when given enough information, would be especially dangerous. He miscalculated because Ryu had changed enough and there was enough about him that he didn't know. But the addition of hope was a new bit of information. If he also found out that Ryu had a Tao Lord for a father, it would be another bit of information, and things would begin to add up very quickly. Simply put, he couldn't just let his father stroll into the Radiant Star sect and then stroll out. He had to find a way to remove his women from an otherwise dangerous situation, while also keeping Old Juan in the dark about it. He would probably also have to keep Aika and the others in the dark as well, because he couldn't trust them either. Ryu mulled it over. He almost didn't realize a familiar woman was suddenly falling from the skies like a streaking meteor. Chapter 1609. What? Ryu looked up, finding that his father was still high in the skies while that woman was buried actually not too far from him. Well, not far in a sky god's sense. She was still thousands of kilometers away and would find it impossible to spot him. Titus held a halberd that was redder than red. It felt. It was almost fluorescent in color and reminded one of the depths of hell. Then he struck down. You can do that? Ryu's eyes widened. It felt like Titus had just taken Dragon's Claw and Dragon's Breath and fused it into his halberd. It took the doctrine of splitting the skies in 5 and 2 and incorporated them both into a single strike. Doing this was obviously extremely difficult. As much as weapons were pulled in all directions by the previous masters that wielded them, bloodline talents were even more so. There were very specific ways to use them and there were very specific methods of evoking their greatest strength. Pulling a claw attack and a breath attack and compressing it down into a weapon attack was like fighting against 3 pulls of faith at the same time, 2 of which were exceptionally strong themselves. Ryu hadn't been able to balance all of that. Or rather, he simply didn't have the time to. He had too many talents and his life was too short. At the same time, he was continuously pressed from all sides by challenges he had to overcome. First he had abandoned his path of dual polearm wielded. Then he abandoned the great sword staff, and now he had compressed his understanding of things down to just his own body. In truth, he was very satisfied with that. He had accomplished something most couldn't even imagine, and every inch of him had become a lethal, nigh untouchable weapon. But seeing his father strike, he wondered. How much potential had he left on the table? Ryu shook his head. He really did believe that his current combat style was exceptionally strong, and it was definitely the best for him. His father had had millions of years to refine this combat style to this point. Those that came from smaller worlds to the true martial world after years of successful cultivation had a grasp over their combat styles and techniques that those born here could hardly fathom even at the Tao sovereign realm. And now it seemed he was finally seeing the truth of that. Titus' head turned toward the fairies who were still in the skies, their crowns floating above their heads. There seemed to be a stalemate as Titus had completely taken over the side of the battlefield the unknown Eighth Heaven sect was meant to. The gazes of the fairies seemed somewhat apprehensive. The fairies were the humans of the ethereal plane. To them, the dragons and phoenixes were on another level, a level only the Fae were on. Although they took up the 8th ethereal plane, they were still a level below the Fae ultimately, and their wariness seemed warranted. However, they were also intelligent people as well. A dragon and a phoenix? Any 2 beasts that dared to birth such a child would be hunted down by their respective clans. Such a union would never be allowed under normal circumstances. In fact, even if such a union was allowed, the odds that a dragon could have a child with a phoenix was so infinitesimally small that it was hard to peg it with an accurate number in the first place. Even worse, Titus didn't seem to have the aura of a beast. Rather, he felt human. This was an even more shocking realization for them, but it also made them relax even more. Compared to a pair of beasts that had caused such a thing, a human that had 2 such bloodlines within them would bring down the wrath of 2 clans upon them. You are not qualified to negotiate with us. The female fairy spoke again. You are clearly not of a sect, as none would dare to take you in dash. Titus sneered. These people clearly didn't understand the dynamics of the real plane, and they were just making guesses, trying to seem more assertive than they were. Not a single dragon had come after Titus for a clear and obvious reason. It seems you understand nothing. Do you understand where my fire dragon bloodline comes from? If you did, you wouldn't be saying something so stupid. Ryu raised an eyebrow. Then, he vaguely remembered something the wind dragon who had appeared at the Armament Guild had said about Primus in specific. The woman seemed a bit flustered after Titus directly called out her bluff. But she hid it well. Do you take me for a fool? She replied. Even if your fire dragon bloodline is special, do you think I didn't sense your phoenix bloodline? Did you? Where? Titus asked. The lady was stunned when she realized that Titus was actually toying with her. But when her senses focused on Titus, she really didn't sense a phoenix. In fact, she didn't sense anything. It was as though he wasn't even standing before her. Enough! An older fairy spoke. Even with his age, the handsome lines of his face had yet to fade, and he looked toward Titus sharply. What Eliana says is correct. You aren't qualified because you control no sect. Once they realize what has happened here, they will send more powerhouses, and this time, there won't be convenient bolts of lightning for you to take note of. I would suggest that you simply leave. Watching them trying to convince his father to go away like this made a smile tug at the corner of Ryu's lips. The strong didn't ask or suggest anything. They took. But this was also interesting for another reason. They seemed to be very eager to have this space all to themselves. Why was that? What were they hiding, exactly? Chapter 16:10 Balance. Titus looked around as though he hadn't heard the demands, his brows furrowing for a moment. This point should be a region of connection between the two planes. There should be an entrance to the ethereal plane somewhere, but there wasn't actually any obvious opening. He wasn't really looking to go to the ethereal plane, honestly. He would much rather ascend to the ninth heaven, after he finished wiping the sect that had chased him for so long off the map. However, this ethereal chi had helped him to break into the Tao Lord realms earlier than he had thought he would be able to. The rebirths of a phoenix were exceptionally valuable, and most wouldn't even be able to unlock one, let alone the full slate of 9. Using them just to break through a realm was a complete waste, even if it was a realm as great as the Tao Lord realm. This was because the chance at rebirth was about reconstituting the body into a more elevated form. If it was wasted on advancing, then you would lose the opportunity to strengthen your talent, and would instead just get the benefits of a higher cultivation realm. Although this would be worth it to most, and there were examples of phoenixes saving their rebirths to do precisely this, Titus was after something much greater. This ethereal chi filled in the gaps for him, and allowed him to enter the Tao Lord realm. At the same time, he had completed his rebirth while he formed his incarnations, and it was the best use for a rebirth that he could think of outside of a general power-up. Ultimately, it was this that allowed him to leap forward an entire cultivation realm to battle the annoying woman who was partly the source of all his troubles. Titus and his son were very different in many regards, but when it came to their taste in women, it was practically identical. He didn't like such forward women, and even if he did, there was only room for one woman in his life. Once again, this was a trait that he and his son also shared. At least for a time, this was this case. If not for the fact Ailsa was his life partner and opened Ryu up to the idea of having multiple wives, he too would have only had eyes for Elena. Ultimately, though, Titus wasn't thinking about such things. Rather, because he had cultivation for millions of years, his foundation had many more gaps that ethereal chi could fit right into compared to the normal true martial world cultivator. He felt that if he could get a larger source of it, he could enter the Tao sovereign realm in a short time, likely just a few decades at worst, and that was already being conservative. But he had a feeling that these people were responsible for why the density of ethereal chi probably wasn't as thick as it should be. Unfortunately, he didn't have his son's eyes, so he couldn't see the problem immediately. It was then that a voice suddenly drifted into his ears. The three fairies immediately frowned as they all sensed the fluctuations in the air at the same time. There was someone communicating with the man, but they were certain that he was alone. From where? Their minds immediately began to almost feverishly scan the region, but they found absolutely nothing. They didn't understand. Who could hide so thoroughly from their sights? and yet be unable to hide the fluctuations of their own chi. As they were feeling confused, Titus suddenly grabbed at the air. "What are you doing?" Ileana snapped. "Don't move, or we'll be forced to attack." Titus ignored it, fire erupting from his palms. "Stop!" the old man roared. But it was too late. At that moment, the world seemed to fissure like cracked glass. In these cracks, flames danced, pulsing. The sight was gorgeous, and yet it was just as dangerous as it was beautiful. Ryu had gathered many treasures on the 8th heaven, but a fire treasure hadn't been among them. There was an obvious reason for that. He already had several origin flames. Thanks to the true Nether Plains trial, he had gotten himself a boatload and hadn't bothered to gather another. It wasn't like it was easy picking up these treasures. Each one he took was another huge risk to his life. He had lost count of how much he had suffered while gathering these treasures in the first place. He couldn't gather up another one that he couldn't control just because. There was no room in Beyond Perfect Extreme Spiritual Foundation for this treasure because the fire aspect was already occupied. It would have relied on Ryu alone controlling them, and that was something he was entirely unable to do. So why was all of this important now? It was because this location was one Ryu had never visited, and it had a treasure he had never attempted to take. And yet there was a fissure fusing the two worlds together right here. Why was that? The answer was obvious, to Ryu at least. The balance between the planes had been formed through a not-too-solid connection between these extremely high-level treasures. Among them, some were more rooted in the real plane and others were more rooted in the ethereal plane. This one just so happened to be more rooted in the ethereal plane, and now these three were present trying to stop the aura from the other side from leaking too fiercely, likely because it would put whatever power they were in charge of in great danger. Now, though, Titus had tipped the scales, causing the fire treasure to suddenly roar with life. In the far-off distance, Ryu's eyes narrowed. This flame was definitely not like the docile origin flame in the slightest. It was wild, unrestrained, and violent. It wanted to burn the entire world to ashes and do it again once everything grew back. Chapter 16:11 Easy. Boom! The world seemed to lose its color. Fragments of spatial glass spiraled through the surroundings, each one carrying either a reflection of the world around it or a window into the world beyond it. It was the most ethereal sight that Ryu had ever seen, and he completely forgot about his father for a moment. He had never seen space react like this. The push and pull between two worlds, the fragile construct that separated the two, it felt like vibrations, resonance, wavelengths, strings. The thought almost left Ryu's control as it sprinted down several possibilities. It all moved so fast that he thought of several possibilities before he even realized that the battle in the skies had reached a penultimate point. The flame that erupted didn't even seem to have a form. It was both everywhere and nowhere at once, covering everything. Ryu realized that neither his father nor the three fairies even knew the exact location of the core of it. He could see his father's brow knitted into a tight frown of worry, not for himself, but for his son, obviously. He felt that if Ryu was fine, he would have told him where to look already. Ryu chuckled to himself. He didn't do it on purpose, but that was nice payback. Who asked the old man to suddenly die in front of him? His lips moved again and the words drifted toward his father. This time, however, they didn't make it. The chi was too volatile and his voice had to duck in and out of several worlds. Let alone making it to Titus, even the three fairies who were in the process of protecting themselves and trying to kill Titus didn't sense it. Ryu frowned. He knew where the colonel was. Even with his eyes in this fatigued and somewhat blurred state, it was easy for him to find it. It didn't even take effort. But if he couldn't get the information to his father, then it would all be for naught. He certainly couldn't go and get it himself. He would die 100 times over. Suddenly, he thought about his sudden inspiration just now. When he first began his journey and created techniques like warped ripple, he had thought of space like a box. He could press it together and pull it apart somewhat. He could flatten it into its pieces and even change its dimensions. When he gained his space-time soul nature, his view of space changed again. Rather than a box, he thought of it as multiple thin layers, countless two-dimensional constructs layered atop of one another to form a three-dimensional system. and hidden between those layers, there was the void. But just now, he broke it down even further. He began to see space as individual, singular, and one-dimensional strings. Not just strings, but vibrating ones, each one carrying its own unique frequency that divided the world into planes. But then he took it even a step further. He thought about how Fading Star had been able to connect him with Ailsa across such impossibly far distances. It wasn't an act of spatial chi, obviously, but it had felt like something deeper, something almost more magical. The magic didn't come from the chi type itself, though, but rather the concept. If Fading Star had used raw chi and tried to accomplish the same feat, let alone her feeble state at the end of the attempt, she would have ended up dead. She used a far more ingenious, far more clever, far more elegant form of chi control, one that reminded Ryu a lot of Aika's Tao, but simplified and streamlined. Ryu suddenly opened his mouth again and spoke. But this time he saw his father's ear visibly twitch. A wide grin spread across his face as Titus suddenly shifted, dodging out of the way of an avalanche of techniques and suddenly grabbing at empty space. Before the three Tao sovereigns could even be shocked by what was happening, he directly swallowed it and his body exploded again. Ryu was speechless. What was with this old man's fascination with dying? What he didn't know was that Titus had already unlocked 3 rebirths. But he had had no good opportunity to use them. One he had been forced to use out of pure necessity, just to save his life. And now, after all these years, he used the second and third on the same day. His aura exploded forth, the natural treasure becoming a catalyst that turned his flames into something completely new. The black and red fused together, gaining hints of a silvery luster. Eventually, it looked like a complete black flame with a border of shimmering red and silver. Titus' aura exploded, his body seemingly unable to contain it. His cultivation rose from the lower Tao Lord realm to the peak in a single bound, but his actual strength itself seemed to be on an entirely different level. Seeing this scene, Ryu finally stepped out from the void. He didn't think that it was necessary to hide anymore. If there was one person he didn't mind asking for favors from, or relying on, it was his own father. The appearance of a young man in ragged white robes startled the Tao sovereigns who had just been entirely focused on Titus. When they realized it was a false sky god walking through the air as though it was land, they were even more floored, not just by the fact he was clearly flying, but also the fact he hadn't been burnt to ash yet. Titus looked over and was somewhat stunned when he saw his son's bright smile. After he got over his shock, his eyes went red. It was subtle, something hard to tell considering his irises were already so crimson already, pouring some of its light into his sclera. Oof! A strong hand slapped Ryu's shoulder so hard he thought it dislocated it for a second. Easy. You have no idea how many things I've been through in the last day. It started with a wild beast lady, then the most powerful Tao god in existence glanced at me, and then some bastard sneak at a dash. Ryu was pulled into a hug much too tight for him to get out of. Chapter 16:12 Topic. Ryu was speechless. The old man was really treating him like a kid. He was quite tall, standing at 6 feet 9 inches. But, quite frankly, as someone with fire dragon blood in him, he should have been taller. Much of that was suppressed by his ice jade crystal body, which kept him to a more streamlined and ideal height for a cultivator. Even when he lost it and gained the boundless cosmos bone structure, the latter wasn't designed with bodily strength in mind, so it didn't have any functions to change that. His father, his grandfather before him, and even Primus were all born with the tyrannical emperor bone structure. So, even now, his father was a head taller than him. Of course, that was because he was also still in his dragon form. But Ryu knew that even when his old man was in his human form, he was still at least a 4 head taller. So Ryu had his entire head cradled in his father's chest as though he was still a toddler. Even so, after being speechless for a moment, he laughed and hugged his father back. He felt that only an insecure man would do anything else. Titus grabbed Ryu's shoulders and pushed him back, looking at his face as though he wanted to get a really good look at him, even ruffling Ryu's hair. He probably had an avalanche of things to say, but Titus was quite similar to his own father in that he didn't usually express his love in words. He rather preferred actions. As for words, his son had always been far better with them. Those matters you spoke about, We'll have to talk about them later. As for this, Titus looked toward the three fairies who had snapped out of their stunned states and looked more angry now than anything else. Their plans had been completely ruined, but they also felt a pressure now from Titus that they weren't certain they could even properly handle. It was asinine. They were Tao sovereigns. No mere Tao lord should be able to pressure them so much, even if they were from the 9th heaven or 9th ethereal plane. No, it felt like something different. Then it clicked for them. Why were they so obsessed with the fire treasure? It wasn't just because it was objectively valuable, but because they were fire elemental fairies, though they had done their best to hide it somewhat. The suppression wasn't coming from the difference in raw strength. Rather, Titus was just personally immune to them. Suddenly, it also made sense why he had defeated those two earlier so easily. He hadn't used it yet, but he likely had a spirit body. But more importantly than that, if his earlier Phoenix bloodline wasn't more than an illusion, then he should have the rebirth flame. No, he certainly had the rebirth flame. How could one use the reincarnation talent without the rebirth flame? It was impossible. And what was the strongest passive talent of the rebirth flame? Wasn't it complete immunity to flames? The trouble was that this immunity was based on one's level of flame inheritance, and Titus had no doubt just gotten a huge boost. In fact, those lightning strikes from earlier were definitely the ascension of a Tao. When they began to put it together, a cold sweat matted their backs. They were fairies. All of their strongest abilities surrounded flames and their element of choice. This was their advantage, but it was also their weakness. Ryu had been very much correct. The human race was the only one with perfect balance. Every other special race was skewed in one direction or another. If their flames were useless, fairies wouldn't have strength better than a realm or even two beneath them. Run. That was the only choice they had, so they acted on it. They flashed and disappeared, slipping back into the ethereal plane without any resistance whatsoever. Ryu chuckled. That line of deduction was exactly why he had stepped out himself. Otherwise, his appearance would only cause trouble for his father. How could he face off against three Tao sovereigns and protect him at the same time? It would never work. Seems they did the job for us. Fairies might be smarter than humans. And are you saying that because of your second wife? Ryu looked toward his father almost as though to say, "How did you know that?" "Your mother told me." Ryu was even more speechless. He only met his mother after Ailsa and Yana got trapped in his eyes, and he definitely wouldn't go out of his way to... Elena! Ryu cringed a bit. While he was undergoing his rebirth, Elena had spent quite a lot of time with his mom. She had also been insane enough to pass along those images to his mom to hand to him as well. That woman would really be willing to do anything. His mother never mentioned it? Or did she? Wait, where's mother then? She went to look for her own opportunity. You separated already after just getting back together after so long? Don't try to change the topic, Ryu. Ryu subconsciously stood up straighter as his father looked at him. His posture was already perfect, so he practically shifted his weight to his toes almost as though he would stand on them, but not quite. A man only has so much energy in his life. It's impossible for you to love so many women equally and fully, and it's equally impossible for them to always be all right with being neglected. I know your personality well. Your mother was aware of 5 women, including Elena, in the span of just a few years since your rebirth. Of those women, you probably only gave a few status. And what would you do when the neglected women have finally had enough of you? Do you think your charm is endless? It's only been a few years now. But what about in 1,000? 1,000,000? 1,000,000,000? Chapter 1613, it could. Ryu took the lecture in silence, coughing from time to time. His father was right, he knew that. But honestly, he never really worried about it. What would he do if a woman he neglected chose to leave him? Well, he wouldn't really care so long as she never married again. Because if she chose to lie with another man after losing her primordial Een to him, it wouldn't just be a matter of her any longer, it would be about his pride and his faith. He would never allow that. In truth, he would probably kill such a woman and her lover, never thinking twice about it. Was it fair? Of course not, he knew that. But Ryu wasn't a man who dealt in fairness to begin with. Most of these women his father was talking about had a clear understanding of his personality before they took action. The only exception to that was May. Well, he guessed Ice Mine as well. When Ryu thought of this, his relatively calm expression became a frown. He really liked Eska and she wasn't among the neglected, at least for now. But now she shared a body with Ice Mine, and Ice Mine had a completely different set of morals and personality. If not for Eska's influence, Ice Mine would already be thinking about leaving him. In fact, she might have already acted on it. If Ice Mine did such a thing while sharing Eska's body, even if they were technically separate, Ryu couldn't say he wouldn't care anymore. He wouldn't even be able to kill Ice Mine without affecting Eska or maybe even killing her as well. He wouldn't even know what to do in the situation aside from burning everything related to her lover to the ground, and even then he'd still be furious. The odds of such a thing happening were low. Eska had a lot of autonomy about what went on in both of their bodies, but her influence wouldn't be the dominant one forever. As the years went on, Ice Mine would eventually catch up. And it was likely as a martial god, Ice Mine's potential was beyond that of Eska's. It shouldn't be so simple as their taboo methods made them far more of one mind that Ryu probably knew, but just the ideas weren't things he liked at all. None of this was helped by the fact Ice Mine was raised in a culture of outright promiscuity. Such a balance could only last for so long. And right now, Ryu was only thinking of the most extreme examples. Who was to say that there weren't more subtle issues that he might have to deal with in the future? Did he believe May would betray him? No, he didn't. But she was in a world all on her own, and if she came to find out that he didn't even think of her much, nor was it ever at the forefront of his mind to go and visit her, as the years waned and her temperament matured and grew, how would she react? He had no worries at all about Ailsa and Yana, but due to his negligence they had been separated by trillions of years. How could that be acceptable? Now, he had suddenly taken a Selhira into the fold, and she was a true wild card. Who knew what might happen in the future with her? She was walking an odd path between human and beast, but her latter half clearly had an overwhelming influence. And then there was Elena. He had been gone for 9 cycles of 100,000 years, and it had almost broken her. A chop lightly hit his forehead to bring him back to attention. "You could easily do it," Titus suddenly said. "If you wanted to rule your women with an iron fist and plant a seed of fear in them, it would still be possible, if you were stronger than all of them by a good margin. However, I know well that there are 2 sides to my son, and that's not a path you're willing to take. Even so, after the first one steps out of line, it's the path you'll end up taking regardless. There are some things in life that you can take back even if you want to. Even if one of them deserved it and you retaliated in kind, the cascading effect would harm the relationship the others have with you down the line. Don't be so casual in the future. They're ultimately living creatures as well, even if they love you." "All right, Ryu." Ryu blinked, then nodded. "Yes, father." "Good. Even if you want more women, you have to ensure that you not only have the resources but also the time for them. Anything less and you will only be harming yourself and them." Ryu nodded again. He felt that his father was right, he just didn't really think about it. He just did as he pleased. His heart was freer than it had once been, but it seemed that there were drawbacks to that as well. "Now," Titus continued, "I assume I already understand what you meant by beast girl, but what about the rest?" Ryu chuckled. Indeed, in retrospect, it was probably less what his mother told him and that comment instead that triggered the lecture. Either way, he appreciated it. He was young and still blind to some things. Ryu told his father about the Phoenix Sky God, causing a line of worry to appear. Ryu shrugged. "In the end, I was unable to cultivate and they gave me a chance to. I'll make them regret it if they dare to do anything to me in the future." Titus sighed. Indeed, his son did have 2 sides. When he was stubborn like this, it didn't matter what he said. "Then your sect?" Titus asked. "I'm still not sure how to deal with it. I don't want to leave those 2 in danger, but I also don't want to alert Old Juan of anything. The less that man knows, the better." Suddenly, Ryu's eyes lit up. "I thought of something. There's a chance he could see through it, and you might have to clash with Aika, but it could work." Chapter 16:14 Harboring. Boom! The skies above the Radiant Star sect seemed to explode, and a power that had only just gotten out of one battle was instantly thrust into another. High in the skies, a man radiating the might of a fire dragon descended. His fury painted the skies in red-black flames, the very rage flames that gave the Emperor of Dragons their power. The power of emotions was something only the strongest of techniques could tap into. And in this realm, the fire dragons almost had sole ownership. And it showed. Bang! Several auras appeared in the skies, from a grieving Aika to even the likes of old Su, Jiao and Xiao. Titus stood in the skies with his hands behind his back, his aura radiating down. Those with bloodlines felt their own rolling. It felt like a suppressive effect that they had simply never experienced before. Aika was in a foul mood and she almost lashed out immediately, but it was Old Juan and Samson that held her back. Someone with the aura of a fire dragon had descended. Didn't that mean that this man was from the ninth heaven? Even if they tried to discount that, how else could a mere Tao Lord have such a powerful aura if they weren't from the ninth heaven? Titus looked down on them, the temperament of a man who had lived for billions of years pressing down on them. Compared to those here, he had lived for longer, his experience was deeper, and it showed almost immediately. It was an unbridgeable gap, one that they felt viscerally. And when it settled down on Aika, her fiery temper seemed to be suppressed and her heart was doused in cold water. She shook her head, looking away. She felt like Titus' temperament was affecting her in ways she didn't like and something within her resisted, just barely managing to break free before an indelible mark was left. She might be the strongest of the Radiant Star sect currently, but there was no doubt that her Tao heart was the weakest. No, maybe it couldn't be best described like this. Rather, her personality made attacking her Tao heart far easier. You are housing a member of my species. Bring her out now. Aika's heart shook again and her eyes turned red. Old Juan and Samson still had a firm grip on her, the former giving the latter a look. Samson nodded and held onto Aika, trying to send her thoughts to calm down as Old Juan stepped forward. Esteemed guest, we do, indeed, have a dragon amongst our disciples. She joined of her own accord. If the dragon race prefers, she is free to speak with you. Titus waved a hand and Old Juan was slapped across the face. He shot into a distant mountain with such speed that it erupted in flames and began to quickly burn to ash before all their eyes. Juan! Aika called out, her eyes turned bloodshot. She broke out of Samson's grip with a twist of her shoulder and a whip of her arm. She gathered around her like a storm, forming points of lights in the skies that danced like stars. Aika! You can't use your strength here, Samson called out. Aika deflated the moment she heard this. Indeed, this visitor wouldn't care about the lives and deaths of their sect members. But how could she not? Just the fact he had appeared here was a checkmate in and of itself. Titus looked down and reached out a claw, squeezing it down. Aika's body shook. It felt like a dragon's claw was wrapping around her. She had heard faintly of the bloodline talent before, but she had never heard of it being used like this. Aika was a person who took a liking to Ryu purely because he spent a lot of time in her library. Despite her brash personality, she was a scholar in many ways, and that was a large part of the reason her Tao was both so complex and why her talent shone so brightly. However, the suppression of her bloodlines due to lack of fate was something their sects were still grappling with, and she would always be grappling with them until they reformed the former Dual Radiance sect. Even further than that, even if she did reform that bloodline, she would only be at the pinnacle of the 8th heaven in terms of strength, while this man was clearly of the 9th. If she had any doubts before, seeing this novel use of Dragon Claw, her heart shuddered uncontrollably again. The fury was still in her eyes, but it was colored by despair. Bang! She was slammed into the ground below, hitting the earth with such speed that cracks spread out wildly in all directions. The sect shuddered and their walls collapsed. Aika felt as though all the bones in her body had shattered, and Samson, who seemed to be the last who could stand in the skies now, felt his expression turn ashen. Old Juan was right. We really aren't ready to be on this stage, he thought to himself. Titus raised a hand to deal with Samson, but at that moment, a voice came out. 2 white-haired beauties, one with equally white eyes and another with radiant blue ones, rushed out. As for the one that was calling out, it was the latter. Wait! The voice came out like an agitated roar. It echoed like the rage of a dragon. But almost the instant it appeared, Titus waved another hand and Selhira was grabbed so tightly by a formless energy that she couldn't even speed, let alone move. Titus snorted and seemed prepared to leave when his gaze landed on Eska. This sect is harboring remnants of the taboo powers? Samson's heart turned to ash when he heard this. He knew that this would become a problem in the future. Even though Ryu had said Icemine was a member of the martial gods, the taboo powers were the enemy of all 9 powers. Chapter 16:15 How? Titus swept a gaze over everyone, the coldness in his expression deepening. Radiant Star Sect. Huh? What a good sect. He waved a hand and Eska was grabbed. Even Aika could hardly resist, let alone Eska and Selhira. The two were grabbed without being able to put up the slightest fight. We'll see how the world reacts to this. Titus vanished. But he had only done so for a moment before a ball of fire descended from the skies above. Clearly, it was one last parting gift. Aika pulled herself out of the rubble. Her hair was a mess, but her body was in even worse condition. When she saw the ball of fire descending, ready to envelop the entire sect, she shrieked, her chi spiraling into a tempest that shot into the skies after the ball of fire. It was caught by one pillar of star chi, then another, and then another. She poured everything she had into it, but balls of flame still fell onto the sect in droves, burning down buildings, killing disciples, unleashing unholy hell and carnage. Aika found herself burning everything within her just to resist this ball of fire, her mind unable to stop itself from drifting to Ryu. If he was still here, couldn't they have stopped this? It was a ridiculous thought, but only as ridiculous as it was that a mere false sky god had been able to turn the tides against Black Worm like that, even costing the Fading Star Sect, the Stalwart Sun Sect, the Raging Inferno Sect, and the Azure Lightning Sect millions of powerful warriors. At that moment, the Radiant Star Sect had somehow leveled the playing field against those behemoths thanks to the actions of that one young man. And yet she, as a Tao sovereign, couldn't even do the same. The disgust she had for herself reached a fever pitch as she pushed through the last of the ball of fire. She stood there in the skies, her head hung low, her hair drifting over her face. Her 2 small hands were charred black and her clothing was burnt through in many places. If not for the volatile aura and chi around her, she would have probably lost her dignity to the face of the entire world. She felt such a crumbling sense of despair. They had lost Ryu. Now they had lost Selhira and even Eska. They had no talented disciples left. Their strongest warriors were heavily injured and maybe even dead. And now they had a judgment looming overhead from the 9th heaven. And every single one was because of her own reckless actions. She coughed, droplets of scarlet blood flying into the air only to be burnt to ash beneath the immense heat immediately. Let me go, let me go! Selhira raged about like a beast. Her eyes turned to slits and her usual gentle temperament nowhere to be seen. Scales grew across her body and she seemed ready to turn back into a dragon. But Dragon Claw suppressed her completely and totally. Selhira, stop! Eska called out. A whimper came from Selhira's mouth. Over these past few days, she had found herself somewhat suppressed beneath Eska's maturity and strength. There was a clear imbalance of dominant to subservient between them. It obviously wasn't the same kind of relationship Ryu had with Selhira, but it was something different. More like a mother to a daughter, or more accurately, a big sister to a little sister. Senior. Eska started lightly. Are you Titus Tatsuya? She had realized that whenever Titus grabbed anyone in that invisible dragon claw, they wouldn't even be able to breathe properly, let alone talk. But after they left the range of the sect and began ascending to the 8th heaven, the pressure they felt vanished and they were even able to speak with ease as they flew along under Titus' power. Titus met Eska's eyes as they broke through a barrier. Does that answer your question? Titus' head nodded toward something behind Eska. When Eska looked, her eyes lit up. Lord Husband. Husband, Selhira said in surprise. The 2 women were released from Titus' grip and Selhira pounced on Ryu while Eska smiled from the side. Titus shook his head. Maybe his son's charm was infinite. Who knew? With a grin, Ryu swept them both into his arms. Even Eska, who very much wanted to escape. But between escaping Ryu and embarrassing herself a little before her father-in-law, she seemed to choose the latter. She felt odd calling a man a fraction her age father-in-law, and a man even younger than that lord husband. But at this point, this was the bed she had chosen to lie in, so she would do so. "Father, can you give us a moment, please?" Titus nodded and vanished, his voice echoing through the skies. "I will be going to find your mother now. I believe you'll be just fine on your own now." Ryu nodded and looked toward Selhira and Eska. Selhira just looked happy to be there. Eska, however, was much more reserved. He could see a light of happiness in her eyes, but it was subdued, filled with thoughts of other things and separate worries. "Eska, I hope it's not too much to ask dash." Hearing Ryu start like this, Eska was stunned, not quite understanding what he could possibly want to say. "But can I see Ice Mine for a moment?" Eska's brows raised, but eventually she nodded. Of course. In that moment, the soft, cloud-like waist of Eska was replaced by a more robust and firmer frame. Ice Mine's skin was just as soft and supple, but the muscles beneath were on another level compared to Eska. She was a slender, but powerfully built woman. Ice Mine was ready for a quippy reply, but when she saw the gentleness in Ryu's eyes and felt his masculine touch, her tongue went soft for a second. She shook her head. "Finally decided to seduce me? What is it, you thought that I'd be more okay with a threesome than the big-chested bimbo? Well, you'd be right, but you didn't hear it from me." She said this and then looked away stubbornly. Ryu chuckled. "No, that's not what I called you out for. Tell me, Ice Mine, how do you see our relationship?" Chapter 16:16 Complex. Ice Mine frowned. "What the hell are you asking me all of a sudden? Did you suddenly become soft?" She had noticed that Ryu had changed considerably after their first encounter in the true martial world, and she had continued to observe him from within Eska. The problem was that she hadn't really known Ryu all that well to begin with. She was just the useful flesh toy he brought out when he felt like he needed to vent. Honestly speaking, if it was another woman, they would have grown to absolutely hate Ryu. Well, she had hated Ryu in the past, but it was for an entirely different reason. She didn't really care all that much about him using her body because it was a good time. What she cared about him was him infringing on her dignity and looking down on her. She was a mighty martial god, someone who should be respected and worshipped. It was more insulting to her when she was writhing with lust, and yet Ryu preferred to sit there and watch her die than touch her. As a martial god, she simply had a different relationship with sex than most others of the cultivation realm. Her own mother had children with 2 different men, and many more lovers outside of that. Of course, her fathers likewise had many lovers of their own. That was simply the culture. It was ingrained into their very bones and minds that the only use of dual cultivation for them was growing stronger and birthing stronger babies for their race. Martial gods rarely fell in love. Or, more accurately, they rarely fell into an unselfish, all-encompassing and loyal kind of love. They might favor one person over another, but something like giving up the reins on their sex life to another was almost entirely unheard of. In fact, the only person Ice Mine known to have done this was Elena. Well, she might as well count herself as well, but that wasn't really out of her own personal choice. That annoying Eska was always nagging too much. Ryu smiled and shook his head. This was an expected response, honestly. "Just tell me." Ice Mine's nose quirked up to one side then wrinkled. "I guess you're a decent fuck buddy." The moment she spoke, she felt a hint of heat from her side. She looked over and seemed to finally take notice of Selhira. The latter looked quite calm at the moment, but her crystal-slit eyes seemed to paint a different picture entirely. Ice Mine laughed. "It looks like your little puppy doesn't like my words." When Selhira didn't respond to these words, Ice Mine grinned and didn't seem to mind it until she suddenly squealed, jumping up. If it wasn't for Ryu's arm around her waist, she might have gone soaring. "Be obedient," Ryu said. Ice Mine rubbed her ass cheek, a bit speechless. Her body was strong. How had Ryu made her feel that pinch so viscerally? "Do you know how weak you are right now? I could snap you like a twig. You wouldn't even last a round in bed." Ryu looked down at Ice Mine. He probably should have been angry. That sort of dig was a sore spot that went a long ways back. But he had already decided something, and he wasn't so immature to allow a dissatisfied woman's words to throw him so far off his game. Do you know what would happen if you chose to leave me? Ryu suddenly asked. Icemine rolled her eyes. You'd turn murderobo like you usually do. Is that supposed to scare me? I don't even think you'd care. You're just obsessed with your own little power fantasy. Ryu smiled, but inwardly he was a bit surprised. Icemine claimed to not know him well, but that response was on the money. The more Ryu responded like this though, the weirder Icemine felt. Where were the quippy remarks? Where was the rage? Why wasn't he flipping her over and putting it in yet? It was fun to watch the usually elegant Eska writhe like that. When she was even in the mood, she could fuse their senses and it felt like she was experiencing the same thing, though a bit dulled. However, there was only so long she could watch that lovey-dovey sex. Though the two really seemed to like each other. She gagged. Gross. She wasn't exaggerating, nor was she being jealous. It really did feel gross. In her opinion, given the way their relationship started, it blooming into a real like or love of one another was ridiculous. It didn't compute to her. Well, she knew why that was. To her, sex was never something that could conquer or sway her emotions. It was just an outlet. And from an outside observer like her, it felt like Eska was falling for Ryu purely because he was good in bed. Unfortunately, Icemine had missed the nuance of the situation entirely, because the type of man she liked was completely contrary to the type of man Eska liked. Eska liked the brighter and more cheery Ryu, while Icemine much liked the darker and more commanding Ryu. She wasn't a masochist like Selhira, but she just preferred a more dominant man. Ryu observed the changes in Icemine's expression silently. Even the latter didn't seem aware of just how much she was showing him right now. More complicated than I thought, Ryu thought to himself. Icemine's primordial Een was inside of him right this moment, and with his senses, even the slightest fluctuations in her emotions could be sensed. Though it couldn't be directly translated, he could feel the slight changes and get a feel for what she was thinking. This was why he had wanted to have this conversation. He didn't plan on fixing things with a single heart-to-heart. He had just never really put any effort into understanding the kind of people his concubines were. Even Eska's change was mostly a surprise to him. It could be said that it was mostly luck that her attitude had changed in regard to him. So are you going to fuck me? Or what? Or did you just bring me out here to show me that you have a bleeding heart now? Ryu's lip curled. Bleeding heart. Icemine's white gold irises flickered when she saw the danger in Ryu's gaze. Indeed, maybe he hadn't changed so much after all. However, by the time she broke out of her daze, Ryu was already looking around. Right now, they were deep into a mountain range, one that his father had likely already killed the top-level creatures of, or else he would never leave Ryu here so casually. Truthfully, Ryu had things to do and he would prefer to head to the ethereal plane immediately so he could check out some things. But his cultivation wasn't the only thing that deserved some effort in his life. With a step, he flashed and vanished. When the trio appeared again, they were even deeper into the mountain range and had found a small oasis. The area was quite peaceful, and it seemed that a very powerful creature had called this place home in the past. The chi was so dense you could breathe it in like humid air, and there was a slight drizzle of mist falling everywhere that felt both refreshing, and somehow didn't make them feel wet and sticky, almost as though it evaporated the instant it touched their skin. Selhira seemed to like the surroundings, burying her head into her side of Ryu's chest. Well, isn't this nice? Icemine chuckled. Better than losing your first time on a jagged rocky surface. Seems like you've improved over the year. Icemine yelped again, then glared at Ryu. How the hell are you doing that? You're not strong enough to harm my body. Ryu smirked. You sure you want to test that? Icemine's gaze flickered with uncertainty. She had already unearthed a lot of the potential of her body, and as a martial god, there was a lot of it. She and Eska might only be transcendent sky gods, but the strength within them was much greater. It was just that they never used it because using taboo powers so openly was dangerous. Even so, that didn't mean that Ryu could just make her feel pain like that so easily. Ryu's smirk deepened. Then, he looked from Icemine's eyes down to his crotch. Icemine rolled her eyes, but she still obediently got down on her knees. This is not turning over a leaf, you know. Her next words were muffled as she wrapped her lips around it. This is, she pulled back, not fun for me at all. Seeing Ice Mine like this, Ryu's understanding of her deepened. She was clearly not happy with him, but she tied almost none of her unhappiness with this sexual act. In fact, she felt happy doing it because the act itself aroused her. She even seemed to like the fact Selhira was watching. Even as blood was diverted from his mind, Ryu's thoughts didn't slow. He couldn't just randomly decided to take Ice Mine as a wife. Even if Eska wouldn't say anything, he knew that every woman, or every person for that matter, had a temper of their own regardless of how gentle they seemed. Selhira was probably the most obvious example of this. The word wife to Eska held a lot of meaning, and he had felt her wild fluctuations of emotions when he said it. If he just casually bestowed it on Ice Mine now, how would she feel? No, he needed something else. Chapter 16-17. Alright. Satisfying both women wasn't hard for Ryu. As big a game as Ice Mine liked to talk, if he were to rank which of his women were the most sensitive, her and Ailsa would probably have to duke it out for first place. Maybe due to watching him with Eska again and again. She had a lot pent up inside of her, and she was even more sensitive than usual, something that was hard to imagine. Riker sat cross-legged, looking out onto the oasis. His mind had already drifted elsewhere. Between him seeing the Phoenix Sky God and now, he hadn't really had a moment to rest and reflect, and quite honestly, it was still bothering him. He hadn't been in the mood to have sex at all. He just did so because he felt that he had been neglecting Ice Mine too much. If he wanted to avoid the future his father warned him about, he couldn't do that. Even so, his mind couldn't help but be consumed by that topic. He wanted to get stronger at a rate that was much faster than this. His already insane speed wasn't enough. He released some control over his chi, and his breakthrough into the false sky god realm continued. He greedily sucked up the thick chi, but his body felt like a bottomless well. At this point, he felt that it was actually a bit ridiculous. Others already saw him as a false sky god, but that was purely because of the White Phoenix spiritual foundation. His beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, though, was insatiable. There didn't seem to be enough energy in the world for it. Which was ridiculous because he had yet to feel it give him any tangible benefits aside from auxiliary matters. He had used it to form his embryonic chi, and that was amazing. But aside from that, was there much else? He couldn't use the treasures in it without killing himself. The large well of chi others would have benefited from was useless to him because he had already had an endless well of chi to pull from the chaos plane. Even the divine chains it had allowed him to grasp had been sacrificed for the sake of his own Tao vessel. He shook his head, finding himself becoming frustrated. He had thought he felt better after going on a rampage, but Old Juan's attack and Hope's current state had just brought him right back to stage 1. Ultimately, this was all caused by his weakness. Again. He was strong for his cultivation realm. He was probably already closing in, if not infinitesimally close to the geniuses of the 9th heaven. But it wasn't enough. It never felt like it was enough. This was what he wanted, wasn't it? A rise to the top. It was exactly what he wanted. The trouble was that he didn't want to have to deal with all the politics that came with it. He never thought about coddling the emotions of all his women because it felt like a waste of his time. He never wanted to join a sect because dealing with those kinds of interpersonal relationships had always made him gag. Even back when he was a youth and his father was taking him around to visit their subordinate powers, he had always hated it. He never wanted to be leader, he never wanted to be a king or an emperor. He just wanted to have the strongest fist, the strongest blade, the greatest strength. He was willing to work for it. He had shed enough blood and sweat to make that completely obvious. But whether it was the sealing of his original spiritual foundation, the ticking time bomb of a spiritual foundation in him right this moment, or the chaining of his fate star, it felt like there were always things outside of his control and he hated it. Old Juan's actions were precisely why he abhorred the idea of joining and relying on others. And this matter with his women just felt like an extension of that. More things outside of his control, more things that he couldn't just outsmart or outpower his way out of. He had spent the entire time with Selhira and Ice Mine trying to think of an easy method to get them to fall in line, and he had actually come up with nothing. Well, not exactly. It was amusing. He had a Tao perfectly tailored toward this exact thing, but he didn't want to use it. Not that he could on someone as powerful as Ice Mine anyway. Morality wasn't exactly the reason holding him back, though it played a small part. The idea of using a Tao to manipulate his women almost felt like he was paying for sex, and his Tao heart and pride recoiled at the idea. It was more so that this felt like a new type of battlefield, one that he needed a different kind of strength to fight on. And once again, he didn't have that strength. The first time he had met Elena after so long was the perfect example. He was Ryu Tatsuya when had he ever pursued women. They came to him, not the other way around. He never had to woo them, he never really had to go out of his way to please them. Whether it was his first wife or his last wife, which of them hadn't just fallen right into his lap? The bundle of frustrations overlapped over one another, and he found himself being more and more irritated. Ryu took a deep breath, closing his eyes. He remembered Aika's words about how brittle a Tao heart that was overly strong in its ways could be. He had changed since then, but not as much as he thought. His convictions were still the same, and they shone through like this. These feelings weren't as a result of his Tao heart being weak, but rather the exact opposite. He had such a drive to be the best that he couldn't stand even the slightest weakness, whether that weakness came due to the strongest Tao god in existence, or his women. And the worst part was that no amount of deep breathing was going to change the situation. Ryu suddenly opened his eyes when he felt something grab at his crotch. He was still not clothed, so they had taken a large handful of pretty much everything. "What are you doing, Ice Mine?" Ryu asked. His voice wasn't exactly cold, but it wasn't warm either. He had already gone out of his way to please this woman. Her eyes weren't even clear, filled entirely with a misty redness instead. She couldn't even see straight. Insisting on another round was ridiculous. "You didn't come," she mumbled beneath her breath, her words slurring. Ryu looked down at the woman who looked more drunk than anything else, suddenly feeling the need to laugh. His irritation vanished. He hadn't, but he wasn't really in the mood to. Watching Ice Mine blindly knead at him, trying to understand why it wasn't getting hard yet, he was feeling more and more amused. "Seems you're not very good at this," Ryu chuckled. "You take that back, you bastard." She pulled herself over and her face practically collapsed in Ryu's lap, her tongue flailing about wildly, but mostly missing her intended target. Ryu smiled. He could feel the fluctuations in Ice Mine's soul, and it was adorable in her own way. When he thought about it, about the only thing he truly understood about Ice Mine was that she was extremely prideful. It didn't seem so with how she acted in bed, but when he accounted for the fact she didn't see sex like most did, it made more sense. She saw the act as a pleasurable thing where no one party was truly in submission to the other. So of course, she didn't attach her pride to such a thing. However, when she could reciprocate, her pride did begin to leak into this act it was usually unrelated to. Ryu caught a faint inkling of how he could manipulate Ice Mine into true submission. He didn't even need to use his Tao. His normal comprehension abilities were good enough to see the path on their own. But he ignored it. He reached down a hand and stroked her hair. All right, he chuckled, letting his blood flow freely until the heat assaulted Ice Mine's cheek. After giving Ice Mine exactly what she wanted, Ryu felt more relaxed. He hadn't gotten an answer to everything going on in his mind, but he had never expected to. There was no one answer to subduing those feelings of malcontent in his heart except to get stronger than anyone else. His women were the same way. There was nothing else to do aside from getting to know them better. To him, the two were just two opposing sides of the same coin. He looked up toward the skies, feeling an elevated sense of self as his breakthrough reached a peak. In that case, I'll go to the ninth heaven as quickly as possible. I won't leave Elena alone for so long again. After that, we will go to the nether plane for May. Only then will I go to the ethereal plane for myself. Chapter 16-18 Return. You're going to the ninth heaven? Salhira asked with a frown. Clearly, she didn't like this idea very much. It also didn't help that her Crystal Dragon clan had been banished to the eighth heaven, so she herself wasn't even allowed to step onto that plane of existence. In fact, technically speaking, no one outside of the ninth heaven was allowed to step onto it. On the eighth heaven, the likes of the chaotic space Tao Sovereign could already sense Ryu just by having the faintest line of faith between them. On the ninth heaven, one could easily imagine that the situation would be far worse. Taking a step back, for most people, just stepping onto the ninth heaven was a death sentence. Not because of attacks from others, but purely because of the environment. The ninth heaven was a region of absolute perfection. It was the place where Qi was the most complete and the Tao could be felt the most strongly. In such an area, when someone weak of body and weak of mind stepped foot into it, death would be the only path. There was a long time where Ryu's talent was weak to the point that just stepping onto the ninth heaven would have flattened him like a pancake. It wasn't a matter of strength. There were even mortals on the ninth heaven. It was a matter of oneness with the heavens and aligning with it, resonating with it. Of course, even these mortals born on the ninth heaven were of greatly exaggerated strength. Many of them, without ever sensing Qi in their lives, could crush cultivators from the lower heavens. Of course, these would be weaker cultivators, but it would be a shocking feat nonetheless. Ryu didn't find this fact too surprising, though. As a 6-year-old, before his Awakening Realm ceremony, there were many Awakening Realm experts who couldn't hold a candle to him, and that was by a standard of the Shrine Plane. Of course, that was a different situation. After all, he had been trained by his father ever since he could walk, which was quite an early day considering his bone structure and the balancing abilities it gave him. But the point still stood. Now, to Selhira, Ryu's will to step onto the ninth heaven was asinine. Ryu nodded. It would be a ridiculous choice under normal circumstances, but I've been paying attention to my fate recently, and it's spiked wildly. Isn't that because of... Selhira's voice trailed off. I don't think so. It's on a scale that's much larger. Watch dash. Ryu raised his head to the skies. I am Ryu Tatsuya. Boom! The eighth heaven skies seemed to be split in two and a grin spread across Ryu's face. Looks like a master is useful for something after all. Ryu had been wondering what his gift would be, but it seemed like that was it. It seemed stingy for this to be the gift from a Tao god. But honestly, Ryu didn't believe it to be so. For the change to be so drastic, it could only mean that Fading Star really put her neck on the line, probably forcing some ultimatums that made her far more enemies than friends, and the kind of enemies you could make on the ninth heaven weren't the kind of enemies most people would want to make. Even without being there, Ryu had a pretty good idea of what happened. And honestly, he couldn't say that he hated it. At the very least, his impression of Fading Star had deepened in a positive way. There was probably no other gift that Fading Star could have given Ryu other than saving Ailsa and Yana that would have been as good as this one. At the very least, she seemed to understand her disciple quite well. Tangible gifts meant nothing to Ryu. Quite frankly, he had gathered more treasures now than most weaker Tao gods could even match up to. However, this was different because it was a subtle hint that Fading Star was willing to put herself on the line if it meant standing by his side. That was worth far more than any gift. Now, he just needed a method to go to the ninth heaven. That was far easier said than done. The only method he had was the 9-pillar flame sex inheritance, and though there was a chance he could find it again, even if he did it would teleport him right to the bottom of that vast ocean. There was no other path than death down there. While he could survive while in Infinity Mist, that was just due to its unique properties. If he went high enough, he'd meet a block of ice millions of kilometers thick. He wouldn't even get to start drilling through it before the cold killed him. Even if by some miracle he made it through and survived the cold, the pressure above that block of ice was so great that opening the void was a pipe dream. He would be crushed instantly. None of that even mentioned the creatures. While there were no creatures that called the Infinity Mist home, at least not from what he knew, that wasn't the same for the ocean itself. All in all, trying that route was a bad idea. I'll have to find a way to take advantage of this disruption in space. Maybe? I don't know if I have the skill to draw a formation capable of crossing that barrier, especially since there are definitely protections. Maybe there's another gateway. Selhira hesitated. Husband, maybe? Ryu looked over at Selhira. If it's for you, we can return to my Crystal Dragon clan. I'm sure that they have a method of returning to the ninth heaven despite the banishment. Oh, Ryu raised an eyebrow. Honestly, he didn't have a very good streak going with parents-in-law, but since Selhira had mentioned this, it must mean that it wasn't impossible. Chapter 16:19 Smile. Little Silk, Ryu called out, and a beautiful butterfly appeared, sparkling with a crystalline rain of gorgeous blue ice. Ryu, Icemine, and Selhyra stepped onto her back, and they shot off into the distance. "Tell me about it," Ryu asked without turning to Selhyra. He knew that Selhyra had some history with her family, but it must not be as bad as he assumed if she was willing to return like this. Though it was possible that she was just doing it for him, he could sense a slight longing in her as well. Honestly speaking, someone who had been and was as weak as Selhyra World Sea Realm back then, and only fragmented Sky God now, definitely could not have left such a powerful clan on her own. Sneaking away was impossible. Setting aside her cultivation, her overall talent had taken a huge hit as well due to the fact she abandoned her dragon heritage. It could be said that she was in the worst possible position to ever sneak away from such a powerful clan. It was also important to mention that while the crystal dragons had been banished, it wasn't an act of war. They were a docile race of dragons and left in silence without a single ounce of blood being shed. Effectively, they were still the second most powerful line of dragons in the whole true martial world. Although raising their young and cultivating on the 8th heaven had, indeed, weakened some of their edge, it wasn't exaggerated to the point they were no longer cut from the same cloth. There was not a single power on the 8th heaven that dared to offend them. Selhyra's eyes dimmed. "I really hate the fire dragons. We did everything for them, we are the reason they're so powerful today, and we never asked for any credit. We were just the silent clan in the background. Because of our nature, it's impossible to pull ourselves away from a subservient role. We were always designed to be subservient to someone, the only question was to who. As a result, in order to become the strongest of us, most have to chip away at their desires, at their pride, and cast it away in favor of a humble bearing. It isn't that we're all born this way, but that it's impossible to become stronger without following this particular path. This is the fate of us all, and it's inescapable, but I wanted to escape it and now I'm here." Ryu gave her a glance. "And that's all. There's nothing else to it," she said lightly. "They didn't even fight me, they just let me go and told me good luck. Not in a condescending way, but in a sickeningly supportive way. Their brains are already too rotten to react strongly to one of their best talents abandoning their way of life." Ryu and Icemine sat in silence. They understood the path of beasts, but this was the first time that they had heard it in so many words. Honestly, it could be said that Selhyra had struggled a lot more with fate and the heavens than Ryu ever had. Of course, Ryu would prefer to be capable of cultivating than not at all. At the very least, when there was a will, there was a way. But Selhyra's plight was quite tragic. It was very possible that she would never be able to accomplish what she wanted to. She was born as a talent that should have been feared across the 9th heaven. But now she couldn't barely shine on the 8th heaven. She could only be considered a great talent on the 7th heaven. That sort of drop-off was drastic and terrible. Ryu had been fighting to climb against that tide for the last several years, but Selhyra had chosen to fall of her own accord. She leaned her head against Ryu's shoulder in silence, her eyes a bit dim. She didn't even shed a tear. Maybe she had already shed all she had left. In a lot of ways, this path of beasts was even crueler than Ryu had thought. You didn't start off born to follow their path. However, in order to follow said path, you had to slowly shed away anything that was unique to yourself, almost as though you were watching yourself die in exchange for power. "You can fly faster," Selhyra said lightly. "With me here, no one and nothing will bother us." Ryu nodded without a word and pulled them all into the void. With little silk speed, their pace of travel accelerated to an exaggerated extent. Selhyra was true to her word. It felt odd, but they were not bothered by anyone or anything. It was a peculiar feeling, for Ryu was fairly certain he would have gotten into trouble by now. Traveling across the 8th heaven, especially toward a position at its very center with all this wilderness in between, should have been a death sentence. Let alone making it to the 9th heaven, he might have died in just this attempt alone. But he hadn't, and in just a few days he could see it in the distance. It was a mountain range of crystals, so blinding beneath the sunlight that even he had to squint. They stepped out of the void and the sight became clearer, until a long shadow was cast over the world. Ryu looked up and his pupils constricted. It wasn't his first time seeing a dragon, but for some reason, this felt different. It wasn't as large as the dragons of Sacrum, but it was far more imposing. Stretching out 100 meters from head to the beginning of its tail, and another 50 meters after that, its body glistened with radiant scales of light pink, pale violet, and gorgeous sky blue. Even gliding barely a few hundred meters overhead, the wind pressure was near non-existent, as though even its method of flight was gentle. The dragon inclined its head and looked down. Then, Ryu could have sworn it smiled.